Sword God Chapter 563 to Chapter 613. Brother Chen, which floor did you reach? Chen walked over and asked with a smile on his face. 10th. Chen Zong smiled. As expected of Brother Chen. Chen was slightly startled and immediately smiled. Chen Zong, give me your reward and I'll leave your corpse intact. An extremely cold voice sounded like an evil spirit from hell, making one's hair stand on end. This voice was not concealed at all, and immediately caused everyone around to be horrified. It was hard to imagine what the reward for reaching the 10th floor was, but it must be incomparably precious. Who below the transcendent realm would not want it? The one who spoke was the Xian family's ghost sword, Xian Wuxing. His pale face and deep eyes made Chen Zong feel like he was being stared at by an evil spirit. Give me your reward and I'll consider not killing you. Chen Zong responded without fear. It was like a stone thrown into water, causing a huge splash. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly? You can't even compare to a toe of my brother Wuxing. Many people in the Xian family were shocked and began to criticize Chen Zong. Many people also felt that Chen Zong was too arrogant. Who was Xian Wuxing? He was the ghost sword, a master ranked 4th on the Heaven Ascension list, a top genius. Even a genius like Xiahou Ba was no match for him, let alone a true martial realm cultivator. Xian Wuxing, on the other hand, did not respond. He only smiled. It was a chilling sight. Chen stood aside and did not interrupt. After that, Chen Zong left and returned to Heaven Ascension City, accompanied by the yin-yang mysterious sword couple. They chatted while protecting Chen Zong in case someone attacked him. Little friend, what reward did you get? Xianxia finally could not help but ask curiously. Both husband and wife had never tried the Heaven Ascension Tower because they were too old. Simply put, the yin-yang mysterious sword couple's talent was not bad. They were geniuses, but they were not top geniuses. Their cultivation was slow in the early years, but they had some opportunities to grow. Now, they had reached the transcendent realm. Chen Zong reached the 10th floor, which broke the century-old record. The reward must be extraordinary, so it was normal for the yin-yang mysterious sword to be curious. If it's inconvenient, don't say it. Xianxia realized that he was being rude, so he added in a sincere tone. There's nothing inconvenient. Chen Zong smiled. With a flip of his hand, a strange-looking black token appeared. The token was shaped like a pagoda, exactly the same as the Heaven Ascension pagoda. Little friend, can I take a look? Xianxia asked. Chen Zong then handed the token to Xianxia. After Xianxia received it, he carefully studied it, but he still couldn't see through the profundity of the token. Xianxia also studied it for a while, but he still couldn't find anything. The two of them were surprised. Any treasure must have something extraordinary, be it its aura or other aspects. The yin-yang mysterious sword was a late bloomer. He was very experienced and knowledgeable, but even so, he couldn't see any mysteries of this token, let alone Chen Zong. Little friend, maybe you can drip a drop of blood on it. Xianxia thought for a while, then returned the token to Chen Zong and suggested, you reached the 10th floor, which is the highest record in 100 years. There's no reason for you to get something useless. Yes, maybe this treasure is too mysterious. We can't see through it. Xianxia agreed. After thinking for a moment, Chen Zong decided to give it a try. He cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, dripping it onto the medallion. The three of them stared with wide eyes. That drop of blood didn't disperse, but instead quickly merged into the medallion. This scene caused the hearts of Chen Zong and the others to tremble. There's hope. If it was an ordinary item, even if the drop of blood could merge into it, it wouldn't be so thorough. Shortly after, the token emitted a hazy black light that condensed into the faint image of a small pagoda. It was exactly the same as the Heaven Ascension pagoda. Shortly after, the small pagoda image entered between Chen Zong's eyebrows. It was as if Chen Zong had been immobilized, unable to move. In less than 10 breaths, Chen Zong recovered, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little friend, do you know what this is? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Tower entry token. Zong didn't know how to describe his current mood, so his tone was a bit strange. Tower entry token? Xianxia frowned, even more puzzled. What tower? Heaven Ascension Tower. If it's Heaven Ascension Tower, doesn't it only open once a year? There's no need for a tower entry token. Simply put, with this token, within the next 6 months, I can enter the Heaven Ascension Tower again. There's no need to wait until next year. Zong explained, then added, only I can use it. Xianxia suddenly understood, but immediately became very puzzled. There was no need to wait until next year to enter again. It didn't seem to be very useful. After all, the purpose of challenging the Heaven Ascension Tower, besides training, was to obtain rewards. However, if one was given a tower entry token after reaching the 10th floor, it meant that one could enter the tower again. What was the point of entering the tower again? Naturally, it was to continue challenging the tower. Could it be that if one reached the 10th floor again, there would be other rewards? However, the reward for challenging the tower for the first time was often the best. After some analysis, they came to a conclusion. This tower entry token didn't have much value at all. After all, only Zong could use this condition. If this condition didn't exist, perhaps it could be traded, and someone might be willing to buy it at a good price. I think, the only value is that you can enter the tower at any time. Xianxia suddenly thought of something, then frowned and analyzed, in half a year, perhaps your battle strength will improve greatly, and you will be able to pass the 10th floor, enter the unprecedented 11th floor, and obtain the inheritance of Emperor Li Tian. Xianxia and Zong were both startled. After thinking about it, this was indeed a possibility. However, was it possible to improve his battle strength so much that he could pass the 10th floor in half a year? It was hard to say. Anyway, since the Heaven Ascension Tower has rewarded you with a tower entry token, perhaps it really has some use. Xianxia finally said, little friend, work hard and improve your battle strength as much as possible. Try to challenge the tower again in half a year. Perhaps you can really reach the 11th floor. Naturally, these words were more comforting. The limit of LV9 True Martial Realm was the end of the True Martial Realm. As for LV10 True Martial Realm, it was too illusory. In the Ascending Heaven region, no one had ever reached it. It was much more difficult than reaching the perfection of Qi Refining Realm. Even if there were some special methods to continue improving, it was not cultivation. The effect on battle strength was not particularly big, and it could not achieve the effect of rapid improvement. Grasping the minor true meaning could indeed increase one's battle strength. However, the activation of the minor true meaning required a lot of mental energy. The true martial realm was destined to be a trump card. After sending the Xianxia couple off, Zong sat down in the guest room and started to think carefully. The enemies on the 10th floor of the Heaven Ascension Tower are all at the peak of 5-star. Ordinary 6-star warriors would not be able to withstand them. The reason why I could last until the end was because of the fusion of 80% of my physique and 80% of my Zonghu true force. Zong thought to himself. When Zong's physical strength and Zonghuang true force had fused to 70%, his battle power had increased to the early stage of 6-star. Although he had not reached the middle stage of 6-star yet, he was still stronger than a normal early stage 6-star. Secondly, there was also Zong's superb swordsmanship. He had reached the perfect realm of body and sword as one. This realm was something that many masters of swordsmanship could not achieve. The combination of all these factors allowed Zong to reach the end of the 10th floor. It seemed that he could pass the 10th floor by just a little bit. However, just a little bit was like a natural chasm. Tower entry token, half a year. Zong held the tower entry token in his hand. There was a bright light in his eyes. If I can completely master the second change of mind, my battle strength will be even stronger. Maybe I can reach the middle 6-star level. Zong thought to himself. The higher the battle strength, the harder it was to improve. The difference between the early 6-star level and the middle 6-star level was very obvious. With the battle strength of the middle 6-star level, it was possible to pass the 10th floor and enter the 11th floor. As for whether it was true or not, Zong could not be certain. Half a year. Then I will try my best to improve. Zong thought to himself. He started to think about how to improve himself as much as possible in this half a year. He had no clue how to reach the 10th stage of the true martial realm. He could put it aside for now. The most important thing now was to cultivate the change of mind. He would first master the second change, then the third change. In addition, he would use the ultimate move of the Zhonghu Sword Codex. After reaching the 10th floor of the Sky Ascension Tower, he had comprehended it by chance and used it in one fell swoop. However, he still needed to perfect it. The people of the Nangong family, the Xian family, the Martial Saint Palace's Xiaohe family. They all want to kill me. Now that I can't break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, I will cut off my future. Chen Zong thought again. His eyes were sharp. If I leave the city, I will definitely be attacked by them. It was not that Chen Zong was looking down on himself. It was indeed very difficult for him to fight against these forces. Even if he had some trump cards in hand, he could kill one or two of them. How could he kill all of them? As for the protection of the yin-yang mysterious sword, Chen Zong did not want to trouble the two of them. After all, he was a rogue cultivator. Although he was at the extreme mortal realm, he had just broken through and might provoke the transcendent realm masters of these three forces. If the transcendent realm masters attacked the two of them, it would be an extremely bad ending. In that case, I will stay in Sky Ascension City and try to improve my battle strength as much as possible. Chen Zong thought to himself. His eyes were burning with anger and fighting spirit. If he could cultivate the second change of mind, his battle strength might reach the middle 6-star level. If he could cultivate the third change of mind, his battle strength might increase even more. At that time, he would be able to challenge the Sky Ascension Tower. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe, please support. Standalone games are not fun, please support me. 6 Dao. Thanks everyone. Half a month after Heaven Tower opened was the busiest half a month in Heaven Ascending City. Little friend, did you know that someone reached the 10th floor yesterday? Xianxia smiled. Chen Zong was surprised. He had been training in these days and did not ask about the outside world. Chen Zong was very clear about the difficulty of reaching the 10th floor. It required one's own combat strength to reach the early stage of 6-star. It was not relying on secret techniques to reach the 6-star level. It required one's true combat strength. After all, there were all kinds of limitations to increasing one's combat strength through secret techniques. Who is it? Chen Zong was curious. Other than Qing Chen and himself, who else reached the 10th floor? Battle of the Realm, Xiaozhan Chen. Yang Xuanjian's tone was serious. Xiaozhan Chen. Chen Zong was slightly startled, and immediately remembered the other's identity. He was a core disciple of the Thousand Heaven sect, a peerless genius ranked second on the minor heaven ascending list. His title was Battle of the Realm, and his fighting spirit was shocking. 2 years ago, after Xiaozhan Chen reached the 9th floor, he left the ascending heaven region to train in other regions. He has only just returned, and his fighting strength is even stronger. He reached the 10th floor in one go. Yang Xianjian explained, with Xiaozhan Chen's fighting strength, if the first-ranked person on the minor heaven ascending list came, the 10th floor would be a cinch. Chen Zong nodded. The overall fighting strength of the ascending heaven region was higher than that of the Longtu region. If it was in the Longtu region, perhaps only that disciple from the ancient mountain could reach the 10th floor. Do you know why Xiaozhan Chen is called Battle of the Realm? Yang Xianjian suddenly smiled and asked. Chen Zong thought for a bit, and made a guess based on what Yang Xianjian said. Battle maniac? Yes. Yang Xianjian said with certainty, Xiaozhan Chen is a battle maniac, as if he was born to fight, and he likes to challenge those who are not weaker than him. Little friend, since you reached the 10th floor, I think that Xiaozhan Chen will come to challenge you soon. Let him come. Chen Zong smiled. As expected, someone came to him the next day. His short hair stood erect, and his eyes were blazing like the sun. He was constantly emitting an oppressive fighting spirit. The short robe on his body seemed to be made of gold, but it wasn't gold. It made his figure seem even more vigorous. Chen Zong, come and fight with me, the newcomer said directly without any trace of politeness. Where? Chen Zong replied as he stood up. In addition to the life and death ring, there were other battle rings in Ascending Heaven City. Some of these battle rings were open, while others were closed. They were specially used for people to fight and learn from each other. Just on the closed fighting ring, Qinzong and Xiao Zhanchen stood 100 meters apart. There was no one around. Since you can reach the 10th floor, it means that your fighting ability is at least at the beginning stage of the 6-star level. The fighting spirit in Xiao Zhanchen's eyes became more and more intense, like the rising sun. Invisible energy gathered in his body, then rushed out of his body and rushed up to the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be thunder roaring in the sky. Let's not use any secret techniques. We will fight with our own strength. Okay. Qinzong agreed right away. It took him half a month to regenerate the seal of wind and thunder. If he used it, he would have to wait another half a month. He would not use it if he could. Take my punch first, Xiao Zhanchen said. His voice was not loud, but it was like rolling thunder. He raised his right arm, bent his elbow, and clenched his fist. Qinzong saw red light condense on Xiao Zhanchen's fist. The red light was hard and heavy, like heavy iron. Xiao Zhanchen punched out, and the red fist energy shattered the sky. The wind and clouds surged, and the sharp sound seemed to come from the distant sky. It was magnificent and unstoppable. It was just a probing punch, but it showed amazing power. It was enough to defeat an ordinary 5-star warrior. The Sky Sun Sword was already in Xiao Zhanchen's hand. He slashed out. It was a simple slash, but it was powerful and unstoppable. The sword light shattered, and the fist energy dissipated. Great! Xiao Zhanchen laughed. He raised his arms and clenched his fists. The red fist energy was like a burning flame, and the aura it emitted was even more shocking. Boom! Boom, boom. Boom. It was like a red dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Every attack was beyond the 5-star limit. The dragons attacked, and the terrifying aura made Qinzong's face turn serious. Xiao Zhanchen was indeed a genius who could reach the 10th level of the Sky Tower. This fist technique was indeed terrifying. However, Qinzong was not easy to deal with. With 2 swords in his hands, he unleashed his sword techniques, shattering the iron-red dragons one after another. His figure flashed, and he became one with his sword, instantly closing in on Xiao Zhanchen. Good. Xiao Zhanchen was not surprised. Close combat was also his forte. After the punch, his arm suddenly bent, and his elbow was like a hammer that could break the sky. Then, he blasted forward with his shoulder, as if he could knock down a mountain. Attack, attack, attack. Xiao Zhanchen's body was the best weapon. Every part of his body had been trained to an amazing level. It was the first time Qinzong met such an opponent. It seemed that no matter which part of his body, he could attack and release amazing attack power. Xiao Zhanchen was like a human-shaped weapon. Compared to Xiao Zhanchen, Qinzong mainly fought with 2 swords. In the process, Qinzong could clearly feel that some of the mysteries of Xiao Zhanchen's fighting technique were in the red qi. Any martial artist who used their body as a weapon would have an amazing physique. They must have practiced a superb body refining technique and had suitable tools to complement it. However, although Xiao Zhanchen's physique was not weak and was much stronger than ordinary martial artists, it could not be compared to Qinzong. The reason why he could withstand the attacks of the 2 swords was not only because of the short robe he was wearing, but also because of the red qi. It was a powerful technique. Qinzong's guess was right. Xiao Zhanchen was practicing a strange technique of the 10,000 Sky Sect, the art of blue iron blood. It was very difficult to practice the art of blue iron blood. It was almost masochistic. Therefore, very few people would choose this technique. Even if they chose it, they might not be able to practice it successfully. They might even cripple themselves. It was said that when Xiao Zhanchen was born, there was a red light that shot up to the sky and reached hundreds of feet. He was born extraordinary. After that, he showed a vision. Every time he was injured, he would heal himself in the shortest amount of time. After joining the 10,000 Heaven sect, he had chosen the Iron Blood Azure Billow art. Relying on his own uniqueness and extraordinary perseverance, he had bitterly trained for many years and finally reached the small success stage. With one stroke, he had astonishing battle prowess and stepped into the minor heaven ascension ranking. Moreover, he had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching second place. Going out to other places to practice, he improved further. The art of blue iron blood also improved, and his combat power became stronger. This strange technique required continuous fighting with strong opponents to improve. This was also the reason why Xianxia liked to fight. Of course, it was also related to his personality. Boom, 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 Chen Zong's crisscrossing sword art was firm, overbearing, and sharp. Xianxia's iron blood azure wave art was also firm and overbearing. It belonged to the category of skills that met force with force. The same went for its supporting martial arts. The two of them exchanged blows again and again on the fighting stage. Countless chi waves surged in all directions. Ha 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 ha, this is great. Xianxia roared and laughed as he continued to attack. The red chi on his body was like a burning flame. It seemed to be getting hotter and hotter, burning everything around it. Resisting Chen Zong's two swords again and again, Xianxia was very surprised by the power of the swords. Chen Zong was also surprised by Xianxia's cultivation method. That kind of power was actually somewhat similar to the power cultivated by the second transformation of the mind. In other words, the cultivation method that Xianxia cultivated had the profoundness of combining the power of blood and true power. It was just that true power should be the main force, and blood and true power should be supplementary. Chen Zong had now begun to integrate 90% of his physique and 90% of his great true force, but he had not fully mastered it. Therefore, his combat power was still at the early 6-star level. Even so, he was still unable to defeat Xianxia and could only maintain a tie. Fight, fight, fight. Chen Zong also knew that if he relied on his superb swordsmanship, he could gradually suppress Xianxia. However, the effect of tempering his own strength was not as good. Xianxia was also very surprised. After tempering his combat power time and time again, it had surpassed the ordinary early 6-star level and was approaching the middle 6-star level. The purpose of his return this time was to find the first place of the minor heaven ascension list. After defeating him, he would use the momentum from reaching the top to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm and then challenge the heaven ascension list. However, when he returned, he happened to see the opening of the heaven ascension tower, so he decided to give it a try. When he came out after reaching the 10th floor, he heard that two people had reached the 10th floor. One of them had already left and his whereabouts were unknown, but the other was still in Heaven Ascension City and came to challenge him. Xianxia thought that his opponent's combat power was only at the early 6-star level and that he should be able to defeat him quickly. However, unexpectedly, as the battle continued, Xianxia could feel that the power of his opponent's sword seemed to be gradually increasing, and the pressure it brought to him became more and more obvious. Unexpectedly, Xianxia was even more excited and the red chi around his body became even more intense. Iron Blood Battle Law. Wild Dragon shocks the world. With a low roar, a red chi burst into the sky and covered half of the battle stage. As Xianxia blasted out, the red chi condensed into a raging dragon that was as thick as a man's waist. The Iron Blood Battle Law was unparalleled and its momentum shook the entire battle stage, as if it was about to shatter. So strong! Chen Zong secretly exclaimed. The power of this attack was infinitely close to the middle 6-star level. However, Chen Zong did not dodge and instead swung his two swords to meet the attack head-on, tempering his sword chi. The Wild Dragon's Iron Blood Battle Law shook the world. In the blink of an eye, the air around it fluctuated and formed a terrifying vacuum with countless vortexes. The battle stage was reinforced by the power of a transcendent, making it extremely hard. Even a pseudo-transcendent would have a hard time destroying it. With the destruction of the dragons, Chen Zong retreated to the edge of the battle stage. Good, let's go again. Xianxia's eyes lit up. His iron-red chi rose up like a raging flame, erupting like a volcano. Iron Blood Battle Law. Wild Dragon Double Symphony. The iron-red light covered the entire battle stage, covering the sky and the earth. The astonishing momentum pressed down on Chen Zong, making him feel as if he was being crushed by an iron mountain. Roar, two iron-red dragons, each as thick as a person's waist, broke through the air and shot out. Iron Blood Battle Law. Wild Dragon Chaos. After the two dragons, Xianxia pounced forward, his body transforming into a wild dragon as he punched out with both arms. The two dragons shattered one after another, but Xiao Zhanquan's arms seemed to have transformed into a group of dancing dragons, roaring and attacking continuously. The two swords met each other head-on. The sword chi was continuous, shattering one dragon shadow after another, but more dragon shadows arrived. Xiao Zhanquan continuously punched out 180 times, each with the power of a mid-6 star. The power of this combination was terrifying. Even if Xiao Zhanquan was a mid-6 star, he was confident that he could defeat him with this move. However, Qinzong stood in place, resisting the 180 punches and only retreating 9 steps. Compared to the previous wild dragon shocking the world, this move was obviously stronger. Take one of my swords. As soon as Qinzong's voice fell, his two swords flew across the sky. A dazzling cross-shaped sword light suddenly lit up, tearing apart the iron-red chi. It was like a cross-shaped sun above the battle stage, brilliant and unparalleled. Heaven and earth, only I can move freely, in all directions, in all directions, in all directions. Xiao Zhanquan's face was dignified, but his eyes were filled with ecstasy and excitement. He clenched his fists and raised his arms. Countless iron-red chi poured into his body, causing the void to tremble. As soon as they came into contact, Xiao Zhanquan could feel an extremely strong, domineering, and sharp power slashing towards him, as if it wanted to cut off his arms. Moreover, that kind of power was endless, as if there was an invisible arm constantly pushing towards him. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Xiao Zhanquan could only keep retreating. The iron-red chi on his arms flickered wildly, like a candle in the wind. Xiao Zhanquan retreated all the way to the edge of the platform before the cross-shaped sword light was completely neutralized. Xiao Zhanquan used the last of his strength and shook his arms, shattering the cross-shaped sword light. The iron-red chi on his body also dissipated. Ha 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 ha, awesome, awesome. Xiao Zhanquan laughed heartily. He had used up almost all of his energy in this battle. He was extremely carefree. What's the name of your sword? Heaven and earth, Qinzong answered with a smile. He also felt very carefree. What a good move. Xiao Zhanquan was still laughing. Today's battle can be considered my loss. We'll fight another day. Vaguely, Qinzong felt that Xiao Zhanquan's momentum seemed to have become stronger. Xiao Zhanquan had gained something from this battle, and so had Qinzong. 90% of his physique's power and 90% of his Zongjing true power were now completely under his control. Only 10% of the second transformation of the transformations of Will was left. If I want to cultivate the remaining 10% in a short time, I must find a strong enough opponent to fight. Qinzong thought to himself. However, even Xiao Zhanquan would not be able to give him enough pressure. What about a 6-star warrior who was stronger than Xiao Zhanquan, at least a 6-star warrior? Where could he find one? After thinking about it for a while, Qinzong decided to focus on a transcendent realm master. You want to fight with me? Yang Xianjian's face was full of surprise, and so was Yin Xianjian. Naturally, it's not a true battle with Senior. Qinzong hurriedly explained, I need enough pressure in order to further improve my combat strength. However, it is difficult to find a suitable opponent. Therefore, I would like to ask Senior to give me enough pressure so that I can further improve my combat strength. Yin Xianjian suddenly understood. Little friend, even though I've just broken through to the transcendent realm and am only at the first layer of the mortal realm is still the transcendent realm. The gap between me and those below the transcendent realm is immeasurable. If I'm not careful, it's likely that there will be repercussions and damage my foundation. Yang Xianjian said seriously. I know. Qinzong's face was firm. I want to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower again within half a year. I must have enough strength to pass the 10th floor and enter the 11th floor. No matter what, I have to try my best. He really couldn't find anyone else. Okay. Yang Xianjian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Qinzong directly rented a sealed battle stage and the two stood on it. Yang Xianjian's aura, as vast and mighty as the sun, spread out from his body and raged throughout the sealed battle stage, causing Qinzong to feel suffocated. It was as if his body was being pressed down by an iron mountain, or as if a mighty sun had locked onto him, causing him to feel like he was about to collapse. In Chen Zong's eyes, Yang Xuanjian's figure disappeared and was replaced by a vast and mighty scorching sun. And within that scorching sun, there seemed to be a sword shadow that emitted a shocking sharpness. Each of the sharpness was able to split the earth and tear the sky apart. The heat was able to burn mountains and boil seas. Xianxia stood to the side, carefully observing Chen Zong's state. If there were any signs of him not being able to endure, she would take action to counteract Yang Xianjian's powerful aura and save Chen Zong. Pressure, an unprecedented pressure. It seemed to have directly pressed down from the sky, but it also seemed to be pressing down from all directions, constantly attacking. That kind of pressure was not only tyrannical and peerlessly violent, but it was also like layers upon layers of torrential waves, continuous and unending, as if it was endless. In an instant, Chen Zong felt like he was in the middle of a raging heavenly sun sea, as if he had turned into a reef or thrown into an oven, being burned by the terrifying flames from all directions. His consciousness became blurred and he couldn't remember anything. In a daze, Chen Zong maintained a trace of consciousness and controlled his strength. Under such terrifying pressure, the power of the physique and the power of the unhindered true power started to merge bit by bit. A strange state. Xianxia secretly said, but felt somewhat relieved. The difference between the transcendent realm and the transcendent realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if Yang Xianxia didn't erupt with her full aura, it was still difficult for her to resist. Under this terrifying pressure, Chen Zong felt like his body was being crushed and burned to ashes. The strength in his body seemed to be crushed again and then reformed again and again, until the last 10% of his strength was constantly fusing together. When the last 10% of his strength was completely fused, a tyrannical force instantly penetrated Chen Zong's body. His bones, muscles, blood, internal organs, and 9 true meridians were all penetrated in an instant. The tyrannical and violent power was like a pure yang, containing the sharpness of a sword. Penetrating every part of his body, Chen Zong couldn't help but tremble. Xianxia saw this and quickly released her aura. Her aura was different from Yang Xianjian's. It was soft like water, like a bright moon rising in the sky. It wasn't as violent as the sun, but it unknowingly offset Yang Xianjian's aura, so Chen Zong was no longer affected. Yang Xianjian also withdrew her aura and her gaze fell on Chen Zong, frowning slightly. At this time, Chen Zong's state was quite strange. Even with their rich experience, the couple couldn't see it, but they didn't think it was bad. After a while, Chen Zong opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a ray of divine light blooming, causing the Yang Xianjian couple's eyelids to twitch unconsciously. Many thanks, Senior. Chen Zong quickly sensed his body and couldn't help but show a touch of joy. 100%, he had finally mastered the second transformation of the mind transformation. Now, in terms of strength, it was twice as strong as before, and the power of the sword art driven by this sword intent was not as simple as doubling, but more. Profound sword arts could often allow one to exert strength more thoroughly, even surpassing the limit, doubling, or even more. My battle strength should be able to reach the mid-6-star level. Chen Zong thought to himself, then immediately stood up and saluted Yang Xianjian and Xianjian. Little friend seems to have changed, but how much has your battle strength increased? Yang Xianjian asked curiously, why don't you try using your full strength? Okay. Chen Zong immediately agreed. With a flash of sword light, the 2 swords were unsheathed, and sword chi was awe-inspiring. Heaven and Earth Rampage. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong directly used 100% of his sword chi to perform his ultimate move. The dazzling cross-shaped sword light dazzled the world, like the sun and moon compressed into a cross, enveloping the sky above the battle stage and seemingly dividing it into 4. Yang Xianjian was slightly surprised. In their opinion, this power was indeed not strong enough to threaten a transcendent, but compared to a true martial realm cultivator, it was undoubtedly very strong, and had a unique mystery. Unhindered in all directions, looking down on the world with disdain, this kind of will was unparalleled. The cross-shaped sword light shot down from the sky, as if it wanted to split the earth into 4 pieces, directly slashing at Yang Xianjian's protective spirit flame, as if it was going to break it. Yang Xianjian maintained his protective spirit flame, and deliberately strengthened it, but did not deliberately weaken it. He carefully felt the impact of the cross-shaped sword light. The power at the beginning is amazing, reaching the mid-6-star level, and the subsequent impact is continuous, not inferior to the initial impact at all. What kind of power is this? Xianxia was shocked. He was shocked, not because of the power of this sword, which posed no threat to him at all, but because of the power and profoundness of this sword. One had to know that Chenzong's level was infinitely far below his own. Yang Xianjian was 100% sure that if he was at the same level as Chenzong, he would be directly killed by this sword. There was no chance of survival. Little friend, your battle strength should be at the mid-6-star level. Yang Xianjian sighed. At the true martial realm, his battle strength had reached the mid-6-star level. This kind of talent was peerless. Little friend, if you open your acupoints and transform your true force into pseudo-spirit force, your battle strength will greatly increase, and you can directly step into the 8-star level. Yin Xianjian smiled. Now you can try the Sky Ascension Tower again. Maybe you can pass the 10th floor in one go and enter the unprecedented 11th floor. At that time, you can obtain the inheritance of Li Tian Emperor. Yang Xianjian smiled, his eyes blazing. As the night fell, the city was brightly lit. From a distance, it looked like a group of shining stars. This was Ascending Heaven City in the middle of the night. The inn Chenzong stayed in was the largest in Ascending Heaven City. It had quite a big background and there were many masters guarding it. Firstly, it was to prevent people from causing trouble, and secondly, it was to prevent people from secretly attacking the guests. Naturally, the price of the rooms was also high. But it was nothing to Chenzong. Inside the room, the light was as bright as day. It was constantly shining from a fist-sized ball, bright but not dazzling. The eyelids of Chenzong, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, trembled slightly as he opened his eyes. His eyes instantly emitted a strand of bright light. It was like an invisible sword chi that tore through the air and pierced through the light that was as bright as day, leaving behind two dim marks that vanished in an instant. The third change of mind is too difficult to cultivate. Chenzong frowned slightly. With the help of the pressure from the Yang Profound Sword Transcendent Realm Master, Chenzong successfully cultivated the second change of mind. He had been cultivating the third change of mind for several days now, but he still couldn't get started. The third change of mind was indeed difficult to cultivate, but even for the second change of mind, Chenzong could get started within a day. Now, 3 or 4 days had passed, but there was no sign of him getting started on the third change. Chenzong didn't know what to say. After analyzing, Chenzong also understood why it was so difficult to get started. Spiritual power. The cultivation of the second transformation of the mind was to fuse the power of the physique and the true power into one. The cultivation of the third transformation was to fuse the mental power into the power cultivated by the second transformation. However, spiritual power was more illusory compared to physique and true chi. Not only did it lack a cultivation method, but it also lacked a method to apply it. At least, Chenzong hadn't mastered it yet. In that case, the application of mental power would be very shallow and crude. On the other hand, there was a prerequisite for the cultivation of the third transformation of mental power, which was to have a precise grasp of mental power. Coincidentally, this was Chenzong's weakness. A cultivation method for spiritual power is too difficult to obtain. Chenzong thought to himself. Since his cultivation was fruitless, Chenzong got up and walked out of the guest room and the inn. He planned to take a walk on the street to relieve his boredom. After all, he had been cultivating for several days. The street was long, the lights were bright, and the shadows of people were swaying. Beautiful women sang and a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Chenzong walked to the side of a lake. There was a gold-threaded ship floating slowly in the middle of the lake, creating layers of ripples. The shadows of the weeping willows on the shore swayed gently in the night wind. Standing by the lake, Chenzong emptied his mind. Suddenly, he felt many sharp and malicious gazes landing on him from all directions. Chenzong ignored them. These gazes came from none other than the Nangong family, the Xian family, and the Martial Saint Palace. They were all spying on him. As long as he showed any signs of leaving Ascending Sky City, they would immediately take action and kill him outside the city. 100 consecutive victories in the 100 battles arena of the 100 battle city, and now he has reached the 10th floor of the Ascending Sky Tower in Ascending Sky City. This kid's potential is too terrifying. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he will become a big threat. On the long street of Ascending Sky City, Long Tai's voice was cold and full of killing intent. The four of them had chased after Chen Zong from the Longtu region and entered the Dingtian region. At the same time, they inquired about Chen Zong. They thought that it would be very difficult. After all, a mere true martial realm martial artist entering a large region was like a stone thrown into the sea. At most, it would cause a little splash, and then disappear without a trace. They had even prepared to spend a long time and a lot of money. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for them to hear news about Chen Zong. 100 consecutive victories in the 100 Battle City. After some understanding, they were shocked. It was extremely difficult to achieve 100 consecutive victories. When they were rushing to the 100 Battle City, they heard another piece of news. Chen Zong had reached the 10th floor of the Ascending Sky Tower. This news was many times more shocking than 100 consecutive victories. This was because the 100-year battlefield and the Heaven Ascension Tower were two different levels of existence. The Heaven Ascension Tower was famous in the Heaven Ascension region. It was a treasure left behind by that expert when he left. No one knew what level the treasure was. It might have surpassed the level of a spiritual weapon. The Ascending Sky Tower opened once a year. Challenging the Ascending Sky Tower was a grand event. As members of the Dragon Teeth Guard, they had entered the Ascending Sky region many times because they were often on the lookout for criminals. Those who could reach the 9th floor of the Ascending Sky Tower were already top geniuses. In the Longtu region, they were at the top level. It was hard to imagine that they could reach the 10th floor. Because of this, the four people's faces were so ugly. The more outstanding Chen Zong's performance was, the more pressure they felt. If they couldn't kill Chen Zong, it would be a big disaster in the future. It might be more troublesome than they had imagined. Chen Zong should still be in Ascending Sky City. A captain said. Ascending Sky City has strict rules. Even if we see Chen Zong, we won't have a chance to kill him. Wait for an opportunity. The vice commander said. Of course, if they were willing, they might be able to find an opportunity to attack Chen Zong like a death warrior. They might even be able to kill Chen Zong, but the consequence was that they would also die here, and no one would stand up for them. No one was willing to sacrifice their lives to kill Chen Zong. Although they were loyal to the third prince to a certain extent, they were not his men of sacrifice. Each of them had their own selfish motives. First, find out where Chen Zong is and keep an eye on him. As soon as he leaves Ascending Sky City, immediately intercept him outside the city. Kill him with all your might. The vice commander said again. The other three captains had no objection to the decision. Chen Zong. A familiar calm voice sounded. Chen Zong was stunned. He turned around and was even more shocked. Senior Yu. Chen Zong couldn't help but call out. Not far away, a man was walking towards them. He was calm and composed. There seemed to be a mysterious aura surrounding him. It was Yu Wuya from the Black Sword sect. This was Ascending Sky City, the center of the Ascending Sky region. Why was Yu Wuya here? The thought flashed through Chen Zong's mind, but he didn't find the 9th prince. As the 9th prince's personal guard, Yu Wuya usually wouldn't leave the 9th prince's side. The 3rd prince said that you colluded with criminals and killed the Dragon Teeth Guard. He has now sent the vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard and 2 captains to pursue you. The 9th prince is worried about you, so he asked me to go. The Black Sword sect said concisely. For a moment, Chen Zong was silent. The 3rd prince's actions were within his expectations, but the 9th prince's actions were unexpected. Although the 9th prince treated him very well in the Dragon Diagram Imperial City, he was now a criminal. To a certain extent, he had betrayed the Dragon Diagram Imperial family. The 9th prince had sent his personal guard, the Black Sword sect, to protect him. This favor was as heavy as a mountain. Senior Yu, please thank the 9th prince for me. Chen Zong said sternly, however, I've caused quite a bit of trouble since I came here. These troubles are beyond the scope of what you can handle. Moreover, the 9th prince also needs you, so please leave first. If an ordinary person heard the first half of Chen Zong's words, they would probably feel unhappy, but the Black Sword sect wouldn't. In the end, he was just a pseudo-transcendent. Since Zhenzong said that the trouble he caused was beyond his scope of handling, he wouldn't say it casually. Let's hear it. The Black Sword sect Xu Wuya was still a little curious. He wanted to know what kind of trouble this young man, who was more talented than him in the Tao of the Sword, had caused. Zhenzong couldn't help but smile. He then told him about the forces he had provoked. Following Zhenzong's explanation, Yu Wuya's jaw dropped. If it was just an unranked Nangong family, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't like the Black Sword sect hadn't done this before. But the Xian family, a mid-ranked Tao of the Sword sect, surprised him. Then there was the Martial Saint Palace, a high-ranked Tao of the Sword sect, which shocked Yu Wuya. Thinking back, there was also the third prince. Wherever he went, he would cause trouble. The Black Sword sect understood that he didn't have the ability to protect Zhenzong. His main responsibility was to protect the ninth prince. Therefore, the Black Sword sect left Ascending Heaven City and quickly returned to Longtu Domain. Zhenzong wasn't unhappy. The ninth prince asked the Black Sword sect to come, and the Black Sword sect really did come. This was a kindness. The Nangong family, the Xian family, the Xiaohou family of the Martial Saint Palace, and the Dragon Teeth Guard should have also come to Ascending Heaven City. Zhenzong looked at the surface of the lake that reflected the lights like stars and said to himself, it can be said that strong enemies are lying in wait. There was no moon or stars in the dark night sky. It was as if there was an enormous pressure descending from the sky and attacking from all directions, wanting to suppress Zhenzong. It was also as if an invisible net was covering Zhenzong, wanting to bind him. This kind of invisible pressure made it hard for Zhenzong to breathe and almost suffocate him. However, Zhenzong wasn't afraid because of this. Instead, he revealed a trace of a smile, his eyes as sharp as swords. So what if there are strong enemies? I have 2 swords to break them. In that instant, Zhenzong felt as if his mental strength had transformed into a sharp sword, wanting to break through the clouds. Zhenzong retracted his gaze after glancing at the surface of the lake and turned to leave with large strides. There was another inn diagonally opposite the one Zhenzong was staying at. It was a bit smaller, and the vice-commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard and the 3 captains were all inside. All of them had grave expressions on their faces. As soon as they inquired about the news, they found that things were getting more and more troublesome. Not only did Zhenzong reach the 10th floor of the Sky Ascending Tower, but he also defeated Xiao Zhanchen, who was ranked 2nd on the Minor Sky Ascension ranking and the number 1 true martial realm core disciple of the Myriad Sky sect. It doesn't matter. Zhenzong is talented and has potential, but he is also a troublemaker. Even if we don't do anything, the Nangong, Xian, and Martial Saint Palace won't let him go. A captain of the Dragon Teeth Guard said. When they found out that Zhenzong had provoked these 3 forces, their eyelids twitched. Especially the Xian and Martial Saint Palace, they were even more shocked. One had to know that the Ascending Heaven region was different from the Longtu region. It lacked the supervision of the Longtu royal family's laws. Even though Transcendence usually wouldn't act against cultivators below the Transcendence realm, there were still a few cases. Therefore, from this point of view, Zhenzong was still in Ascending Heaven City and was safe for now. However, as soon as he left Ascending Heaven City, what awaited him would be death. Could Zhenzong stay in Ascending Heaven City for the rest of his life? Impossible. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were shining 4-edged sword pillars that were as thick as thighs, pointing straight to the sky. Every sword pillar was 2 meters tall, and there was no hilt, only a 4-edged sword body standing upright on the ground. The edges were sharpened, emitting a faint cyan light, looking extremely sharp. At a glance, there were hundreds of such terrifying sword pillars. They were densely distributed, and the distance between each sword pillar was less than half a meter. Zhenzong stood at the entrance. Seeing this scene, he was very surprised, and then his eyes shone brightly. I hope this place can help me master this body movement in a short period of time, Zhenzong said to himself. A few days ago, Zhenzong bought a body movement technique in a treasure house in Ascending Sky City. It was a heaven-level body movement technique that lacked the last level. 9 phantom light steps. This was a combat footwork, unlike the sweeping 8 directions technique that was used for long-distance running. Zhenzong stepped into the range of the sword pillars. With a buzzing sound, the sword pillars seemed to come alive, and started to rotate slowly. The terrifying sharpness became even more threatening, like sword chi soaring into the sky, which made people's hearts palpitate. Taking a step forward, Chenzong crossed the first sword pillar and entered it. Immediately, the rotating sword pillars began to move. They moved back and forth, left and right. Their speed was not fast, but when they intersected, they sealed off all possibilities of dodging. Chenzong's figure flashed, and his feet seemed to be wrapped up in a ray of light. His figure then followed with astonishing agility, dodging the attack of a sword pillar. However, at the same time, a few more sword pillars attacked. The terrifying rotating sharpness seemed to want to tear Chenzong apart, and nothing could stop it. At this critical moment, Chenzong did not use his sword to block. Instead, he took another step forward, and with light under his feet, he dodged again. It was a close call. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope, and below him was a bottomless abyss. The cultivation of these sword pillars brought Chenzong enough pressure, which made him more focused and easier to cultivate. For example, cultivating this sword pillar required 10 substandard spiritual sources a day, which was quite expensive. The complete Phantom 9 Steps technique was divided into 3 stages, but Chenzong had only bought the first 2 stages. If it was the complete Phantom 9 Steps technique, it would be a heaven-grade peerless art. Usually, it would be taken by the big sect and would not be circulated outside. The first level was called Shadowless Illusory Light. As the name implied, once one reached the pinnacle of this technique, one would be unable to see one's figure, only a ball of illusory light. It would cause one to be dazzled, difficult to capture, and difficult to attack. The second stage was called 9 Revolutions, 1000 Revolutions. It was based on the first stage and was even more profound. Now, Chenzong was practicing the first level of the shadowless phantom light. Light shone under his feet. Time flew. For a few days, Chenzong had been practicing the Phantom 9 Steps technique in this sword pillar. His comprehension was amazing, and under the hard work, he made rapid progress. When he took a step forward, the illusory light suddenly rose from his feet, as if it had swallowed his legs and reached his waist. The lower half of Chenzong's body turned into an illusory light. His feet could not be seen, and his body seemed to be several times lighter. He was incomparably agile, and he calmly avoided the attacks of the sword pillars. Cultivate. Cultivate, cultivate. Every time he performed the Phantom 9 Steps technique, the illusory light would spread further on his body, to his chest, and then to his neck. When the illusory light covered his whole body and became one, it meant that the first level of the shadowless phantom light had been cultivated to the pinnacle. Today, I'll cultivate it to the pinnacle, Chenzong thought to himself. With a bit of obsession and amazing talent, the first level of the shadowless phantom light continued to move forward. Between the hundreds of sword pillars, a ball of illusory light moved quickly. It was as light as the wind, and as nimble as the floating clouds. With a swoosh, the ball of light became one, and it shuttled through several extremely dangerous sword pillars without touching them. Immediately, the illusory light rushed out of the sword pillars' range and appeared outside of them. When the light disappeared, Chenzong's figure also appeared. I've finally cultivated the first level. Although my combat strength did not directly increase, it has become more flexible. Chenzong thought to himself, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. After I've cultivated the second level, I'll go challenge the Sky Tower. Chenzong had not made any progress in the cultivation of the third level of the change of will. He knew very well how to cultivate the third level, and he also knew the reason why it was so difficult for him to cultivate it. However, there was no way to solve it now. He had searched in many treasure pavilions, but there was no suitable way to cultivate spiritual power. This kind of cultivation method was even more precious than a peerless heaven-grade secret art or martial art. Only a small number of powerful forces possessed such a method. Since this was the case, if he wanted to become stronger, he would have to break through to the peak of the true martial realm. Currently, he had no clue how to do so, and with half a year's time, Chenzong had no confidence he would succeed. The other option was to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. However, after breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, his combat strength would greatly increase, but if he went to challenge the Sky Tower, the difficulty would become as high as a pseudo-transcendent. At that time, whether or not he could reach the 9th floor was still unknown, let alone the 10th or 11th floor. After thinking about it for a while, Chenzong really could not find a way to continue improving his combat strength in a short time, so he chose this incomplete peerless heaven-grade movement technique. After cultivating it, his combat strength would not directly increase, but it would significantly increase. At that time, it would be time for him to challenge the Sky Tower. Striking while the iron was hot, Chenzong continued to cultivate inside the sword pillars the next day. This time, Chenzong wanted to cultivate the second stage of the 9 revolutions Phantom Light 9 steps, 9 revolutions 1000 revolutions. The mysteries of this stage were at least several times more profound than the first, so naturally, it was more difficult to cultivate, but Chenzong had already comprehended it, so all that was left was to cultivate and master it. Taking one step after another, the light under Chenzong's feet surged upwards, engulfing his entire body, transforming him into a mass of illusory light, as light and agile as the wind. Amidst the intense buzzing, the rotation and movement speed of the sword pillar more than doubled, becoming even more terrifying. As it rotated, it even emitted waves of astonishing suction force. The crazy suction force seemed to mince everything in the surroundings into powder. Its rotation speed was extremely fast, and as it moved, it rubbed against the air and emitted an astonishing high temperature, turning into strands of flames that burned fiercely. In an instant, the entire sword pillar field seemed to be engulfed in a raging inferno, becoming even more terrifying. Compared to before, this kind of power had increased by at least 10 times. Chenzong's expression changed. He never imagined that the sword pillar's difficulty would be so terrifying when raised to the highest level. At this time, some people walked into the sword pillar field, preparing to cultivate with the help of the sword pillar. There were a total of 3 people, and as soon as they stepped in, they were greeted by a sea of fiery red, as if they had walked to the edge of a sea of fire. The blazing heat made their mouths dry and their bodies hot. What's going on? Who activated the sword pillar's highest difficulty? The 3 people were all horrified, their eyes widening as they stared at the blazing inferno in front of them, their ears echoing with a terrifying momentum, making them feel very small. It was too terrifying. I can only see a mass of light, I can't see who it is. The person who can cultivate at this highest difficulty should be a pseudo-transcendence. The 3 of them directly defined Chenzong as a pseudo-transcendence master. In fact, in terms of speed and agility, Chenzong was indeed not inferior to an early 7-star pseudo-transcendence, and even faster than those who were not proficient in speed. Now that he had cultivated the more advanced Phantom Light 9 steps, his speed had been further enhanced, so it was not surprising that he was regarded as a pseudo-transcendence master in this aspect. Chenzong did not know what the others were thinking. The pressure he was under right now was too great. He felt that the terrifying sword pillar was strangling him, as if it would grind him to dust at any time, and the terrifying heat was constantly rising, as if it would burn him to a crisp. The light around his body flickered, becoming thinner and thinner. Chenzong's footsteps seemed to gradually slow down, and his figure seemed to become more hazy. The 4 sword pillars madly strangled him, and the terrifying flames surrounded Chenzong from all directions, leaving him with nowhere to run. Even if he had reached the consummate first layer of the Phantom Light 9 steps, he could not escape. Just as Chenzong was about to be strangled and burned to ashes by the 4 sword pillars, Chenzong took a step forward. This step seemed to be accompanied by endless smoke, as if he had crossed over from another world. The moment his foot landed, Chenzong's figure was astonishingly distorted, as if he had been torn apart by an unknown power. It was as if ripples of light were surging in his body. At the same time, 4 terrifying sword pillars with blazing flames shot out and struck the shattered light figure, causing it to disappear completely. However, Chenzong's figure appeared outside the 4 sword pillars, safe and sound. That's the feeling, Chenzong thought. The feeling just now was very mysterious and difficult to describe in words, but it was the mystery of the 9 steps, 1000 revolutions. Of course, it was just the first layer of the 9 steps, 1000 revolutions. Chenzong continued to cultivate, but the consumption of the second layer was many times more than that of the first layer. Even with Chenzong's terrifyingly pure true force, he could not support it more than a few times. When the energy was almost exhausted, Chenzong left the sword pillar formation, and the sword pillar formation gradually quieted down. It's him. Who? Chenzong, the first person to reach the 10th floor of the Sky Tower in 100 years. Isn't he in the real martial arts realm? Yes, he is in the real martial arts realm. He can cultivate at the highest level of the sword pillar and still be intact. How terrifying. The three people looked at Qinzong's back as he left, and their eyes widened in horror. After that, Qinzong came to the sword pillar formation every day to cultivate the 9 steps, 1,000 revolutions. Every day, he made progress and gradually improved. First layer. Second layer. Third layer. Fourth layer. Improvement, improvement, and improvement. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed, and Qinzong had cultivated the 9 steps, 1,000 revolutions, to the last layer. But this was not the end, but a new beginning. Because the Phantom 9 steps was a footwork that was driven by true force, Qinzong's strongest strength was the strength of his body and the sword energy formed by the true force, so he had to try to use the sword energy to perform this footwork. Using the sword energy to perform the Phantom 9 steps was more difficult than Qinzong had imagined. The first layer was okay, and it took Qinzong 10 days. The second layer was really difficult. 1 month had passed, and there was only progress, but it was not complete. Thank you for your support, but I can't stop subscribing. The night was quiet, and the stars were shining brightly. The Black Tower of Ascension was like a black giant, standing above the earth and under the sky, sleeping. Suddenly, a wall on the 10th floor of the Tower of Ascension flickered with light. The light was more obvious in the dark night, but it was not strong, so no one noticed it. After all, the annual opening of the Tower of Ascension was over, and the people who came for the Tower of Ascension had already left. The remaining people would not pay much attention to the Tower of Ascension, so they had to wait until the opening of the Tower of Ascension next year. Therefore, the light on the wall on the 10th floor of the Tower of Ascension did not attract anyone's attention. This is... Qinzong was a little stunned. He looked at the figure in front of him and felt the powerful aura that the figure emitted. This did not seem to be the first floor. Following that, the figure rushed over like a bolt of lightning. As the figure swayed, there seemed to be countless afterimages circling around him. The black longsword was pointed straight at Qinzong. An astonishing aura locked onto Qinzong from afar. The body of the sword trembled slightly, and countless afterimages followed the figure. Stepping within 3 meters, all the afterimages gathered, and the wind and thunder surged. It was like a falling meteor, releasing the most powerful attack that could destroy mountains. Qinzong swung his sword, and there was no sound of collision. He easily defeated the opponent's sword, and then the figure was defeated. I can't believe I went straight to the 10th floor, Qinzong muttered to himself. Well, I can save the time of going through the tower. This time, Qinzong did not need to refine his body, and his combat power had increased greatly. He swung his sword and defeated 2 figures directly. Then, he defeated 4 figures with 1 sword. Almost as soon as the figure appeared, Qinzong slashed out with his sword. He used the least amount of strength to launch his strongest sword attack. He did not give his opponent the slightest chance to retaliate. Otherwise, if he waited until his opponent had used his strongest sword attack, he would use up even more energy. His figure did not move, and he tried his best to preserve his strength. Qinzong had a feeling that the 10th floor was not as simple as the previous 9 floors. Slash. Slash, this was the absolute difference in combat power. 32 figures were also slashed by Qinzong's dual swords, and then there were 64 figures. Qinzong struck out with both swords, slashing out a sword light that was like a full moon. In an instant, it swept out in all directions, and the 64 figures were all defeated. Compared to before, he was calm. After mastering the second transformation of the mind. It was a huge leap for an early-stage 6-star warrior to reach mid-stage 6-star warrior. Qinzong watched as the 64 figures were defeated and disappeared. However, he did not use up too much of his strength. He had only used up about 30% of his strength. He still had 70% left. The light voice sounded ethereal and lively, as if it was echoing in the boundless wilderness under the azure sky. At first, it was like a gentle breeze, then it became like a howling gale. Qinzong was shocked. He had no idea where the sound came from. He quickly looked around, but there was nothing. I'm here. When the voice sounded again, Chenzong felt as if it was right beside his ear. He saw a figure appear out of thin air in front of him. He was dressed in a purple robe, and his hands were clasped behind his back, facing Chenzong. His feet stepped lightly on the floor of the 10th floor of the Sky Ascension Pagoda. His body was light, as if he was about to fly with the wind. The figure was right in front of him, but it gave Chenzong a feeling that it was infinitely far away, as if it was separated by layers of time and space. Like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. "May I know who you are?" Chenzong asked. "I am who I am." That purple-robed figure laughed softly. He then turned around. It felt as if time had passed since ancient times, but also as if it had only been an instant. When he turned around to face Chenzong, it was as if he had traveled through thousands of time and space to arrive here. This person looked like he was in his 30s. He was gentle and elegant, like a great scholar. His eyes were very deep as the void of the universe, as if thousands of stars were being nurtured in them. He was like a god. "Defeat me." The middle-aged man put down his hands behind his back. Light flickered and transformed into a long sword. Chenzong was stunned. Although he didn't know who this person was or how strong he was it possible to defeat him? Chenzong had no confidence at all. The aura of the other party was like the void of the universe, and he couldn't resist it at all. "Don't worry." The purple-robed man smiled. He quickly withdrew his aura, and then slashed out with his sword. The purple light of the sword pierced through the air, as fast as the wind. Chenzong quickly pulled out his sword and slashed out. In the collision, Chenzong felt that the other party's strength was about the same as his. They were at the same level. In this way, Chenzong made up his mind. The other party meant to fight with him at the same level of strength. He took a step forward, and light appeared under his feet. His whole body was suddenly swallowed by the illusory light. In the blink of an eye, he strangely appeared beside the purple-robed man. His two swords pierced through the air continuously. Countless sword lights bombarded like a meteor shower. Each sword was domineering and incomparably powerful. The purple-robed man's eyes lit up slightly. He saw through all the mysteries of Chenzong. Then he slashed out with his sword. It was an ordinary slash. It was only the sweeping sword of the basic swordsmanship, but it blocked all of Chenzong's hundreds of sword lights as if it could sweep away thousands of soldiers and horses. Then he stabbed out again. It was the piercing sword of the basic swordsmanship. The sword pierced straight toward Chenzong. Countless auras surrounded Chenzong, which frightened him. It was only the piercing sword of the basic swordsmanship, but it carried a terrifying aura that could scare away ghosts and gods. It was unstoppable. Chenzong quickly raised his sword to block the attack. The extremely powerful force burst out. Chenzong's arms trembled. He flew backward as if he was constantly pushed by an incomparably powerful force. The purple-robed man slashed out again. It was still the sword of the basic swordsmanship. The sword slashed down. It seemed to be a simple slash, but it carried a terrifying aura that could cut through everything. Chenzong's face suddenly changed. He found that he could not dodge it no matter how hard he tried. The sword slashed down, as if the whole sky was crushing down. What kind of power was this? Since he could not dodge, he could only take it head-on. Chenzong not only had to take it head-on, but also break it. Heaven and earth, the two swords pierced through the air. The cross-shaped sword light of different colors was like the compression of the sun and the moon. It gathered amazing power and reflected on the 10th floor of the sky-reaching tower, as if the sky-reaching tower was divided into 4 parts. The cross-shaped sword light pierced through the air and met the purple-robed man's sword. Chenzong was not sure if this move could withstand the opponent's sword slash. Although the purple-robed man had suppressed his combat strength to the same level as Chenzong's, the realm of his swordsmanship was higher than Chenzong's. Under the support of that terrifying aura, the basic swordsmanship became very amazing. Perhaps it could not be called a basic swordsmanship anymore. It was a more advanced power, a power that was beyond Chenzong's current realm. The purple-robed man's face was calm. He slashed down with his sword and directly shattered the cross-shaped sword light. The sword momentum did not disappear. Chenzong felt like he was being cut into pieces. He slashed out again. Heaven and earth. He activated the sword strength and made 3 consecutive moves to defeat the opponent's sword. Not bad. The purple-robed man said softly, but this is still not enough. As he spoke, the purple-robed man slashed out again. It was still a very simple slash, but it contained an unparalleled aura. It was extremely sharp and seemed to follow some kind of principle of the world. It seemed to be a simple path, but it was extremely profound. Chen Zong used Zhong Huang's sword skill to the extreme. Combined with Zhong Huang's sword skill, he could not do anything to the purple-robed man. Instead, the purple-robed man's sword made Chen Zong tired. He had to use 9,000 turns to dodge. The purple-robed man slashed out again. The blade of the sword was steady and straight, as if it was carrying an invisible mountain. Even if it was hit by a hurricane, it would not sway at all. It was a very simple move. The blade of the sword could be seen clearly, and the trajectory of the sword seemed to be clearly captured. However, Chen Zong's pupils dilated and his hair stood on end. This move was more terrifying than any of the previous ones. Not only did it make it difficult for him to move, but it also suppressed his thoughts as if they were frozen. Chen Zong wanted to perform 9 twists and turns to dodge, but he found that he was really imprisoned under this move. He could not dodge or resist. He could only watch the sword coming for him. The terrifying momentum contained in it seemed to be about to crush him. Even if the opponent was not as strong as him, it would be difficult for him to resist. Defeat, what was there to talk about? In this case, he should be desperate. However, Chen Zong did not despair. Instead, he opened his eyes as wide as possible and stared at the incoming sword. The sword was very slow, like a crawling snail. Chen Zong could see it clearly, but there was nothing he could do. Chen Zong could feel that if he could not get rid of it or resist it, his soul and body would be annihilated by this sword and completely disappear between heaven and earth. However, how could he resist or get rid of it? Could he do it with his current strength? Even if he had mastered the 3rd transformation of his mind, he would not be able to resist this sword. So, how could he break out of this situation? Where was the key to breaking out of this situation? Momentum. Yes, it was that momentum, that amazing and indescribable momentum, that made each of the purple-robed man's sword extremely terrifying. That momentum was closely related to the sword. It was related to the sword. Could it be the realm of the sword? His swordsmanship realm had already reached the perfection of man and sword as one, but he could not break through to the next realm. It was too difficult. Under normal circumstances, only transcendence could reach this step. Even Master Black Sword had only reached the perfection of man and sword as one earlier than him and was only half a step into the next realm. The mystery of the realm was indescribable. Suddenly, as if something had broken, the mysterious sword tip in the depths of his mind trembled slightly and released a silver divine light that filled his entire knowledge sea. There is momentum in heaven and earth. The rising of the sun and the setting of the moon are momentum, and the blooming and wilting of the flowers are also momentum. Therefore, momentum always exists between heaven and earth, and ordinary people cannot find it. Suddenly, a vigorous voice sounded, as if it was ringing in his ears, but also as if it came from a distant world. It was mighty and ethereal, containing an ancient charm. Old friends seek martial arts and enlightenment. The momentum of the sword. When these 4 words rang out, it was as if 10,000 thunderbolts had exploded in his ears, deafening even the apathetic. It was as if the heavens and earth had been created at the beginning of the world, or as if a sword light had split open the chaos, peerless and unparalleled. Chen Zong vaguely saw supreme sword light descend from the sky. It was majestic, ancient, and profound. Nothing could stop the slash of this sword light. Everything would be pulverized by this sword light and turned to dust. Chen Zong stared with his eyes wide open. His expression was calm, and his eyes were deep. They flickered with infinite light, like stars flickering in and out of existence, as if infinite mysteries were being revealed. From this sword light, Chen Zong saw a kind of momentum, a momentum driven by the sword light. It was a momentum that belonged to the heavens and earth. When combined with the sword light, it made the sword light invincible. The momentum of the heavens and earth was the momentum of the sword. In the way of the sword, the first stage was the unity of body and sword. It was a kind of power that belonged to the body. The momentum left the body and extended outside of the body, touching the heavens and earth. This was a power that could not be seen or touched, but it existed in every part of the world. using the momentum of the heavens and earth for one's own use. Those who practiced the sword called it the momentum of the sword, or sword momentum for short. Suddenly, all the mysteries emerged. The light in Xianxia's eyes changed more and more. There were countless people who practiced the sword in ancient times, but there were many who could achieve the unity of body and sword, and even fewer who could comprehend the momentum of the sword. Even most people at the extreme mortal stage couldn't do it. It was even more impossible for people below the transcendent stage. Simply put, only sword cultivators at the earth spirit stage had 100% chance of comprehending the momentum of the sword. In an instant, Xianxia felt that everything around him was different. It was as if everything between the heavens and earth had become more vivid and lively. He could even see faint traces of energy swimming around, like fish swimming in the sea. A feeling told Xianxia that if he followed these trajectories, his sword would become stronger. Xianxia stabbed out, following one of the trajectories, as if it was endless. But for some reason, Xianxia had a strange feeling after the sword pierced out. It was as if nothing could stop the penetration of the sword. In the next moment, Xianxia's sword attack was defeated. The irresistible force came crashing down, making Xianxia feel like his whole body was collapsing. His bones and muscles seemed to be torn apart, and his internal organs seemed to be destroyed. He was in great pain. Not bad. You were able to comprehend sword force. You are indeed very talented in the way of the sword. The purple-robed man smiled and nodded, giving Xianxia some affirmation. However, it's still not enough to defeat me with this half-step sword force. Half-step sword force? Xianxia muttered to himself, but the injuries in his body quickly healed, and then he smiled. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll be satisfied if I can master half-step sword force and touch the second level of sword principle. Xianxia's words were sincere and there was no falsehood in them. The more one cultivated, the more one felt insignificant. Insignificant in front of heaven and earth, insignificant in front of the Tao. This kind of insignificance made people unconsciously feel a trace of awe. Xianxia had reached the perfection stage of man and sword principle for quite a long time, but he was still unable to break through to the next level. He couldn't even find the slightest clue. He even wondered if he would be able to reach it after breaking through to the transcendent realm. Even faster, he would be like Black Sword Xianxia, who mastered half-step sword force at the Grandmaster realm. He didn't expect that in the Heaven Ascension Tower, he would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the second level of sword principle and master half-step sword force. Half-step sword force was a starting point. It was the starting point to break through to the second level of sword principle and master true sword force. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia calmed down and focused his mind. Everything in front of him became clear again. Traces of light flashed in the air. Although they weren't clear, he could still see them. Following the traces, Xianxia attacked again. The two swords pierced through the air one after another towards the purple-robed man. However, the piercing sword and the basic sword technique was completely different from before. Under the extreme sharpness, there seemed to be an unexpected power added to the sword, causing the two swords to become even more tyrannical. They could pierce through everything, and there was nothing they could not overcome. The purple-robed man secretly nodded. With Xianxia's age and cultivation, it was indeed extraordinary for him to be able to master half-step sword force. If it was him at the beginning, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Now, it was time to see to what extent his opponent could display half-step sword force. After all, he had just mastered it. The purple-robed man didn't attack with his sword. Instead, he casually moved his feet and calmly avoided Xianxia's two sword attacks. Attacking again and again, Xianxia didn't have any other thoughts. He just followed the vague traces in front of him and constantly waved his two swords. In the beginning, it was just a stab. Sword after sword stabbed out continuously, following the blurry trajectory. Sometimes, there would be deviations, resulting in not only not being able to unleash his power, but also a feeling of being blocked. Soon, Xianxia found out the reason. Different trajectories had different uses. Among all the traces, only one was suitable for the stabbing sword. Following this trace, Xianxia kept stabbing the long sword in his hand. Gradually, he got familiar with it and became more accurate. His power seemed to be increasing. The speed of the sword became faster and more tyrannical. However, the purple-robed man still calmly dodged. Occasionally, he waved his sword casually, which brought great pressure to Qianzong and directly defeated all of Qianzong's attacks. However, Qianzong immediately reorganized and attacked with his sword again. At first, he stabbed the sword. Then, he caught the trace of the slashing sword and alternated between the stabbing sword and the slashing sword. The stabbing sword seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The slashing sword seemed to be able to cut through everything. After that, Qianzong caught the trace of the slashing sword again. The 18 moves of the basic swordsmanship, each of which had its own application and mystery. Qianzong had practiced it before. In the beginning, it was taught by his elder sister, Qin Chuyun. Every time he practiced, Qianzong would at least practice the 18 moves of the basic swordsmanship. By now, it had become a habit and an instinct in his bones. As a result, Qianzong was very familiar with the 18 basic sword techniques. He was able to use each of them to the extreme, which was something that many sword practitioners could not compare to. However, at this moment, when he attacked according to the blurry trajectory between heaven and earth, he was able to increase his power by more than 10 times. The more he caught the trace of the sword, the more Qianzong understood. He was completely immersed in it, as if he was about to merge with heaven and earth. However, the purple-robed man was not affected at all. He calmly dodged Qianzong's attacks and made Qianzong's strokes miss. Occasionally, he counterattacked with his sword and repelled Qianzong. Every stroke of the purple-robed man contained real sword momentum, not half-step sword momentum. The difference between complete and incomplete was huge. Qianzong knew that the purple-robed man was holding back. Otherwise, he would have been defeated and killed in one stroke. Since he wasn't going to kill Qianzong and was instead holding back, it was more like he was giving him pointers. Qianzong had to make good use of this opportunity. Even if he failed to pass the 10th floor, he would be satisfied. Slashing. Slashing. Slashing, with two swords in hand, the traces in his eyes became clearer. However, there was always a feeling that there was something between them. It was still a little vague, like the mist on a crystal mirror. Slashing the sword was like wiping the mist on a mirror, making it clear. Without knowing the passage of time, he forgot everything and only had the sword in his heart. The 18 moves of the basic swordsmanship were performed by Qianzong with two swords. The power of each stroke carried a trace of the power of heaven and earth. Its power was increased by more than 10 times, surpassing some powerful sword techniques. Moreover, this kind of sword technique was simpler and faster. Every stroke was accompanied by a layer of flowing light, which was dazzling. "You have reached the peak of half-step sword momentum," the purple-robed man said softly, but only he could hear his voice. "Let's stop here." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword. Unparalleled sword momentum descended and directly defeated Qianzong's sword momentum. Once again, Qianzong felt that he could not move. This stroke seemed to want to kill him. However, at the instant it was about to strike him, the peerlessly terrifying might of the sword that seemed as if the entire world was pressing down on him brushed past like a cool breeze. It no longer brought Qianzong terrifying killing intent, but a refreshing feeling instead. "Thank you, Senior." No matter what, the purple-robed man had helped him comprehend the half-step sword momentum, and he did not kill him. "You are very good." The purple-robed man smiled slightly. His eyes became deeper and deeper, like a group of rotating stars, containing countless Taoist rhymes. "You have 9 lives, and each life you have mastered one path." The purple-robed man spoke again. His gentle voice contained endless charm. Even if Qianzong did not deliberately listen, he would still be deeply imprinted. What he said surprised Qianzong even more. 9 lives, this was beyond Qianzong's imagination. 9 lives, what kind of concept was that? Qianzong did not feel much about this because his realm was not high enough. He only felt that it seemed to be very powerful. That was all. "Senior, are you Li Tiandi?" Qianzong asked. "Li Tiandi, that is also me." The purple-robed man smiled slightly. Qianzong immediately understood what he meant. 9 lives. In this life, he was called Li Tiandi. As for the previous 8 lives, he was not. Although he had guessed it, Qianzong could not help but feel shocked after the purple-robed man admitted it. It turned out that the last test of the 10th level was Li Tiandi. However, didn't Li Tiandi already tear the void and leave? Didn't he leave? I'm just an incarnation. The purple-robed man seemed to have seen through Chenzong's doubts and said with a smile. An incarnation. Chenzong was shocked when he heard that. An incarnation gave him a feeling of looking up at a tall mountain and boundless sky. He did not know how big the gap between him and the purple-robed man was. It was just an incarnation. If it was Li Tiandi himself, how powerful would he be? What kind of cultivation would be needed to tear the void with his bare hands? Chenzong did not know, but he knew that the gap between him and the purple-robed man was too big. The most important thing now was to complete his goal step by step and become more powerful. Now, follow me to the next level. The incarnation of Li Tiandi said. Chenzong was suddenly stunned. They were now on the 10th level. The next level would be the 11th level. Senior, I didn't defeat you, did I? Chenzong could not help but ask. The 11th level of the tower was different from the previous 10 levels. Although it still looked empty, the feeling was different. Moreover, the top of the 11th level was like a void. There were countless lights shining on it. Some of the lights were strong and some were weak. They seemed to be of different distances. It was as if he was under a boundless starry sky. Vast and deep, Chenzong felt as if his soul had been cleansed and became clearer. I have 9 lives. In each life, I have mastered a Tao. That Tao is the Great Tao. Under the Great Tao, there are countless smaller Taos. Li Tiandi's avatar looked up at the starry sky and said calmly. Those who pass the 10th level of the tower and enter the 11th level will receive my inheritance. Yes, and no. Chenzong listened quietly. When you tried the tower for the first time, you made it to the end of the 10th level. I saw that you had great potential, so I gave you a tower entry token as a reward. I hope that you can try the tower again within half a year. In other words, the other people who made it to the 10th level did not receive a tower entry token. Chenzong was the only one who got it. You did not disappoint me. Even though I am only an avatar and not even 1/10,000th of my original self, you can't defeat me with your current strength. However, you must gain my approval. Only by gaining my approval can you pass the 10th level and enter the 11th level. Then, Li Tiandi's avatar waved his hand. The shining starry sky seemed to fall from the sky and appeared around Chenzong. These are the insights of my 9 lives, Li Tiandi's avatar said solemnly. Chenzong swept his gaze across the surroundings. Looking at the countless starlight, he was extremely shocked. The insights of his 9 lives were as vast as the sea. How small was he in front of it? Then, Li Tiandi's avatar pointed his finger 9 times in a row. Then, 9 rays of starry sky became brighter. They shone like 9 suns and surrounded Chenzong. These 9 Taos are the great Tao that I have mastered in my 9 lives, Li Tiandi's avatar said seriously. Chenzong carefully sensed the aura emitted by the 9 balls of light. It was as vast as the universe. In front of it, Chenzong felt even more insignificant. With my inheritance, you can choose one of the 9 great Taos, Li Tiandi's clone said. Chenzong was shocked when he heard this, but he did not make a hasty decision because he had too many questions in his mind. Senior, may I ask what is the Great Tao? What is a minor path? Chenzong couldn't help but ask. There is Tao in heaven and earth. Tao exists in all things. The void of the universe, all living creatures, everything is made up of Tao. Everything is Tao. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven said. A mysterious feeling arose spontaneously. Chenzong thought he had understood. But when he thought about it carefully, he didn't understand anything. The height of the Tao far exceeded the current level. It was still unreachable. The height of the Tao is heaven. It was called the heavenly way in ancient times. Below the heavenly way is the great Tao. Below the great Tao are the minor Taos. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven said. But when he saw the confusion in Chenzong's eyes, he stopped. The Tao could not be passed down easily. It was not only precious, but also profound. Without a matching realm, it was impossible to understand it. Chenzong was indeed outstanding. He was much better than the incarnation of Emperor departing heaven in his first life. But after all, he was still young and lacked in all aspects. He had not even touched the minor Daos. Each of my 9 great Daos is different. That one is the great Dao of Sword. It may be the most suitable one for you. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven pointed to one of the 9 balls of light that shone the brightest. The aura that the ball of light gave off was sharp and domineering. When Qinzong focused on the ball of light that symbolized the great Dao of Sword, he seemed to see a giant sword that pierced through the sky. When the sword fell, heaven and earth would crack and everything would turn into nothingness. Perhaps, as the incarnation of Emperor departing heaven had said, the great Dao of Sword was the most suitable inheritance for him. If you receive the inheritance of the great Dao of Sword, you can cultivate according to it until you master it. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven said, but I am just giving you a suggestion. The choice is still up to you. When Qinzong heard this, he did not choose the inheritance of the great Dao of Sword immediately. It was a good thing to receive the inheritance of the great Dao of Sword from Emperor departing heaven. It meant that from now on, he would not have to take the wrong path. He would cultivate according to the great Dao of Sword until he mastered it completely and became an expert of the generation. But Qinzong resisted it from the bottom of his heart. If other warriors knew about it, they would probably beat him to death. However, all real geniuses had their own pride. If he inherited the great Dao of Sword, he would be able to embark on a grand path and become an expert of the generation. But that was the path that Emperor departing heaven had walked. The more he followed Emperor departing heaven's comprehension, the deeper he would be shackled. Qinzong did not want to. He was himself, not others. Maybe it was just a ridiculous stubbornness. Follow your heart, the incarnation of Emperor departing heaven smiled and said. Qinzong closed his eyes and did not look. He did not want to be disturbed. He calmed himself down, like the surface of a lake without any ripples. Time passed slowly. Qinzong calmed down completely. He forgot about the sky tower, the incarnation of Emperor departing heaven, and the great Dao and small Dao around him. It was as if Qinzong had blended into this place and could not be distinguished. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven stood quietly on the side and did not disturb Qinzong. Qinzong's choice was all up to him. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven was just giving him some suggestions. The choice of the path was up to him. Once he made a choice, he would walk it without any regrets. He listened to the voice of his heart. A circle of ripples slowly spread out in the calm lake of his heart. One circle after another, it spread out continuously. An invisible power swept over Qinzong. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven was slightly surprised. The invisible power spread out and swept over everything. Suddenly, spots of starlight appeared in the lake of his heart. The most dazzling ones were 9 of them. They represented the 9 great Dao that Emperor departing heaven had mastered. In the lake of his heart, Qinzong could feel it even more clearly. Some were fierce, some were violent, and some were changeable, countless spots of starlight and endless aura. Every spot of starlight represented a kind of inheritance. Great Dao, small Dao, great Dao, how should he choose? What did he need the most? What was the most suitable for him? Qinzong was not sure. After all, people were growing and their needs were different at every stage. So, what was the most suitable for him now? When this thought came to his mind, the spots of starlight in the lake of his heart gradually dimmed. In the end, only one spot of starlight was still shining. That might be the inheritance that was most suitable for him now. Qinzong didn't know what kind of inheritance it was, but it was the choice of following his heart. The illusory heart lake disappeared, and his eyes opened. A trace of light shot out. Qinzong's body moved, and he rapidly flew forward. His right hand was like a heavenly dragon's claw. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven stared at Qinzong to see what kind of inheritance he would choose. Then, Qinzong's right hand caught a spot of light. It's not a great Dao, nor a small Dao. As the incarnation of Emperor departing heaven, he knew all the inheritances here very well, even though he did not even have 1/10,000th of his original strength. The great Dao inheritance was naturally the best, followed by the small Dao inheritance, and then the great Dao inheritance. The great Dao inheritance referred to all kinds of martial arts techniques. After cultivating those techniques to the extreme, one would have the opportunity to touch the small Dao. But now, Zhong did not choose a great Tao or a small Tao. He chose one of the great Tao inheritance, which was the lowest level. This was completely out of the incarnation of Emperor departing heaven's expectation. But there was no other way. This was Zhong's choice, and it was a choice that followed his heart. It's that inheritance. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven was shocked again because he sensed the inheritance Zhong had chosen. Although it was not a great Tao or a small Tao and was only one of the great Tao inheritance, its value was the highest among the great Tao inheritance. It was not inferior to a small Tao at all. The light merged into Zhong's palm and quickly spread through his arm, entering his mind. Zhong stood still quietly as countless information flowed into his mind. That was an inheritance. After a while, Zhong accepted the inheritance and was delighted. Indeed, this was the most suitable inheritance for him at this stage. Spiritual cultivation, this was the name of this inheritance. To put it simply, this was a technique to cultivate spiritual energy. The initial stage of cultivating spiritual energy was to cultivate one's spiritual cultivation. This was a very, very pure cultivation method for cultivating one's spirit and soul. It was extremely rare. It's your opportunity to obtain the spiritual cultivation method. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven smiled. Thank you, Senior. Zhong bowed to express his gratitude. Without Emperor departing heaven, he would not have been able to obtain such an inheritance. Zhong felt that this spiritual cultivation method was extremely brilliant. Perhaps the spiritual cultivation methods owned by the major forces could not be compared to it. You obtained all of this with your own ability. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven smiled. Then, the incarnation of Emperor departing heaven stretched out his hand and grabbed something in the void. Zhong vaguely saw a shadow. It was the shadow of the Tower of Ascension. Then, the incarnation of Emperor departing heaven pushed his hand and the shadow of the Tower of Ascension shrank rapidly. It flew to Zhong and entered Zhong's body. Zhong sensed it carefully and found nothing. However, the incarnation of Emperor departing heaven did not intend to explain. You have obtained the inheritance. Now, leave this place. Come back when you become a transcendent. The incarnation of Emperor departing heaven waved his hand. Before Zhong could say anything, he felt that he was wrapped up by an irresistible force. His surroundings became grotesque, as if he had passed through a colorful tunnel. In the next moment, Zhong was back in the guest room of the inn. It was hard to imagine what kind of power it was. With a wave of his hand, he was sent back to the inn from the Tower of Ascension. Only after a long time did Zhong calm down. The current him was still far too far away from the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Spiritual cultivation method. Zhong muttered to himself. Then, he thought of the Tower of Ascension. He did not know what the purpose of merging it into his body was. Other than Zhong, no one else knew what happened in the Tower of Ascension that night. After calming himself down, Zhong began to comprehend the art of spiritual enhancement. The art of spiritual enhancement was rather peculiar. When he first received the inheritance, Zhong seemed to be able to see everything, but he did not remember it. He only had a general understanding of it. Now that he had calmed down to comprehend it, he realized that he only knew the first level. The art of five senses. The five senses were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body. They represented vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Everyone had the five senses as long as they were complete. After obtaining the mysterious sword tip, Zhong's meridians had been cleansed and his bones had been reborn. His five senses were different from ordinary people. The strength of his five senses was closely related to his spiritual power. If his spiritual power was strong, his five senses would be strong. On the other hand, if his five senses were strong, his spiritual power would also be strengthened. The first level of the art of spiritual enhancement was to cultivate the five senses to a certain limit and strengthen his spiritual power. Only then would he enter the second level. The first level of the art of spiritual enhancement was the art of five senses. It was not difficult. After about 2 hours, Zhong had finished comprehending it and began cultivating. Now that he had reached a bottleneck in cultivating the third change of mind, he put it aside for the time being. He would cultivate the art of spiritual enhancement first to strengthen his spiritual power and further master his spiritual power. Perhaps he would be able to cultivate the change of mind better in the future. They complemented each other. The five senses were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body. Shenzong began cultivating with his eyes. Yangming raised his hands and pointed his index fingers at the sides of his eyes. He pressed hard, causing his eyes to feel like they were being squeezed. At the same time, he channeled the five senses eye recognition technique. His mental power slowly moved and gathered in his eyes. A sour feeling arose spontaneously. Waves of burning heat slowly rose in his eyes. Shenzong only felt that his eyes were about to be squeezed and burned. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. However, this was a necessary process in cultivating the art of five senses. As time passed, the pain in his eyes became more and more intense. It was so intense that Shenzong almost gave up, but he persevered with his strong will. 2 hours later, Shenzong stopped because he felt that his eyes had reached their limit. If he continued, it would only damage them. When the mental power dissipated, the sourness, swelling, and scorching heat also faded away. Instead, he felt relaxed and cool. It was so comfortable that Shenzong could not help but moan. After a while, the comfortable feeling disappeared and his eyes recovered. When Shenzong opened his eyes, there seemed to be a clear stream flowing through his eyes, pure and flawless. Looking ahead, he suddenly had a clearer feeling, as if the dust had been wiped away. He slowly shifted his line of sight and then opened the window to look outside. He could clearly see the veins on the leaves of a large tree thousands of meters away, as if they were right in front of him. Although he could do it in the past, it wasn't as clear as it was now. It's at least 30% better, Shenzong said to himself. This kind of improvement was an overall improvement. It allowed his vision to become clearer, and he could capture even more minute details. Supervision was very important to a martial artist. It allowed him to see the minute details that others could not see. In a battle, he could seize the initiative and detect his opponent's movements earlier, so he could react better. Retracting his gaze, Shenzong continued to cultivate. This time, he was cultivating his sense of hearing, which was his sense of hearing. He gathered his mental power from both his index fingers to his ears. His ears felt like they were being stretched open, and there was an invisible force constantly squeezing in. It felt like his ears were about to explode, and his eardrums were about to collapse. It was terrifying. Shenzong forced himself to endure the uncomfortable feeling and kept using his mental power to refine his ears. Gradually, there seemed to be a buzzing sound in his ears. It was like a demon's voice was pouring into his brain, making Shenzong feel even more uncomfortable and painful. The feeling grew stronger, and Shenzong had the urge to break his head. After 2 hours, Shenzong stopped. His mental power spread out, and the uncomfortable feeling faded away. Then, countless sounds came from all directions and kept entering his ears. Vaguely, Shenzong seemed to hear conversations and various other sounds coming from the room next door. It was blurry and noisy. In the past, it was impossible to achieve this without deliberate effort. Now, he was able to do it unintentionally. After this round of cultivation, his sense of hearing had improved significantly. After that, it was time to cultivate his sense of smell, which was his sense of smell. Similarly, he cultivated for 2 hours and had to endure extreme pain, but Shenzong persevered. After that, his sense of smell improved significantly, and he could smell the scents in the air more clearly. Everything in the world had its own smell. Only some of them were quite rich, while others were very, very faint, almost undetectable. However, when one's sense of smell reached a certain level, one could smell everything. The smell of wood, the smell of potted plants in the corner, and various smells drifted in from outside the window. After that, it was time to cultivate his sense of smell, which was his sense of taste. When people ate, other than to fill their stomachs and survive, it was also a kind of enjoyment. To enjoy the taste of different foods, one needed to distinguish them with their sense of taste. After 2 hours of cultivation, Shenzong felt that his tongue was numb and swollen. It was also burning hot, as if it had been thrown into an oven. After cultivating his sense of smell, Shenzong did not feel anything for the time being because he had not eaten anything yet. Finally, it was time to cultivate his sense of smell, which was the sense of touch of the whole body. Among the five senses, cultivating one's sense of smell was the most difficult because it covered the largest area. Chen Zong's mental power spread out, starting from his head and covering his whole body inch by inch. This was difficult in itself. If one's mental power was not enough, it would be impossible to complete this step. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mental power was very strong, far surpassing that of cultivators of the same level. Even when compared to many pseudo-transcendents, it was not weak at all. Under his control, the invisible mental power covered every part of his body, as if he was wearing invisible clothes. Soon after, according to the body consciousness cultivation method of the five senses, the mental power that covered his entire body rippled like water waves and slowly flowed through his body. As it flowed, every inch of his mental power spun like a vortex, causing Chen Zong to feel as if his skin was being torn apart and penetrating deep into his bones. Resisting this feeling, Chen Zong constantly drove his mental power to temper his body. This was different from body tempering. After 2 hours, the cultivation of his sense of smell had reached its limit. Withdrawing his mental power, Chen Zong could feel the fluctuations around him. He did not sense it with his eyes or ears, nor did he sense it with his superb swordsmanship. Instead, he sensed it with his body. He felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up, and every soft hair on his skin gently swayed. When he came into contact with the air, he could feel the fluctuations in the air. The effect was so obvious on his first cultivation, which made Chen Zong more and more satisfied with this mind-tempering method. However, the cultivation time did not stop. In total, it was 10 hours, which was half a day. Walking out of the inn, Chen Zong walked into a nearby restaurant, ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, and tasted them leisurely. When the food entered his mouth, his taste buds seemed to explode, and the unique taste spread in his mouth, penetrating his entire tongue. The improvement of his taste buds indeed made Chen Zong feel more subtle when he ate. No matter whether it was sour, sweet, bitter, or spicy, he experienced it more deeply. While Chen Zong was enjoying himself leisurely, those who were monitoring him were secretly hating him. For the time being, Chen Zong did not plan to leave Ascending Heaven City. He would first cultivate the mind-tempering method and improve himself as much as possible. When he could no longer improve, he would then leave Ascending Heaven City. At that time, he did not know how much his combat strength would improve. During his cultivation, the Yin-Yang mysterious sword would sometimes meet up with Chen Zong and talk about the way of the sword. If this was known by others, they would be very shocked. Two transcendents talking about the way of the sword with a true martial realm cultivator was simply unbelievable. However, Chen Zong's swordsmanship was so high, especially after comprehending half-step sword force in the Ascending Heaven Tower. It had to be known that the Yin-Yang mysterious sword couple had not yet comprehended half-step sword force, not even half-step sword force. Chen Zong did not tell them that he had comprehended half-step sword force. Otherwise, who knew how shocked they would be? By the way, Chen Zong, when do you plan to challenge the Ascending Heaven Tower again? Xianxia asked. I've already challenged it. Chen Zong thought for a moment and said. You've already challenged it? The Yin-Yang mysterious sword couple was stunned. Yes, my combat strength has been raised to the limit. It's too difficult to continue to improve, so I can only challenge it. Chen Zong explained simply. Have you challenged it? Xianxia asked, even more anxious than Chen Zong. The last opponent on the 10th floor was an incarnation left behind by Li Tiandi. Chen Zong said unhurriedly that incarnation was too strong. I was no match for it. Then you haven't challenged it. The Yin-Yang mysterious sword couldn't help but feel disappointed. It was said that those who passed the 10th floor and entered the 11th floor had a chance to obtain Li Tiandi's inheritance. I couldn't defeat Li Tiandi's incarnation, but I gained his recognition and obtained a secret art. Chen Zong said. Chen Zong still didn't know what happened in the Ascending Heaven Tower. For example, what was the use of the Ascending Heaven Tower's phantom image? Moreover, entering the 11th floor was too shocking. If news of this spread, it would be even more unfavorable for him. Therefore, Chen Zong kept a part of it. I really don't know who can pass the 10th floor and enter the 11th floor. Yang Xinjian couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't ask what secret art Chen Zong obtained, because secret arts of the true martial realm were useless to transcendence. The Transcendence and True Martial Realm were two completely different levels, and their secret arts were even more different. Chenzong, you should have noticed that many people are watching you, waiting for the day you leave Ascending Heaven City. What are your plans? Xianxia changed the topic and frowned slightly. I will stay in Ascending Heaven City for a while and cultivate my secret art. I will leave when I can no longer improve. Chenzong said. The Yinyang mysterious sword knew that Chenzong couldn't stay in Ascending Heaven City for the rest of his life. Although it was relatively safe to stay here, he would lose his will to improve after a long time. However, if he left the city, he would most likely be killed. He couldn't advance or retreat. Love to read, love to subscribe, love to the 6 Dao, start with me. When will this Chenzong leave? I don't know. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be planning to stay for a long time. Absolutely not. We must think of a way to make him leave Ascending Sky City as soon as possible, even if it's only temporary. What way? Think about it. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. There was a sky pillar in Ascending Sky City. It was 900 meters tall, and was one of the special features of Ascending Sky City. It was already late at night, but Ascending Sky City was still brightly lit. In such a warrior city, there would always be people who stayed up all night. On top of the sky pillar, 900 meters in the air, the night wind was surging and roaring, as if it was roaring. However, there was a figure standing on top of the sky pillar, as if he had merged with the sky pillar. No matter how the night wind blew, he did not move at all. In this deep and bright pair of eyes, the night was as bright as day. Nothing seemed to be covered. Even the lights that shone like stars could not affect him in the slightest. Little by little, everything appeared clearly in this pair of eyes that seemed calm but contained a divine light. Countless sounds came from all directions. It was bustling and noisy. The sound of the wind, the sound of people talking, and the sound of the burning lights entered his ears. Many kinds of smells floated in the air. The smell of the burning lights, the smell of wine and food, the smell of the humidity in the air. When the wind blew, all the pores on Chenzong's body opened up. The soft hairs on his skin became incomparably nimble, moving with the wind. As the wind blew, Chenzong could clearly sense the strength of the wind and its speed. Chenzong's body swayed slightly, but his robes did not move in the slightest under the gale. The violent night wind that blew by was like an illusion, but in reality, Chenzong relied on his body's perception to easily avoid the gale within the range of its attack. He was not affected in the slightest. In 1 month, I have completed the first level of the art of spiritual enhancement. The second level of the art of spiritual enhancement has also appeared. Divine Will Chapter. The first layer of the art of spiritual refinement was the art of 5 senses, also known as the 5 senses chapter. The second layer was the art of divine intent, also known as the divine intent chapter. Powerful spiritual energy could better cultivate the 5 senses. After cultivating the 5 senses to the extreme, the spiritual energy would be fed back to the spiritual energy through the extremely powerful 5 senses. This was the cultivation of divine decree. Chenzong sat cross-legged on top of the heavenly pillar, comprehending the mysteries of the divine will chapter. Cultivating on the sky pillar? That's a good idea. In the city lord's mansion not far from the heavenly pillar, a pair of eyes lit up in the darkness. It seemed to have penetrated the void and the infinite space and time, falling on Chenzong. Even with Chenzong's 5 senses, which had been cultivated to the extreme, he didn't feel like he was being spied on at all, because this was a master, an extremely powerful existence even among transcendents. That pair of eyes only opened for a moment, then closed again. A mere true martial realm warrior, even if he had reached the 10th floor of the Sky Ascension Tower, wouldn't be able to attract the attention of a Sky Profound Realm warrior. The road to the Sky Profound Realm was extremely difficult, and who knew how many people had fallen. For a Sky Profound Realm warrior, not reaching the Sky Profound Realm was nothing. After midnight, Chenzong thoroughly comprehended the mysteries of the Divine Will chapter. His figure flashed, and he silently jumped down from the heavenly pillar, quickly leaving. Of course, there were some masters who noticed Chenzong, but no one paid him any attention. After returning to the inn, Chenzong began to cultivate the Divine Will chapter. Pushing his 5 senses to the extreme, countless noises suddenly came from all directions. It was extremely noisy, as if all the sounds in the entire Sky Ascension City were pouring into Chen Zong's ears like an endless torrent, squeezing Chen Zong's eardrums and bursting Chen Zong's brain. Looking out of the window, he could see colorful lights flowing in the air, and everything in the distance became so clear. Hundreds of meters away on the eaves, there were tiny worms that were only as thick as hair wriggling their bodies, slowly climbing up the eaves, leaving undetectable traces along the way. However, under Chen Zong's gaze, he didn't miss a thing. The tip of his nose could smell all kinds of smells, which were very complicated. Some were extremely stinky, making people want to vomit, like the smell of rotting corpses. Of course, an inn of this level would be kept clean, and incense would be lit. However, there were no absolutes, and some subtle smells of death and decay would still exist. It was just that under normal circumstances, it was impossible to smell. However, when Chen Zong pushed his 5 senses to the extreme, he could smell those smells. Slightly opening his mouth, his tongue came into contact with the air, and all kinds of tastes exploded on the tip of his tongue. The impact was extremely complicated, but also extremely clear. Chen Zong felt like he had tasted all the flavors of life in an instant. That kind of feeling couldn't be described with words, and only he could experience it. It was a kind of pain, a kind of torture, and more importantly, a kind of training. His body's perception was also fully activated, and all kinds of strange feelings spread all over his body. Like a tidal wave, he received all kinds of aura. Fluctuations from all directions. Chaos, incomparable chaos. All the lights, shadows, sounds, smells, and feelings turned into aura. The extremely chaotic aura was like a huge wave that constantly hit Chen Zong's body. Through his body, it crazily rushed into Chen Zong's mind, and poured into his spiritual will. It was like a flood that broke the dam, and also like an erupting volcano, trying to destroy Chen Zong's spiritual will. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that his spiritual will was like a small boat in a stormy sea, which could be destroyed and turned into powder at any time. This process was extremely dangerous, and completely exceeded Chen Zong's expectations. However, at this moment, Chen Zong could no longer stop. He could only passively bear the impact of countless information coming from all directions and even from the entire ascending Sky City, and withstand it with his spiritual will. Pain, incomparable pain, it was as if countless chaotic swords were madly slashing his spiritual consciousness and grinding it into pieces. It went back and forth, over and over again, and it was impossible to pass out. He had to use his own will to resist and protect his own consciousness. Otherwise, if he was careless, his consciousness would be damaged, and the consequences would be very serious. Chen Zong felt that an extremely long time had passed, so long that Chen Zong's thoughts seemed to have become rigid. Gradually, countless information was decreasing, and his 5 senses seemed to be slowly becoming sluggish. Due to the extreme consumption of his spiritual power, there was not much left. When all his spiritual power was consumed, his 5 senses were completely restrained, and he couldn't feel anything. Even Chen Zong's thoughts became chaotic, and his consciousness became groggy. After a while, Chen Zong woke up, but his spiritual power had only recovered a little. That was too dangerous, Chen Zong said to himself. The method of spiritual enhancement didn't mention the cultivation of the divine will chapter at all, so Chen Zong didn't understand that the so-called 5 senses feedback was actually so terrifying. If someone wanted to kill him, an ordinary real martial realm warrior could have taken his life during that period of time. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little scared. I can't cultivate here next time, Chen Zong said to himself. However, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be disturbed, so he had to find a safer place. Recover my spiritual power. I still haven't recovered. When his spiritual power recovered to its usual level, Chen Zong was shocked. Previously, it was already the peak, but now, it was still not enough. He had to continue recovering until he reached his true peak. 30%, my spiritual power has increased by 30%. Chen Zong took a deep breath and couldn't help but smile. He was very surprised. He didn't expect his spiritual power to increase by 30% during his first cultivation. Chen Zong's spiritual power was already very strong, far stronger than ordinary martial artists. It was comparable to or even stronger than a 7-star pseudo-transcendent. Now that it had increased by 30%, it was even more terrifying. Moreover, in addition to the 30% increase, Chenzong could also feel that his spiritual power seemed to have been purified, and he could control it better. Maybe, after I've completely mastered the Divine Will chapter, I can start cultivating the third transformation of the mind, Chenzong thought to himself. After a short rest, he further familiarized himself with the increased spiritual power. Then, he started cultivating his swordsmanship and comprehending the sword momentum. While comprehending the sword momentum, Chenzong noticed that the trajectory in front of him seemed to have become clearer, and it had something to do with his increased spiritual power. This made Chenzong pay more attention to the spirit refinement method. The next day, Chenzong didn't cultivate in the inn. Instead, he spent money to rent an extremely safe secluded cultivation room and began cultivating the Divine Will chapter. After the first cultivation experience, Chenzong was more relaxed during the second cultivation. However, he still couldn't control it and could only passively resist it. However, with his increasingly powerful spiritual power and willpower, Chenzong was able to resist the chaotic information impact more easily than the first time. After the same cultivation, the increase in spiritual power wasn't as obvious as the first time. This was already within Chenzong's expectations. The same thing happened when he cultivated the five senses, so Chenzong didn't feel disheartened. After cultivating the Divine Will chapter once a day, Chenzong spent the rest of his time cultivating his swordsmanship and comprehending the sword momentum. He seemed to have made slight progress in both areas. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chenzong's cultivation of the Divine Will chapter had reached its peak. Cultivating every day, my willpower has been sharpened, and my spiritual power has also improved. After a month, my spiritual power has doubled, Chenzong thought to himself and was overjoyed. If his previous spiritual power was 1, then his current spiritual power was 3. Moreover, it wasn't just the increase in quantity, its purity had increased by at least 30%, and its recovery speed had also doubled. In short, Chenzong's current spiritual power was stronger than most 8-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. Even in terms of purity, it wasn't inferior by much. The dark golden wall stood tall, 2 meters high, 3 meters wide, and 1 meter thick. It was made of a precious metal that could absorb energy and mixed with various other metals that had both hardness and toughness, specifically designed to test one's attack power. In front of the dark golden wall, about 10 meters away, Chenzong stood still. He didn't draw his sword, but instead formed a sword with his index and middle fingers. Sword chi revolved around his fingers, and a faint transparent luster covered them, as he casually slashed forward. One could vaguely see a transparent sword chi break through the air like a crescent moon, its speed astonishing. Almost at the same time as Chenzong's sword finger slashed forward, the sword chi struck the dark golden wall. A soft, muffled sound rang out as a crescent moon sword mark appeared on the extremely hard dark gold wall. It was 1/2 meter long and 3 fingers deep. The sword mark seemed to pierce through the wall, preventing the dark gold wall from repairing itself. The power of the Nihility sword chi is faster, more subtle, and more penetrative than pure sword chi. Chenzong's figure flashed and appeared in front of the dark golden wall, carefully observing it. This Nihility sword chi was the power Chenzong had condensed after cultivating the third transformation of the mind transformation. Now, he had only integrated 30% of his spiritual energy. After mastering the second stage of the art of spiritual refinement, the Divine Will chapter, not only did his mental power increase, but his control over it had also increased by several times. He felt as if he could control it as he wished. After that, he spent 3 days to officially start cultivating the third stage of the transmutation of will. Although it was difficult to begin cultivating, once he had begun cultivating, it was relatively easy. In just 1 month, Chenzong had integrated 30% of his spiritual energy, and his sword chi had become Nihility sword chi, its power increasing significantly. This dark golden wall was extremely hard. Attacks from pseudo Transcendent Realm Masters would at most leave a deep mark, as for attacks from peak 5-star Masters, they wouldn't cause any damage. Simply put, this dark golden wall was used by pseudo-Transcendent Realm Masters to test their attack power. After the test, Chenzong turned around and returned to the inn. First, he cultivated the third transformation of the mind transformation, fusing his spiritual energy as much as possible to improve his Nihility sword chi, And then he cultivated the third transformation of the soul refinement art, imagery chapter. The so-called imagery was a phenomenon formed by the condensation of one's spiritual will and spiritual power. Some gifted people were born extraordinary and possessed imagery from birth. They were the cream of the crop, the cream of the crop. However, imagery was not all congenital. It could also be formed after birth. However, it was also extremely difficult to form an image postnatally. One would either have a great opportunity or have a corresponding cultivation method to cultivate the image. From this point on, one could see how extraordinary the soul's spiritual energy was. Different people would condense different images. Chenzong didn't know what kind of image he could condense. It wasn't easy. Even after cultivating for a month, Chenzong had only improved his grasp of mental power by a large margin, but he was still far from condensing imagery. Chenzong was improving with every passing moment. This feeling was extremely wonderful. For a cultivator, as long as they could improve themselves without side effects, it didn't matter where they went. The biggest reason why they chose to go out for a life experience was that they had encountered a bottleneck and needed to go out to seek a breakthrough. For example, Chenzong was improving every day, so he didn't have to consider going out at all. Of course, Chenzong wasn't in a hurry, because Sword Sect's Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi had a limited time of 10 years. Within 10 years, Chenzong had to find a way to remove the Yin Qi from Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi's body. Fortunately, less than a year had passed, so there was still some time. Chenzong had to improve himself as much as possible during this time. His current goal was to cultivate the third transformation of the mind transformation and create imagery in his knowledge sea. As for the completion of the LV10 true martial realm, he still didn't have any clue. Half-step sword momentum was also constantly comprehending, but he had reached his limit. The next step was to break through and truly master the sword momentum. However, the bottleneck was like a natural moat. Chenzong didn't know when he could truly comprehend it. Chenzong was improving every moment. Of course, he enjoyed it very much, but those who were monitoring him became more and more unhappy. They had been monitoring Chenzong here for a long time, but Chenzong didn't plan to leave Ascending Sky City. They couldn't find any effective way to make Chenzong leave Ascending Sky City. Start with Chenzong's closest people? The question was, who was Chenzong's closest people? They couldn't find them. After some investigation, they found out about Chenzong's origins. He came from a sect called the Unhindered Sword Sect in the Dragon Diagram region. It was only a low-rank sect and didn't mean much. However, the problem was that the Unhindered Sword Sect had already expelled Chenzong. This also meant that Chenzong had nothing to do with the Unhindered Sword Sect anymore. As for Chenzong's parents and so on, they didn't know. The most anxious ones were the 4 members of the Dragon Teeth Guard. As cultivators of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family, they didn't like the feeling of being away for a few months in a foreign region. Damn it, does he plan to stay until next year and challenge the Ascending Sky Tower again? Each of them gnashed their teeth in hatred, but they couldn't do anything to Chenzong. As for Xiaoba, Phantom Sword Xian Wuxing, and the others, they couldn't stay in Ascending Sky City forever. To them, it was better to go out and train than to stay in Ascending Sky City. It was a better way to improve themselves. However, they also gave orders to inform them as soon as Chenzong showed signs of leaving Ascending Sky City. Cultivate, cultivate, and cultivate again. Third transformation of the mind, spiritual force fusion. 40%, 50%, for every 10% of the fusion, Chenzong would go to the dark golden wall to test his attack power. At 30%, his attack power was 3 fingers deep. At 40%, it was 4 fingers deep. At 50%, it was 5 fingers deep. The cultivation of the second transformation of the mind was usually more difficult as one progressed. However, the third transformation was different. It was extremely difficult to get started. However, after getting started, one's control of spiritual force would become more refined as one cultivated the third level of the art of spiritual refinement, and the speed of the fusion would gradually increase. 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, in the blink of an eye, Chenzong had stayed in Ascending Sky City for almost half a year. He had used up a lot of low-rank spirit sources. Even so, Chenzong felt that it was worth it. Void Sword Force, 100%, When all of his spiritual force was fused into the sword force in his body was completely transformed into void sword force. Chen Zong felt that his combat power had increased significantly. In front of the dark golden wall, Chen Zong used his fingers as a sword to cut through the air. The colorless void sword force arrived at an astonishing speed and left a half-meter-long sword mark that was 10 fingers deep on the dark golden wall. It was as if a terrifying invisible force was going to penetrate the dark golden wall, making it difficult for the wall to repair itself. However, the invisible penetrating force could not last long. After it disappeared, the sword mark on the dark golden wall slowly recovered. Looking at the sword mark that was gradually disappearing, Chen Zong's eyes focused. I wonder what level my combat power has reached now. Chen Zong thought to himself. He was sure that his current combat power had far surpassed the mid-6-star level. After mastering the half-step sword force, Chen Zong's combat power could break through the mid-6-star level and reach a higher level. Now that he had fused 100% of his spiritual force into the void sword force, his overall combat power had increased significantly. Late stage 6-star, peak 6-star, or peak 6-star? Change of mind has 33 changes, and I've only obtained the first 3 changes as the foundation, Chen Zong thought to himself. Now, he had reached the end of the cultivation of change of mind. Although it was a pity that he could not obtain the cultivation method after the change of mind, Chen Zong knew that he could not force it. Being able to obtain the first 3 transformations of the change of will by chance was already a great blessing. It was enough to allow his combat strength to increase significantly, allowing his foundation to surpass the vast majority of cultivators. Because of this, his future path would be much broader. I have a feeling that I'll be able to cultivate the 3rd level of the method of spiritual enhancement soon, and I'll be able to create an image in the sea of consciousness, Chen Zong thought to himself. I wonder what kind of image will be born? Following this, Chen Zong's main focus was on cultivating the 3rd level of the art of spiritual refinement. Time flew by. 9 days later, Chen Zong, who was cultivating in the secret room, suddenly felt a gust of wind and clouds surging in his sea of consciousness. The rumbling sound was like thunder that rumbled endlessly. It was as if thunder was wreaking havoc between heaven and earth. It was as if it was going to destroy Chen Zong's sea of consciousness, causing Chen Zong to tremble with fear. When he cultivated the 3rd level of the image chapter to its peak, it suddenly went out of his control and evolved on its own. Chen Zong's consciousness could only become a bystander, watching the changes in his sea of consciousness. Extremely powerful mental power surged like wind and thunder, roaring endlessly as if it wanted to destroy everything. Meanwhile, the mysterious sword tip in the center of his sea of consciousness was silent as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. When the tyrannical spiritual power attack raged past, the mysterious sword tip seemed to have been awakened. It suddenly trembled, and a silver light spread out in an instant. Then, silver dragons appeared in the surroundings, dancing around the silver sword tip. They let out a series of vigorous roars that shook the heavens and the earth and made ghosts and gods cry. The tyrannical mental power that surged like wind and thunder paused in an instant as if it was frozen by the silver divine light. Then, it vibrated with the silver divine light's fluctuation and became extremely regular. The mental power began to shrink inward. The silver dragons suddenly broke away from the mysterious sword tip and circled around the mental power. As they danced, they emitted a tyrannical power that was like countless iron hammers hammering and pressing, further compressing the mental power. It was like being tempered in a blazing furnace. Chen Zong's consciousness could not interfere with all of this. He could only watch the changes in his sea of consciousness with his own eyes. Inexplicably, when the mysterious sword tip was awakened and emitted a silver divine light, Chen Zong had a lot of expectations in his heart. He was able to embark on the path of a martial artist because of the mysterious sword tip. Although he still did not know the origin of the mysterious sword tip, he was certain that it was an extremely extraordinary treasure. Chen Zong felt that it was even better than the Tower of Ascension. So far this year, Hexapath has safely survived 3 wind tribulations, but it is unknown when the next wind tribulation will be. On this night, there was no moon or stars. The world was dark. It's time to go. After muttering to himself, Chen Zong shuttled through the wide streets of Ascending Heaven City like a fish. He quickly headed towards the city gates to leave Ascending Heaven City. After staying here for more than half a year, Chen Zong had completed a metamorphosis. His combat strength and other aspects had improved greatly. Now, everything he could cultivate had been cultivated to the limit. His next goal was to reach the 10th level of the true martial realm. After leaving Ascending Heaven City, Qinzong did not inform the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple. Previously, the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple had said that they would escort Qinzong out of Ascending Heaven City and try their best to escape the pursuit of Marshal Saint Palace and Xian family. However, Qinzong did not dare to accept. This was because if the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple intervened to help him, it was very likely that they would offend the Xian family and Marshal Saint Palace. For rogue cultivators like them, they were behemoths that they could not fight against. Qinzong did not want the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple to get into unnecessary trouble because of him. If it was his own matter, he would deal with it himself. As soon as Qinzong headed towards the city gates, the people monitoring him immediately took action. They chased after him, passed on information, and so on. That damned thing is finally leaving the city. Chase after him. We can't let him escape. I have already informed Senior Brother Xiahou. Senior Brother Xiahou has received the news and is rushing over. Senior Brother Wuxing has received the news and is rushing over at full speed. The 3 pseudo-transcendents of the Nangong family, the 4 pseudo-transcendents of the Dragon Teeth Guard, the Xian family, and the Marshal Saint Palace were all on the move. Qinzong was able to kill Xiahou Jin and reach the 10th level of Ascending Heaven Tower. It was initially determined that his combat strength was at least at the early 6-star level. According to the various information collected, Qinzong was especially good at speed, comparable to a 7-star pseudo-transcendent. Therefore, the people chasing after Qinzong were true pseudo-transcendents. The sounds of discussion, footsteps, and wind entered Qinzong's ears and he could clearly distinguish them. Suddenly, he felt as if everything was under his control. As soon as he left the city, Qinzong immediately used his movement skill. With the help of the Nihility Sword Qi, his speed greatly increased, making him faster than most 7-star pseudo-transcendents. In the middle of the night, Qinzong's figure was like a gust of wind blowing past, leaving Ascending Heaven City behind. When they rushed out of Ascending Heaven City, they found that Qinzong was nowhere to be seen. How could it be so fast? How can he be so fast? The pursuers all had ashen faces. They could only follow the extremely weak fluctuations left behind by Qinzong. They had been waiting in Ascending Heaven City for more than half a year, constantly monitoring Qinzong. If they let him escape this time, not only would they become a joke, they would also be severely punished. Chase. Chase, with such a chase, the gap between them became obvious. The 8-star pseudo-transcendents were often faster than the 7-star pseudo-transcendents. Gradually, several 8-star pseudo-transcendents were chasing in front, while the 7-star pseudo-transcendents were left behind. The Dragon Teeth Guard Vice Commander, Sacred Martial Palace, and Xian family's 8-star pseudo-transcendents gave chase. After chasing for more than half an hour and leaving Ascending Heaven City far behind, they still couldn't find any trace of Qinzong. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was Qinzong's speed that fast? Compared to the 8-star pseudo-transcendents, there were many more 7-star pseudo-transcendents. 3 from the Dragon Teeth Guard, 3 from the Nangong family, 5 from the Sacred Martial Palace, and 4 from the Xian family. Altogether, there were 15 7-star pseudo-transcendents. Counting the 8-star pseudo-transcendents, there were 20 of them. Using 20 pseudo-transcendents to chase down a true martial realm cultivator was unbelievable, but it was the truth. The 15 7-star pseudo-transcendents from 4 different forces were divided into 4 camps and they were chasing in the same direction. They were single-mindedly chasing and didn't interfere with each other. They didn't pay much attention to their surroundings. When they passed by a few rocks, a sudden change occurred. A faint blue sword light seemed to have merged with the night. It didn't have the slightest momentum, but it had an unparalleled sharpness. The sword broke through the air and followed a mysterious trajectory at an astonishing speed. This sword light was aimed at an early 7-star pseudo-transcendents from the Nangong family. The early 7-star pseudo-transcendents didn't notice it. However, when a true martial realm cultivator reached the 7th layer, they would naturally form a layer of true qi to protect themselves. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the true qi, and the more powerful the true qi, the more powerful the true qi would be, and it would be able to resist more powerful attacks. The true chi of an early 7-star pseudo-transcendence was so strong that even a peak 5-star pseudo-transcendence couldn't break through it. Only a 6-star pseudo-transcendence could threaten it. The moment the dark sword light blended into the night, the early 7-star pseudo-transcendence from the Nangong family noticed it, but it was already too late to react. The tyrannical protective true power did not have the slightest bit of resistance under that dark green sword aura. It was like a thin piece of paper that was instantly sliced apart, like a hot knife through butter. It was not even able to delay the slightest bit. After the sword light broke through the pseudo-transcendence true chi, it pierced straight through. The opponent didn't even have time to activate his pseudo-spirit artifact before his head was cut off. The moment the neck was cut off, the dark blue sword light didn't retract and instead shot towards the second person. However, any cultivator who could cultivate to the pseudo-transcendent realm was not simple. The others had already noticed this and reacted quickly. Even so, the second 7-star Nangong family early-stage cultivator was not able to completely avoid this attack, and his true chi protection was broken, causing a tearing pain to spread from his chest. The terrifying power was overbearing, sharp, and incessant. It also had an amazing penetrative ability, ignoring the pseudo-spirit chi's resistance and piercing through his sternum and internal organs before tearing through his pseudo-spirit artifact. He didn't die, but he was seriously injured. Blood gushed out from his wounds. If he wasn't treated in time, he wouldn't be far from death. In just an instant, one of the 7-star pseudo-transcendents had died and the other was seriously injured, shocking the others. They didn't expect that someone would dare to ambush them. Who was it? The person who attacked had already retreated quickly, disappearing behind a boulder. His speed was so fast that the other 7-star pseudo-transcendents could only see a blurry figure. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk several boulders were instantly shattered by the pseudo-transcendents, turning into countless fragments. However, these fragments didn't scatter and instead were controlled by an invisible force. They turned into the sharpest hidden weapons and flew towards the 13 pseudo-transcendents who were still standing. Each fragment of stone carried a transparent but extremely terrifying power, tearing through the night sky. The sharp sound of wind breaking was enough to make one's scalp go numb. However, the 13 pseudo-transcendents didn't put this attack in their eyes. Perhaps it was impossible for true martial realm cultivators to resist, but it was nothing to them. Taking action one after another, they directly bombarded the stone fragments that filled the sky, turning them into powder that fluttered in the air, making the night even more hazy. Under the night sky, amidst the billowing dust, another cyan sword light silently shot out, blending into the night sky as it attacked the 7-star pseudo-transcendents of the Nangong family. If they wanted to kill, they had to start with the weakest to reduce the enemy's strength. As for the one who was seriously injured, there was no need to pay attention to him. Now that he was on the verge of death, he didn't pose the slightest threat. The last early-stage 7-star of the Nangong family was already on full alert. The moment the sword light arrived, he sensed it and immediately reacted. Just as he was about to dodge it, the silent sword suddenly emitted a shocking aura. It was as if an invisible giant sword was pressing down from the sky. It seemed to carry the majestic aura of the heavens and the earth. It was extremely domineering. In just an instant, the 7-star warrior from the Nangong family couldn't move at all. When his body stopped moving, the sword had already reached him. It broke through his true force protection and pierced through his heart. A terrifying power spread out and crushed his heart. Then, it moved along his blood vessels and destroyed them one by one. In an instant, the third pseudo-transcendents of the Nangong family died. At this point, of the 3 pseudo-transcendents from the Nangong family, 2 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. The seriously injured pseudo-transcendents had directly lost their ability to fight and was not far from death. At the same time, the dust in the sky dispersed, revealing a corpse lying on the ground. Blood was spurting out from its chest, dyeing the surroundings red. A strong smell of blood filled the air, extremely pungent. Who was it? Coward who hides his head but shows his tail, come out. The remaining 12 7-star pseudo-transcendents from the 3 great forces roared, their murderous intent filling the air as panic gripped their hearts. In just a short period of time, 3 of them had been killed. Although these 3 were weaker compared to them, they were still 7-star pseudo-transcendents. However, no matter how these pseudo-transcendents roared, the person who had just attacked had disappeared without a trace. The night was dark, but under the eyes of these pseudo-transcendents, it was no different from daytime. Their eyes flashed brilliantly as they carefully scanned their surroundings. Immediately, a peak 7-star St. Palace master narrowed his eyes and locked onto a broken stone 100 meters in front of him. "I found the enemy, don't make a sound, let's attack together." This person immediately sent a message to the other 4 pseudo-transcendents from the sacred palace. The 5 of them usually cooperated with each other, silently searching for the enemy, but all of a sudden, they attacked together. A punch was sent out, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It was as if 5 terrifying bolts of lightning tore through the sky, tearing apart the night sky and fiercely bombarding the broken stone 100 meters away. As soon as the 5 sacred palace masters attacked, the other pseudo-transcendents quickly reacted and attacked as well. In the blink of an eye, 100 meters away was bombarded, causing the ground to shake. But the moment they attacked, a figure quickly appeared from behind the broken stone and rushed into the distance. Chase. The 12 pseudo-transcendents immediately gave chase at full speed. As they chased, they suddenly noticed that the figure in front of them was somewhat familiar. Could it be Chenzong? Impossible. Chenzong's potential is indeed amazing, but he's only in the true martial realm. How could he kill pseudo-transcendents? Night fell. With a longbow in hand and a first-order pseudo-spirit artifact arrow knocked on the bowstring, Yang Kai drew it back like a full moon. Yang Kai's sprinting figure suddenly turned around and came to a stop. The entire process didn't seem forced at all, standing tall like a pine tree as the arrow was aimed at one of the 7-star cultivators from 1,000 meters away. Transparent energy poured into the arrow, and under the night sky, it seemed to emit a faint fluorescent light. Yang Kai's figure remained motionless, as if he had taken root in the ground. Only when he loosened his fingers did a loud bang resound through the night sky, causing the hearts of the pseudo-transcendents 1,000 meters away to tremble involuntarily. Especially the one who was targeted by the arrow, he felt a chill run down his spine. A strong sense of crisis filled his entire body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Immediately strengthening his true chi and stimulating the defensive power of his second-order pseudo-spirit artifact, he waved his palms, sending out palm shadows that condensed into a shield in front of his body. The arrow with terrifying power tore through the air, leaving a straight line in the night sky. Fast, extremely fast. The arrow was like a stream of light, shattering after hitting the palm shadows. The terrifying power contained in the arrow also shattered the palm shadows, turning them into fragments that shot towards the 7-star pseudo-transcendent again. Poochie-poochie sounds rang out as the fragments of the broken arrow hit the 7-star cultivator's true chi, but were unable to break through his true chi. Be careful. Just as a sharp voice rang out, a cold light flashed in front of the 7-star cultivator's eyes and tore through the night sky. This was the second arrow, following closely behind the first. The power contained in this arrow seemed to be even more terrifying and caught the 7-star cultivator off guard. After the arrow broke through the protective true power, it also broke through the defensive power of the level 2 pseudo-spiritual tool inner armor, piercing into his throat. This second arrow was a second-order pseudo-spirit artifact and was even stronger than the first. Moreover, it had caught the 7-star cultivator off guard and killed him. At this point, 3 were dead and 1 was injured. He drew the bow again, and it was like a full moon. This time, he shot out 3 level 1 pseudo-spiritual arrows in a row. The power of each arrow was stimulated and released the most powerful power. The 3 arrows had the same target, which was another early-stage 7-star warrior. With the lesson learned from the previous incident, this person displayed his full strength. The people from the same faction also moved to help, shattering all 3 arrows and intercepting the 4th arrow that was shot at him. These 11 7-star pseudo-transcendents erupted with their fastest speed and charged towards the figure a kilometer away, only to see this figure take out another arrow. He drew the bow and loaded the arrows. 1 bow, 9 arrows. With the sharp sound of wind breaking, 9 arrows pierced through the night sky, shooting towards 9 different people. However, this was not the end. That person took out another 9 arrows, pulled the bowstring to the fullest, released it, and shot out another 9 arrows. 9 arrows formed a single wave, and 5 waves were shot out in a row. A total of 45 arrows, each of which was a first-order pseudo-spirit artifact, and each of them was supported by a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact Bao. Carrying a terrifying power, they shot towards the 11 7-star pseudo-transcendents. 45 fluorescent arrows shot out from the front and back, locking onto the 11 pseudo-transcendents, causing their expressions to change drastically and their scalps to go numb. All of a sudden, the 45 arrows exploded on their own, turning into shards that filled the sky. Each shard carried a shocking amount of power as they swarmed towards the 11 7-star warriors like a swarm of locusts. Child's play. Don't even think about it. One by one, the pseudo-transcendents roared and attacked. The wind howled, lightning flashed, and the earth shook. Taking out another arrow, this time a second-order pseudo-spirit artifact, he drew the bow and locked onto one of the 7-star pseudo-spirit artifact. However, this arrow was blocked before it could succeed. These pseudo-transcendents were all seasoned veterans and were extremely experienced in life-or-death battles. Previously, they had only been caught off guard. Qianzong shot out a few more arrows in succession, but he did not manage to kill the enemy as he wished. Qianzong decisively put away the shooting devourer Bao and used his movement technique again. He quickly fled into the distance and entered a dense forest. Be careful. When the pseudo-transcendents saw the dense forest, they couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, they stepped into the forest in groups of 2 or 3, raising their vigilance to guard against any sudden attacks. Even though night was no different from day in their eyes, the dense shadows of the trees provided excellent protection for Qianzong. Unless they destroyed the entire forest. However, the forest was very vast. Destroying it would not be an easy task. The 3 captains from the Dragon Teeth Guard gathered together, relying on each other as they quickly wandered through the forest, searching for traces of the enemy. Their eyes seemed to contain cold lightning, and their bodies were surrounded by tyrannical auras. Their true chi shields were also strengthened to the extreme. Is it Qianzong or not? I think it is, but I can't believe it. I can't believe it either. Everyone was on high alert as they chased after the enemy while conversing with each other, filled with disbelief. Qianzong was just a true martial realm cultivator. Even if his talent was extraordinary, it was impossible for a true martial realm cultivator to kill a pseudo-transcendent, even if it was the weakest early 7-star. Long Tai's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He thought he had seen clearly that the person who killed him was Qianzong. Could it be that after half a year in Ascending Heaven City, Qianzong has already broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm? One of them said, causing the others to be shocked. With Qianzong's talent, if he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, his combat strength would definitely increase tremendously. At that time, who would be able to kill who would be unknown? No, he definitely hasn't broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm yet. A pseudo-transcendent from the Xian family suddenly analyzed, with Qianzong's talent that allowed him to reach the 10th floor of Ascending Heaven Tower. Once he breaks through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, his combat strength will definitely increase greatly. I remember that when Wu Xing broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, his combat strength directly rose to the late-stage 7-star. Although I don't want to admit it, Qianzong's talent is not inferior to Wu Xing's. If he is given some time to cultivate, his combat strength will continue to increase and reach the 8-star realm. If Qianzong really has such combat strength, there is no need for him to escape. In addition, although Qianzong killed 3 people and severely injured 1, he did it by surprise. The biggest reason was that we were not prepared enough and underestimated him. That's why he succeeded. Thinking back, we can see that Qianzong's combat strength is actually not that strong, not even reaching the 7-star realm. That's right, Qianzong hasn't broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm yet. It's not that easy to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. Although they said so, everyone's hearts were filled with gloominess. Qianzong hadn't broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm yet, but he was able to kill 3 7-star cultivators and seriously injure 1. Even if they underestimated Qianzong and didn't take enough precautions, they could still see how terrifying Qianzong was. If such a person broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, he could completely surpass them. Therefore, they needed to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. In the dense forest under the night sky, all of their movements were clearly captured by Qianzong. Even if he didn't use his eyes, his extraordinary 5 senses could sense their speed and even the slightest movements. It was even clearer than if he were looking directly at them with his eyes. Qinzong wasn't in a hurry to act, instead waiting for an opportunity, the best opportunity to act. He really hadn't broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm yet, not because he couldn't, but because he couldn't. He didn't want to break through so quickly, but after more than half a year of hard work in ascending Heaven City, his combat strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he now had the ability to kill pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Because of this, Qinzong didn't immediately flee, but instead deliberately set up a trap, allowing the 8-star and 7-star cultivators to escape before waiting for an opportunity to kill as many 7-star cultivators as possible. In fact, before he acted, Qinzong didn't know whether he could kill a pseudo-transcendent realm 7-star cultivator, but he still wanted to try because his speed was fast enough. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, it would be easier for him to escape. He hadn't expected to find that he could kill an early 7-star cultivator without much difficulty, but Qinzong wasn't complacent. He knew that one of the reasons he could kill an early 7-star cultivator was because the other party didn't pay enough attention to him. In other words, it wasn't that they didn't pay enough attention to him, but rather that they thought he had escaped and were wholeheartedly chasing after him. They also expected him to attack them halfway, which was unexpected. Of the 15 7-star cultivators, 3 were dead and 1 was seriously injured, which made Qinzong want to kill all of them. I have the ability. This was Qinzong's confidence. Confidence was often built on the basis of one's own ability. In addition, it was built on overcoming setbacks, overcoming difficulties, and killing powerful enemies one after another. The 11 pseudo-transcendent realm masters had no idea that their every move was under Qinzong's control. This was the power of the soul refinement art, allowing Qinzong's 5 senses to reach a level that others couldn't reach. At that moment, Qinzong drew his sword. The 2 swords pierced through the air, no longer an assassination, but a burst of tyrannical power. Heaven and earth crisscrossing, the extremely terrifying cross-shaped sword light dispersed the darkness of the night and split the heavens and the earth into 4. It brought with it a great sword aura that surged with the heavens and the earth. This move was too sudden, there was no prelude at all, but every pseudo-transcendent realm master had raised their vigilance to the extreme, so they reacted instantly. However, Long Tai and the other 2 who faced this move directly trembled. Under the impact of the half-step sword force, their realms seemed to have been shattered, and they couldn't react in time. This was the gap between realms, a kind of suppression. Seeing that the extremely terrifying cross-shaped sword light was about to slash down and kill everyone, Long Tai and the other 2 unleashed their power one after another. Their pseudo-spiritual power gushed out like lava from a volcano to resist the terrifying half-step sword momentum, and they took the opportunity to escape from the terrifying pressure of the heaven and earth. Qinzong didn't expect to kill the 3 of them in one move. His figure was like a ghost as he shuttled through the night, holding his sword as he shot towards Long Tai. Silently, the faint blue sword light blended into the darkness, making it difficult to find. Long Tai was a veteran pseudo-transcendent realm master. Even if he only had the strength of an early 7-star, his battle experience was incomparably rich. He immediately reacted, his sword flashing with a cold light, tearing the night sky apart, bringing with it an astonishing murderous intent, like a waterfall, viciously slashing out, aiming to kill Qinzong. Under the light of the sword light, Long Tai's fierce eyes and murderous intent could be seen. Blue skinny mushrooms can be seen everywhere. What the hell is this? Please explain. Under the cover of the dark forest, the pseudo-transcendents quickly reacted and charged towards Qinzong. Sword light lit up between Qinzong's brows, and a wisp of the outline of a sword could be faintly seen. After that, it left the space between his brows and tore through the sky. It disregarded all obstructions and arrived before Qinzong, and it traversed space at the most shocking speed to stab into Long Tai's head. Long Tai, who had just unleashed all his strength and wanted to kill Qinzong even if he had to suffer heavy injuries, suddenly trembled. His face instantly distorted, and he could not help but let out a miserable scream. He felt as if an invisible sharp sword had ruthlessly pierced his head. It was as if his head had been slashed open. That kind of pain penetrated deep into his soul. The excruciating pain caused all the power Long Tai had gathered to slow down, as if it had lost control and quickly collapsed. Soon after, Qinzong's sword quietly arrived and pierced through Long Tai's forehead from the back of his head, causing a spray of blood. Attacks filled the sky from all directions. Having succeeded in his attack, Chenzong quickly withdrew his sword and brandished his two swords to create a series of sword lights while quickly retreating behind a large tree. However, the large tree was instantly swept by a gust of sword light and disintegrated into dust. The several pseudo-transcendents of the Xian family displayed their divine wind sword art, their swords whistling through the air like a storm, destroying all the trees within a radius of several thousand meters. The sacred martial palace cultivators and the others also took action, sending out terrifying bolts of lightning, wind, and thunder, destroying all the trees within a 10-kilometer radius. Destruction, destruction, and destruction, all in order to prevent Chenzong from having anywhere to hide. Unexpectedly, an arrow suddenly tore through the night sky and shot over at an astonishing speed. After that, an incomparably sharp rumble resounded through the heavens and the earth. This arrow was like a viper that had locked onto its prey, instantly releasing its most tyrannical power, shattering the air and leaving a long white trail in the night sky, like a white dragon soaring into the sky. This arrow was too sudden and too powerful. It gave off a feeling that no one knew where it would hit, as if everyone had become a target. The remaining 10 pseudo-transcendents either attacked the arrow with all their strength or used their movement skills to quickly dodge. However, the snake-swallowing arrow shot out by Chenzong with the full power of the snake-swallowing bow had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, it was controlled by Chenzong's astonishing mental strength. In an instant, the snake-swallowing arrow flickered mid-air and seemed to become blurry, making it even harder to track. Leaving behind an afterimage in the air, the snake-swallowing arrow had already pierced through the air and hit a Xian family pseudo-transcendent. The terrifying power of the arrow's true chi and pseudo-spirit artifacts' defensive power directly, shattering half of his body. As flesh and blood and flesh and blood and flesh and blood and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. There were 9 left. All of a sudden, the arrow stuck in the ground flew through the air. And the continuous deaths of people caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. But in addition to the chill, their killing intent towards Chenzong grew even greater. The 5 8-star pseudo-transcendents chased for a long time, but they still couldn't find any trace of Chenzong. Their hearts sank and they had a bad feeling. Did we fall into Li Shan's trap? Let's go back. Feeling more and more uneasy, the 5 8-star pseudo-transcendents made a prompt decision and turned back. After a while, they saw a few corpses and a severely injured man lying on the ground. Immediately, their pupils shrank and the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger. What happened? An 8-star warrior from the sacred martial palace appeared beside the dying 7-star warrior from the Nangong family and slapped him with his palm, giving him a final burst of strength. It's Chenzong. It's Chenzong who attacked us, the man said in a trembling voice. There was panic in his voice. Chenzong? Impossible. The 8-star cultivators' faces darkened as they roared. Chenzong was just a true martial realm cultivator. How could he kill a pseudo-transcendence? Could it be that Chenzong has broken through to the pseudo-transcendence? Hearing this, the others were shocked. If that was the case, then Chenzong was gradually growing stronger and would be even more difficult to deal with. Chenzong might not have broken through to the pseudo-transcendence. Don't forget, he reached the 10th floor of the Sky Ascension Tower. He might have obtained some amazing offensive artifact. The eyes of an 8-star from the Xian family flickered. Chenzong hasn't broken through yet. The severely injured man from the Nangong family said, his power isn't pseudo-spirit energy. In short, it was equivalent to confirming that Chenzong relied on external forces to kill a pseudo-transcendence. Artifacts were rare and every one of them was extraordinary. They more or less knew where Xiahou Ba's Dual Dragon Supreme Token came from. It was the reward Xiahou Ba received when he reached the 8th floor. And Chenzong reached the 10th floor, so the artifact he obtained must be more precious than Xiahou Ba's Dual Dragon Supreme Token. Such an artifact, especially an offensive artifact, must be very powerful. It was not impossible for Chenzong to be able to kill a 7-star cultivator in a short time. For a moment, everyone's heart was burning with excitement. An offensive artifact powerful enough to allow a true martial realm cultivator to kill a 7-star cultivator. If they obtained it, they might be able to fight against a grandmaster. No one paid any attention to the severely injured man from the Nangong family and left him to fend for himself. Following the trail, the 5 8-star cultivators chased after him at full speed. In the dense forest, the area within a radius of several thousand meters was completely destroyed. Potholes were everywhere. "Come out. Chenzong, come out if you have the guts," the last remaining 7-star cultivator roared. He was extremely angry, but there was also a trace of sadness in his voice. Dead, they were all dead. More than a dozen 7-star cultivators chased after a true martial realm cultivator, but they were all killed one by one. Now, he was the only one left. The feeling of an enemy lurking around and waiting for an opportunity to strike while his companions were killed one by one was enough to drive him crazy. But this was done by a mere true martial realm cultivator. It was even more terrifying. As a matter of fact, Chenzong had been under a great deal of pressure from killing powerful enemies time and time again. He had even been hit twice, causing the Tier 3 pseudo-spiritual armor on his body to shatter. He had also suffered heavy injuries. If it weren't for his powerful self-healing ability and the 1,000-year tree heart, he would have needed to consume medicinal pills and take several days to recover from such injuries. After his injuries were healed, Chenzong suddenly charged out from behind the last 7-star cultivator. His 2 swords pierced through the air and swept across the sky. The extremely terrifying cross-shaped sword beam tore through the sky. The impact of the half-step sword force caused the peak 7-star cultivator to tremble involuntarily. However, his combat strength was strong, and he was a veteran pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator who had experienced hundreds of battles. He instantly burst out with tyrannical strength. His pseudo-spirit energy erupted like a volcano. Thunder rumbled as it soared into the sky and broke the half-step sword force. The half-step sword force was indeed strong, but it was not undefeatable. As he punched out, countless arcs of lightning danced, condensing into a huge ball of lightning that rushed out and collided with the cross-shaped sword light. The cross-shaped sword light was shattered, and then it continued on towards Chenzong. Without a doubt, the peak 7-star cultivator had displayed his full strength. It brought great pressure to Chenzong. Before the thunderball arrived, the air was filled with a destructive aura. It was the same move, but it was many times stronger than Xiaohoshen's. The huge thunderball illuminated the area within a radius of several thousand meters. The terrifying energy waves wreaked havoc, causing cracks to appear on the ground. The surrounding broken trees could not withstand the power and turned into ashes. The moment the ball of lightning was about to hit Chenzong, the peak 7-star combatant of the sacred martial palace suddenly clenched his fist. The ball of lightning trembled and instantly shrunk, then expanded and exploded. Streaks of violent lightning as thick as an arm tore through the air and covered an area of 100 meters, destroying everything within 100 meters. The sacred martial palace cultivator stared with his eyes wide open. Unless Chenzong had some kind of protective artifact, there was no way he could withstand his attack. What he didn't know was that the moment the thunderball exploded, Chenzong's figure flashed, leaving only an afterimage in his original spot. His real body, however, had appeared outside the range of the thunderball's explosion in an unbelievable manner. This was the secret of the Phantom Light 9 steps. Even so, Chenzong still felt a lingering fear. The peak 7-star cultivator was indeed too powerful. However, it wasn't impossible to kill him. His 2 swords tore through the air and attacked the sacred martial palace cultivator again. The latter was shocked. He couldn't kill Chenzong. How was this possible? He didn't have time to think. He clenched his fists and attacked continuously. Countless thunderbolts wreaked havoc in all directions like dancing lightning snakes. Then, dozens of lightning snakes as thick as thighs rushed towards Chenzong with terrifying power. The sacred martial palace cultivator stood where he was. His legs were slightly apart and his knees were slightly bent. He withdrew his fists to his waist and lowered his waist. It was just a simple stance, but it gave off an extremely terrifying fluctuation. It was as though a lightning mountain had awoken from its slumber. It caused Chenzong, who was in the midst of hacking apart the lightning snakes with his sword, to feel a chill run down his spine. The peak 7-star cultivator of the sacred martial palace glared. Lightning seemed to surge out of his eyes. His long hair also flew up into the air, as if there were electric arcs jumping around. What followed was an all-out attack. It was his most powerful attack. He only wanted to kill the enemy. After using it, he would be weakened for a short period of time. However, it was completely acceptable to pay a price to kill a strong enemy like Qianzong. As for Xiaoba's order to capture Qianzong alive, he had already forgotten about it. How could he capture such a terrifying person alive? The safest way was to kill him on the spot. At the critical moment, Qianzong's glabella lit up again. A flash of sword light appeared. Then, it tore through the air. One could vaguely see that it was a sword shadow. A lightning snake instantly rushed towards the sword shadow in an attempt to destroy or intercept it, but the sword shadow was like an illusion, completely ignoring the lightning snake and directly passing through it. This scene caused the Martial St. Palace's pseudo-transcendent realm master's heart to skip a beat as a bad premonition filled his heart. However, he couldn't dodge it. The sword shadow instantly pierced his head. He felt as if his head was split open by an invisible sword. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. The indescribable pain made him tremble violently. He couldn't help but clutch his head with both hands as the strength he had gathered in his body dissipated. After a series of explosions, the blazing lightning disappeared, and the jungle returned to its tranquility. Qianzong gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His face was pale and he felt a little dizzy, which was the aftereffect of consuming too much mental energy. Immediately, Qianzong showed a smile. 15 7-star combatants had all died in his hands. This was quite a shocking record. Moving quickly, Qianzong first took out a few pills and swallowed them to restore his spiritual energy, true qi, and physique before collecting the loot from the bodies of the dead pseudo-transcendents he had killed before leaving. There was a big battle here. They're all dead. The 5 8-star combatants quickly rushed into the jungle and saw traces of destruction. They also saw corpses one after another. After careful inspection, most of the corpses were killed by a sword. The more they looked, the more solemn their faces became. There was no doubt that these people were all 7-star combatants. They had left Ascending Heaven City with them to hunt down Qianzong, but now, they had turned into cold corpses. The wounds on their bodies showed that they were all killed by the same person. Qianzong, even though they all agreed that Qianzong had relied on an offensive artifact to kill a 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm master, they were still shocked because Qianzong hadn't just killed 1 or 2, but a total of 15 of them. Even a peak 7-star pseudo-transcendent had been killed. A disaster. If we don't get rid of this disaster as soon as possible and give him time to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, he'll be even more difficult to deal with. The 5 of them all looked solemn. Qianzong's talent was undeniable. He was many times more talented than them. He might even be better than Xiaoba. If he stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm, he would definitely have 8-star combat strength in a short time and be listed on the Heaven Ascension list. No matter what, we must get rid of him. The 5 of them set off again to pursue him. As his mental energy slowly recovered, Qianzong had already left the jungle and was heading into the distance. I was able to kill these 7-star combatants not only because I caught them off guard at the beginning, but also because of my sword intent, Qianzong thought to himself. Sword of Will was precisely what the 3rd level of the Art of Spiritual Enhancement, Image chapter cultivated. Qianzong originally did not know what kind of image would be condensed, but under the interference of the mysterious sword tip, the image condensed was a sword, a bright silver sword. The image was a sword, so it was called sword. The Sword of Will was a sword of spirit, a sword of will. Only spirit power and willpower could resist it. Qianzong's mental strength was tyrannical, far surpassing that of many 8-star pseudo-transcendents. Ordinary 7-star cultivators simply couldn't compete with him. When the sword intent struck their heads, they felt as if their heads had been split in half, and even their souls had been split in half, causing excruciating pain. The control of a cultivator's strength was dependent on their mental energy. When their mental energy was in chaos due to various reasons, they would naturally lose control of their own body. The 7-star combatants couldn't resist Qianzong's sword intent at all. He could easily break their defenses and kill them. To put it bluntly, if he didn't have sword intent, Qianzong could only kill a few of the weaker early 7-star combatants at the beginning. He could only run after that. However, although sword intent was strong, it consumed a lot of Qianzong's mental energy every time he used it. Fortunately, he had pills that could restore 30% of his mental energy. Even so, after killing the last 7-star combatant, Chen Zong's mental energy was almost depleted. Chen Zong's speed was already very fast, comparable to an early 7-star combatant. Now that he had cultivated the 3rd stage of Sword Intent, his speed had skyrocketed with the help of the Sword Intent. He was now comparable to a pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatant. With such speed, even the 5 8-star combatants couldn't catch up with Chen Zong in a short time. The sky was getting brighter, but the 5 8-star combatants still couldn't catch up with Chen Zong. They couldn't even see Chen Zong's back. At most, they could only follow the subtle traces left by Chen Zong. Just looking for the traces left behind by Chen Zong took them a bit more time. As such, the distance between them and Chen Zong was slowly being stretched out. Their bodies were not made of steel, so they had to stop and rest. While they were resting, Chen Zong continued to use his movement technique to move forward. The void sword energy that had fused with the power of the physique, the Zhonghuan true force, and the mental power was even more majestic and vigorous. It was also more durable. As the sun rose, the 5 pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatants looked gloomy. They had lost him. 5 pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatants were chasing a true martial realm cultivator, but they had lost him. If word got out, it would be an extremely embarrassing thing. At this moment, 2 figures broke through the sky and flew over from afar. 2 white waves were stirred up like dragons, but also like 2 shocking bolts of lightning. "Where are you?" A majestic voice that sounded like rolling thunder immediately brought great pressure to the 5 8-star combatants. The 5 pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatants' faces changed drastically. This kind of power was too terrifying. As the voice sounded, 2 figures also landed in front of the 5 pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatants. They were 2 middle-aged men, and their eyes seemed to contain traces of lightning. They were the 2 extreme mortal realm 8-star combatants from the sacred palace. Reporting to the 2 elders, that Chen Zong is too cunning. We lost him." The 2 pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatants from the sacred palace were ashamed. After speaking, they lowered their heads. "We lost him." The 2 extreme mortal realm 8-star combatants frowned. 5 pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatants actually lost a true martial realm cultivator. Trash. After cursing, one of the extreme mortal realm 8-star combatants asked, "Which direction did he run to?" "Over there." The pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatant immediately pointed out the direction. The moment he pointed out the direction, the 2 extreme mortal realm 8-star combatants had already turned into 2 bolts of lightning and swept past them. A terrifying chi roared and slammed into the 5 pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatants, sending them flying several hundred meters away. Their bodies seemed to have been ravaged by terrifying lightning, causing them to spit out several mouthfuls of blood and their faces to turn pale. However, the 5 pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatants didn't show any dissatisfaction. Even if they did, they could only hide it deep in their hearts. This was their punishment for not being able to catch up to Chen Zong. It was already good enough that they didn't die. Immediately, the 5 pseudo-transcendent realm 8-star combatants appeared. Chen Zong wouldn't be able to escape. Even if he had an extremely powerful artifact, it was impossible for him to have the strength to fight against a transcendent realm 8-star combatant. Even if he could resist a transcendent realm 8-star combatant's attack for a while, he wouldn't be able to last long. He was dead meat. Chen Zong would be captured alive. After being captured alive and brought back to the sacred palace, his fate could be imagined. Even though his strength was immense, Chen Zong couldn't bear using his movement skill for a long time. He had no choice but to stop and rest for a while recovering his strength. Suddenly, Chen Zong stood up and looked back. His eyes were deep and there was a faint light within them. Chen Zong's superhuman eyesight allowed him to see farther and clearer. The combination of his increasingly powerful spiritual energy and superb sword arts gave Chen Zong a feeling of unease, as if a crisis was rapidly approaching. He immediately got up and used his movement skill again, leaving at full speed. Not long after, 2 figures appeared from the distant horizon, streaking across the sky like lightning. As soon as they appeared, they quickly approached. Their speed was at least 10 times faster than an 8-star pseudo-transcendent. A terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky and directly bombarded Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong's figure came to a halt, as if his whole body was being suppressed and he couldn't move. Chen Zong's face changed greatly. He stimulated his strength and nihility sword force spread all over his body. His half-step sword force tore through the pressure and his speed increased again. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of his eyes. 2 lightning bolts struck down and disappeared, revealing 2 figures. The 2 middle-aged men wore silver-gray robes. Their eyes were cold and arrogant, as if they controlled Chen Zong's life and death. They had the same symbol on their cuffs. Chen Zong recognized it at a glance. It was the symbol of the sacred palace. From the speed of these 2 people and the aura they exuded, Chen Zong knew they were 2 transcendent realm masters. An ant can escape here. I have to say, your luck is not bad, one of the transcendent realm masters said indifferently, as if he was looking down on Chen Zong. However, it ends here, the other transcendent realm master also said in a superior tone. Since they had already caught up with Chen Zong, they didn't think that Chen Zong had the ability to escape from them. Moreover, they had already investigated Chen Zong's background. He was a disciple of a small low-rank sect in the Dragon Chart region. He had been expelled and later served the 9th prince of the Dragon Chart dynasty. However, he had colluded with criminals to kill the Dragon Chart imperial family's Dragon Teeth Guard and was now convicted. As for whether they had colluded or not, it had nothing to do with the sacred palace. They wouldn't deliberately investigate whether it was true or not. The only thing worthy of their attention was perhaps Chen Zong's talent. His talent was better than Xia Hoshan's, and possibly even better than Xia Hoba's. Unfortunately, he had to go against the sacred palace. Only death awaited him. 2 dignified transcendent realm masters have personally chased after me. Aren't you afraid of becoming a joke if word of this gets out? Chen Zong thought of a countermeasure as he spoke, stalling for time. At the same time, Chen Zong was also silently calculating whether he could kill the 2 with a single strike if he used the Red Thunder Sword. A precious treasure like the Red Thunder Sword should be used at this time. However, there were 2 transcendents. He had to kill them with a single strike. Otherwise, leaving one alive would be a huge problem for him. Who dares to laugh at my sacred palace's actions? One of the transcendents said. His words revealed the domineering aura of the sacred palace. This was the deterrence of a high-rank sect. Chen Zong also understood that the situation in the Ascending Heaven region was different from the Dragon Chart region. In the Dragon Chart region, there was only one high-rank sect, and that was the Dragon Chart imperial family. They unified the entire region and no one dared to disobey their orders. The Dragon Chart imperial family had set up all kinds of laws. On the surface, everyone had to abide by the laws. If they violated the laws, they would immediately be punished by the powerhouses of the imperial family. However, there were 2 high-rank sects in the Ascending Heaven region. They competed with each other for resources and so on. The other forces were the same. Naturally, it wasn't as unified as the Dragon Chart region. Poor 6 Paths, he's caught a cold. Fellow brothers, pay attention, the temperature has changed too much during this time, so make sure to keep warm to avoid catching a cold. Their mocking gazes swept over Chen Zong, increasing the pressure on Chen Zong. Chen Zong quietly sheathed his 2 swords in their sheaths, the 5 fingers of his left hand gently flicking, loosening and tightening, as if he was constantly adjusting himself. The void ring was worn on Yang Kai's left hand, so he could instantly summon the Red Thunder Sword with his left hand and release a Transcendent Realm Sword Chi attack. The Red Thunder Sword contained Transcendent Realm power, but Chen Zong didn't know which Transcendent Realm it belonged to. Although he wasn't confident, he could only give it a try. Perhaps he could kill these 2 in one fell swoop. Looking at you, it seems you still have some cards up your sleeve. One of the Transcendent Realm Masters stared at Chen Zong and smiled, immediately beckoning him over. Come, what other means do you have? Bring it out, I'll take it. Enough, stop playing around, the other Transcendent Realm Master frowned and said unhappily. Although he very much wanted to play around with a genius like Chen Zong, he was afraid that the longer he delayed, the more unforeseen events would occur. Therefore, it was better to capture Chen Zong and bring him back to the sacred martial palace as soon as possible. As soon as his voice fell, the Transcendent Realm Master directly took action, stretching out his right hand and grabbing forward. Countless arcs of lightning condensed in the air, transforming into a giant hand of lightning that grabbed at Qinzong's body. This giant hand was composed of lightning, and the energy fluctuations it exuded were astonishing. The crackling sounds were deafening, impacting Qinzong's eardrums and penetrating his brain. If it weren't for his strong spiritual will, this kind of momentum would have been enough to make Qinzong faint. Along with the descending thunder hand, an astonishing momentum pressed down from the sky, as if a thunder mountain was descending. For a moment, Qinzong's body felt heavy, as if he was about to be pressed into the ground. His muscles and bones were trembling. The power contained in the thunder light made Qinzong's limbs feel numb and his qi and blood stagnate. However, if Qinzong activated all of his power, he could still resist a little bit. Then, he took out the red thunder sword and activated its power. However, he still didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be able to defeat both of them with a single strike. Continue to wait for an opportunity. Even if he was caught, he would still have a chance to attack. Just as the lightning hand grabbed Qinzong's body trembled involuntarily. No, his body didn't move at all, but something seemed to have awakened inside his body. With that tremble, a vague shadow of a pagoda seemed to appear. The pagoda's shadow instantly appeared on the surface of Qinzong's body. At the same time, the lightning hand reached out and touched the pagoda's shadow. There was no shocking collision. Like snow meeting the scorching sun, the lightning hand quickly disappeared without a trace. The pagoda's shadow, on the other hand, had already disappeared. It was too fast for anyone to see. Qinzong was stunned. The two transcendents from Sacred Palace were also stunned. Although the lightning hand was only a casual strike, its purpose was to capture Qinzong, so its power wasn't too strong. Qinzong was just a true martial realm cultivator. The gap between him and a transcendent was like the heavens and earth. How could he resist the lightning hand? Qinzong didn't react for a moment. It was too sudden. The power contained in the lightning hand had directly suppressed him, making it difficult for him to move. Why did it suddenly disappear without a trace? The pagoda's shadow had appeared too fast and too suddenly. None of them had been able to grasp it. The other transcendent took action again. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot through the air. Its speed was indescribably fast. Qinzong felt as if he could see the bolt of lightning. When he tried to dodge, he felt his body become extremely heavy, as if he was moving at a snail's pace. It was like dragging a 3,000-kilogram object with 1,000 kilograms of strength. The lightning bolt struck Qinzong. In an instant, a pagoda's shadow emerged from Qinzong's body. The moment the lightning touched the pagoda's shadow, it instantly collapsed and disappeared. The pagoda's shadow also disappeared into his body, but this time, whether it was Qinzong or the two transcendents, they all saw it clearly. It was a pagoda shadow. Moreover, it was very familiar. It was the Heaven Ascension Tower's shadow. So that's how it is. Qinzong suddenly understood. In the 11th floor of the Heaven Ascension Tower, Li Tian Emperor's incarnation had summoned the pagoda's shadow and merged it into his body, but he had never been told what it was used for. Qinzong never thought it would have such a function. It could resist the attacks of transcendence and make them disappear, unable to affect him in the slightest. Even if this pagoda's shadow could only dissipate the attacks of extreme mortal realm masters, for Qinzong, it was still extremely useful. This was more amazing than any artifact. The two transcendents were shocked. Their eyes flashed with a sharp light. For a moment, their thoughts raced as they thought of many things. Artifact: Qinzong must have obtained an amazing artifact after reaching the 10th floor of the Heaven Ascension Tower. It must be the artifact that released the Heaven Ascension Tower's shadow. What kind of artifact was it? It could actually dissipate the attacks of extreme mortal realm masters. Although the two of them were only at the first layer of the extreme mortal realm, the extreme mortal realm was still the extreme mortal realm. Whether it was their physical strength or physique, they had all surpassed those below the extreme mortal realm. It was a kind of fundamental transformation that allowed mortals to break through to the inhuman realm. Even a first layer of the extreme mortal realm master could seriously injure or even kill a pseudo-transcendent master with a casual strike, let alone a true martial realm cultivator. The only explanation was that it was an artifact, an extremely high-grade artifact. This kind of artifact would have a great effect on transcendence. In an instant, the greed of the two transcendents was aroused and they both attacked. One of them reached out and grasped again. Next, another hand of lightning condensed in the air. However, compared to the previous hand of lightning, this hand of lightning appeared even more solid. Moreover, countless lightning arcs circled around it. Every lightning arc exuded an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction. The aura that each lightning arc exuded was comparable to the previous hand of lightning. Just now, it was just a casual strike, but this time, it was a strike that contained all of their strength. The giant hand of lightning carried the terrifying power of the true meaning of thunder, as if it was capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The other person used a finger technique. As he pointed his finger, a terrifying bolt of lightning broke through the air, also carrying the true meaning of thunder. The strength of two first layer of the extreme mortal realm masters was truly terrifying. They could easily kill a transcendent master. Unable to dodge, the pressure was even stronger, making it difficult for Chenzong to move. Even if he used all of his strength, it would still be difficult for him to shake off this kind of power. This was a fundamental difference. It was like comparing the light of a firefly to the bright moon. Chenzong could only watch as the giant hand of lightning fell and the finger of lightning bombarded him. Just as the giant hand of lightning and the finger of lightning struck Chenzong, the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower appeared again. As it slowly rotated, the giant hand of lightning and the finger of lightning directly dissipated, like smoke hitting a solid wall. The wall remained motionless while the smoke dispersed and disappeared. Chenzong couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that the phantom image was effective, otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. The faces of the two transcendent realm masters from the sacred martial palace became more and more solemn. That was an attack they had used all of their strength, yet it was still dispelled. What kind of artifact was this? It was too shocking, and it further stimulated the greed in their hearts. If they could obtain this artifact and keep it for themselves, they would gain many benefits. Even if they couldn't obtain it, they could still offer it to the sacred martial palace, which would be a great merit. Immediately, the two transcendents attacked again. This time, they didn't attack from a distance, but directly approached Chenzong and reached out to grab him. Although artifacts were extraordinary, they often had limitations. For example, some artifacts could defend against powerful true qi attacks, but they couldn't defend against physical attacks. The two of them believed that Chenzong's artifact could resist their spirit energy and true meaning attacks, so they changed their approach and directly captured Chenzong. When a cultivator broke through to the extreme mortal realm, their body would undergo a transformation, and they would begin to break away from their mortal physique and become stronger. Even without body tempering, their attacks would possess a force of several tens of thousands of kilograms, and some people who had body tempering would have even more tyrannical strength after undergoing a transformation. The two of them were able to reach the transcendent realm, and their talent wasn't bad. They had also cultivated body tempering martial arts before, and although they hadn't achieved much, when they broke through to the transcendent realm, their bodies had undergone a baptism of spirit energy, and their strength had directly increased. The strength of their arms had reached 100,000 kilograms, and when they attacked, the combination of strength and speed had exceeded that. However, Chenzong had made great achievements in body tempering, and in terms of arm strength alone, his strength had reached 100,000 kilograms, not inferior to his opponents. Without waiting for the tower phantom to appear, Chenzong drew his sword, and a dazzling sword light flashed, causing the two transcendent realm masters' eyes to narrow slightly. Immediately, the sky was torn apart, and his strength, two minor true meanings, and half-step sword force slashed out. His two swords were faster and stronger than the two transcendent realm masters, and as the two swords clashed, a terrifying power erupted and forced the two transcendent realm masters to retreat. The two transcendents raised their palms and glanced at them, discovering that there was actually a sword mark left on their palms. If it weren't for them having strengthened their spirit qi at the last moment, it was likely their palms would have been cut off. Facing a true martial realm cultivator, who was like an ant, the two of them were helpless time and time again. They were even forced back by the other party and suffered minor injuries. To them, this was the greatest humiliation. Immediately, the two transcendent realm masters attacked again, but this time, they used their spirit qi to grab Chenzong. Although they felt humiliated and annoyed, and wanted to kill Chenzong, it was more important to capture Qinzong alive. The terrifying pressure caused Qinzong to be unable to move again, and with the two Transcendent Realm Masters attacking from the left and right, Qinzong had no chance to use his Red Thunder Sword. Reaching out, the two Transcendent Realm Masters each grabbed Qinzong's left and right shoulders, and in an instant, the Tower Phantom appeared and directly weakened the strength of the two Transcendent Realm Masters, making it impossible for them to grab Qinzong's shoulders. Qinzong quickly slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword light that tore through the air and sent a stream of blood flying. The two Transcendent Realm Masters clutched their chests and retreated again and again. Looking down, they found that their chests had been cut open and were dripping with blood. If they hadn't reacted in time, they would have been cut in half by Qinzong's sword. The two Transcendent Realm Masters from Sacred Palace paled, not because of their injuries, but because of their anger. Injured, the two of them had actually been injured by the sword of an ant. Qinzong could clearly feel that the moment the two Transcendents grabbed his shoulders, the Tower Phantom had appeared and directly extinguished the spirit chi these two Transcendents were using to protect their bodies, causing it to also dissipate. Qinzong was keenly aware of this and immediately drew his sword, almost killing the two men. However, these two had cultivated to the Transcendent Realm and had experienced countless life and death situations, so their combat experience was extremely rich. They instinctively reacted and quickly retreated, only suffering some injuries. Of course, Qinzong's sword speed was not fast enough. Qinzong's sword speed was fast, but that was only relative to true martial realm cultivators. Even if it was compared to pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators, it was still extremely fast, but compared to transcendents, it was relatively ordinary. Realizing that the other party could not do anything to him, Qinzong immediately moved and quickly fled. The other party could not do anything to him, but at the same time, he could not do anything to them. As long as there was no physical contact, the Tower Phantoms would not appear and provide him with any help. With his speed and strength, he could not deal with these two transcendents at all. Qinzong also guessed the intention of Li Tian Emperor's incarnation. He wanted to merge a part of the Heaven Ascension Tower's power into his body so that it would remain dormant. Only when faced with an attack from a transcendent would it take the initiative to eliminate the attack and protect himself. It was ineffective against attacks from below the transcendent realm. Presumably, it was related to spirit chi and true meaning. Just now, the two transcendents had not used their spirit chi or true meaning, only their bodies. They had not activated the Tower Phantoms. With just his physical strength, Qinzong was not afraid of these two. As soon as Qinzong's figure moved, the two transcendents also immediately moved to intercept Qinzong. Their speed was many times faster than Qinzong's, so at such a close distance, they could easily intercept Qinzong, making it impossible for Qinzong to escape. "You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. You might as well let me go," Qinzong said firmly. The faces of the two transcendents became uglier and uglier, feeling like they had been humiliated by Qinzong again. A true martial realm cultivator actually said, "You can't do anything to me," and it was actually true. Their hatred was monstrous, but they could not kill Qinzong, nor could they capture him. This feeling of helplessness made them very uncomfortable. How long had it been since they had felt like this? "We can't do anything to you, so you won't leave," one of the transcendents said coldly. "I'll send a message right now. The other masters from the palace will soon arrive. I don't think they won't be able to deal with you." The other transcendent took out a communication jade token and said. Qinzong's heart couldn't help sinking. The Tower Phantoms could eliminate the spirit chi and true intent of these two transcendents, but whether or not it could eliminate other transcendents was hard to say. Qinzong wasn't 100% sure it could. Escaping immediately was the best option. Qinzong used his movement skill and quickly rushed forward. The two transcendents immediately tried to intercept him, but Qinzong didn't care and directly rushed forward, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Dodge. The two transcendents who tried to intercept Qinzong had no choice but to do so because they already knew that the Tower Phantom on Qinzong's body would affect their spirit chi and true intent, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. On top of that, relying on their physical strength alone was not enough to harm Qinzong. On the contrary, if they were not careful, they might even be injured by him. The wound on his chest that had already stopped bleeding was a sign of this. Charge! 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 Qinzong continued to rush forward, increasing his speed to the limit. The two transcendents didn't try to stop Qinzong again, instead releasing their own extreme mortal realm auras. Their extreme mortal realm auras were like two thunder mountains descending upon Qinzong's body, suppressing him. Qinzong tried his best to resist this pressure, but he soon felt his body go numb, as if his bones were being crushed, and even his internal organs were being crushed. The two transcendents were very direct. Since they couldn't defeat Qinzong, they decided to use their own spirit qi to suppress Qinzong. They didn't believe that Qinzong could resist their pressure for long. Every second felt like a year. Sweat dripping from his forehead, Qinzong found it difficult to keep his eyes open. Compared with the transcendents, his own spirit qi was still too weak. Even if he could resist for a while, he couldn't last long. He felt like a small boat in a violent storm, about to be destroyed at any moment. Persevering, Qinzong seemed to have lost consciousness, not knowing anything, only relying on his own tenacity and instincts to resist. He's really tenacious. The two transcendents from Sacred Palace wore gloomy expressions, their eyes cold, but their hearts were filled with shock. Qinzong's tenacity was beyond their expectations, and maintaining this state of complete suppression for a short period of time wasn't a big deal, but over time, it would become a big burden. Fortunately, the two of them were working together to suppress him. First, they would suppress Qinzong until he fainted, then capture him. As long as they didn't use their spirit qi or true meaning, they wouldn't be able to trigger the power of the artifact. Just as Qinzong was about to lose consciousness, his body trembled involuntarily and a humming sound rang out as the phantom of the pagoda reappeared. In an instant, the powerful auras of the two transcendents disappeared, no longer able to affect Qinzong. Without the suppression, Qinzong quickly regained consciousness and slowly recovered. Involuntarily, Qinzong felt a lingering fear, almost losing consciousness. If he had fainted, he would have been directly captured by the two transcendents. At that time, whether he lived or died would have been difficult to control. His figure flashing, Qinzong transformed into a stream of light and shot off into the distance, but the two transcendents caught up again, once again sending out their tyrannical auras to attack Qinzong, causing his speed to plummet. Under the constant suppression, Qinzong resisted again, but when he reached his limit, the phantom of the pagoda reappeared and eliminated the two transcendents' auras. "I told you, you can't do anything to me." Qinzong laughed. Although he felt tired, he felt very refreshed. With his trivial true martial realm cultivation, he was able to render two transcendents helpless. Since ancient times, how many people had been able to do such a thing? Even the third prince and ninth prince of the dragon diagram imperial family could only rely on their secret treasures to withstand the attacks of the extreme mortal realm for a short period of time. Once the number of attacks increased, the defense of their secret treasures would also be destroyed. Qinzong didn't know if there was a limit to the phantom of the pagoda in his body, but he was certain that there was a limit. It was just that he didn't know where it was. After laughing, Qinzong felt a little helpless. In the end, he only rendered the two transcendents helpless, but it was also very difficult for him to escape safely. No one spoke, and the two transcendents of the sacred martial palace wore gloomy expressions. At this moment, two powerful auras rapidly approached from afar. The moment everyone sensed them, they saw a red light that was as bright as the sun and a green-white light that was as bright as the moon, flying towards them with a hint of sharpness. They still came. Qinzong smiled bitterly. Although he had tried to avoid them, they still came. In the blink of an eye, the two lights of different colors approached and landed beside Qinzong. Their terrifying auras directly locked onto the two transcendents of the sacred martial palace. "Yin Yang Profound Sword, do you want to interfere in this matter? You two are quite bold. Do you want to become enemies with our sacred martial palace?" The two transcendents' expressions changed, and they immediately spoke in a gloomy tone, their faces filled with anger. "Sirs, we are just rogue cultivators. How could we dare to become enemies with the sacred martial palace?" Yang Profound Sword smiled and cupped his fists in a modest and courteous manner. "However, as transcendents of the sacred martial palace, it would be beneath your dignity to personally deal with a little true martial realm cultivator. If word of this were to spread, it wouldn't be a good thing. Please stop for the sake of us, husband and wife," Yang Profound Sword said in the end. "Stop? Impossible. You are just two rogue cultivators. It is already a great fortune for you to be able to cultivate to the extreme mortal realm. What right do you have to ask us to stop? The two transcendents of the sacred martial palace sneered. Especially after they were helpless against Qianzong, they hated Qianzong even more. It was even more impossible for them to let Qianzong go. No matter who came, they wouldn't let them go, let alone two rogue cultivators who had just broken through to the extreme mortal realm. In most cases, rogue cultivators couldn't compare with cultivators from big forces. Their combat strength would often be weaker if they had the same cultivation. Little friend, you should leave first. We will stop them. A gentle voice sounded in his ears. It was Yin Profound Sword's voice. Qianzong had mixed feelings. He didn't want to trouble the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple. After all, they were just rogue cultivators who had just broken through to the extreme mortal realm. Offending a colossus like the sacred martial palace wasn't a good thing for them. On the contrary, they might even lose their lives if they were careless. But he didn't expect that the two would still notice and chase after him. At this point, there was no point in saying anything more. Qianzong will remember the kindness of the two seniors. Qianzong could only say so. He immediately used his movement skill and left quickly. The two transcendents of the sacred martial palace immediately flashed and chased after him again. The Yin-Yang Profound Sword also moved. A low-grade spirit sword was unsheathed and directly transformed into a blazing sun and a dark moon. However, their goal wasn't to kill the two transcendents of the sacred martial palace, but to stop them and give Qianzong time to leave. The two transcendents of the sacred martial palace were both at the first layer of the extreme mortal realm. The Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple's cultivation was also at the first layer of the extreme mortal realm. Although they were rogue cultivators, being able to break through to the extreme mortal realm and even possess a low-grade spirit artifact naturally meant that they had an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. Therefore, their strength wasn't any weaker than the two transcendents of the sacred martial palace. Scram! The two transcendents of the sacred martial palace attacked furiously. They activated their killing moves and bombarded the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple, but they couldn't do anything to them. Instead, they were entangled by the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple. In the next moment, the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple combined their swords, greatly increasing their power. Terrifying green and red sword lights intertwined, like the brilliance of the sun and moon. The two transcendents of the sacred martial palace were instantly suppressed. Qianzong glanced back, but didn't slow down in the slightest. At this time, he had to use all his strength to leave this place as soon as possible. The Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple's efforts wouldn't be in vain. Not long after, Qianzong was far away. Only the fluctuations of the battle between the four transcendents continued to spread to the distance. Qianzong could sense them, but as the distance between them increased, the fluctuations became weaker and weaker. Qianzong didn't pay attention to the passage of time, but he could no longer sense the auras of the four transcendents. Even their voices couldn't be heard. Even so, Qianzong didn't stop. Stuffy nose, sore throat, coughing, catching a cold is really uncomfortable. The yin-yang dual sword combination created a sword light that twisted like a dragon, sending the two transcendents of the sacred martial palace flying and leaving a 1,000-meter-long sword mark on the ground. You two are dead. The two transcendents of the sacred martial palace were furious, their hearts filled with murderous intent towards the yin-yang profound sword couple. The yin-yang Xianxia couple didn't reply. They knew that they would offend the martial saint palace the moment they attacked. However, they had a good impression of Qianzong, especially after spending half a year with him. They had built a good relationship with Qianzong. For various reasons, they didn't hesitate to attack. At the same time, a tyrannical aura rose up like a terrifying bolt of lightning. The two from the sacred martial palace were overjoyed, but the yin-yang profound sword couple's expression changed drastically. They immediately put away their swords and used their movement skills to escape. Don't even think about leaving. The two transcendents of the sacred martial palace immediately chased after them. They had sent a message earlier, and now, more powerful masters from the sacred martial palace's Shahe lineage had finally arrived. However, the yin-yang profound sword couple could not only increase their strength with the dual sword combination, but also increase their speed by 30%. In the blink of an eye, they left the two transcendents of the sacred martial palace behind and quickly escaped. A powerful aura approached, and a huge ball of lightning released a dazzling brilliance that shook the sky and cracked the earth. Where is he? The newcomer was still wrapped in the ball of lightning, and one could vaguely see his figure. His gaze was like two bolts of lightning that fell on the two transcendents of the mortal realm, causing them to feel numb and shocked in their hearts. This kind of true meaning of thunder was many times stronger than theirs. Reporting to Elder Zhongwu, we had already intercepted Qinzong, but the yin-yang profound sword couple suddenly interfered and blocked us, causing Qinzong to escape. The two transcendents of the mortal realm hurriedly replied. In the sacred martial palace, transcendents of the mortal realm could become elders, and there was a related elder system. Transcendents of the mortal realm from the first to the third layer were lower martial grade elders, transcendents of the fourth to the sixth layer were middle martial grade elders, and transcendents of the seventh to ninth layer were upper martial grade elders. As for the earth spirit realm above the mortal realm, they were elders, and the profound heaven realm were old ancestors. The ranks of the elders were clear, and there were also differences in their status. Explain in detail. Elder Zhongwu barked. The two martial arts elders hurriedly explained, focusing on Qinzong's abnormality. In fact, they had planned to hide it, but on second thought, it was useless to hide it, because they couldn't do anything to Qinzong. If Qinzong was caught by Elder Zhongwu, he would naturally know the abnormality in him. At that time, they might be accused of not reporting it. The shadow of the Sky Ascension Tower. Elder Zhongwu started to think, but he couldn't figure out what kind of treasure it was. However, to be able to nullify the spirit energy and true meaning of a first-level mortal realm martial artist, this treasure must be extraordinary. It might even be able to nullify the spirit energy and true meaning of a second-level mortal realm martial artist. Or even more shocking, it could eliminate the spiritual energy and true meaning of the extreme human stage. If that was the case, then the value of that secret treasure was immeasurable. It was simply unheard of. He had to get it. After making up his mind, Elder Zhongwu immediately asked Qinzong in which direction to leave in. As for the yin-yang Xianxia couple, he didn't care about them for the time being. Someone would deal with them later. They were just two rogue cultivators who had reached the extreme mortal realm through some fortuitous encounters. They even dared to offend the sacred palace. Aluo, it's time for us to leave the ascending heaven region, Yang Xianjian said as he sped forward. I hope Qinzong is safe and sound. Yin Xuanjian's expression was a little gloomy. After all, they weren't strong enough and could only provide a little help to Qinzong. Even so, they had offended the sacred palace. If they didn't leave the ascending heaven region as soon as possible, their days would be very difficult, and they might even be killed. As for Qinzong, they had done their best. After crossing a valley and entering a city, Qinzong quickly used the crowd to erase his tracks. The sacred palace was one of the two upper-rank sects in the ascending heaven region. They were powerful and had a wide range of information. If they wanted to find him, they could find him very quickly. Qinzong also understood this, but he still wanted to hide his tracks as much as possible. The best option was to leave the ascending heaven region. Return to the Longtu region, it wasn't the right time yet. Therefore, he could only go to other regions. Qinzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really had a hard life, constantly running around. But there was no other way. Some troubles were unavoidable. He couldn't be bullied by others. After Elder Zhongwu of the Sacred Palace chased after Qinzong, he lost track of him. He didn't know where to look for him, so his expression was extremely gloomy. Elder Zhongwu had no choice but to take out his communication jade token and use the power of the Sacred Palace to search for Qinzong. It would be 100 times faster than him searching alone. I see that there is a divine light in little friend's eyes. Your temperament is extraordinary. You must be a peerless genius. An ancient voice sounded behind Qinzong. Qinzong turned around and saw a white-robed old man with white hair and a rosy complexion walking over. His steps were calm, but it was as if he was riding the wind. At first, he was still 1,000 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he was already 10 meters away. Qinzong's expression did not change, but he raised his guard in his heart. Even though this person looked kind and amiable, like a kind and respected old man, he was still a stranger. The other party's aura let Qianzong know that he was in the pseudo-transcendent realm. However, his aura was obscure, so Qianzong couldn't determine his combat strength. Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. This old man has no evil intentions. I just saw that little friend's talent is extraordinary, like a hidden dragon in the abyss, so I came to get to know you. The old man said with a smile and a very kind look, my name is 100 Treasures. How should I address you, little friend? What does Senior 100 Treasures want to say? Please say it. Qianzong didn't say his name and said directly. Someone suddenly came to find him while he was running away. Coupled with the fact that his spirit had become stronger after cultivating the soul refinement art, Qianzong had a bad feeling. Little friend, you are too cautious. This is not good. 100 Treasures Elder said with a smile, looking like he was teaching a junior. If Senior 100 Treasures has nothing else to say, this junior still has something to do. Goodbye. Qianzong didn't say much. Time was of the essence now. Who knew when the people of the sacred martial palace would catch up? It was better to leave as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianzong immediately turned around and left using his movement skill. 100 Treasures Elder smiled as he watched Qianzong leave. His left hand gently stroked his smooth white beard, but there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. Qianzong, the 10th floor of the Sky Ascension Tower. My nose is definitely not wrong. How can someone who has been targeted by my 100 treasures escape? After the sun set in the west, night soon fell. Qianzong stopped to rest for a moment. The flames burned fiercely. Qianzong's eyes looked through the flames in front of him. It was a mountain. Under the night sky, it was pitch black, like a sleeping beast of darkness, emitting a frightening chill. This mountain gave Qianzong a sense of danger, as if there was a great terror hidden within it. Once I cross this mountain, I should be able to step out of the Ascension Heaven region. Qianzong said to himself. Now that there was no way out, he had to give it a try no matter how dangerous it was. Little friend, you and I are really fated to meet. The chuckling voice sounded again. The 100 Treasures Elder appeared again. With a step, he crossed the distance of 1,000 meters and appeared not far from Qianzong. He had a kind look on his face. Qianzong frowned slightly. The bad feeling was getting more and more obvious. My name is 100 Treasures. I love treasures and hide treasures all my life. Little friend, do you have any treasures on you? Can you let this old man take a look and broaden my horizons? The 100 Treasures Elder said with a chuckle. However, when he said this, a glimmer of sharpness condensed in the depths of his eyes and gradually appeared. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura broke out of his body. A trace of ferocity appeared on his kind face. He suddenly stretched out his right hand. His arms seemed to extend infinitely, and his palm seemed to be infinitely enlarged. With pseudo-spiritual power and amazing aura fluctuations, he grabbed Qianzong fiercely. In the enlarged palm, the palm lines were extremely clear. A suction force spread out from the center of the palm, covering Qianzong's whole body and pulling Qianzong toward the palm. This palm was called treasure capturing. As soon as this palm was launched, it had the combat strength of an 8-star warrior. Qianzong's face suddenly changed. Qianzong had indeed killed a 7-star warrior before. He had even killed a 7-star warrior at the peak. However, this 100 Treasures Elder's attack had the combat strength of an 8-star warrior. Qianzong was not sure if he could kill him. No matter what, Qianzong would not sit still and wait for his death. The palm grabbed down from the air, and all the grass, trees, and stones rushed toward the giant palm. Then, under the terrible power, they were all shattered into powder. The giant palm fell from the sky, and the pressure it brought became stronger and stronger. It seemed to be as heavy as a mountain, and the suppression made Qianzong's body sink slightly. It seemed that his body was about to be pressed into the ground, but it also seemed that his body was about to be sucked up. The contradictory feeling made Qianzong very uncomfortable. The treasure-capturing palm fell and directly grabbed Qianzong's body. However, in an instant, the light under Qianzong's feet devoured his whole body. Then, in a flash, the light was caught and shattered by the treasure-capturing palm. Countless violent sword lights suddenly lit up in the dark night. They tore the flames apart and rushed toward the 100 Treasures Elder like a long river. The 100 Treasures Elder was surprised that Chen Zong was able to dodge his treasure-capturing palm and counterattack with his sword. However, it was only a surprise. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. However, the 100 Treasures Elder had no intention of dodging. He struck out with his palm again, and with a rumbling sound, it was as though the ground was sinking. This palm appeared even more majestic and powerful. Upon contact, the sword flashes that Chen Zong's two swords stabbed out shattered one after another. The powerful and heavy palm strike came crashing down. The terrifying pressure seemed to crush Chen Zong. Chen Zong, do you think I don't know that you have already grasped two lesser true meanings? There's no need to hide it. The 100 Treasures Elder said as he shattered the sword flashes with a palm strike towards Chen Zong. He even had a smug look on his face. Back at Ascension City's life and death arena, 100 Treasures Elder had been one of the spectators during Chen Zong's battle with Xia Hozhen. Therefore, he knew that Chen Zong had grasped two lesser true intents. Such a person could be considered a peerless genius. However, since he knew of Chen Zong's means, it was no longer a trump card. Chen Zong raised his sword to block the heavy and solid palm print that came crashing down. With a bang, a terrifying power burst out in an instant, crushing the sword light. It passed through the two swords and blasted towards Chen Zong's body. There was only one force, but it was unbelievably powerful. It pressed the two swords towards Chen Zong's chest. With a boom, Chen Zong flew backwards. His back collided with the air and shattered, creating layers of white shock waves. His protective true power quickly heated up and spread out traces of fiery red. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Zong broke one tree after another. Finally, his entire body crashed into a mountain wall and sank deeply. The edge of the mountain wall was filled with countless cracks. No matter how talented you are and how much potential you have, you are just an ant before you truly turn it into strength. The 100 Treasures Elder smiled and no longer felt like a peaceful elder. Although that palm was not fully activated, it still had the power of the 8-star level. It was very terrifying. Even a 7-star warrior could not use it, let alone a true Force Realm warrior. After watching everyone challenge the Tower of Ascension, the 100 Treasures Elder left Ascension City. During that period of time, Chen Zong's combat power increased greatly. The 100 Treasures Elder had no idea. After that, a peerlessly formidable sword light soared into the sky like a scorching sun, illuminated the world, and tore the veil of night apart. It carried a brilliant and insufferably arrogant aura, and it also carried the continuous flow of water. Its speed was swift to the extreme, and its aura was weak and impossible to guard against. The moment the 100 Treasures Elder sensed it, the sword light was already in front of him. This sword was different from the previous one. Previously, Chen Zong had used the great true power to fight, but this time, he used the sword energy of nothingness to attack. Whether it was the speed or the power of the sword, it had been greatly increased. It was impossible to guard against. The 100 Treasures Elder raised his hand and slapped out. The momentum was vast, and the shock waves were as heavy as a large piece of land. No matter how the sword light slashed on it, it did not move at all. However, the 100 Treasures Elder was slightly startled. He could clearly feel a very terrifying power. It was overbearing and sharp, and it was constantly penetrating towards him. It was very shocking. Disperse. With a slight shake of his arm, the sword light shattered under the tyrannical power. The power of this sword strike is at least at the late-stage 6-star level. The 100 Treasures Elder came to a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. In the true martial realm, a 6-star warrior's fighting strength was already very shocking. In the entire Longtu region, there were only a few people like that. Moreover, most of them were at the beginning of the 6-star warrior's fighting strength. According to what the 100 Treasures Elder knew, in the history of the Ascending Heaven region, the highest combat power of the genuine martial realm was the middle stage of the 6-star realm. No one had ever broken through this barrier. But now, he felt that Chen Zong was at the late stage of the 6-star level. If such a person were to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, they would immediately possess the combat strength of an 8-star master. After a period of consolidation, they would soon step into the Grandmaster realm and be ranked among the top of the Grandmaster realm. It would be best if he could become friends with such people. However, since they were already enemies, he couldn't let them live. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Kill him, he must kill him. Moreover, Qianzong was able to withstand his attack and didn't seem to be seriously injured. It must be the treasure on his body that worked. Perhaps it was the treasure he obtained when he reached the 10th floor of the ascending heaven tower. Thinking of this, the 100 Treasures Elder's eyes emitted a strong light. His name was 100 Treasures, and it was not an exaggeration. He had collected many treasures, and he liked to collect all kinds of treasures. In the beginning, when he was weak, he often had a lot of scruples when collecting treasures. However, as his strength continued to increase, he gradually had fewer scruples. Now that he was a grandmaster, he had even fewer scruples. Of course, as a rogue cultivator, the 100 Treasures Elder wouldn't deliberately deal with the important people of the big forces unless he was very confident that he wouldn't be found out. For people like Qianzong, who came from other regions, he didn't care whether they were geniuses or not. After all, they were separated by a region. After killing them and destroying the evidence, it would be very difficult to find them. Just as he was thinking, a figure broke through the sky at an astonishing speed. 2 almost transparent sword lights tore through the night sky, making the 100 Treasures Elder feel a chill. You're not bad. You can take my palm head-on and still live. You can still fight. As the 100 Treasures Elder spoke, his voice was like hundreds of bells ringing. The fierce and mighty buzzing sound rumbled from all directions and rushed into Qianzong's ears. It even avoided his ears and directly attacked Qianzong's mind, shaking his consciousness. This was the Heavenly Treasure Bell, another martial art of the 100 Treasures Elder. It was specifically targeted at the spiritual level. The direct attack was not strong, but it would create interference, making it difficult for people to concentrate and use their full strength. However, Qianzong's spiritual will was extremely strong. He was not affected at all by the Heavenly Treasure Bell's attack. Under the Void Sword force, Qianzong controlled his battle power to the late stage of the 6-star level. He continued to attack, and with the illusion light 9 steps, he dodged the 100 Treasures Elder's attacks again and counterattacked again and again. The Phantom 9 steps was very exquisite. Especially under the sword force of the void, it surpassed its original level. It gave Qianzong the ability to dodge the 100 Treasures Elder's attacks. The 100 Treasures Elder attacked again and again. His palm prints were shocking, shattering the surrounding ground inch by inch. However, he still could not hit Qianzong. On the contrary, although Qianzong's battle strength was not as good as his own, the tyrannical power that was different from true power combined with the sharpness of the level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon was enough to threaten the 100 Treasures Elder. Although it was not enough to kill him, it might injure him. Moreover, the longer the battle dragged on, the more unforeseen things would happen. It seems that if I don't use my full strength, it will be really hard to kill you. The 100 Treasures Elder's kind look disappeared and was replaced by a face full of murderous intent and ferocity. He threw out a palm. An extremely heavy power suddenly condensed on his palm, emitting the aura of the lesser true meaning. In order to kill Qianzong as soon as possible, the 100 Treasures Elder directly used his master-level strength. Most master-level experts were at the 8-star level. Only by using the lesser true meaning could their battle strength reach the 9-star level. Simply put, the power of the lesser true meaning was different between the true martial realm and the pseudo-transcendent realm. Even if a true martial realm expert grasped the lesser true meaning, he could only display a small portion of its power. Only after reaching the pseudo-transcendent realm and undergoing a metamorphosis of spiritual energy could he release more of the lesser true meaning's power. The 100 Treasures Elder grasped 2 lesser true meanings of the true meaning of Earth. They were the true meaning of weight of Earth and the true meaning of congealing of Earth. When the 2 lesser true meanings were fully displayed, the 100 Treasures Elder's battle strength could reach the early 9-star level, which was the battle strength of most master-level experts. The true meaning of weight of Earth took the weight of the true meaning of Earth. It was the weight of the Earth, and when it pressed down, it was extremely terrifying. The true meaning of congealing of Earth was the compression and condensation of the Earth. Its power came from all directions and fiercely pressed down. Under the fusion of the 2 lesser true meanings, the 100 Treasures Elder's palm seemed to have transformed and become even more terrifying. The palm print was like a large piece of earth that had been flipped over. Before it even arrived, it had already brought an extremely terrifying pressure to Qinzong. Qinzong only felt that his body was being crushed by an invisible pressure, as if his whole body was being buried underground. The pressure coming from all directions made Qinzong feel like his body was about to collapse. The palm continued to expand in front of Qinzong's eyes. It filled his vision and covered the entire world. The extremely terrifying pressure not only acted on his body, but also on his soul. It felt like his heart was about to stop beating. The terrifying palm sealed off everything around him. Qinzong knew that even if he used the illusory light 9 steps, he would not be able to completely dodge it. His heart sank. Qinzong urged the power of the golden jade unbreakable body. A platinum halo suddenly spread out, followed by the defensive power of the level 3 pseudo-spirit artifact. The two swords pierced through the air, and the sword light flashed. Heaven and Earth, the ultimate move of the Heaven and Earth sword manual, self-created, was most suitable for fully exerting one's strength. The void sword force was even more unreserved. Then, an astonishing sharpness and aura filled the air. The true meaning of sword edge, the true meaning of sword sharpness, finally, as if the wind and clouds were surging, the invisible power of the great momentum gathered and condensed on the two swords. Vaguely, a sword shadow seemed to appear behind Qinzong. Half-step sword momentum, or it could be called pseudo-sword momentum. In order to resist the 100 Treasures Elder's attack, Qinzong used all his strength. Slash, the cross-shaped sword light that split heaven and earth collided with the terrifying palm print. As soon as they came into contact, the cross-shaped sword light trembled and emitted a creaking sound. In the end, it was the difference of absolute strength. The cross-shaped sword light crumbled inch by inch. Although the palm print was not fast, it crushed the cross-shaped sword light with its terrifying power and continued to push forward. The air in front of it was repelled and compressed, becoming as terrible as refined steel. The broken sword light flew out like stars. Qinzong could clearly see the cross-shaped sword mark on the palm print through the broken sword light. Although the sword was powerful enough to kill a 7-star warrior, and the void sword force's penetrating power was amazing, it could only leave a sword mark on the 100 Treasures Elder's ultimate move. It could not break it. This was caused by the absolute gap in strength. If Qinzong broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, then this sword could not only break the 100 Treasures Elder's ultimate move, but also seriously injure and kill him. But there were no ifs. That was Qinzong's choice. In order to break through to the 10th layer of the true martial realm, in order to complete the true martial realm, Qinzong gave up some things. This was his choice. Although the palm print was also very tyrannical, it was not for nothing. At least it weakened part of the palm print's power and slowed down its speed. The terrible power broke through Qinzong's golden jade impenetrable body's defense, and also broke through the defensive power of the 3rd-grade pseudo-spirit artifact. It even destroyed the 3rd-grade pseudo-spirit artifact. Then, Qinzong's feet glowed, and the illusory light engulfed Qinzong's body. Then, in a trance, the illusory light changed 9 times in a row. With a bang, the light shattered. Qinzong's entire body was blasted away by the palm print. The speed was so fast that it caused the air to explode, creating a terrifying shockwave that raged in all directions. The ground was shattered inch by inch, and the surrounding grass, trees, and stones were all sent flying. Then, under the impact of the terrifying power, they were turned into powder, and countless cracks and holes were everywhere. When I saw the beer, I suddenly wanted to drink it, but I could only hold back because I still had a cold. The area within a radius of several thousand meters seemed to have been ravaged by a giant beast. Countless pits and cracks were everywhere. It was a shocking sight. A body fell 1,000 meters away. His robe was torn, revealing a 3rd-level pseudo-spiritual armor with cracks on it. It was still broken and useless. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His whole body seemed to be embedded in the ground, motionless, and not far from death. He's not dead yet. The 100 Treasures Elder's figure flashed and crossed 1,000 meters to appear beside Qinzong. His ferocious eyes stared at Qinzong, slightly surprised. That palm strike just now was a full-force strike, a Grandmaster-level strike. It was really shocking that it couldn't kill the opponent. But what puzzled the 100 Treasures Elder was that he didn't feel the power fluctuation of a secret treasure. Could it be that Chen Zong didn't get a protective secret treasure when he reached the 10th floor of the Sky Ascension Tower? It didn't seem to be an offensive secret treasure either. It should be something else. No matter what the treasure is, it's this old man's. The 100 Treasures Elder said secretly, overjoyed. Every time he was about to get an unusual treasure, he always felt excited. His eyes narrowed and fell directly on the mustard seed bag on Chen Zong's waist. He believed that most of Chen Zong's things were in the mustard seed bag, but he wasn't sure about the secret treasure. If he remembered correctly, the Double Dragon Supreme token was still on Chen Zong's body. Even if you're a genius with great potential, you're like a stray dog in front of me now. There's no future for you. The 100 Treasures Elder looked at the dying Chen Zong and thought that he could get at least 2 extraordinary treasures. He felt satisfied. While speaking, the 100 Treasures Elder didn't hesitate to attack. He wanted to kill Chen Zong and then search for the treasures. It was safer this way. The palm condensed into a human head-sized palm print that emitted a brown light. That was the color of the earth, and it was countless times thicker and denser than refined steel. It ruthlessly slammed towards Chen Zong's head without mercy. In the next breath, Chen Zong's head would be smashed apart like a watermelon. Just as the palm print was about to hit Chen Zong's head, the space between Chen Zong's eyebrows suddenly lit up, as if there was a flash of sword light, shooting out an astonishing sharpness. Then, the sword light shot out from between his eyebrows, shooting towards the 100 Treasures Elder at an astonishing speed. The 100 Treasures Elder was shocked. He hurriedly drove the palm print to attack the sword light, trying to block and shatter the sword light. However, he was shocked to find that when the palm print hit the sword light, it was as if it hit nothing. The sword light passed through the palm print without any hindrance, and the palm print also hit the side of Chen Zong, blasting a hole a few meters deep in the hard ground. It was too fast, and there was no way to dodge it. The sword light directly pierced through the space between his eyebrows. The 100 Treasures Elder's face suddenly changed. He unconsciously held his head with both hands and let out a miserable cry. His face was distorted like a ghost. He felt as if his head was cut in half by an invisible sword. The pain penetrated deep into his soul and was indescribable. His eyes bulged, and a trace of blood flowed from his mouth and nose. This was Chen Zong's sword intent, which was activated with almost all his strength. Even though the 100 Treasures Elder's mental strength was very strong, stronger than that of an ordinary 8-star pseudo-transcendent, it was difficult for him to withstand it when he was caught off guard. One breath, just one breath was enough. The power of the 1,000 yuan body explosion pill, which had been stuffed into his mouth, was completely activated, crazily attacking Chen Zong's body. At the same time, the wind and thunder seal was broken, increasing Chen Zong's physical strength and true force by 10%. Chen Zong's combat strength rose steadily, breaking through the limit and reaching the 7-star level. The true meaning of the sword edge, the true meaning of sword sharpness, half-step sword force, no reservation, truly no reservation. This was Chen Zong's most tyrannical attack, an attack with all his available strength. Danger, an amazing danger came, causing the 100 Treasures Elder, who was in severe pain, to be terrified. Relying on his well-honed instincts, the 100 Treasures Elder forcibly endured the gradually weakening pain and immediately burst out with all his strength to quickly retreat. As long as he retreated and avoided Chen Zong's counterattack, Chen Zong would be dead, truly dead. However, this sword was not so easy to avoid. With a chi-la sound, intense pain assaulted the 100 Treasures Elder's body, making him feel as if he had been cut in half at the waist. Even though he was still connected, that terrifying sharpness had actually slashed across his waist, and the terrifying power had invaded his body and wreaked havoc. Retreat, retreat, retreat. While using his strength to connect his waist to prevent blood from gushing out, he activated the power of the artifact, rolling up a red storm, and quickly retreated. The experienced 100 Treasures Elder instantly judged that his injury was very serious, and he must be treated as soon as possible, or he might die here. While retreating, he reached for his waist and was about to take out healing elixirs from the mustard seed bag, but the bag was gone. Without thinking too much, he quickly took out the elixirs from his chest and took them one by one, crushing them and sprinkling them on his waist. Fortunately, he had the habit of keeping some elixirs in the secret pocket on his chest, or this time, he would really be in danger. Chen Zong was a little disappointed that he still couldn't kill the 100 Treasures Elder after using all his strength. However, the 100 Treasures Elder made a prompt decision and disappeared without a trace, and there was no way to pursue him. Now was not the time to be disappointed. He quickly took elixirs such as the spirit replenishing elixir that could restore 30% of his strength in a few breaths. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Zong caught a glimpse of the mustard seed bag on the ground not far away. He flicked his long sword, and the sword chi stretched out and directly took the mustard seed bag into his hand. Then, he recovered some of his strength and the remaining power of the 1000 yuan body explosion elixir and the wind and thunder seal. He immediately used his body movement and quickly escaped into the mountains. The wind and thunder seal was fine because it consumed the essence of wind and thunder and needed time to recover. However, the 1000 yuan body explosion elixir would put a heavy burden on the body. Late at night, Chen Zong escaped into the mountains and forests, quickly looking for a relatively safe place. The reason why he didn't chase after the 100 Treasures Elder was that the 100 Treasures Elder was too fast and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Secondly, Chen Zong's injuries were very serious and had not yet healed. Coupled with the aftereffects of the 1000 yuan body explosion elixir, it was even more unfavorable for Chen Zong. The 1000-year tree heart's majestic vitality was constantly released, flowing through his body and emitting a trace of coolness, minimizing the pain that Chen Zong's body had to endure. However, as the 1000 yuan body explosion elixir's efficacy wore off, Chen Zong felt his body twitching under the aftereffects, as if countless sharp blades were madly cutting him. It was extremely painful. Chen Zong had to endure this aftereffect. After a while, the aftereffects finally passed. Chen Zong felt weak, but as time passed, the weakness gradually disappeared, and his injuries quickly healed. Naturally, his strength also recovered. Only now did Chen Zong have time to take out the mustard seed bag left behind by the 100 Treasures Elder, opening it and checking it. The 100 Treasures Elder was indeed worthy. Chen Zong found 5 level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons in the mustard seed bag. One was a long saber, one was a short sword, one was a shield, one was an inner armor, and one was a glove. 5 Tier 3 pseudo-spiritual artifacts were not cheap, and that Tier 3 pseudo-spiritual artifact inner armor just happened to replace Chen Zong's shattered Tier 3 pseudo-spiritual artifact inner armor. In addition to these 5 level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons, there were more than 200 substandard spirit sources. The 100 Treasures Elder was just a rogue cultivator, so having more than 200 substandard spirit sources was quite an amazing wealth. In addition, there were some pills, but they were nothing to Chen Zong. As for level 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons, there were more than 20 of them, all of which were relatively good among level 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons. Next, there were a few martial arts, a total of 3, all of which were top heaven grade, all of which were cultivated by the 100 Treasures Elder himself. As for artifacts, there were none. Even if there were, they were on the 100 Treasures Elder. In this way, the 100 Treasures Elder's title of 100 Treasures was somewhat exaggerated. Of course, if one were to say 100 treasures, it would be impossible for even a transcendent realm master to reach that level. The 100 Treasures Elder's wealth had already surpassed many rogue cultivators and important disciples of many great forces. After a round of inspection, Chen Zong found a unique cultivation technique. Artifact refining technique. Opening it, Chen Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. The content of the artifact refining technique was not to refine treasures, but to refine treasures and artifacts. After reading it carefully, Chen Zong understood that this artifact refining technique could not only refine artifacts, but also turn them into ownerless artifacts and then refine them into one's own. In this way, the Supreme Twin Dragon token can be used by me, Chen Zong thought. If he had the defensive power of the Supreme Twin Dragon token when fighting with the 100 Treasures Elder, he might not have been so embarrassed. Speaking of which, the reason why he was able to repel the 100 Treasures Old Man was because the 100 Treasures Old Man did not know that he possessed the Sword of Intent. He had been caught off guard, and the reason why the 100 Treasures Old Man had let down his guard was because he was on the verge of death. In any case, Chen Zong relied on his own ability to injure and repel a Grandmaster level master, although this Grandmaster level master was not as good as the Conqueror Martial Sect and was not as good as the Black Sword Sect. Soon after, Chen Zong picked up a simple and unadorned beast skin drawing. After unfolding it, he looked at it carefully. On it was drawn the direction and outline of a mountain range and so on. After identifying it, Chenzong recognized that the mountain range on the drawing was the mountain range he was standing on. Looking at it, Chenzong's eyes suddenly condensed and were attracted by the two words on the drawing. Chaotic heaven. These two words gave Chenzong a very familiar feeling. It was more like a memory. Chaotic heaven breaking energy, chaotic heaven great true force, chaotic heaven martial king, these were all related to the word chaotic heaven. Then what was the meaning of the chaotic heaven marked on the drawing? For a moment, Chenzong could not help but feel a little expectant. Could it be related to chaotic heaven martial king, or was it another cave mansion left by chaotic heaven martial king? If it was, then it might be a very good opportunity. However, the most important thing now was to refine the Supreme Twin Dragon token for his own use and enhance his life-saving ability. Putting everything away, Chenzong first cultivated the treasure refining technique. The cultivation of the treasure refining technique was difficult, but it was not difficult either. The key was the spiritual power. The spiritual power was strong and pure. If he could control it freely, he could cultivate the treasure refining technique in a short time. Chenzong, who had cultivated the art of spiritual enhancement, had undeniably strong and pure spiritual power. In order to condense the sword of intent, his control of spiritual power had also reached an extremely subtle level. Chenzong, you've injured me so badly. Don't think you'll get away with it. Inside a secret room, the 100 Treasures elder had a white cloth wrapped around his waist. His face was pale and hideous like a ghost. His eyes were emitting cold murderous intent. Fortunately, he had a secret treasure that could increase his speed. Otherwise, he would have been killed. However, the 100 Treasures elder was heartbroken. He had lost his mustard seed bag. It must have fallen into Chenzong's hands. The 100 Treasures elder immediately used some means to spread the news about Chenzong. He also mentioned that Chenzong had 2 secret treasures. For a moment, many people who heard the news rushed over from all directions like sharks that had smelled blood. Benefits moved people's hearts. So he ran to Tianmu Mountain. Xiaoba sneered and immediately chased in the direction of Tianmu Mountain. He was riding a Class 9 flying beast from the Sacred Martial Palace. It was extremely fast. After Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing received the news, he also sped up and rushed over. He was also riding a Class 9 flying beast. On his pale face, his eyes were dark and deep, containing endless mysteries. The Tianmu Mountain was the mountain that Chenzong had entered. It was located at the edge of the Ascending Heaven region, and there were countless dangers hidden within. While there were dangers, there were also opportunities. Cultivators would often enter the mountain in search of opportunities. After Chenzong mastered the artifact refining technique, he took out the Supreme Twin Dragon token. He formed hand seals with both hands and combined them with his powerful mental energy. Or rather, he used the hand seals to gather his mental energy and blasted it into the Supreme Twin Dragon token. This hand seal was very mysterious. It couldn't attack people and could only be used to crack secret treasures. Under the continuous bombardment, the Supreme Twin Dragon token trembled continuously. Traces of light appeared as if something was being squeezed out. It wasn't easy to crack secret treasures. Even with the artifact refining technique, it still took time. After spending a full quarter of an hour, Chenzong had consumed more than half of his mental energy. Then, he formed another seal and blasted it into the Supreme Twin Dragon token. The Supreme Twin Dragon token trembled for the last time and squeezed out the last trace of light. It was like a bolt of lightning. It let out a wail and disappeared between heaven and earth. At the same time, Xiaoba, who was sitting on the back of the flying demonic beast, had a sudden change in expression. His face turned slightly pale as he felt as if something had been cut off from him. The Supreme Twin Dragon token. Xiaoba gritted his teeth, his hatred overflowing to the heavens. Chenzong, Xiaoba felt that it was impossible for Chenzong to crack the Supreme Twin Dragon token. He must have used some other means. But no matter what it was, he had killed his brother, and now he had cracked the secret treasure. This hatred could only be washed away with blood. Chenzong did not care about what Xiaoba thought. After deciphering the Supreme Double Dragon token, he first fully recovered his mental power before refining the token. It would be easier to refine the Supreme Twin Dragon token with the treasure refining technique. He directly left Shenzong's mental imprint in the Supreme Twin Dragon token. From now on, this Supreme Twin Dragon token belonged to Shenzong. With a thought, a buzzing sound was heard. The Supreme Twin Dragon token trembled, and the twin dragons on it seemed to come alive. They rapidly expanded and circled around Shenzong, protecting Shenzong firmly. Shenzong could clearly feel the strength of this twin dragon guard. It could withstand the full force attack of an early-stage 8-star without breaking. It could also weaken the attack of an early-stage 8-star and better protect himself. Next, he naturally had to enter the mountain and follow the route on the map to find the so-called Han Tian. It might be a cave residence or a landscape. No matter what it was, Shenzong had to see it with his own eyes. I heard that Shenzong is in the Tianmu mountain. 2 secret treasures. If I can get one of them, I will definitely become stronger. Shenzong killed Xiahou Zhen and defended the Martial Saint Palace's Xiahou lineage. The Martial Saint Palace's Xiahou lineage will definitely send people to hunt him down. It's best if we don't get involved. Otherwise, we won't even have a corpse left. That's right. Shenzong's matter isn't something we can interfere with. Let's try the Han Tian cave residence. Maybe we can enter it and get some benefits. There were more than a dozen people in the group. They were divided into 2 small groups and headed in the same direction. These people were of different ages. Some were tall, some were short, some were fat, and some were thin. There were men, women, old, and young. Their cultivation had all reached the late stage of the true martial realm. There were even some pseudo-transcendents. The Han Tian cave residence has existed for a long time, but no one has been able to enter it. Do we have any hope? We have to give it a try. Rumor has it that it's the last cave residence left behind by Martial King Han Tian. If we can enter it, we might be able to obtain Martial King Han Tian's inheritance. Martial King Han Tian was an invincible existence in the extreme mortal realm. If they could obtain his inheritance, it would be of great significance to this group of rogue cultivators. It might allow them to step into the transcendent realm. It was very difficult to step into the transcendent realm. It was even more difficult for rogue cultivators. For example, the yin-yang couple would be stuck in the pseudo-transcendent realm for their entire lives if they didn't have a fortuitous encounter. Is that cave residence really left behind by Martial King Han Tian? Suddenly, a voice sounded and asked. Yes, that's Martial King Han Tian's cave residence. Someone replied. Immediately, they were stunned because the voice sounded very unfamiliar. They all looked back and saw a young man in a moon-white sword robe. He seemed to be strolling over calmly, as if he was strolling in a courtyard. His speed wasn't slow at all. At first glance, he was hundreds of meters away. At second glance, he was already 10 meters away. Shenzong. I know him. He's Shenzong. Suddenly, more than a dozen people became excited. A moment ago, they were still talking about Shenzong and the 2 artifacts he had. In the next moment, Shenzong appeared in front of them. Ha 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 ha, originally, we didn't want to get involved in the grudge between you and the Martial Saint Palace's Xiahou clan. But since you've delivered yourself to our door, it would be impolite to refuse. A pseudo-transcendent with 7-star combat strength suddenly laughed. Artifacts, who didn't want to have them? Of the 2 artifacts, one was certain that one was the Supreme Twin Dragon token, and the other was obtained by Shenzong when he reached the 10th floor of the Sky Ascension Tower. I'm here to ask about the Chaos Heaven cave residence. Shenzong said unhurriedly. Sure, as long as you hand over both artifacts, I'll tell you everything about the Chaos Heaven cave residence. The 7-star old man laughed, as if Shenzong was already in his grasp. If he knew that not long ago, Shenzong had killed more than a dozen pseudo-transcendent with 7-star combat strength, and one of them was even at the peak of 7-star, he probably wouldn't be laughing anymore. He would probably run as far away as he could, wishing he could grow a pair of wings. I have artifacts, but I'm afraid you can't afford them. Shenzong laughed, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. It was a wisp of murderous intent. In the world of cultivators, killing and robbing was the most common thing. Being hunted down time and time again had naturally cultivated Shenzong's decisive nature. Anyone who was hostile to him was an enemy, and an enemy deserved to be killed. Thinking of this, Qianzong moved. His glabella lit up, and a sword light shot out. It was so fast that it couldn't be dodged. It directly pierced the 7-star old man's glabella. He was in extreme pain, as if his soul was being torn apart, and his whole old face was distorted. At the same time, the sword light had already pierced through the air to kill. The distance of 10 meters was no different from 1 meter under the sword light. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it had already arrived. Under the horrified gazes of the others, it directly broke through the old man's protective barrier and pierced through his glabella, piercing through his head. A one-hit kill. This old man had 7-star combat strength, but no matter what, he was still a pseudo-transcendent realm master, but he was killed by Qianzong with a single sword strike. He couldn't resist at all. Due to the difference in realm and the limitation of their knowledge, they didn't know how Qianzong killed the old man, but Qianzong's strength was a great deterrent to them. Pulling out his sword, he picked up the old man's mustard seed bag and took it. Although the wealth of most rogue cultivators couldn't be compared with the wealth of the disciples of the big forces, it wasn't surprising for them to have a mustard seed bag after reaching the pseudo-transcendent realm. After killing a strong enemy with a single sword strike, the others trembled all over. "Tell me all the information about the Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion," Qianzong sheathed his sword and said leisurely. Immediately, they spilled out all the information, and Qianzong listened while sorting out the information. The so-called Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion had existed for a long time, seemingly hundreds of years. It was suspected to be the last cave mansion left behind by the Chaos Heaven Martial King. If it was really the cave mansion left behind by the Chaos Heaven Martial King, combined with other information, it could be confirmed that the Chaos Heaven Martial King was not from the Longtu territory, nor was he from the Ascending Heaven territory, but from other territories. This cave mansion was very strange. It was not hidden like other cave mansions, but directly revealed and could be found by anyone. However, for hundreds of years, no one could enter it. It was rumored that even a transcendent realm master couldn't enter it. It was said that a profound heaven realm master once saw it and left a sentence, "Only those who are fated can enter." What was fated, no one knew. Maybe the profound heaven realm master knew, or maybe he didn't. But in any case, there would always be people who entered the mountain to look for the Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion and try to see if they were the fated one. If they could enter it, they would have a great chance of obtaining the inheritance, which was the inheritance of a martial king. For example, the 100 Treasures Elder appeared near the Tianmu Mountain this time with the purpose of entering the Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion. He wanted to see if he was the fated one. The blueprint was naturally prepared by the 100 Treasures Elder. Although the Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion appeared in the world, it was hidden in the Tianmu Mountain and not everyone could find it at will. One needed to know the route and have a certain level of strength to avoid danger. Otherwise, one would be sending food to the monster beasts in the mountain. Is it the fated one? After sorting out the information, Qianzong thought to himself. What was the fated one? In fact, Qianzong didn't know. Maybe it was a condition. However, Qianzong didn't know if he was the fated one. But in any case, he had entered a cave mansion of Martial King Huntian and obtained the Chaos Yuan Breaking Force. Then, he obtained the Chaos Heaven Great True Force. He should be the fated one. With a flash, Qianzong immediately left and headed in the direction of the Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion. After seeing Qianzong leave, the dozen rogue cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. They all broke out in cold sweat, thinking that they were doomed this time. They glanced at the old man's corpse with lingering fear. After thinking about it, they finally decided to go to the Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion again. Author's note, according to a roadside news agency, the 6 Paths has fallen into oblivion due to a cold. His head is dizzy and his limbs are weak. He should have collapsed after finishing his writing. Friends who want to catch the wild 6 Paths should act as soon as possible to avoid missing the best opportunity. Don't thank me, my name is John Doe. The route on the map was very clear. As long as they followed the route, they would reach the Chaos Cave abode through the safest route. Qianzong kept going deeper into the Tianmu Mountain. He met many people along the way, but he didn't stop. He passed by so quickly that no one could see his face clearly. Naturally, they didn't know who he was. He also met some demonic beasts, but they were all level 7 and level 8 demonic beasts. The sun shone brightly, and the sunlight was like a sword that tore through the sky and shone on the ground. A thick silver-gray lightning bolt pierced through the sky and entered the Tianmu mountain. The lightning bolt was a flying demonic beast, the thunder seabird. The lightning bolt was emitting from its body. The thunder seabird was huge, and there were 4 people standing on its back. 2 of them were the Marshal St. Palace's elder Wu, who had chased after Chenzong but couldn't do anything to him. One was Elder Zhong Wu, and the other was Xiaoba. The 4 of them had cold expressions. They had all suffered in the hands of Chenzong, and it was a very sullen feeling. Then, a green wind blew over. It was another flying demonic beast. It was the sword-wind green bird of the Xian family. There was only one person standing on its back, Phantom Sword Xian Wuxing. There were rumors that Chenzong had entered the Tianmu mountain. Their respective forces had investigated and found that it was Chenzong who had entered the Tianmu mountain. What was Chenzong doing in the Tianmu mountain? After analyzing it, there were 2 reasons. First, to leave the Ascending Heaven region. As long as he left the Ascending Heaven region, he would leave the Marshal St. Palace's territory. No matter how powerful the Marshal St. Palace was, they would have to be careful in other regions that belonged to other forces. Second, to head for the Chaos Cave Abode. What if there was a slight chance of entering the cave abode and obtaining the inheritance? The flying demonic beast was extremely fast. It flew directly in the direction of the Chaos Cave Abode. Along the way, they could clearly see everything below them. A tightly shut stone door was in front of them. The stone door was simple and unsophisticated. Huntian, at this moment, many people were standing in front of the tightly shut stone door of the Chaos Cave Abode. Some of them had their hands on the stone door, some were lying on the stone door, and some were even attacking the stone door. But no matter what he did, the tightly shut stone door did not budge at all. There were no signs of it opening. Go away, go away, go away. None of you are fated. I am. A young man walked over in high spirits. He didn't look very old, probably less than 20 years old, but the aura he was exuding had reached the 7th level of the true martial realm. He was a genius. Everyone seemed to recognize the identity of the young man, and they all stepped aside to let the young man near the stone door. I'm 19 this year, and my cultivation has already reached the peak of LV7 of the true martial realm. I'll break through to LV8 of the true martial realm in a few days. I'm the #1 genius in the surrounding 3,000 miles. Soon, I'll enter the top 3 on the minor heavenly ascension list, and then enter the top 3 on the heavenly ascension list. Finally, I'll become an extraordinary being and enter the great heavenly ascension list. I'll be famous in the heavenly ascension list. The young man seemed to be talking to himself. His voice spread out again, revealing his incomparable confidence. With my talent, I must be the fated one of the Chaos Cave Abode. When the last word was spoken, the young man also walked to the stone door. After observing it for a while, he stretched out his hand and circulated his true force. His palm emitted a jade-like white halo. When his hand landed on the stone door, the young man was looking forward to it, but he found that the stone door did not respond at all. Then, he changed his method and leaned his back against the stone door. Still, there was no response. His face couldn't help but turn green. He rolled his body on the stone door, but the stone door still did not budge. At this time, a trace of ridicule appeared on the faces of some people. What a nice speech, but in the end, it was still impossible to enter. The angered youth threw out a punch. A jade-white fist energy tore through the air with a whistling sound. It was as if it could break a mountain as it ruthlessly slammed into the stone door. Under normal circumstances, such a powerful punch would have been enough to shatter the stone door into pieces. With a bang, the fist energy shattered. There was no trace of it left on the stone door. The young man's face darkened. He was ashamed and covered his face. There was no other way. He had just boasted, but now he was as ashamed as a dog. If he didn't leave, he would stay here and continue to lose face. As soon as the young man left, there was a burst of laughter. Perhaps that person's talent was indeed outstanding, but his temperament was slightly childish. It was obvious that he had not been honed. If he wanted to truly grow up, there was still a long way to go. Or perhaps, he simply could not wait until then. This was just a small interlude. Time was of the essence, and Shenzong was not in the mood to watch the show. He walked toward the stone door. The people outside the Chaos Cave abode had arrived earlier than Shenzong. Therefore, they did not know about the news from the 100 Treasures Doyen and naturally did not show any hostility. There's no need to try. It's a waste of time. However, Shenzong ignored him. He walked to the front of the stone door and took a closer look. What was the so-called fate? What exactly was fate? Shenzong walked back and forth in front of the stone door as he observed and pondered. Come out. If you don't want to try, don't walk around there. It's making me dizzy. Come out. Seeing Shenzong walk around without trying, many people felt that he was an eyesore and scolded him. Shenzong inclined his head and swept his gaze over. His gaze seemed to contain sharp swords, piercing into the eyes of everyone. All of them had no choice but to close their eyes as they retreated, not daring to match Shenzong's gaze. In an instant, Shenzong looked away and continued to study the stone door. Everyone kept quiet and did not dare to have any more opinions. That gaze was too sharp and terrifying. It was as if it could pierce through their souls. They felt a chill for no reason. This was a master, a very terrifying master, a top genius. They could not be his enemy. Shenzong could study the stone door without being disturbed. What exactly was fate, he really did not know. Immediately, Shenzong ran the origin shattering force. If this cave mansion was left by the martial king of heaven chaotic martial arts, did the so-called fate also refer to this? Shenzong's cultivation was now in the real martial arts realm. The origin shattering force was a cultivation method for cultivating internal strength. It was possible to run it, but Shenzong had no internal strength in his body. It was impossible to run the genuine force in the same way as the origin shattering force. That was because of the difference between realms. However, the moment Shenzong ran the origin shattering force, the stone door sensed it and suddenly trembled. Then, a powerful and irresistible force emerged from the stone door and shrouded Shenzong, making Shenzong unable to move. Then, the light on the stone door lit up. It turned from blurry to clear and spun like a vortex. Shenzong could clearly feel that the force poured directly into his body and rampaged around. However, it did not cause any harm to his body, as if it was checking something. The others widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at the glowing stone door in horror. They had never seen or heard of anyone who could make the stone door shine. Could this person be the so-called fated person? Their minds were in a mess. They could not think of anything and could only watch. That vast and irresistible power flowed through his entire body, seeping into Shenzong's bones, muscles, and organs, seeping into the deepest part of his body. Complete chi and blood realm, a forceful and domineering voice seemed to resound by his ear, rumbling like a myriad of thunderbolts that shook the world. Complete chi refining realm, congratulations, fated person. Now you can enter my cave mansion. The voice fell silent and the irresistible force retreated. Only the light on the stone door condensed into a vortex, flashing with 5 colors, waiting for Shenzong to enter. Shenzong took a step forward and entered. Then, the 5-colored vortex dispersed and the stone door returned to its original state. When the stone door returned to normal, the others came to their senses. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. If only they had reacted earlier, they could have rushed over and perhaps entered the cave mansion. Let me try. There were always people who did not believe it. They appeared in front of the stone door and tried all kinds of methods, hoping to make the 5-colored vortex appear and enter the cave mansion. Unfortunately, it was a waste of effort. Many people tried but to no avail. They had no choice but to give up. They were envious and jealous. The moment Shenzong's figure entered the 5-colored vortex, the thunder seabird quickly approached. The 4 people above also saw Shenzong's figure and the scene of Shenzong entering the Chaos Heaven cave mansion. A terrifying pressure descended, making it difficult for the cultivators behind the Chaos Heaven cave mansion to breathe. It was as if an invisible thunder mountain was pressing down on them. Their bodies went numb and they could not summon any strength. They could not help but tremble in fear. A master had arrived. This kind of power belonged to a transcendent realm master. Scram! After one of the elders landed on the ground, he waved his palm, creating a violent wind that blew everyone outside the chaotic Heaven Cave mansion thousands of meters away. Their faces were swollen and bruised, and they were in a very sorry state. However, none of these people dared to say anything and instead hurriedly fled. They all knew that this was a transcendent realm master who disdained to kill them, but if they dared to provoke him, only death would await them. The sharp-eyed people also noticed Xiahou Ba and immediately understood the identity of this group of people. People from the Sacred Martial Palace. Why would a transcendent realm master from the Sacred Martial Palace come here? Moreover, didn't Xiahou Ba try to enter the Chaos Heaven Cave mansion before? He couldn't enter at all. At this moment, a sharp cry tore through the sky and a storm came. A blue figure swept past and landed outside the Chaos Heaven Cave mansion. That person is Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing. What is he doing here? Just like Xiahou Ba, Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing had also come here and failed. Xian Wuxing glanced at Xiahou Ba, then swept his gaze over the three transcendent realm masters from the Sacred Martial Palace. He did not speak and just stood aside. The people from the Sacred Martial Palace also ignored Xian Wuxing. Their expressions were ugly. They had already caught up with Chen Zong, but they did not expect that Chen Zong could still enter the Chaos Heaven Cave mansion. This was completely beyond their expectations. The three transcendents of the Sacred Martial Palace, Xiahou Ba, and Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing of the Xian family had all chased after him and were now outside the Chaos Heaven Cave mansion. Chen Zong didn't know, and even if he did, he wouldn't have the time to pay attention to them. The interior of the Chaos Heaven Cave mansion looked very simple. It was just a closed stone room, but the strange thing was that there was a flow of air that didn't make people feel stuffy or uncomfortable. There was not a speck of dust in this sealed stone room, and it also seemed very spacious. There was only one table in the center of the stone room. There was only one thing on the table, a transparent ball that looked like it was made of crystal. Could the inheritance be in the crystal ball? Chen Zong couldn't help but think. He approached the crystal ball and stared at it closely. The crystal ball was round on the outside, but there were countless sections inside, reflecting Chen Zong's figure. It was as if there were countless Chen Zong inside. After a moment of observation, Chen Zong reached out to grab the crystal ball. The moment his palm touched the crystal ball, it suddenly trembled and released a burst of transparent light. Chen Zong released his palm and quickly retreated, staring at the crystal ball. The transparent light that emerged from the crystal ball spewed up into the sky and condensed into a human figure in the blink of an eye. The figure was dressed in a black robe and had his hands behind his back. His face was a little blurred, but his eyes were full of domineering arrogance. His shoulders were broad, as if they could carry mountains and hold up the sky. In front of this figure, Chen Zong felt extremely small, as if he was facing the vast sky. Fated one, since you can enter this king's cave mansion, you must be at the peak of both the Qi and Blood realm and the Qi refining realm. The figure with his hands behind his back spoke. His voice was vigorous and full of unparalleled dominance. You can ask this king a question. This king will tell you everything he knows. Although the figure didn't say it explicitly, Chen Zong was sure that this figure was left behind by the chaotic Heaven Martial King. As for the so-called question, it might be the opportunity to enter this cave mansion. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately asked, how can I reach the peak of the true martial realm? This was the biggest problem that troubled Chen Zong at the moment. The Qi and Blood stage, the energy refinement stage, and the true martial stage are the foundation realms of the martial Tao. Only by cultivating all three to perfection can one achieve perfection in the foundation of the martial Tao. One's foundation will be perfect and flawless, and it will lay the foundation of the Tao of supremacy. The figure said slowly. His voice was vigorous and carried a sense of vicissitudes. Your cultivation is at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, but your true power is vigorous and pure, far surpassing those of the same level. You already have the qualifications to break through to the completion of the true martial realm. The so-called completion of the true martial realm is also known as the 10th level of the true martial realm. To cultivate in the true martial realm, in order to open up the true meridians in the body, one true meridian for each stage. To cultivate to the 10th stage of the true martial realm, one must open up the 10th true meridian. Chen Zong focused even more. Chen Zong did not know how to open the 10th true meridian. He had no clue at all. This was the difficult part. The body is the true meridians. His words were like a clap of thunder in Qianzong's ears. His expression changed drastically as realization dawned on him. The body was the true meridians, the final true meridian was his body. If no one said it clearly, who would have thought of it? Listening to a gentleman's words was better than reading 10,000 books. It was this feeling that made him suddenly enlightened. All kinds of understanding came to his mind. The final true meridian. As long as the final true meridian was opened, he could reach the 10th level of the true martial realm. That was the completion of the true martial realm. Above the completion of the true martial realm, there is the completion of the foundation of martial arts. It is very difficult. Maybe it is the combination of the three realms, or maybe it is something else. I haven't understood it yet. I just hope you can understand it. After the figure of King Huntian of martial arts finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light again and disappeared into the crystal ball. Then, the crystal ball shattered. He did not get any treasure or magic skills, but Qianzong felt that he had gained a lot. At least he knew how to break through to the 10th level of the true martial realm. In this case, I will cultivate here peacefully and break through to the 10th level of the true martial realm in one fell swoop, Qianzong said secretly. He did not know what the outside world was thinking, but he was sure that it was not good for him. Then, he should take advantage of the fact that others could not enter here and cultivate peacefully until he broke through to the 10th level of the true martial realm. At that time, his combat strength would be improved significantly. As for the so-called completion of the foundation of martial arts, he would wait until he broke through to the 10th level of the true martial realm. Sitting cross-legged, Qianzong began to adjust his breath. When his essence, qi, and spirit were at the peak, he began to channel the pure and powerful true force. The body was the true meridian. That was the 10th true meridian. How heroic it was to turn one's own body into a true meridian. However, in order to do so, he had to take the first step, which was to shatter the 9 true meridians in his body. There was no construction without destruction, destruction and construction. Breaking the 9 true meridians in his body was not a small risk, or even a big risk. If he was not careful, his cultivation would be destroyed. If it was more serious, not only would his cultivation be destroyed, but he would also die. In short, breaking the 9 true meridians was no different from courting death. But if he wanted to reach the 10th level of the true martial realm, he had to fight to survive. Qianzong was determined. The spirit refinement art gave Qianzong a stronger mental power, which gave him more confidence. Without hesitation, he took advantage of his determination and vigor to make a prompt decision. The crisscrossing true force condensed in his body in an instant, turning into the most overbearing sword edge, and unscrupulously slashed out. The first true meridian was directly cut off by the terrifying sword edge. Immediately, the power surged and transmitted, shattering the true meridian inch by inch. The moment the true meridian was cut off, an indescribable pain swept through Qianzong's body. His face twisted, but he was mentally prepared and forced himself to endure. In a spurt of energy, the sword edge rose again, cutting off the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th true meridians. He cut off all 9 true meridians in a row, and all of them shook and turned into powder. The pain of breaking the 9 true meridians was indescribable. Qianzong was in so much pain that he almost fainted, but he had to force himself to endure. Otherwise, if he really fainted, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but his cultivation would also be destroyed, and he would become a cripple. That was 100 times more painful than death. Qianzong's strong mental strength and astonishing willpower allowed him to continue to stay conscious. The crisscrossing true force, without the shackles of the 9 true meridians, suddenly spread out and rushed into his body, reverberating endlessly. It was like a herd of wild horses that had broken free of their reins, trampling and destroying everything. With his incomparably strong mental strength, Qianzong forcibly restrained the crisscrossing true force's rampage. Slowly, as if training an army, it became orderly. This process was easy to say, but it was incomparably difficult to do. It consumed Qianzong's mental strength, and he felt that his strong mental strength was rapidly depleting. My body is the true meridian. Qianzong thought to himself, and more enlightenment came to him. Using his body as the largest true meridian, the crisscrossing true force surged within it, and as it circulated, one big cycle after another, there was a beginning and an end, and there was no beginning and no end. Shenzong immediately took out a large number of pills and consumed them to make up for the lack of true force. After the pills entered his stomach, they were quickly crushed and turned into pure medicinal power. As for the impurities, they turned into powder and were squeezed out of his pores. As the tide rose, the quantity of the crisscrossing true force continued to increase, and so did its purity. Shenzong could clearly feel the changes in his body. His body was filled with power, and the feeling of growing stronger made Shenzong almost bloat. Fortunately, his mental strength was strong enough, and this kind of increase was still within his control. Rumbling sounds continuously sounded in his body, which was the sound of the true force surging. It was like a violent wave, like a thunderbolt. Gradually, the sound waves spread out of his body, causing the air around Shenzong to fluctuate, forming waves of qi that rushed out, and countless cyclones swept through the sealed stone room. After consuming many pills, Shenzong finally raised the crisscrossing true force in his body to the extreme, both in quantity and purity. Level 10 True Martial Realm, the true limit of the true martial realm. Perfect, this feeling was wonderful, and it could not be clearly described with words. It was very, very, very good, very good. The crisscrossing true force did not need Shenzong's control, and it automatically circulated in his body, over and over again, without an end. Shenzong also felt that the crisscrossing true force seemed to be constantly penetrating into his body, carrying out subtle refinement of his body. It actually had a promoting effect on the cultivation of the golden jade unbreakable body. Shenzong did not know how long he had been cultivating. When he stopped, he opened his eyes, and an astonishing sharpness burst out from his eyes, tearing the sky. The crisscrossing true force in his body was still surging, trying to stimulate the golden jade unbreakable body. The platinum halo reached 6 inches, which was the sign of the small success of the golden jade unbreakable body, surpassing the 3-inch threshold. After terminating the golden jade unbreakable body, the platinum halo converged. Shenzong stretched out his palm, and the crisscrossing true force suddenly spread out, condensing in the palm of his hand, and turned into a blooming pale golden lotus. This dark golden lotus released an astonishing aura fluctuation, overbearing and unparalleled in sharpness. In terms of the amount of crisscrossing true force, it has increased by 5 times. Shenzong was secretly delighted. A 5-fold increase meant that the battle would last longer. The purity has also doubled. The purity was related to the strength of the power, and a doubling increase was very terrifying. To put it simply, the gap between the limit of LV9 and LV10 was very significant. In this case, the power of the Void Sword force should be even more powerful. Shenzong thought. The rotating lotus in his hand quickly changed, and the golden color receded, becoming transparent and colorless. The aura fluctuation it emitted was also restrained, but the power it contained was even more terrifying. Strong, very strong. Now my combat strength has surpassed the 6-star level and stepped into the 7-star level. The upper limit of the combat strength of the genuine martial realm was the limit of the 6-star level. Since ancient times, very few people had reached that level. Generally speaking, it was amazing to have the combat strength of an early 6-star level. If one reached the mid 6-star level, it would be a rare genius. The limit of the 6-star level was only a legend. But now, Shenzong was confident that his combat strength had reached the 7-star level. Even if it was only the early 7-star level, it was enough to shock the world, and no one could surpass it. The 7-star level was the level of a pseudo-transcendent. And Shenzong's current level was only in the genuine martial realm. After many hardships, I've finally reached this step. Applause here. In the enclosed stone room, Shenzong drew his 2 swords and practiced his sword technique. His basic sword technique had 18 moves. Each move was simple, but each one was tyrannical, capable of taking a life, splitting the earth and tearing the sky. Each sword contained 100% of the sword force of nihility, and each sword carried half-step sword force. Each sword's trajectory was clear, but it contained an irresistible terror. Shenzong's figure moved, his footwork changing, and in coordination with his 2 swords, in an instant, the entire enclosed stone room was filled with sword light, tyrannical, sharp, and endless. After a moment, the 2 swords returned to their sheaths, and his body remained motionless, but there were still many almost transparent sword lights surrounding him, like a blooming flower, slowly dissipating after a few breaths. After a moment of full strength, Qianzong didn't feel the slightest bit tired. The strength in his body was like a dragon, full of vitality. After fully adapting to the sudden increase in strength, Qianzong sat down cross-legged again and began to think. The qi and blood boundary, the energy refining boundary, the true martial boundary, these three realms had stumped countless cultivators, but on the road of martial Tao, these three realms were just the foundation. The foundation was still the level of mortals. Only the transcendent realm was a transformation of life. Stepping into the transcendent realm not only meant that one could have more strength, but also that one could live longer and see more beautiful scenery. To enter the transcendent realm, talent alone wasn't enough. Throughout the ages, many masters had come to the same conclusion, that the better one's foundation was in the foundation realm, the more likely it was to break through to the transcendent realm. Why were cultivators with better talent more likely to break through to the transcendent realm? It was because the potential of geniuses was often deeper, and they could lay a better foundation. Of course, there were also cultivators with average talent who broke through to the transcendent realm because of some great opportunities, but such examples were very rare. Qianzong's temperament was to either not do it, or do it to the best of his ability. Previously, Qianzong had planned to break through to the 10th layer of the true martial realm, then break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, but after learning that above the true martial realm was the so-called martial Tao foundation grand perfection realm, Qianzong temporarily put aside his thoughts of breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm and instead focused on reaching the martial Tao foundation grand perfection realm. However, the figure left by the martial king of Huntian could not tell what the completion of the basic realm was. From his words, it could be inferred that the martial king of Huntian was also in the qi and blood realm, training realm, and the completion of the real martial realm, but he did not reach the so-called completion. Qianzong knew very well that in martial arts, the difference of one word could make a difference of thousands of miles. Qianzong pondered. Starting from the qi and blood realm, he traced it back to its source and looked for the great perfection of martial arts. Vitality, training force, and true martial are the foundation of martial arts. Then, the prerequisite for the foundation of martial arts to be perfected is to have all three levels of foundation perfected. Is the so-called great perfection the fusion of the three great perfection realms? As he pondered, his thoughts spread out and inspiration filled the air. Waves of enlightenment emerged one after another, as if he was looking at flowers on horseback. Heart, eye, and hand are the three directions, essence, qi, and spirit are the 6 directions. Is the great perfection of the foundation of martial arts related to mental strength? The more he thought, the more chaotic his mind became. In the end, it was a mess, as if there were countless people talking and arguing in his mind. He could not control it at all. Qianzong could not help but frown. He felt as if his head was about to explode. It was very uncomfortable. Qianzong did not care. He let it be and let it be. Time flew. Gradually, the voices of thoughts in his mind became fewer and fewer. Or it should be said that it was not fewer and fewer. After the argument, the opinions were gradually unified. Change of mind. It seemed to be a sentence, but it seemed to be 3 words. They appeared in an instant, and immediately made Qianzong's heart tremble. He suddenly understood. Perhaps, he could start with the change of mind. The change of mind was the cultivation of the convergence of the essence, qi, and spirit. The qi and blood realm, training realm, and real martial realm were closely related to the essence, qi, and spirit. The perfection of the 3 levels of foundation was also the perfection of the essence, qi, and spirit. As soon as he thought of this, Qianzong felt as if there was an invisible force emerging from the deepest part of his body. It permeated and wandered through his whole body. His mental strength seemed to be nourished and became rounder. His physique was also nourished and became rounder. The crisscrossing true force in his body was also nourished and became rounder. This is the true great perfection of the 3 levels of foundation. The emergence of enlightenment and inspiration made Qianzong come to a sudden realization. The previous great perfection could only be regarded as the great perfection on the surface. The great perfection after the enlightenment was the great perfection that went deep inside. One outside and one inside. The inside and outside were integrated. Unconsciously, Chenzong began to use the change of mind. Starting from the first change, he slowly operated it and integrated his strength for the second time. The integration this time was different from the first. It was very subtle. It was a kind of integration and condensation on a deeper level. The change was at his will and smooth. Compared to before, the reassembled void sword force did not have any increase in power. However, it was more rounded and flexible, as if it was endowed with spirituality. This change did not help Chenzong improve his strength, but it had a more profound meaning. It was mysterious and unfathomable. The void sword force with spirituality circulated in his body, then flowed through his qi and blood, the surface of his body, and then to his head. It was like a clear stream, which made Chenzong feel very comfortable. Vaguely, something seemed to be born. When Chenzong woke up, he only felt that the inside and outside were clear and dust-free. This feeling was similar to the feeling when he got the mysterious sword tip and had his meridians and marrow cleansed. It was so relaxed and agile, as if he had removed all the dust and pressure. Agile, lively, full of vitality, like the coming of spring, everything came back to life. Is this the great perfection of the foundation realm? Chenzong carefully felt his whole body. It was wonderful. How should he describe this feeling? He searched for words but found that he was at a loss for words. He could only understand but could not express it. By closing his eyes, he could feel his whole body better. This feeling was so wonderful that Chenzong could not help but want to immerse himself in it for a while. However, even if he closed his eyes, Chenzong found that with himself as the center, everything within a 10-meter radius was under his control. It was as if he could see with his eyes. Is this soul sense? Chenzong was shocked. When a martial artist transformed into a master, his spiritual power would also change into a higher level of power, which was the soul sense. Soul sense was mysterious. It could detect inside and outside, extend out, and see the details. If one was not a master, how could he have soul sense? While Chenzong was thinking, he also felt that what he had was not soul sense, but spiritual power. It was just that his spiritual power had undergone some unknown changes and could extend out of his body. Perhaps this was the result of the great perfection of the foundation of martial arts. His spiritual power could extend out of his body and cover a 10-meter radius. This feeling was very strange. Chenzong found it very novel and had a lot of fun for a while. But not long after, Chenzong had to stop because releasing his spiritual power would consume more quickly. With his spiritual power, he could only support it for half a quarter of an hour at most. In addition to the change in his spiritual power, the other changes were very subtle and did not increase his strength. However, Chenzong was very satisfied because this kind of great perfection was his own great perfection. The great perfection from the outside to the inside was round and round, with no beginning and no end. It formed a perfect cycle. This was the so-called perfect foundation. It was also by chance that he could cultivate the great perfection of the foundation of martial arts. If Chenzong had not obtained the first 3 changes of the mind and practiced these 3 changes, it would have been difficult to find such an opportunity. Then, the great perfection of the foundation of martial arts would be like a flower in a mirror and the moon in the water. In the end, he would have to give up, just like Martial King Huntian. Or even if he did not give up, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy. Now, it was as if it was preordained by the heavens. Next, I can really break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, Chenzong said to himself, but there is no rush. Let me adapt to the great perfection of the foundation of martial arts first. It was not a problem for him to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm now, but Chenzong did not like this. It was better to fully understand the current realm first. Only then would he feel more at ease. It was only a matter of time before he broke through. Chenzong was leisurely in the stone room, while Xiahou Ba and the others outside the cave mansion could only wait quietly. Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing stood not far away. His face was pale, and his eyes seemed to become deeper. There seemed to be invisible sword qi around him, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Even the light was slightly affected. This was self-cultivation. Only those who had reached a certain level could self-cultivate. Xiahou Ba took a glance and withdrew his gaze. He was still unable to self-cultivate because he was just a little bit away. It's time to break through, Qinzong muttered to himself in the cave mansion. Great perfection of the true martial realm, great perfection of the foundation of martial arts, everything that could be improved had been improved to the limit. Now, it was time to break through. Pseudo-transcendent realm, even if an ordinary cultivator cultivated to the limit of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, it would be difficult for them to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. This was because they had to open their acupoints and absorb a trace of world energy into their body. They had to integrate it with their true qi and transform it into pseudo-spirit energy. Why could they only absorb a trace of world energy? Why could they only transform it into pseudo-spirit energy and not true spirit energy? It was limited by their realm and physique. The body of the transcendent realm, even if it was not as strong, was fundamentally different. It was a physique that could bear spirit energy. Without metamorphosis, it could not bear spirit energy. It could only absorb a trace of world energy into the body to prevent it from damaging it. Only by gradually adapting and slowly absorbing more world energy into the body, the quality of the pseudo-spirit energy would continue to improve until it was closer to true spirit energy. The body would also subtly change under the influence of the pseudo-spirit energy. The difficulty of breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm lay in the acupoints. There were many acupoints in the human body. Without enough inheritances, a cultivator would not even know where the acupoints were, let alone open them. This was why it was easier for big forces to produce pseudo-transcendent realm masters. It was because their inheritances were complete. In some big forces, there were even secret arts that specialized in opening acupoints, which could increase the probability of breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. As for Qinzong, although he did not have a corresponding secret art, even if he did not need it because Qinzong had already opened his acupoints. What he needed to do now was to absorb a trace of world energy into his body. Outside the Chaos Heaven cave abode. Xiaoba, who entered the Chaos Heaven cave abode. The speaker had a slender figure and carried a long saber on his back. His tone was stern, as if he didn't take Xiaoba seriously. However, when he looked at Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Why should I tell you? Xiaoba said angrily. This person was from the 10,000 Sky sect. He was also a genius on the Heaven Ascension list. Nan Mingshan was ranked 6th, higher than Xiaoba. Xiaoba had once suffered under this person's saber. The 3 transcendents of the sacred martial palace didn't intervene. This was a dispute between the younger generation. They generally wouldn't intervene and let them solve it themselves. Otherwise, as long as they took action, they could kill Xian Wuxing and Nan Mingshan at the same time. As a result, they would have to face the anger of the Xian family and the 10,000 Sky sect, causing chaos. Nan Mingshan happened to be nearby. When he heard the news released by the 100 Treasures old man, he came to the Sky Curtain Mountain. Then, he heard that someone had entered the Chaos Heaven cave abode and was very curious. At the same time, he also had other thoughts, so he immediately went to the Chaos Heaven cave abode. Nan Mingshan had tried a long time ago, but he couldn't enter the Chaos Heaven cave abode. In addition to Nan Mingshan, other pseudo-transcendents came from all directions, but they didn't get close. They were more than 1,000 meters away from the Chaos Heaven cave abode. These people were rogue cultivators and belonged to forces. They weren't young, at least in their 60s, 80s, or 90s. Who entered the Chaos Heaven cave abode? Everyone was curious. The Chaos Heaven cave abode had existed for hundreds of years. So far, countless people had tried, but no one had succeeded. Some people already thought that it was a lie, but they didn't expect that today someone would really enter the Chaos Heaven cave abode and become the so-called fated person. They waited for a few days, but it was nothing to them. If there was really an inheritance in the Chaos Heaven cave abode, it would take a lot of time to completely receive it. At this moment, the stone door of the Chaos Heaven cave abode shone again, attracting everyone's attention. The 5-colored light spun and condensed into a vortex. Then, under everyone's gaze, a figure stepped out of the 5-colored vortex. It was Qinzong. The moment Qinzong stepped out of the Chaos Cave abode, several powerful auras rushed toward him like a storm and locked onto him. It was like the descent of a thunder mountain, like the roar of a sinister wind, and also incomparably sharp. After a quick glance, Qinzong's expression remained unchanged as he stared fearlessly at the three transcendents of Sacred Martial Palace, Xiaoba, and Xian Wuxing. The pseudo-transcendents in the distance were all startled. So young. He is Qinzong. Among the crowd, there were people who had been to Heaven Ascension City and had seen the battle between Qinzong and Xiahou Jin. Therefore, they immediately recognized Qinzong. What? He is Qinzong? Even if the people present had never seen Qinzong before, they had heard of his name. They were all stunned. The first person to reach the 10th level of the Sky Ascension Tower in 100 years is indeed extraordinary. He can actually enter the Chaos Heaven Cave abode. A genius, an absolute genius. So you are Qinzong. I am also very interested in the inheritance in the Chaos Heaven Cave abode. Why don't you make a copy for me to see? Nan Mingshan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, glowing with a sharp and cold light. He gave Qinzong the feeling that he was like a long saber that emitted an astonishing sharpness. Nan Mingshan's voice was also very domineering and unquestionable. Not to mention the true martial realm, even an ordinary 7-star would be weak in front of Nan Mingshan's strength and would not dare to look him in the eye. However, Qinzong was not affected at all. His gaze was as clear as a spring, but if one looked carefully, it was as deep as the starry sky. If you want the inheritance, what will you give me in exchange? Qinzong responded unhurriedly. Your life. Nan Mingshan sneered. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes and a trace of mockery hung on the corner of his mouth. He was not a soft-hearted person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate to his current level. Qinzong, hand over my artifact and my inheritance, and I will leave your corpse intact. Xiaoba spoke. His eyes seemed to contain lightning and were filled with overbearing murderous intent. Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing did not open his mouth and did not move at all. However, his eyes grew increasingly deep and dark. There seemed to be a ghastly coldness and fierceness in the depths of his eyes. It spread towards Qinzong's body and locked onto him. Under the guidance of his aura, as long as Qinzong made any movement, the long sword at Xian Wuxing's waist would be unsheathed and release a mysterious and tyrannical blow in an instant, directly cutting off Qinzong's head. The three of you, are you going to come one by one or together? Qinzong's gaze swept across the faces of Xiaoba, Nan Mingshan, and Xian Wuxing. His expression was calm and his voice was neither loud nor soft. This calmness and confidence made the three transcendents of Sacred Martial Palace secretly surprised. The pseudo-transcendents a kilometer away were also very surprised. What was Qinzong relying on that he dared to speak to three masters on the Heaven Ascension list like this? Could it be that his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds after just a few days in the Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion? 3 elders, I'll have to trouble you. Xiaoba suddenly said. He took a step forward and walked towards Qinzong. As he took a step forward, lightning arcs burst out from his body. As he walked, more and more lightning arcs appeared, and crackling sounds could be heard. Xiaoba's whole body was bathed in astonishing lightning, as if he had just walked out of a sea of thunder. With every step, the lightning arcs became more intense and powerful. His aura also rose steadily. Rumbling sounds could be heard one after another, as if thousands of thunderbolts were exploding. It was extremely terrifying. The three transcendents released a trace of their aura and fell on Xian Wuxing and Nan Mingshan, making it difficult for them to move. Even though the two of them were at the top of the Heaven Ascension list and were true top geniuses with infinite potential and a high probability of breaking through to the transcendent realm, there was still an insurmountable gap between them and a true transcendent. The two's expressions changed, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as Xiaoba walked towards Qinzong. Wherever Xiaoba walked, he left scorched footprints that sank 3 inches into the ground. Qinzong didn't move, allowing Xiaoba to approach him. The moment he was less than 10 meters away, Xiaoba moved. He didn't make any movements, but he was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the sky with astonishing power. Everyone a kilometer away couldn't look directly at him and had to squint their eyes. Xiaoba already knew that Qinzong had killed more than a dozen 7-star cultivators, including peak 7-star cultivators. Although he could easily kill them with such strength, Qinzong was only in the true martial realm at that time. As for whether he was in the true martial realm or the pseudo-transcendent realm now, Xiahou Ba didn't know, but he didn't dare to underestimate Qinzong. He wasn't testing the waters with his first move, he was using his true strength. This blow was 70% of his strength. The lightning arcs arrived in an instant, but Qinzong didn't move at all. A dragon roar seemed to be heard as two illusory dragons suddenly appeared and circled around Qinzong, protecting him firmly. The lightning arc struck directly, and the two illusory dragons shattered after a pause. The remaining lightning arc still bombarded Qinzong's body, but Qinzong pointed his finger like a sharp sword and shattered the remaining lightning arcs. You refined the Supreme Twin Dragon token. Xiahou Ba's face was extremely gloomy as he stood in the lightning arcs. The Supreme Twin Dragon token was his protective artifact. He had lent it to Xiahou Jin, but it was taken away by Qinzong. Now, Qinzong had taken it for himself. What made Xiahou Ba even angrier was that Qinzong had used the power of the Supreme Twin Dragon token to defend against his attack. The defensive power of the Supreme Twin Dragon token could completely withstand the full-strength attack of an early 8-star cultivator, and weaken the attack of a peak 8-star cultivator to a certain extent. Xiahou Ba's full strength was at the late 8-star level, and 70% of his attack was at least at the middle 8-star level. Although it broke through the defense of the Supreme Twin Dragon token, it was weakened by about 70%. If the Supreme Twin Dragon token could only be used once, it wouldn't be very valuable. Even if its defense was broken, it could be activated again and used again. Die! The furious Xiahou Ba burst out with all his strength and punched out. The lightning arcs were scorching hot, destroying the surrounding air and opening up a vacuum. With a loud boom, the ground below was charred black, and it rapidly spread forward. Qinzong's figure fused together with the thunder. The scorched ground began to crack apart inch by inch. An extremely terrifying aura bombarded outwards, causing the air behind Qinzong to collapse. It was like a giant cannon smashing into the Chaos Heaven Cave Abode stone gate, causing it to shatter with a shocking momentum. The Chaos Heaven Cave Abode stone door was extremely sturdy, and even an extreme mortal realm expert couldn't shake it. But now, it had shattered under the bombardment of the giant air cannon. It was shocking. Facing such a powerful attack from Xiahou Ba, Qinzong activated the power of the Supreme Twin Dragon token once again, and used the Twin Dragon protection. Then, the Twin Dragon token shattered inch by inch under the attack of the lightning arcs. Only a small part of the attack's power was weakened, and the majority of the power crushed Qinzong's body, trying to crush Qinzong into powder. Qinzong wasn't afraid at all. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unknowingly, his right hand had already pressed on the hilt of his sword. With a flick of his thumb, the Heavenly Sun sword was unsheathed. The red sword radiance was like the heavenly sun that tore through the night sky, suddenly rampaging. The sword radiance was dazzling and dazzling. In an instant, the sword radiance shattered and turned into countless splashes of light. Qinzong's body also retreated. The remaining lightning arcs continued to bombard him, and Qinzong attacked again. The sword radiance was endless. The sword radiance was overbearing and extremely sharp, as if it was the sharpness of a sword. After shattering all the lightning arcs, it slashed onto Xiahou Ba's fist. Xiahou Ba was wearing boxing gloves, and the Heavenly Sun sword's blade was completely blocked. However, Xiahou Ba's face was filled with shock. The power of each of Qinzong's sword strikes was so strong that it exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the power contained in each strike was even more shocking. It wasn't true force, but another very familiar power, pseudo-spirit energy. Qinzong had broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. It wasn't as simple as breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. Qinzong's battle prowess had also increased by leaps and bounds. Xiahou Ba wasn't the only one who was shocked. Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing, Air-Severing Saber Nan Mingshan, and the three transcendents from the Sacred Palace were also shocked. Pseudo-transcendent realm, his battle prowess had surpassed the 7-star realm, reaching the 8-star realm. Kill. 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 Early 8-star, that's right, Qinzong's combat strength was at the early 8-star level. This might not be a big deal, but what really shocked them was that not long ago, Qinzong was still in the true martial realm. When a cultivator broke through from the true martial realm to the pseudo-transcendent realm, their true chi would transform into pseudo-spirit energy, and their combat strength would experience a significant leap. Ordinary true martial realm cultivators had almost no chance of breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. Since ancient times, only those with at least 4-star combat strength had a higher chance of breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. Those below 4-star had almost no chance of breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, while those with 5-star combat strength had a much higher chance of breaking through. If one had 6-star combat strength, breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm was almost certain. Chen Zong had indeed killed 15 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators before, and one of them was even at the peak of 7-star, which was even more astonishing, but after inferring that Chen Zong should have used some kind of artifact, his true combat strength was not that high. Judging from the talent and potential Chen Zong had shown, everyone had also evaluated his combat strength after breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. It was estimated that he would be at the peak of 7-star, with the strongest being at the peak of 7-star. The early 8-star and the peak of 7-star, although there was only a small gap between them, in fact, it was a gap between 2 stars. The gap was even more obvious than the gap between the late 7-star and the peak of 7-star. Under normal circumstances, when a 4-star cultivator broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, their combat strength would barely reach the early 7-star level, and it would take a considerable amount of time for them to stabilize. Once they reached the early 7-star level, they could only rely on slowly refining their pseudo-spirit energy and improving the quality of their pseudo-spirit energy, which would then increase their combat strength. When a 5-star cultivator broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, their combat strength would generally reach the early 7-star level, and then rapidly increase in a short time, reaching the mid 7-star or even the late 7-star. Take Xianxia for example. When he was in the true martial realm, his combat strength was at the peak of 5-star, infinitely close to 6-star. When he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, his combat strength reached the mid-stage of 7-star, and in just a month's time, he reached the late stage of 7-star, approaching the peak of 7-star. It was very difficult to draw in and refine the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If there was too little, it would not be enough. If there was too much, it would harm the body. It had to be controlled well. Moreover, every time one drew in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to refine it, it could not be done continuously. There had to be a time interval for the body to adapt and relax. However, with the assistance of pills, the speed at which one could draw in world energy and refine pseudo-spirit chi would be much faster. This was also one of the differences between pseudo-transcendence of great forces and rogue cultivators. Xianxia was an important disciple of the sacred martial palace. Naturally, he was able to enjoy a lot of cultivation resources. That was why he was able to increase his cultivation and combat strength in such a short time and reach the late-stage 8-star realm. Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing was even more outstanding than Xianxia. Before his breakthrough, his combat strength was barely at the early 6-star level. When he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, his combat strength barely reached the mid-stage of 7-star. After a month of cultivation, his combat strength increased by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the peak of 7-star. If it were a rogue cultivator, it would be difficult to achieve this in less than a year's time. One had to know that this was the rapid growth stage of the pseudo-transcendent realm. It was the stage where one's potential was rapidly transformed into strength. After this stage, if one wanted to improve, they would have to put in 10 times the effort and time. Chen Zong was able to reach the 10th floor of the Sky Ascension Tower, so his combat strength was defined as at the early 6-star level. Therefore, the definition given by the Sacred Martial Palace was that after breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, Chen Zong's combat strength would increase to the peak of 7-star or even the peak of 7-star in a short time. This conclusion was based on the previous breakthroughs of the early 6-star level. Early 8-star combat strength. What kind of situation was this? Not long ago, Chen Zong hadn't broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. Could it be that Chen Zong didn't enter the Chaos Heaven Cave to obtain any inheritance, but a heaven-defying treasure? Not only did he break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm in one fell swoop, but his cultivation also increased to the early 8-star level in just a few days. After thinking about it, this seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. If it wasn't, then it would be too creepy. Regardless, Xiaohoba's murderous intent grew even stronger. He attacked again, punching out with both fists. Like surging thunder, the earth was destroyed, and terrifying lightning raged in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Xiahou Ba blasted out hundreds of punches, each with the combat strength of a late-stage 8-star. It was extremely terrifying. Even if Chen Zong continuously activated the protective power of the Supreme Dual Dragon token, it was useless. It was as if his whole body was swallowed by the lightning. However, the three Transcendent Realm Masters of the Martial Saint Palace also keenly noticed that the moment Chen Zong was swallowed by the lightning, a light appeared under his feet, and he seemed to have escaped from the lightning. Xiahou Ba's heart couldn't help but tremble. He turned around and blasted out a palm that turned into a lightning seal. At the same time, a sword light furiously slashed out. This sword attack was launched by Chen Zong. It had the combat strength of an early stage 8-star, but it was easily blocked by Xiahou Ba. Immediately after, the earthing sword was unsheathed, and an azure sword light shot out like a cold moon from the bottom to the top. Scram! Xiahou Ba was furious. Thunder roared, and thousands of thunderbolts exploded, forcing Chen Zong to retreat. The gap between a late-stage 8-star and an early-stage 8-star was very obvious. If Chen Zong's cultivation wasn't higher than Xiahou Ba's, he would have been suppressed and killed long ago. Even then, Chen Zong still felt extremely pressured, and it was as if he was walking on the border of life and death. He was only barely able to go against Xiahou Ba by relying on his superb sword technique and the extremely profound illusory 9 steps. If this went on, he would be in great danger. Chen Zong, no matter how talented you are, you will die here today. Everything will be for naught. Xiahou Ba roared and suddenly raised his fist. Amidst the blazing lightning, a shadow seemed to appear, and a huge fist was raised. This punch was Xiahou Ba's full-force attack. It was a middle-stage pseudo-linguo, and it contained the true meaning of thunderstorm. Boom! Under the huge thunderous fist, the air shattered and collapsed. A trace of darkness vaguely appeared, and it blasted towards Chen Zong mercilessly. Chen Zong was under great pressure. His robe fluttered as if it was about to be completely torn apart. The protective spiritual energy on his body was also fluctuating. Layers of ripples appeared, and it seemed like it was about to be shattered. Chen Zong felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. The horrifying power made him feel numb all over. This punch seemed to have surpassed the late-stage 8-star and reached the peak of 8-star. Strong, very strong, air-severing Saber Nan Mingshan's eyes couldn't help but turn solemn. Although Xiahou Ba's ranking on the Heaven Ascension list was lower than his, he still had to pay attention to the power of this punch. This Chen Zong is dead meat. Unfortunately, there are transcendents of the sacred martial palace here. After Chen Zong dies, everything will be taken away by Xiahou Ba. The eyes of the three transcendents flashed. They already knew that Chen Zong had some kind of treasure on him that could release the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower to nullify the attacks of transcendence. Now, facing Xiahou Ba's full-powered blow, would that treasure still have any effect? The giant thunder fist descended with a will to destroy everything. The violent thunder wind took the lead, causing Chen Zong's long hair to flutter behind him. The mountain rocks behind him were shattered under the terrifying pressure and turned into dust before being blown away. A loud rumbling sound resounded in all directions, as if 10,000 beasts were galloping. The fist contained a terrifying power that sealed off Chen Zong's surroundings, making it impossible for Chen Zong to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Sacred Martial Palace's mountain-breaking lightning style. So strong. This power is too terrifying. Chen Zong is dead meat. The faces of the pseudo-transcendents a kilometer away changed drastically as they were all horrified. Chen Zong took a deep breath as the look in his eyes became deeper and deeper. His expression also changed from indifferent to serious. Early stage 8-star combat strength? No, that wasn't Chen Zong's true strength. It was just to test the power of his pseudo-spirit chi after breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. It was also a good opportunity for him to use his pseudo-spirit chi. That's right, Chen Zong had only used his pseudo-spirit chi in his previous battle with Xiahou Ba. Now, facing Xiahou Ba who was going all out, Chen Zong had no choice but to use his true strength. With a thought, the three forces instantly converged into one. Nihility Sword Intent, the transparent Nihility Sword Intent poured into the Heavenly Sun Sword. The sword trembled slightly as a faint transparent sword light pulsed. Then, without using any sword skill, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. It was an ordinary slash, but it caused Nan Mingshan and Xian Wuxing's pupils to shrink. The three Transcendent Realm Masters from Sacred Martial Palace were secretly shocked. How could they describe this seemingly simple slash? While they were still in shock, the extremely violent mountain-breaking lightning style blasted towards Chenzong and collided with his sword. It was like a sharp blade cutting through butter, but also like a thin piece of paper. There was no resistance at all. The terrifying power contained in the mountain-breaking lightning style didn't have any effect. It was sliced open. The powerful mountain-breaking lightning style was sliced open with one slash. Slash, Xiaohou retreated rapidly with a horrified face. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, after the slash cut open the mountain-breaking lightning style, its power seemed to have disappeared as if it had been exhausted. Thunder King transformation. Xiaohou, who was retreating, immediately unleashed a secret technique. Amidst the thousands of lightning arcs, the Thunder King's shadow appeared and solidified. Then, it entered Xiaohou's body and merged with him, causing Xiaohou's battle prowess to soar. Peak 8-star, the higher the level of one's combat strength, the harder it was to increase it. Under the second transformation of the Thunder King, Xiaohou's combat strength was stronger than an ordinary peak 8-star. He was close to the limit of 8-star. Mountain-breaking lightning style. Once again, Xiaohou threw out a punch. Another shadowy figure appeared behind him and threw out a terrifying punch. It was the same move, but it was much faster and more tyrannical than before. Its power had increased by at least a few times. This punch had already caused Nan Mingshan's expression to change. Xian Wuxing's face turned slightly solemn. This was a punch of the limit of 8-star. The ground behind Chenzong collapsed again. It was split open by the invisible pressure and pushed hundreds of meters away. It was scorched black. However, Chenzong's robe and long black hair didn't move at all. It was as if he wasn't affected at all. The terrifying pressure and storm seemed to be in vain. Chenzong's eyes were deep. There seemed to be a star in the depths of his pupils. It pierced through the giant thunder fist and stared directly at Xiaohou. Xiaohou couldn't help but tremble as he subconsciously averted his gaze, not daring to meet his gaze. Chenzong struck out with his sword. The moment his sword struck out, it was accompanied by a great momentum that could destroy anything. The thunder mountain-breaking style, which was even more powerful, couldn't withstand it. After a slight pause, it was split apart. The thunder fist was split into two halves, bombarding Chenzong from both sides. The ground behind Chenzong was blasted into a ditch that was tens of meters long, and a pit that was tens of meters long was blasted out. The sword light was like a hot knife through butter as it slashed towards Xiaohou. Xiaohou's expression changed greatly and he was extremely shocked. He discovered that his usually nimble body had become incomparably sluggish at this very moment. Moreover, he felt as heavy as a mountain. Even though he had thought of doing so, he was unable to react no matter what. He could only watch as the sword slashed at him. The trajectory of the slash was clear and carried with it an irresistible momentum that couldn't be resisted. The faces of the three transcendents from the Sacred Martial Palace also changed drastically. Elder Zhongwu's reaction was the fastest as he immediately flicked his finger and sent out a bolt of lightning towards Chenzong's sword. Wherever the bolt of lightning passed, the void was torn apart and even the ground was affected by it, creating a ghastly sight. The power of this finger was extremely tyrannical. Not only did it want to save Xiaohou, but it also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Chenzong to prevent future troubles. Because he was afraid. No matter what, the talent Chenzong displayed was too amazing. This kind of person had a very high chance of reaching the Transcendent Realm. Once he stepped into the Transcendent Realm, his life would undergo a transformation and he would be like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. He would be even more difficult to deal with. Xiaohou couldn't die, otherwise, who would bear the wrath of Elder Xiaohou, with the strength of a fourth-layer human realm master and 70% of his strength in this finger attack, even if it couldn't kill a third-layer human realm master, it was enough to wound them. Dealing with a pseudo-transcendent realm master was like using a spirit artifact to kill a chicken. It was too fast, so fast that Chenzong couldn't react in time. The finger force pierced through the air and struck the heavenly sun sword that was slashing towards Qianzong. An incomparably powerful and terrifying force erupted, intending to shatter the heavenly sun sword and transmit it to Qianzong's arm and body, destroying Qianzong's body with the astonishing force contained within. With a buzzing sound, the image of the Heaven Ascension Pagoda appeared around Qianzong's body, and an invisible energy wave instantly permeated the heavenly sun sword. The incomparably tyrannical lightning energy only managed to release a sliver of its astonishing power before it was completely neutralized. The heavenly sun sword was also slightly affected and deviated. Instinctively, Xiaohou seized the fleeting opportunity and immediately moved his body with all his might to avoid Qianzong's fatal strike. Qianzong's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were as deep and serene as ever, causing Xiaohou's heart to palpitate for no reason. The slight deviation of the sword didn't affect Qianzong much. Taking advantage of the situation, everything was under his control. The sword drew a subtle arc in the air, but its speed increased dramatically. The sword's edge outlined a crescent moon in the air. The crescent moon emitted a dazzling brilliance like the sun, dazzling the world. Xiaohou was horrified, and so were the three transcendents from the sacred martial palace. The sword light cut through the air like a hot knife through butter. Under Xiaohou's horrified expression, it cut through his neck. It was too fast. When the sword light dissipated, Xiaohou stood quietly in place, motionless. Only the horrified expression on his face and the fear in his eyes seemed to have frozen. He reached out with difficulty and touched his neck. The moment his fingers touched his neck, he suddenly felt that his fingers were a little wet. Picking it up and looking at it, he saw a smear of red. He was dead. Xiaohou was dead. His head was cut off by Qianzong's sword. This genius from the sacred martial palace with a bright future and high status was killed just like that, in front of three transcendents from the sacred martial palace. You deserve to die. The three transcendent realm masters went berserk. Their faces were like evil spirits as they roared and attacked one after another. Lightning bolts raged and destroyed everything in their path. Xian Wuxing and Nan Mingshan hurriedly retreated at full speed, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. With three transcendents attacking, Qianzong was dead for sure. Not even his bones would be left. Unexpectedly, the phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower appeared again. When the attacks of the three transcendents approached Qianzong's body and came into contact with the phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower, they disappeared like a gentle breeze, unable to cause any damage to Qianzong. Qianzong finally confirmed that not only were first-layer mortal realm cultivators unable to hurt him, even those above the first layer of the mortal realm couldn't hurt him. If that was the case, Qianzong's deep and gloomy eyes fell directly on Nan Mingshan. Nan Mingshan, who was retreating 1,000 meters away, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. When he saw Qianzong's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. Immediately, the long saber on his back flew up, its blade emitting a dazzling light as it flashed through the air. With the saber in his hand, Nan Mingshan's eyes became even colder and sharper. The aura around his body was like an invisible saber. Kill! Without hesitation, Nan Mingshan's saber slashed through the air towards Qianzong. Nan Mingshan's nickname was Void Slashing Saber. Every slash of his seemed to be able to cut through the sky, hence his name. Qianzong killed Xiaohou, but Nan Mingshan was confident that he could also kill Xiaohou, so he wasn't afraid. As for why Qianzong could withstand the attacks of transcendence without suffering any damage, it should be related to the phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower. As Nan Mingshan's saber slashed through the air, Qianzong closed in like a gust of wind and swung his sword. As the sword and saber collided, Nan Mingshan held the saber with both hands and slashed out hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, covering and devouring Qianzong. Before the hundreds of slashes disappeared, Nan Mingshan raised his saber and the hundreds of slashes merged into one, transforming into a 10-meter-long giant saber that was suffused with a silver halo. It was extremely sharp and slashed down directly. This saber split the sky in front of him, leaving a black mark. The terrifying saber pressure caused the ground below to split open, revealing a several hundred-meter-long saber mark. Without dodging, Qianzong raised his sword. Under the half-step sword force, it was as if the world was moving with it. It was extremely heavy and domineering. As the sword slashed out, it was as if the world around it was lifted up. The 10-meter-long giant saber shattered and turned into countless saber lights, turning the air into a sieve. Immediately after, the sword that was lifted up also tapped lightly, like a white crane nodding its head. It was a light peck, but it carried an aura that could pierce through anything. This sword was unstoppable. Nan Mingshan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. The air-slashing saber was endless, and the saber lights were endless. He wanted to block Qinzong's attack, but under this sword, the saber lights were shattered and could not be blocked. This sword struck directly between Nan Mingshan's eyebrows. The terrifying void sword force pierced through Nan Mingshan's brain and crushed it directly. Nan Mingshan's arms hung down, and there was a dark red spot between his eyebrows. His face was filled with shock, and there was a trace of fear that he did not have time to show in his eyes. This kind of power was clearly stronger than when he was fighting with Xiaoba. After killing Nan Mingshan, Qinzong did not stop. He stabbed out with his sword, and his body and sword became one. The dazzling sword light pierced through the sky and attacked Xian Wuxing. Xian Wuxing's eyes became deeper and darker, and a strange shade of red appeared on his pale face. His pale and slender fingers trembled, and the long sword at his waist was unsheathed. As the eerie sword light rippled, there was a roar that sounded like the roar of a demon from hell. A chilly wind blew, and the surrounding air became even colder, as if it was plated with a layer of black light. Even the sunlight was distorted. Ghost sword, the eerie sword trembled, and the sword light pierced through the air. Countless sword shadows surrounded the surroundings, and it was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. The countless sword shadows faintly formed a distorted ghost face, as if it came from hell and wanted to devour people's souls. The ghost face brought about a gust of chilly wind, and its aura was even more shocking. No wonder he was ranked 4th on the Heaven Ascension list. The moment he attacked, he showed the difference between him and Nan Mingshan and Xiaoba. This kind of power was very close to a 9-star battle power. He was sure that Xian Wuxing would become a Grandmaster-level expert soon. With a light tap of his sword, he struck a few spots on the ghost face. The ghost face distorted and shattered. Countless sword shadows shot towards Qinzong like locusts from hell, but they were all shattered by Qinzong's sword. Xian Wuxing's eyes became even deeper, and he executed the ghost prison sword technique. Ghostly chi filled the air, and countless distorted and hideous ghost faces floated in the chilly wind. They were like demons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Those with weaker willpower were scared out of their wits. However, this did not affect Qinzong at all. His eyes shone, and through the hideous ghost faces, he stared directly at Xian Wuxing's face. It was as if his gaze was going to pierce into Xian Wuxing's eyes, and Xian Wuxing was secretly shocked. With his power and willpower, he actually felt uneasy because of Xian Wuxing's gaze. Ghost King's roar. It was an ultimate move, and the sword light turned into a huge ghost face. That ghost face was not only hideous, but also extremely majestic, as if it covered the sky. Immediately, it opened its mouth and roared. The chilly wind howled, and as if the gates of hell had opened, the bone-eroding chilly wind rushed towards Qinzong. Before it reached him, the ground would be corroded and disappear. Qinzong's expression was slightly serious. The power of this sword was very terrifying, and it barely reached the beginner 9-star level. This was already the threshold of the Grandmaster level. However, it was still not enough. Under the half-step sword momentum, the sword slashed out. The power of the void sword force was fully displayed, and the true meaning of the sword edge was contained in it. The bone-eroding chilly wind was split open, and the huge ghost face was also split open. Nothing could stop Qinzong's sword. Xian Wuxing was extremely shocked. The chilly wind swirled, and his body disappeared from where he was, avoiding Qinzong's sword. The chilly wind howled and shot down from the sky. Thousands of chilly sword lights attacked together. Boom, boom. Boom, Qinzong was directly engulfed by the thousands of sword lights. The area within a radius of dozens of meters was crazily ravaged. However, Xian Wuxing's heart could not help but tremble. He saw a cross-sword light that shone brightly and shattered the thousands of sword shadows. From the bottom to the top, it was as if the sky was split into 4. Heaven and earth, the shocking sword pressure exceeded the limit under the half-step sword momentum. Xian Wuxing felt that he was imprisoned in midair. Even if he exploded with all his power, he could not move. He could only watch the cross-sword light coming towards him. Escape! As he shouted, a black light spread out. It wrapped around Xian Wuxing's body and he disappeared instantly. That was the power of a secret treasure. The reward that Xian Wuxing received when he made it to the 9th level of the Sky Tower was a secret treasure that could help him escape. The cross-sword light rushed into the sky, but Xian Wuxing appeared a few hundred meters away. He used his movement technique and left without looking back. You can't escape. Xian Wuxing was fast, but Chen Zong was even faster. He became one with his sword and pierced through the air. Under the true meaning of the sword, nothing could stop it. Thank you, fellow brothers, for your support. Please continue to support me, hehe. It was too fast. In just a few breaths of time, Xiaohoba had died, followed by Nan Mingshan, and finally Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing, killing 3 geniuses on the Heaven Ascension list in a row. Not only were the 3 transcendents of the Sacred Martial Palace stunned, but the cultivators 1,000 meters away were also stunned, all of them staring at Chen Zong in shock. After killing 3 people in a row, Chen Zong's aura had reached its peak, as if it could pierce through the sky. Immediately, Chen Zong's gaze shifted from Xian Wuxing, who was lying on the ground, to a transcendent realm master of the Sacred Martial Palace. It was none other than Elder Zhongwu. Chen Zong's deep and lonely eyes caused Elder Zhongwu to involuntarily tremble, and his heart seemed to contract in an instant. He was a dignified transcendent, a 4th-layer mortal realm master. How could he be frightened by the gaze of a pseudo-transcendent? It must be an illusion. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a sword light pierce through the air, rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes, carrying with it the power of heaven and earth. You dare attack me? Elder Zhongwu was stunned at first, then became furious. A trivial pseudo-transcendent ant. Not only did he not tremble in fear in front of him, he even dared to attack him. He was simply courting death. In a fit of anger, Elder Zhongwu attacked again. Pointing his finger, lightning energy tore through the sky, shattering the air and creating ripples of shockwaves. Chen Zong didn't dodge. In fact, in front of a 4th-layer mortal realm master, Chen Zong didn't have time to dodge. The moment the lightning energy hit Chen Zong, the pagoda phantom appeared and the lightning energy disappeared, unable to cause any damage to Chen Zong. A sword pierced through the air, but Elder Zhongwu's figure flashed and easily avoided it. In terms of martial Dao, Chen Zong was indeed superior to his opponent, but unfortunately, there was a huge gap between their cultivation and strength. In terms of speed, Chen Zong was far inferior to his opponent. In the distance, the crowd was even more shocked. A transcendent actually took the initiative to attack, they didn't know how to describe it. Horrifying, it was really too horrifying. There was also an indescribable excitement that made everyone tremble uncontrollably. Chen Zong had expected that his sword would miss. Otherwise, if he had been stabbed, it would have been either because his opponent was willing to do so, or because the 4th tier of the mortal realm was just too useless. How was that possible? Chen Zong did not turn around. Instead, his sword suddenly sped up and pierced towards one of the extreme level 1 mortal realm disciples. With the protection of the Heaven Ascension Pagoda's shadow, it was natural for him to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the other party as much as possible. The 2 extreme level 1s of the mortal realm were also taken aback. They didn't expect Chen Zong to attack them. However, they didn't make a move because they knew that even if they did, they couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Therefore, they simply dodged. The speed of someone at the 1st level of the extreme mortal realm was also extremely fast. Chen Zong's sword once again missed. The faces of the 3 extreme mortal realm warriors from the Sacred Martial Palace were extremely gloomy. Their eyes seemed to contain countless bolts of lightning and were filled with a destructive aura. It was as if they wanted to kill Chen Zong with their gazes. Chen Zong stared back at them without fear. Honestly speaking, he wasn't a match for a transcendent. However, because of the Heaven Ascension Tower's phantom image, they couldn't do anything to him. Chen Zong was even clear that if he was close enough, he might have a chance to kill a transcendent. After all, after he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, his pseudo-spirit energy alone was able to reach the strength of an early 8 star. When he used the Nihility sword force, his strength was even closer to the strength of an early 9-star. If he used half-step sword force, he could barely reach the strength of an early 9-star. Coupled with the power of a minor true meaning, he could steadily step into the early 9-star realm. This meant that his battle strength had reached the level of a martial scholar. Not only did his battle strength increase, but his speed also increased. Unfortunately, these 3 extreme-level humans wouldn't let him get close to them, so there was no possibility of him killing them. However, when the crowd saw that the 3 extreme-level humans could only dodge Chen Zong's dual swords, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. "You transcendents only know how to run like rats under the swords of a little cultivator like me?" Chen Zong said. His words seemed to be sharper than the 2 swords in his hands, directly piercing into the hearts of the 3 transcendents from the sacred martial palace. Their faces suddenly changed, their anger soared, and their killing intent soared. They couldn't wait to tear Chen Zong into 10,000 pieces. However, they also knew that Chen Zong had the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower on him. With the protection of that artifact, they couldn't do anything to him. Any artifact has a limit. I don't believe it can protect you forever. Elder Zhong Wu, who was at the 4th layer of the extreme-level humans, said angrily. He stretched out his 10 fingers, and with a few light flicks, streaks of lightning shot towards Chen Zong. *******. The momentum was astonishing, and each streak of lightning contained a terrifying destructive force. The other 2 extreme-level humans also made their moves. Lightning palms shot through the air, and giant lightning fists flew towards Chen Zong. Each strike contained at least 80% of their strength. Everyone who was 1,000 meters away felt a chill run down their spines, and had no choice but to retreat a few thousand meters. Even so, they still felt numb and trembling all over. Chen Zong didn't move, and couldn't dodge at all. He could only let the 3 transcendents from the sacred martial palace attack him. Each of the transcendents sent out over 100 strikes in a row, and only stopped when they had almost exhausted all of their strength. A large amount of world energy poured into their bodies, restoring their spirit chi, while their spirit sense also slowly recovered. Continuously bombarding Chen Zong, and ensuring that each strike was accurate, naturally consumed a portion of their spirit sense. The faces of the 3 transcendents were solemn, and their brows were tightly furrowed. Because every time their attacks hit Chen Zong, they would be blocked by the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower. Not only did they fail to injure Chen Zong, even the ground beneath Chen Zong's feet wasn't damaged in the slightest. This is impossible. Every artifact had its limits. To be able to withstand over 100 attacks from 3 paramount mortal realm masters and still remain intact, it could only be said that this artifact was too heaven-defying. For a moment, while the 3 transcendents' hearts were burning with passion, they were helpless. What should they do when faced with such a Chen Zong? For a moment, the 3 transcendents were annoyed and had a headache. They also thought of Xiahou Ba's death in front of them, and how they would bear the wrath of Elder Xiahou. Sheathing his 2 swords, Chen Zong didn't want to waste his strength since he couldn't kill his opponents. Giving the 3 transcendents a deep look, he turned around and used his movement skill to quickly leave. Originally, Chen Zong planned to leave the Ascending Heaven domain and go to other domains to avoid the pursuit of the Sacred Martial Palace and the Xian family. But now, he decided not to leave for the time being. Because when Chen Zong broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm in the Chaos Heaven Cave Mansion, he asked out of curiosity and received a response from Li Tian Emperor's incarnation. The Ascending Heaven Tower Phantom was a manifestation of part of the Ascending Heaven Tower's power. It was integrated into Chen Zong's body to protect him. According to Li Tian Emperor's incarnation, as long as Chen Zong was in the Ascending Heaven domain, even a profound Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be able to break through the Ascending Heaven Tower Phantom's protection. In other words, no transcendence could cause any harm to Chen Zong in the Ascending Heaven domain, and if he left the Ascending Heaven domain, the Ascending Heaven Tower's power wouldn't be effective. With such a heaven-defying protective talisman, Chen Zong naturally wasn't in a hurry to leave the Ascending Heaven domain. Nangong family, Xian family, Sacred Martial Palace, since they wanted to deal with him, he would have to deal with them properly and set off a storm. Chen Zong didn't know that the 10,000 Sky Sect, a high-rank sect, was also involved. Because Void-Slashing Saber, Nan Mingshan, was a disciple of the 10,000 Sky Sect and had high hopes for him, but he died under Chenzong's sword. But whether there was one less or one more, Chenzong wasn't afraid. His heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Elder Zhongwu, aren't we going to chase after him? The two elders of the sacred martial palace looked at Chenzong's departing figure and immediately asked. Why chase after him? Elder Zhongwu's face was gloomy. If they chased after Chenzong but couldn't do anything to him, it would be too embarrassing. He couldn't afford to lose this kind of face. But even if they didn't chase after him, they would still have people monitor Chenzong's every move and come up with a countermeasure. Under the horrified gazes of many people, Chenzong left Sky Curtain Mountain and stepped into the nearest city. This city was named Sky Curtain City because it was close to Sky Curtain Mountain. The scale of Sky Curtain City couldn't be compared to Ascending Heaven City, but it wasn't inferior to cities like Hundred Battles City. In fact, it was even slightly larger. Stepping into Sky Curtain City, Chenzong didn't enjoy the scenery of Sky Curtain City. Instead, he rented a cultivation room and started cultivating. After a cultivator broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, there would be a period of rapid improvement. This had nothing to do with the length of time, but rather with the individual's potential. Those with high potential would experience significant improvement, while those with low potential would experience slight improvement. Chenzong believed that his potential was extraordinary, so the improvement he would experience in the future would be quite significant. Of course, the period of rapid improvement wasn't directly related to the length of time, but it couldn't be delayed for too long. It had to be about a year. If he didn't transform his potential into strength after a year, that portion of his potential would solidify again. At that time, he could only slowly cultivate and improve. The cultivation of the pseudo-transcendent realm was to use the opened acupoints to receive a trace of world energy into the body and refine and absorb it, increasing one's pseudo-spirit energy and increasing one's strength. World energy was very tyrannical. After it entered the body, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand it. Pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators would only be able to withstand a trace of it. After refining it, there would be a period of time where the burden on the body would be eliminated before it could continue to be absorbed. If there was a pill as an auxiliary, it would be able to speed up the elimination of the burden and better absorb world energy for cultivation. The other type of pill was even more amazing. It contained a pure and gentle world energy. After directly entering the body, it would be easier to absorb it and wouldn't put too much of a burden on the body. It could be taken continuously and improve one's cultivation faster. However, this kind of pill wasn't easy to refine. It required spirit herbs as the main ingredient. Spirit herbs were transcendent-level treasures and were precious even to extreme mortal realm masters. How could they be refined into pills suitable for pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators? That would be a waste of heaven's treasures. The third type was to directly absorb the pure world energy contained in a pseudo-spirit source. Therefore, even if it was a high-rank sect, the auxiliary pills they used would often be the first type, followed by the second type. After all, pseudo-spirit source was also a precious currency. There were many palaces in the St. Martial Mountain, divided into 4 directions. In the sky above a palace in the north, thick dark clouds appeared out of thin air and gathered from all directions. Fierce winds blew and storms swept in all directions. In less than 10 breaths of time, incomparably thick dark clouds rolled over and occupied the sky above the palace. It was like a lead mountain that was about to fall and suppress the earth. Bolts of scarlet lightning began to form in the clouds. They looked like dragons dancing in the dark clouds, emitting an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. The aura spread out in a mighty manner and covered the entire St. Martial Mountain. Even the surroundings of the St. Martial Mountain were affected. The demon beasts in the mountain kept quiet out of fear. In the darkness of the western palace, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up, as if thousands of strong winds were howling. It was as if a storm was in control of the world. Old Ghost Yuan's aura has become stronger. The voice was as fleeting as the wind, then it went silent. At the center of the eastern palace was the sect master's hall. The palace master and a group of elders were present in the hall. They all looked up at the sky outside the palace, as if they could see the dark clouds above the northern palace, pressing down on them. Elder Xiaoho has become even stronger after his seclusion. The palace master of the St. Martial Palace sat high up in the main seat, as if he was sitting on clouds. The clouds around him didn't disperse for a long time, making it impossible to see his face clearly. His voice was as soft as the clouds, but when it fell into the ears, it seemed as if a single word had many tones. It was very mysterious. The elders in the hall all had a serious expression, with some fear in their eyes. The St. Martial Palace was divided into 3 branches. On the surface, the palace master's branch was the strongest, but in reality, the other 2 branches weren't that much weaker. They were only slightly weaker, and held important positions in the entire palace. In a situation where the grand elders didn't care and the forefather didn't appear, the palace master had to pay attention to the other 2 branches. The slightest carelessness could result in him being removed from the palace master's position. Therefore, the stronger the leaders of the other 2 branches were, the better for the palace master's branch, but it wasn't good for the palace master's branch. The incomparably thick dark clouds suddenly spun downwards, as if they had turned into an incomparably huge owl. Countless scarlet lightning bolts followed the spinning dark clouds downwards, emitting a power that could destroy the heavens and earth as they swam downwards. Red thunder of destruction. From the looks of it, Patriarch seems to have truly grasped the extreme breaking red lightning. The transcendent realm masters around the palace were all pleasantly surprised. The extreme breaking red lightning was a power that belonged to heaven and earth. However, humans could also control it. It was just that it was very, very difficult. In short, one needed sufficient luck and astonishing willpower. Otherwise, not only would one be unable to grasp the extreme obliteration red lightning, one would even be turned into ashes by its terrifying might. When the extreme breaking red lightning and the dark clouds followed by the all fell, a figure soared into the sky from the palace. It was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. The fist collided with the low-hanging dark clouds. After a slight pause, the entire space seemed to have solidified. Immediately, an earth-shaking and deafening roar resounded across the world. A black ripple mixed with spots of scarlet lightning spread in the most barbaric manner. It was as though it had forcefully cut the world into 2, giving one the feeling that the world had been completely separated. In the next breath, under the incomparably astonished gazes of everyone, the low-hanging dark clouds disintegrated inch by inch and turned into powder. The terrifying scarlet fist energy soared into the sky. Not only did it shatter the layers of dark clouds, it even pierced through them in the end. Hong long long, the fist energy exploded and swept across the sky. Wherever it passed, all the dark clouds were dissolved into nothingness. The clear blue sky seemed even cleaner and purer than the distant sky. A figure surrounded by finger-thick scarlet lightning arcs stood between the heavens and the earth, like a king of thunder. After a few breaths, the figure slowly descended. The scarlet lightning arcs that surrounded him also withdrew into his body. It was an old man wearing a purple robe with countless red lightning patterns on it. He had a dignified appearance. His eyes were deep and contained a hint of dominance. "Greetings, Patriarch." The group of paramount realm masters bowed and saluted. Xiahou Yuan, one of the upper martial elders of the sacred palace. He could be said to be one of the top people below the grand elders. Vaguely, he was on par with the palace master and was the patriarch of the Xiahou family. Therefore, the people of the Xiahou bloodline would address him as an elder in public. If they were in private, they would address him as patriarch. Where ba or engineer? Xiahou Yuan's voice was filled with authority. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The 2 young masters. A 7th-level paramount realm master spoke with difficulty, but he couldn't continue. The others lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Xiahou Yuan. "Speak." An ominous feeling welled up in his heart as Xiahou Yuan's expression sank. It was as if dark clouds were gathering before a storm. He let out a thunderous roar as his robes fluttered despite the lack of wind, revealing a terrifying aura. "The 2 young masters are dead." Just as he finished speaking, the 7th-level paramount realm master felt a heavy pressure on his body. He couldn't move. The terrifying aura wreaked havoc, as if it wanted to destroy him. His scalp tingled and he was horrified. He was afraid that he would be killed by Xiahou Yuan's palm. When Xiahou Yuan heard the news, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He hoped that it was a joke, but when he saw the reactions of the paramount realm masters, he knew that it was true. Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen were dead. Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen had great talent and potential. Xiahou Yuan had high hopes for them and focused on nurturing them. Many people in the Ascending Heaven region knew of Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen's identities. Even if there was a conflict, they would not kill them. As long as they didn't kill, Xiahou Yuan would not pursue the matter even if the two were injured. He believed that if warriors wanted to grow, they had to experience all kinds of tribulations and setbacks. Only then could they develop a tenacious and superhuman will. It was best if they could experience life and death situations. However, life and death situations were too terrifying. Once they died, they would be gone. But now, Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen were dead. How did they die? Xiahou Yuan's voice was extremely cold. It was as cold as ice, sending chills down one's spine. If Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen had overestimated themselves by provoking transcendence and were killed, Xiahou Yuan would avenge them. However, if Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen had entered a dangerous place and died, there was nothing Xiahou Yuan could do no matter how furious he was. They were killed by someone. When he said that, it was as if he had exhausted all his strength and was about to collapse. An even more terrifying aura slammed into his body, seemingly shattering his bones. Who? His voice was like thunder as his eyes emitted endless scarlet lightning. With a rumble, terrifying thunder boomed in the sky, shaking the world. It's Zhenzong. It's Zhenzong who killed the two young masters. The moment he opened his mouth, he quickly recounted everything that had happened. The more he spoke, the uglier Xiahou Yuan's expression became. Zhenzong was originally a disciple from a small sect in the Dragon Reflection region. He was the kind that had been banished. Yet, he had the strength to kill Xiahou Zhen. Following that, Xiahou Yuan was astonished. He had reached the 10th level of the Heaven Ascension Pagoda. He had even obtained a secret treasure that could render a limitless mortal powerless. He had even entered the cave abode left behind by Martial King Chaotic Heaven. In a few days, he had broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm and possessed a terrifying combat strength that was suspected to be in the Grandmaster realm. Only then did he kill Xiahou Ba, Nan Mingshan, and Xian Wuxing. Xiahou Yuan was enraged. He felt as though he was listening to a story, a legend. How was that possible? He had lived for so long, a few hundred years, but such a matter was unheard of. It was like a legend. However, such matters could be investigated, especially since many of the matters involved paramount mortals from this Xiahou lineage. They had personally witnessed and experienced it. They would definitely not dare fabricate any lies to deceive him, nor would they distort the facts. The only explanation was that Zhenzong had astonishing talent that no one could match. Or perhaps, he had obtained some offensive artifact left behind by Martial King Chaotic Heaven in the Chaos Heaven cave abode, allowing him to possess such strength. Regardless of which reason it was, he had killed Xiahou Ba and Xiahou Zhen. Only death awaited him. It has been a long time since this old man has personally taken action. Xiahou Yuan was silent for a moment before all his anger disappeared. He then opened his mouth to speak, but his words caused the faces of the extreme mortal stage fighters to change drastically. Xiahou Yuan's reputation was built from killing. Since 50 years ago, he had not personally taken action. However, his astonishing reputation was still the same. Now, in order to avenge his grandchildren, he had decided to personally take action. Find out the whereabouts of Zhenzong. Gather all the pseudo-transcendents from my family and follow me. Xiahou Yuan said decisively. No one could refute his decision. Xiahou Yuan had originally planned to take action himself. However, when he thought of what others had said before, that even the attacks of a fourth-layer mortal realm expert would be ineffective against Zhenzong and would be destroyed by the Heaven Ascension Tower Phantom, he was worried that his own attacks would be the same. Xiahou Yuan was a person who did things with finesse. That was why he had gathered so many pseudo-transcendents from this Xiahou lineage. If his own attacks could not do anything to Zhenzong, he could have the pseudo-transcendents take action and capture Zhenzong alive. Firstly, it was to avenge his two grandchildren. Secondly, it was to seize the treasures on Zhenzong's body and claim them as his own. Xiahou Yuan acted swiftly and decisively. He immediately gathered all the pseudo-transcendents from the Xiahou lineage. There were more than 20 of them, including some martial grandmasters. They rode on ninth-grade monster beasts and left St. Martial Mountain. What is Elder Xiahou Yuan planning to do? Not only did he come out personally, but he also brought more than 20 pseudo-transcendents with him. What is he planning? Xiahou Yuan's actions were noticed by the people from the other two lineages of St. Martial Palace. They were all shocked. One had to know that Xiahou Yuan had not left St. Martial Mountain for many years. What had happened today that would not only make Xiahou Yuan come out personally, but also bring a group of pseudo-transcendents with him? This was also what they did not understand. With Xiahou Yuan's strength, how could a group of pseudo-transcendents be of any help? If he wanted to bring someone, it should be the paramount mortals. Investigate. 6 Tao Tribulations, cheer me on, that Chenzong is in Skylight City. Ming Hao, go and bring him back. Use his blood as a sacrifice to Wu Xing. The old voice was sharp enough to tear the heavens and earth apart as it resounded in all directions. Yes. Xian Ming Hao quickly left the Xian clan and rushed towards Skylight City. Xian Ming Hao was a 5th-layer extreme mortal realm master. The 3 transcendent realm masters of the Martial Saint Palace didn't spread the news that Chenzong wasn't afraid of attacks from paramount human realm masters. Instead, they chose to keep it a secret, so only the masters of the Martial Saint Palace knew about it. Not only did the Xian clan move, but the 10,000 Sky sect also moved. Nan Mingde was an elder of the 10,000 Sky sect and Nan Mingshan's master. Nan Mingshan was an orphan who was picked up by Nan Mingde and given the name Nan Mingshan. He raised him and taught him cultivation. Nan Mingde was very proud of him. He was dead, but now he was killed. This made Nan Mingde extremely angry and sad. They were master and disciple in name, but they were more like father and son. Chenzong, I'm going to tear you to shreds. Nan Mingde carried a long saber on his back and left the Wantian sect for Skylight City with a murderous aura. With Elder Nan personally taking action, it will be a piece of cake. The other members of the 10,000 Sky sect all had the same thought. They did not know that even if Nan Mingde personally took action, he would not be able to do anything to Chenzong. In a cultivation room in Skylight City, Chenzong opened his Tianding acupoint and Diyuan acupoint. The 2 acupoints corresponded to the top of his head and the center of his feet, connecting the heavens and earth. He guided a trace of world energy into his body and started circulating it. Chenzong used the unhindered true force to move the energy, but he found that it was a little difficult. There was no choice. The Great Zongheng true power was a technique to cultivate true power, and the false spirit power was different from true power. It was a type of power that was higher than true power. Using the Great Zongheng true power technique to move the false spirit power was like an old bull dragging a heavy cart. As Chenzong ran his cultivation method, the wisp of spiritual chi of heaven and earth that entered his body also ran along with it. Slowly, it was refined by Chenzong, increasing his cultivation and strengthening his pseudo-spiritual force. The quantity and quality of one's pseudo-spiritual energy was closely related to the true power before the metamorphosis. The purer and more majestic the true power, the more the pseudo-spiritual energy would be the same after the metamorphosis. Chenzong's cultivation had reached the 10th level of the true martial realm. The amount of true force in his body was at least 10 times more than that of an ordinary true martial realm martial artist, and its purity was also 10 times more than that of an ordinary true martial realm martial artist. After the transformation, his false spiritual energy was naturally very terrifying. That was why he suddenly had the battle strength of an early 8-star martial artist. The more powerful the pseudo-spiritual energy was, the more terrifying it would be, but at the same time, it would be more difficult to increase one's cultivation. In order to increase one's cultivation, one would need to refine more spiritual energy. As the wisp of spiritual chi of heaven and earth entered his body, the 2 apertures were sealed again. Under the circulation of the pseudo-spiritual energy, his physique was affected and subtly changed. Chenzong's body tempering was brilliant, so he could draw in more spiritual chi of heaven and earth each time compared to ordinary pseudo-transcendence, and the time it took to eliminate the burden was also shorter. This was an advantage. Coupled with the use of pills, he could draw in spiritual chi of heaven and earth twice a day, which was even better than Xiahou Ba. Every wisp of spiritual chi of heaven and earth contained rich power. After refining and absorbing it, the improvement was quite significant. Chenzong could feel himself improving every day. What a pity. If I could get a pseudo-transcendent cultivation method, my cultivation speed would be even faster. Chen Zong thought to himself. However, pseudo-spiritual arts suitable for pseudo-transcendence were more than 10 times rarer than pseudo-linguo. They were often controlled by various great forces and were rarely circulated in the outside world. If one wanted to get one, they either had to join those great forces or rely on luck. The majority of rogue pseudo-transcendents did not have a pseudo-spiritual art. Only a few who had a fortuitous encounter had one, but they all hid it. Drawing in spiritual chi of heaven and earth twice a day to refine and absorb it added up to only 4 hours. There was still a lot of time left, so Chen Zong naturally did not want to waste it. The cultivation of the changeable had reached its limit. Without a proper cultivation method, he could not continue. Chen Zong turned to study the minor true intent. After the transformation, not only did the quantity of his spiritual chi increase by several times, its purity had also more than doubled. Moreover, its recovery speed had also more than doubled. In other words, Chen Zong's spiritual chi had now surpassed many Grandmaster-level masters. It was enough for Chen Zong to display the power of the minor true intent dozens of times in a row. This wisp of spiritual chi of heaven and earth was finally refined by Chen Zong. After a short rest, Chen Zong began to comprehend the minor true intent. The true intent of sword could be divided into 5 minor true intents. Now, Chen Zong had grasped the true intent of sword edge and true intent of sword sharpness. Now, he was comprehending the true intent of sword speed. Comprehending the 5 minor true intents from the fleeting sword wall had left traces in Chen Zong's consciousness. Thus, comprehending them was smoother than other cultivators. However, grasping the minor true intent would invisibly put a burden on one's spiritual chi. Previously, after comprehending the true intent of sword edge, true intent of sword sharpness, and true intent of water flow, he had to bear a certain burden, and his comprehension speed had sharply decreased. Now that he had broken through, his spiritual chi had transformed and become stronger. The original burden seemed insignificant. After a few days of comprehension, Chen Zong felt that he had vaguely grasped the true intent of sword speed. In the darkness, a strange feeling pervaded. Without any movement, the sword light suddenly pierced through the air. When the sword light dissipated, the sword was still in its scabbard. Chen Zong's hand was naturally placed to the side, as if he had not moved at all. The sword light was just an illusion. However, there was a trace of scorching heat in the air. It was a reaction caused by the friction between the speed of the sword and the air. Following that, there was a soft sound of the sword being unsheathed and the sharp sound of the sword piercing through the air. This sword had surpassed the speed of sound. Under the true intent of sword speed, the speed of drawing and unsheathing the sword has increased by at least 30%, surpassing the speed of sound. Chen Zong thought to himself. There was a hint of joy between his brows. When I completely grasp the true intent of sword speed, it will increase by at least 50%. Chen Zong's sword unsheathing speed was already very fast, enough to surpass many master-level experts. Under the situation of increasing it by 50%, it would be even more terrifying. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, his battle strength increased, so would his sword unsheathing speed. Under the increase, it would be even more shocking. At this point, Chen Zong had grasped 4 minor true intents. Like the Conqueror sect, he had one less than the Black Sword sect. If I meet the Conqueror sect again? Chen Zong thought for a moment and revealed a cold smile. That day, the Conqueror sect wanted to kill him. Chen Zong remembered this grudge in his heart. After comprehending the true intent of sword speed and consolidating it for a while, Chen Zong took out a handwritten letter. It was something he had found in Xiaoba's mustard seed bag. This handwritten letter was neither a secret art nor a martial art, but to Chen Zong, it was more important than a secret art or a martial art. This was because it was a cultivation handbook, a book of the cultivation experience of the pseudo-transcendent realm. It was obvious that it was not written by Xiaoba, but rather obtained by him. Chen Zong had already read it once. Although he had memorized all the contents, the feeling of holding the book and comprehending it while reading it was even more wonderful. Chen Zong lacked a master and the time he had spent in the unhindered sword sect was relatively short. He had always been exploring cultivation on his own. Back then, the pseudo-transcendent realm was quite far away from him, so Qinzong had not deliberately tried to understand it. Now that he had stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm and read the records in this handwritten letter, he clearly understood the difference between the pseudo-transcendent realm and the true martial realm. The pseudo-transcendent realm was the transition from a mortal to a heavenly being. The transformation of one's spiritual energy was not something that could be achieved overnight. Rather, there was an obvious transformation when one broke through, followed by a subtle improvement. Therefore, Qinzong's spiritual energy could continue to grow. His body would also be affected by the pseudo-spirit qi, undergoing subtle changes that would eventually lead to a qualitative change, allowing him to adapt to the world energy. The transition period to the pseudo-transcendent realm was often relatively long, ranging from a decade to several decades. There was a lot of potential to be unearthed. Many cultivators had developed pseudo-spirit arts, pseudo-lingwu, and other martial arts that could display the strength of the pseudo-transcendent realm. In addition, once a cultivator reached the pseudo-transcendent realm, they would be able to truly comprehend and grasp minor true meanings. Qinzong, who had only reached the true martial realm and was able to grasp minor true meanings, was a rare exception. The power of minor true intent could only be truly displayed after reaching the pseudo-transcendent realm. It was no wonder that Qinzong had recently felt that the minor true intent he had grasped still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. The most important point was that a true pseudo-spirit martial force needed to be merged with the little true meaning in order to fully unleash its power. Or, in essence, the true purpose of creating a pseudo-spirit martial force was to unleash the power of the little true meaning. Pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators who cultivated pseudo-lingwu would also be able to comprehend and grasp minor true intent. The secret sword point star is a low-rank pseudo-lingwu, and the minor true intent suitable for it is the sword point true intent. Qinzong thought, as for the secret sword dragon sparrow, it is also a low-rank lingwu, but I don't know which minor true intent is suitable for it. Qinzong didn't know much about minor true intents and true intents. Every sect had their own pseudo-lingwu, but not all pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators were suitable to cultivate them. The pseudo-lingwu that was suitable for oneself was undoubtedly a pseudo-lingwu that was compatible with the minor true intent they had grasped. The pseudo-lingwu that was most suitable for oneself was actually created based on the minor true intent they had grasped. Qinzong now had an idea to create a new move based on the minor true intent he had grasped. The so-called pseudo-lingwu was actually a unique move that incorporated minor true intent. The sword point star secret sword point star is suitable for the sword point true intent, so there is no need to create it myself. However, the point star style consumes a large amount of energy each time it is used, so it is not suitable. It needs to be modified to display greater power with less energy. The sword point true intent can be integrated into the world unhindered, allowing it to become a low-rank pseudo-lingwu. In addition, the sword point true intent also has great potential. It can be used to create a low-rank pseudo-lingwu, and it can also be integrated into other pseudo-lingwu to enhance the power of other pseudo-lingwu. The true intent of water flow can also be used to create a low-rank pseudo-lingwu. Qinzong had also integrated the sword point true intent and the sword point true intent into the secret sword point star secret sword, but the integration was very rough. The seventh day. Inside the cultivation room, Qinzong was absorbing a trace of world energy into his body, refining and absorbing it when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Asterisk pung 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 asterisk, as if the door was about to be smashed open, the noise was like rolling thunder, disturbing Qinzong who was cultivating. Then, the door was smashed open, the broken heavy door whistling through the air towards Qinzong who was sitting inside the cultivation room. Although Qinzong was cultivating, he still maintained a trace of subconscious vigilance, so when the door was smashed open, he became even more vigilant. When the broken door smashed towards him, Qinzong immediately interrupted his cultivation and shifted his steps to avoid the bombardment of the door, but he felt a sharp pain in his body, as if he was being cut by a knife. This was the injury caused by the unrefined world energy that had lost its guidance and was rampaging through his body. Qinzong made a prompt decision and expelled the remaining trace of world energy. The majestic vitality of the thousand-year tree heart and his own extraordinary self-healing ability took effect, quickly healing his injuries, but Qinzong's heart was filled with anger and murderous intent. The reason why he chose to rent the cultivation room was so that he could cultivate in peace, but now, he was disturbed, and not just by ordinary disturbances, but by directly breaking the door. If his body and mental strength were not strong enough, the injuries he suffered would have been even more serious. "Get out of here." An even more rude and malicious voice sounded outside the broken door. Chen Zong looked over and saw several people standing outside the broken door. One of them was the owner of the cultivation room, standing respectfully to the side. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing iron armor, exuding a tyrannical pseudo-transcendent realm aura. His eyes were as fierce as a beast's as they fell on Chen Zong's face. "I paid you to rent the cultivation room, and you also promised that you wouldn't be disturbed. What's going on now?" Chen Zong's gaze landed on the owner of the cultivation room. He asked unhurriedly, his voice powerful and low. "Humph. The young family doesn't need to explain anything to you. Now, get out of the cultivation room. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Faced with Chen Zong's interrogation, this person not only didn't explain anything, but instead threatened him with a malicious expression. "Skylight City does not welcome you. Please leave immediately." The middle-aged man in armor spoke. His voice was low and deep, and it carried the sound of metal. However, he didn't sound aggressive when he spoke. "Give me back the 10 substandard spirit sources." Chen Zong's gaze swept past the two of them and landed on the face of the manager of the cultivation room. He said word by word. Renting this cultivation room was not cheap at all. It cost 1 substandard spiritual source every 3 days. Chen Zong paid 10 substandard spiritual sources and planned to cultivate for a month. "You've been in my training room for a few days, and now the door is broken, and you still want to take the spirit essence from me? I'm already being very kind by not asking you to pay for it. Why aren't you scramming?" The young family member's eyes were cold, and his face was filled with malevolence. "I'll look for you again. When the time comes, I'll pay you back 100-fold. Chen Zong said and strode out of the city. There was no such thing as love or hate for no reason. These two people had forcefully broken down the door of the cultivation room and even chased him out. Someone must have ordered them to do so. Who ordered them to do so? Perhaps the answer was outside the city. Chen Zong was fearless. His abilities had improved tremendously, and he had the ability to protect himself. When he stepped out of the city, cold gazes pierced through the sky and landed directly on him, as if they wanted to tear Chen Zong apart. When Chen Zong saw the first gaze, his whole body trembled involuntarily. His spiritual world felt as if thousands of lightning bolts were striking down. Each bolt of lightning was as red as blood, exuding a wave that could destroy everything. It was as if they wanted to destroy his spiritual sea. He felt as if he was in a lightning prison and was about to be turned into dust. The mysterious sword tip trembled, and a silver divine light spread out. The thousands of red lightning bolts instantly dissipated. Chen Zong was also dazed, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He stared at the old man with some fear, but with the protection of the mysterious sword tip, he was no longer affected by the old man. The old man was dressed in a purple robe that was covered with red lightning runes. Each lightning rune seemed to carry astonishing power. As the robe fluttered in the wind, the lightning runes seemed to come alive, turning into red lightning bolts that wandered around. Chen Zong didn't know who this person was, but his intuition told him that this was a master, a very terrifying master. This person was Xiahou Yuan of the Sacred Martial Palace. Behind him were more than 20 pseudo-transcendents belonging to Xiahou's lineage. Each of them stared coldly at Chen Zong, causing the surrounding air to freeze. In Skylight City, the two people who had chased Chen Zong away were standing on the city wall, watching from afar. Amir Jr. dares to go against the Sacred Martial Palace. He's simply courting death. The owner of the cultivation room sneered. In contrast, the armored middle-aged man from the city lord's mansion looked a little more dignified. He was thinking more. The fact that Amir Jr. was being chased by someone from the Sacred Martial Palace spoke volumes. Moreover, he was more well-informed. This person seemed to be Chen Zong, a peerless genius who was currently in the limelight. Under normal circumstances, the city lord's mansion would choose to befriend such a peerless genius. Even if they didn't, they wouldn't make an enemy out of him. Unfortunately, the city lord's mansion in Skylight City wasn't as strong as the Sacred Martial Palace. The city lord was only at the extreme human realm, so he didn't dare to disobey. Between a peerless genius with great potential and an undefeatable force, the city lord would naturally choose the latter. This was because when one's potential hadn't been fully transformed into strength, no matter how amazing a genius was, he wouldn't be much of a threat. After all, it didn't matter if one didn't enter the transcendent realm. Without saying a word, Xiahou Yuan directly attacked. He didn't even move, but the lightning runes on his robe seemed to light up, turning into a scarlet lightning bolt that pierced through the air and shot towards Chenzong. It was so fast that Chenzong didn't have time to react at all. Only a trace of scarlet remained in his eyes before the lightning bolt struck his body. This kind of terrifying lightning could easily kill any other extreme human realm first or second layer cultivator, but if it really hit Chenzong, he would instantly turn into dust and disappear from the world. Chenzong wasn't afraid and believed the words of Li Tiandi's incarnation. The moment the scarlet lightning runes hit Chenzong, the phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower appeared and the lightning runes disappeared, causing no harm to Chenzong. Xiahou Yuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower. No one knew what he was thinking. Immediately, he raised his left hand and stretched out a finger. His movement seemed slow, but it was clearly visible, yet extremely fast. With a slight tremble of his fingertip, a scarlet lightning bolt shot out. It was even faster, but Chenzong still couldn't dodge it, nor did he need to. The phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower appeared, and the terrifying lightning bolt that could pierce through the world disappeared. This scene caused the 20 or so pseudo-transcendents to widen their eyes in confusion. It also caused the people watching from the city walls to be extremely surprised. Was that Transcendent Realm Master toying with him? That shouldn't be the case. Transcendents had their own pride and dignity. They definitely wouldn't use such means to tease a junior. The Skylight City Lord, who didn't show up but could see everything, was even more shocked. He recognized the old man's identity, Xiahou Yuan. He was a terrifying master ranked on the Great Heaven Ascension list, a super powerful existence that could kill him with a single finger. Such a master couldn't even deal with a junior. What was with the phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower? Could it be some kind of artifact? Capture him alive. Xiahou Yuan finally confirmed one thing, that was, Chenzong's protective artifact was even more amazing than he had imagined. His heart was burning with eagerness to obtain that artifact. With his cultivation and strength, if he could obtain such a protective artifact, no one below the Earth Spirit Realm would be his enemy. When that time came, it would be much easier for him to seize the position of Palace Master of Sacred Palace. And if that protective artifact was not only effective against extreme mortal realm masters, but also Earth Spirit Realm masters, then, Xiahou Yuan didn't dare to continue thinking about it. It was too shocking and unbearable. But if he knew that the phantom of the Sky Ascension Tower was not only effective against extreme mortal realm masters, but also Earth Spirit Realm masters, and even profound Heaven Realm masters, how would he react? As soon as his voice fell, four pseudo-transcendents immediately moved and flew towards Chenzong. Among these pseudo-transcendents, even the weakest one had reached the early 8-star realm. According to the information Xiahou Yuan gathered, Chenzong was able to kill 7-star realm masters, including Xiahou Ba and the others. This proved that his combat strength was very strong, at least not lower than Xiahou Ba's. Since that was the case, sending 7-star realm masters was meaningless. For early 8-star realm pseudo-transcendents, teaming up was just a test. In an instant, the four figures arrived and grabbed Chenzong, following Xiahou Yuan's order to capture Chenzong alive. A huge pressure swept over as the four of them carried traces of lightning in their hands. Chenzong didn't dodge, allowing the four pseudo-transcendents to approach. These pseudo-transcendents were all cultivated by Xiahou's bloodline. They weren't young, ranging from 60 to 70 to over 100 years old. They were all talented but not outstanding. Being able to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm was partly due to their own efforts, the cultivation of Xiahou's bloodline, and a bit of luck. They could be considered the majority of the pseudo-transcendents in Xiahou's bloodline. Just as the four hands were about to grab Chenzong, an incomparably sharp sword light flashed through the air and circled around. Under the astonishing speed of the sword, the four early 8-star pseudo-transcendents couldn't react in time. Kill. The four early 8-star pseudo-transcendents froze, maintaining their posture of reaching out to grab Chenzong, a trace of blood appearing on their necks. Fast, that sword speed is too fast. Xiahou Yuan frowned slightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see Chen Zong's sword clearly. This kind of sword speed had reached the peak of 8 star. In fact, Chen Zong was only using his pseudo-spirit qi. After a few days of cultivation, Chen Zong's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Relying on his pseudo-spirit qi alone, he now had the strength of a late 8-star realm master. In terms of sword speed, Chen Zong was already outstanding, and after comprehending the true meaning of sword speed, even if he didn't use his minor true meaning, his sword speed had naturally increased. Killing 4 with a single sword strike, the other pseudo-transcendents were shocked. "I'll do it." Among the 20 or so pseudo-transcendents, the weakest was an early-stage 8-star while the strongest was a grandmaster. There were 2 of them in total. The one who spoke was a short old man with messy hair that resembled an afro. With a shake of his shoulder, the short old man transformed into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Chen Zong, reaching out his hand. A claw condensed from the power of thunder descended from the sky. The 5 fingers were like a prison, trying to imprison Chen Zong while emitting the aura of a minor true meaning. This strike had the power of an early 9-star realm master. The lightning claw descended from the sky like a cage. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a sharp light as his 2 swords broke through the air. The cross-shaped sword light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. The astonishing sword energy not only shattered the lightning claw, but also the minor true intent contained within it. Minor true intent and true power were 2 different types of power. Between the 2, it was usually minor true intent that could break through true power, but true power had a hard time dealing with minor true intent. Chen Zong's void sword energy was different. It was a combination of 3 different types of power, and was even more tyrannical. The 2 swords turned into a dense sword light, like a swarm of snakes coming out of their holes, rushing towards the short martial scholar. The speed of the swords made the other party's hair stand on end. It was much faster than before. Xiahou Yuan frowned slightly, surprised by the combat power displayed by Chen Zong. Slash, 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 the 2 swords were terrifying, and each slash was fatal, directly suppressing the short martial scholar. Middle stage 9-star. The other martial scholar from Xiaohu's lineage was shocked. Without hesitation, he flicked his finger, and a lightning bolt pierced through the air with shocking power. With a flash of sword radiance, the lightning was directly shattered. The short guru wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but he found that another sword radiance was extremely sharp. It circled around him, as if drawing a circle on the ground, and restrained him, making him unable to retreat. When Chen Zong's pseudo-spirit energy increased from early-stage 8-star to late-stage 8-star, his combat power with the sword qi of the void also increased greatly. He could barely reach mid-stage 9-star, and with the addition of half-step sword force, he was completely at mid-stage 9-star. The short martial scholar was only early-stage 9-star, so the difference was obvious. The other martial scholar from Xiaohu's lineage was even stronger, having mid-stage 9-star combat power. As soon as he joined the battle, he joined forces with the short martial scholar and immediately blocked Chen Zong's 2 swords. They seemed to be gradually gaining the upper hand. As Chen Zong attacked with his swords, he moved his feet and approached the other pseudo-transcendents of Xiaohu's lineage. It looked like he couldn't bear the pressure of 2 martial grandmasters and was constantly retreating. There was no doubt about it. The Skylight City Lord's frown deepened. The strength that Chen Zong had displayed was unexpectedly strong, but he did not think too much about it. He was only surprised by Chen Zong's talent and potential. Xiahou Yuan also frowned. This seemed to have exceeded his expectations. He actually came over. Attack. The remaining pseudo-transcendents of Xiaohu's lineage were all 8-star warriors. Seeing that Chen Zong was forced to retreat under the suppression of 2 grandmasters on their side and was even approaching them, they were all extremely excited. Attack. Bolts of lightning pierced through the air and blasted toward Chen Zong, intending to severely injure Chen Zong before capturing him. Unexpectedly, under their concentrated attacks, Chen Zong's figure was engulfed by a beam of light. Following that, he seemed to distort for a moment before disappearing. This scene made Xiahou Yuan's eyebrows twitch slightly. He immediately captured Chen Zong's figure and attacked without hesitation, piercing through space with a finger. Xiahou Yuan was a 9th-layer mortal realm master. Although Qinzong's phantom light 9 steps was exquisite, it was nothing in his eyes. He could easily see it, capture it, and hit it with his finger. However, it was dispelled by the sky tower's shadow, unable to cause any damage to Qinzong. Qinzong suddenly bared his fangs, like a tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep. He raised his 2 swords and countless sword lights flashed, making it difficult for people to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chi-chi-chi, under the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, blood spurted out and dyed the surroundings red like a curtain. In the blink of an eye, the other 8-star pseudo-transcendents were all hit by the sword. One by one, their throats were cut open by Qinzong's 2 swords. Under normal circumstances, a middle 9-star master would find it difficult to kill more than a dozen 8-star masters in the blink of an eye. However, Qinzong was different. His realm was high, and his sword was extremely fast. He released his spiritual energy and sensed everything around him. No blind spots could escape his detection. It was more detailed than his eyes. Under such circumstances, there was an obvious gap in their combat strength. Who could resist him? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoho's pseudo-transcendents were only left with 2 martial masters. The 2 grandmasters were both shocked and inexplicably indignant. They were all killed. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. You deserve to die. In anger, the 2 martial masters did not hold back. Every move they made was even more powerful. Previously, they had held back part of their strength. It was not to kill Qinzong, but to injure him and capture him alive. Boom boom boom, the martial St. Palace's Xiaoho lineage mainly cultivated thunder attribute martial arts. When he attacked with all his might, it was as if a series of thunderbolts had exploded. The surrounding ground was shattered, and the rocks were reduced to dust. Dust flew into the air, and countless lightning bolts swam about. It was a terrifying sight. Qinzong's expression was calm. With only his 2 swords, he completely blocked the 2 martial masters. He did not show any signs of being defeated like before. Qinzong needed a strong enough opponent to test his cultivation and increase his combat strength. 2 martial masters were just right. He's using them as whetstones. Xiahou Yuan was experienced and insightful. He immediately saw through Qinzong's intentions, but he didn't take any action. This was because he couldn't do anything to Qinzong after several failed attempts. He had a spirit artifact, but unfortunately, it was an offensive spirit artifact, not a spirit artifact used to restrain others. Now, he could only hope that the 2 martial masters could take down Qinzong. Secret art! Xiahou Yuan shouted. The 2 martial masters did not hesitate and immediately used the Thunder King transformation. The Thunder King transformation was a superb secret technique. Within the martial St. Palace, only the members of the Xiahou bloodline had access to the complete cultivation method. Almost every expert of the Xiahou bloodline would cultivate the Thunder King transformation. However, some of them would only be taught the 1st stage, while others could cultivate up to the 2nd or 3rd stage. The 2 martial masters were not young. They were in their 80s or 90s. Although their talents were not that outstanding, they had cultivated for a longer time, which made up for it. Moreover, they were one of the few martial masters in the Xiahou lineage. Naturally, they would receive special training. Therefore, they had already cultivated the Thunder King transformation to the 3rd stage. Shadows of lightning filled the air and appeared behind the 2 martial masters. A terrifying aura immediately spread out. Sand and stones flew, dust and smoke billowed, and countless lightning bolts jumped around. Then, the Thunder King's shadow merged into the 2 martial masters' bodies and condensed on the surface of their bodies, forming a thunder armor. This was the 3rd stage of the Thunder King transformation. The 1st stage was to summon the Thunder King's shadow. The 2nd stage was to merge the power of the Thunder King's shadow into the user's body. The 3rd stage was to merge the power of the Thunder King's shadow into the user's body and further condense it into a thunder armor. For 8-star martial masters, the 2nd stage of the Thunder King transformation could increase their battle strength by a small level. For example, they could increase their battle strength from the early stage to the mid stage, or from the mid stage to the late stage. However, for 9-star martial masters, the 2nd stage of the Thunder King transformation did not increase their battle strength significantly. Only the third stage of the Thunder King transformation could increase their battle strength by a small level. After using the third stage of the Thunder King transformation, the two martial masters' battle strength increased significantly. One reached the mid-stage of 9-star, while the other reached the late stage of 9-star. This immediately increased the pressure on Xianxia. Under the terrifying Thunder Minor true meaning, the power was even more shocking. Xianxia felt his body go numb. An invisible force kept invading his body, trying to cause damage. The Sword of Void trembled and directly dispersed the invading force. Without hesitation, Xianxia used the Sword Speed True Meaning. Although he had not been able to use the Sword Speed True Meaning to create a pseudo-linguo, his sword speed could be increased by at least 30% if he only used the Sword Speed True Meaning. The 30% increase in sword speed was very significant, especially since Xianxia's sword speed was already extremely fast. His arms could not be seen. There was only sword light filling the sky. Countless sword shadows pierced through the sky like a raging ocean. All of them were aimed at the two martial masters who had used the Thunder King transformation. When the speed reached a certain level, it would be very difficult to deal with. Even if there was an opening, it would be covered up by the extreme speed. Fighting 1 against 2, Xianxia completely blocked off the attacks of the two martial masters who had used their secret arts to increase their power. All of a sudden, the two swords that were extremely violent rushed towards the late-stage 9-star martial master and forced him to step back. Xianxia pulled back his sword with his right hand. As the sword vibrated slightly, a beam of light flashed across the spine of the sword and went straight to the tip of the sword. It pierced through the air. A cold star light was extremely sharp. It pierced through the sky and stabbed towards the mid-stage 9-star martial master in a shocking manner. Secret Sword Point Star, and it was the point star that had been improved by Xianxia. It was a low-grade pseudo-linguo, but the disadvantage was obvious. Every time it was used, it would consume a lot of energy. If it did not consume a lot of energy, the point star would not be that powerful. It would be better not to use it at all. Xianxia was very familiar with this move. He had already grasped the essence of it. Now that he had become stronger in all aspects, he was qualified to make some improvements to it. After Xianxia's improvements, the point star's power had increased slightly, but the energy consumption had decreased a lot. Now, he only needed to consume 20% of his energy to use this move. It was extremely powerful. The sword pierced through the air. Under the sword intent and the Void Sword Force's amazing penetrating ability, it was almost invincible. The half-step sword momentum was pushed to the extreme. It was as if the sword of heaven and earth was crushing down. The opponent was stunned for a moment and had no chance to dodge. It pierced through the opponent's throat and came out from the back of his neck. The horrifying Void Sword Force went straight into the opponent's brain and crushed it. The other martial master was about to break his teeth. Xianxia did not give him any chance. The two swords pierced through the air and swept across the sky. The blazing cross-sword light was extremely bright. It was as if it had split the sky and the earth into 4 parts. This move contained the sword intent, which was even more powerful. Break! The opponent shouted and punched out 3 times with all his strength. The cross-sword light was like a ceramic that had been hit. It was full of cracks and then shattered. However, the sword light was dazzling. It was as if a dragon sparrow had opened its tail. It was extremely gorgeous and full of illusions. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the illusions. It was like a star that tore through the night sky. It was bright and beautiful, but also contained a burning killing intent. First, the heaven and earth move was the vanguard. Then, the dragon sparrow dance was used to confuse the opponent. Finally, the secret sword point star was used. There was no time to defend or dodge. Just like before, the sword pierced through the opponent's throat. The horrifying Void Sword Force killed him instantly. More than 20 pseudo-transcendent realm corpses were strewn across the ground, their blood staining the ground red. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Xianxia held his sword with both hands as his gaze swept across the corpses and landed on Xiahou Yuan's face. With something to rely on, there was nothing to fear. Xianxia's gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if he wanted to pierce through Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan's eyelids twitched repeatedly. Looking at the 20 or so corpses, it was impossible for him not to feel heartache. These were most of the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators of his lineage, and now they were all dead. This kind of loss was really heavy. But when he thought about the artifact on the other party's body, if he could take it for himself, then he would become the strongest master below the earth spirit realm. Even if all his pseudo-transcendent realm subordinates died, this price was still bearable. So, how could he take that artifact from Qianzong? Qianzong, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the artifact on your body and all our past grievances will be written off. This old master can also promise that he will never trouble you again. If you are willing, you can even join my sacred martial palace. I can even make an exception and accept you as my last disciple. Xiahou Yuan opened his mouth. It sounded like he was negotiating, but there was an overbearing tone to his words. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiahou Yuan saw Qianzong's eyes filled with mockery. In fact, Xiahou Yuan was also very clear that such words were weak and childish, but there was no other way. He couldn't do anything to Qianzong, so he could only use this as a threat. He was a dignified 9th-layer mortal realm master, a master ranked on the Great Heaven Ascension list, and the leader of one of the 3 great factions of Sacred Martial Palace. Yet, he couldn't do anything to an ant-like pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Now, he couldn't even deal with his last threat. There was nothing he could do. It had been a long, long time, at least several hundred years, since he had experienced such a feeling. In a flash, Xiahou Yuan appeared beside Qianzong. He reached out and grabbed Qianzong's shoulder, locking him in place. When Xiahou Yuan was in the true martial realm, he had also cultivated a body refining technique. Although he hadn't cultivated it to the end, he still had an extraordinary strength. After the transformation, his strength had become even more tyrannical. And as his cultivation increased, his body was also nourished by the spirit energy, becoming even more tyrannical. Now, without using spirit energy or true intent, he could exert a strength of more than 100,000 jin with one hand, which was quite tyrannical. However, Qianzong's reaction was also very fast. Under the cover of his mental strength, he captured a faint trace of the attack's trajectory. As he brandished his 2 swords, sword flashes surrounded him and slashed at Xiahou Yuan's arm. However, they were blocked by his protective spirit energy, leaving him unharmed. However, the moment Xiahou Yuan's palm grabbed Qianzong's shoulder, the Sky Pagoda's shadow appeared and directly eliminated Xiahou Yuan's spiritual energy. The 2 swords attacked again, causing Xiahou Yuan's expression to change and his scalp to tingle. His body had indeed become tyrannical under the nourishment of the spirit energy, but it was still difficult for him to resist the sharpness of the swords. He retracted his arm, causing Qianzong's sword to hit nothing. Then, he pushed out his palm and hit Qianzong's shoulder. With a bang, his palm hit Qianzong's shoulder, causing Qianzong's body to sway as if he was about to fly back. However, the 2 swords broke through and stabbed at Xiahou Yuan's glabella. Xiahou Yuan immediately retreated. His shoulder was hit and instantly felt a tearing pain, but soon, a clear stream of energy diffused and alleviated the pain. The injury was healed a little. Qianzong didn't attack again because he knew that with his speed and strength, he couldn't do anything to Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan also didn't attack again because he realized that he couldn't do anything to Qianzong either. Xiahou Yuan's gaze was deep and dark, as if lightning was brewing in the depths of his eyes. His mind was racing as he thought about how to deal with Qianzong and seize Qianzong's secret treasures. Unfortunately, his skills were all in attacking and he wasn't familiar with other methods. After looking deeply at Qianzong, Xiahou Yuan actually leaped and left. This scene shocked the Skylight City Lord and the rest of the people. Seeing that Xiahou Yuan had left, Qianzong also heaved a sigh of relief. The threat that a 9th-level extreme mortal expert posed to him was very obvious. If not for the protection of the Sky Pagoda, Qianzong wouldn't have been able to face him no matter what and would have run as far as he could. As soon as Xiahou Yuan left, Qianzong's gaze fell on Skylight City. It was time to settle the score. First, he collected the 20 or so pseudo-transcendental mustard seed bags, then took out the items inside and stored them in the same mustard seed bag. He threw away the other mustard seed bags. These things were precious to ordinary cultivators, but to Qianzong, they were nothing. If he took too many, they would only take up space and had no other meaning. Of course, he could also sell them, but under the watchful eyes of so many people, Chenzong couldn't put them into his virtual ring. That would arouse suspicion. It was better to be safe than sorry. Seeing Chenzong coming towards Skylight City, the Skylight City Lord suddenly had a bad feeling. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong leaped onto the city wall and landed in front of the owner of the cultivation room, his eyes deep and sharp. At that time, you didn't return the 10 substandard spirit sources to me. I said that when I came back, it would be 100 times more. Chenzong opened his mouth and said very straightforwardly, you forced your way in while I was cultivating and almost caused me to suffer a cultivation deviation. Double the price, 2,000 substandard spirit sources, and this matter will be settled. When the person heard Chenzong's words, his face changed dramatically and turned ashen. 2,000 substandard spirit sources, even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to get it. At most, I will return 10 substandard spirit sources to you. The person smiled coldly, as if he had nothing to fear. You should know that I am from the Yang family, and the cultivation room belongs to my Yang family. The Yang family. Chenzong smiled, I even dare to kill people from the sacred martial palace, let alone a mere Yang family. 2,000 substandard spirit sources, or 200 low-grade spirit sources. Otherwise, I will kill you right now, kill my way to the Yang family, and annihilate your entire family. His murderous intent was as cold as ice, causing the other party to tremble and his face to change again. When he thought about how he had witnessed more than 20 pseudo-transcendents from the sacred martial palace being killed, and how even a paramount mortal realm master couldn't do anything to the other party, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. Vice Commander Lin. The Yang family members hurriedly looked at the armored middle-aged man and called out. The armored middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. After witnessing the battle and massacre just now, he only felt fear towards Chenzong. He only hoped that Chenzong wouldn't come looking for him, so he didn't dare to make a sound. But now that the Yang family members called out to him, he had no choice but to speak. However, Chenzong also looked over at him at the same time, a playful smile in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, the armored middle-aged man opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. In the face of tyrannical strength, everything seemed so weak. Little friend, where it is possible to spare others, you should spare them. A gentle voice sounded, and a figure appeared out of nowhere, appearing in front of them in an instant. It was a middle-aged man in black robes, with gray hair and crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. Senior, who are you? Chenzong judged that the other party was a transcendent realm master through his aura, so he asked in return. I am the city lord of this city. The black-robed man said. As a city lord and a transcendent realm master, under normal circumstances, he naturally didn't need to be polite to a pseudo-transcendent, but after witnessing the battle just now, he had an indescribable fear towards Chenzong. I can spare him, but only for 2,000 substandard spirit sources. Chenzong smiled coldly, not giving the Skylight City Lord any face. Under normal circumstances, Chenzong wouldn't contradict a transcendent realm master like this, because the strong had the dignity of the strong. But what happened just now made Chenzong very angry. No one would be happy if their cultivation was disturbed for no reason and they were injured because of it. The fact that Chenzong didn't immediately go on a rampage and kill them was already proof that he was relatively rational. Now that the matter was settled, it was time to settle the score. 100-fold return. Give me some face and compensate me 10-fold. The Skylight City Lord frowned and said coldly. 100-fold. Chenzong didn't back down, and his eyes met the Skylight City Lord's. Whether the Skylight City Lord knew about it or not, it had already happened. The deputy commander in iron armor represented the Skylight City Lord's mansion, and he wasn't even afraid of Marshal St. Palace. Skylight City, which was far inferior to Marshal St. Palace, was even more unafraid of Chenzong. Enough is enough. Offending my Yang family won't do you any good. An old man flew over from afar and landed on the city wall, angrily reprimanding Chenzong, his words and eyes carrying a strong threat. 2,000 substandard spirit sources or 200 low-grade spirit sources, not one less. Chenzong ignored the other's threat and said word by word. The Yang family elder's face darkened. He had rushed over after receiving a notice, and when he heard that someone dared to threaten a disciple of the Yang family, he was furious. As for the previous battle, he wasn't clear about it, and because of that, the elder's choice was to attack. His hand was like an eagle's claw, tearing through the air with a cold silver luster, and instantly grabbed Qinzong's shoulder. He wanted to capture Qinzong alive and deal with him slowly, letting him know the consequences of provoking the Yang family. No. The Yang family elder who was in charge of the cultivation room had a sudden change in expression, and his voice became shrill. Stop. The Skylight City Vice Commander's face was filled with shock as he shouted out loud. The Skylight City Lord didn't say anything, but he also attacked. However, he didn't attack Qinzong. Instead, he grabbed the air with one hand, and a large hand condensed from spiritual energy hit the Yang family elder, causing him to roll down the city wall to avoid being killed by Qinzong's sword. Qinzong frowned slightly. When the Yang family elder attacked him, he wanted to kill him with his sword, but he didn't expect the Skylight City Lord to attack him directly. The speed of an extreme mortal was very fast, and it exceeded his reaction time. Your Excellency, are you planning to pay the 2,000 substandard spirit sources for the Yang family? Qinzong's eyes were cold, and his gaze fell on the Skylight City Lord's face. 2,000 substandard spirit sources were not a small amount. If he could get them, his wealth would increase by a lot, and it would also allow him to cultivate better. The Skylight City Lord's face darkened. 2,000 pieces of substandard spirit sources was equivalent to 200 pieces of lower-grade spirit sources. As a city lord, of course, he could afford to take it out, but it was part of his wealth. Furthermore, why did he have to take out 2,000 pieces of substandard spirit sources to give to a junior? Please subscribe. You. The Skylight City Lord had never imagined that this young man would be so insensible, so arrogant, and so merciless. His face was ashen, and his expression changed again and again. He wanted to be angry, but he could not do so. Even the Marshal St. Palace's master, Xiahou Yuan, couldn't do anything to Qinzong, let alone him. At the same time, the pride and dignity of a transcendent would not allow him to back down in front of a pseudo-transcendent junior. It was very contradictory and very annoying. This junior was too untactful. Qinzong ignored the Skylight City Lord. Although he had the protection of the Heaven Ascension Tower, he didn't want to provoke strong enemies. It wouldn't do him any good to make the whole world his enemy. However, if the Skylight City Lord had only jumped out now to seek justice, Qinzong would naturally not allow it. 2,000 substandard spirit sources. If you can't take them out, I'll go to the Yang family and get them myself. As soon as Qinzong finished speaking, he grabbed the manager of the cultivation room by the neck and leaped into the air at an extremely fast speed. The Yang family was considered a very powerful force in Skylight City. The location of their mansion was obvious, and Qinzong easily found it. With a swing of his left hand, he smashed the manager of the cultivation room directly into the Yang family mansion's gate, shattering it. Who is it? Who dares to break my Yang family's gate? You must be tired of living. Junior, you're courting death. The Yang family elder who had chased after him was furious and attacked again. A sharp eagle cry seemed to tear through the sky. The elder's body was covered in a silver light, as cold as ice. As he leaped into the air, his hands formed into claws and grabbed at Qinzong like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit. This elder had 7-star battle strength and had a high status in the Yang family. He was an elder. This time, his attack was different from before. It carried a sharp killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Qinzong's body apart. What greeted him was a dazzling sword light, as if it could cut the heavens and the earth apart. The Yang family old man's face was filled with shock as he quickly retracted his arms. He crossed his eagle claws and tried to grab the sword light, only to find that his eagle claws, which he was so proud of, collapsed the moment they came into contact with the sword light, unable to resist at all. He didn't even have the time to make a final sound before the sword light slashed down furiously from top to bottom, cleaving through the space between his eyebrows. When the sword light dissipated, Qinzong didn't even look at the old man and quickly rushed into the broken door. The old man's body fell to the ground. A bloody wound appeared between his eyebrows and quickly spread all over his body. It looked like its body was still intact, but its insides had been severed by Qinzong's sword. There was no sign of life. Junior, you broke into our Yang family's gate and killed our Yang family's elder. Today, you will not be spared. A group of Yang family's experts rushed out and attacked Chenzong. The Yang family was most famous for their eagle claw technique. Once they made a move, they would let out a sharp eagle cry that could penetrate gold and crack stone. It was like a demonic sound that filled one's brain. Immediately, a terrible force overflowed. Streaks of extremely sharp qi rushed toward Chenzong from all directions. Chenzong stood in the middle. Facing the fierce attacks from all directions, he was not afraid at all. He put his hands on the scabbards and immediately unsheathed both swords. The sword light cut through the sky like a ring, shattering all the sharp qi. It turned into a violent hurricane that blew over. Dozens of Yang family's experts were all knocked back. One by one, they crashed into the rockery on the wall. The wall was broken and the rockery collapsed. Dozens of Yang family's experts vomited blood. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp cry resounded through the sky. An illusory image of a giant silver eagle appeared out of nowhere. It rushed into the sky and then swooped down. Its frightening aura locked onto Chenzong from afar. As it swooped down, an astonishing pressure squeezed the air and shot towards Chenzong like a sharp awl. The giant silver eagle had a wingspan of 10 meters. Its sharp claws shone with a cold light as if they were made of metal. It tore the sky apart, leaving shocking marks. It fiercely grabbed at Chenzong. If he was caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dozens of injured Yang family's experts stared with their eyes wide open. It seemed that the man would be torn apart by the giant eagle in the next second. The fierce wind fell and bombarded Chenzong. However, Chenzong's robe and hair did not move at all. Even the dust around him seemed to have solidified. Looking up, Chenzong stared at the giant eagle and its sharp claws that seemed to be tearing the sky apart. The moment the giant eagle fell, Chenzong drew his sword. The cross-sword light was dazzling, as if it could split the sky into 4 pieces. Cut, the bright cross-sword light and the giant silver eagle made contact. After a slight pause, the giant silver eagle was cut in half. It was irresistible. Impossible. The Yang family's experts were horrified. They could not accept the scene in front of them. The giant silver eagle was the most powerful attack of the Yang family's top expert, but it was broken in an instant. After destroying the giant silver eagle, Chenzong drew his sword again. The sword light traversed dozens of meters and hit the top expert of the Yang family, who was also the current head of the Yang family. The sword pierced through his chest and nailed him to the wall. "Junior, you dare to behave atrociously in my Yang family's territory. If I don't kill you today, my Yang family's reputation will be tarnished." A loud roar reverberated through the sky. Immediately, one side of the sky was dyed silver, exuding a metallic coldness. A giant silver claw that was dozens of meters long seemed to have torn through the sky from another side. It was the claw of a giant eagle, but also the claw of a demon. As soon as it appeared, it released a shocking aura. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze the world, and its sharpness seemed to be able to break through everything. The extreme mortal stage powerhouse had made his move. As a force second only to the city lord's mansion in Skylight City, the Yang family naturally had an extreme mortal stage powerhouse. However, the Yang family's rank was not high, because they did not have a 4th-level extreme mortal stage powerhouse. However, for those below the transcendent realm, even a 1st-level extreme mortal stage powerhouse would be considered a high and mighty powerhouse. The Yang family's transcendent realm powerhouse was a 2nd-level extreme mortal stage powerhouse. The old ancestor has made his move. Once the old ancestor makes his move, only death awaits this person. The Yang family members were all excited. Chenzong stared at the giant eagle claw that was dozens of meters long. He could clearly see the scales on the eagle claw. His gaze was cold and solemn, but he did not move at all. Chenzong knew very well that against a transcendent, he did not have any ability to fight back. However, at the same time, with the protection of the Heaven Ascension Tower, even a transcendent would not be able to hurt him. The giant eagle claw that was dozens of meters long slashed down from the sky. It was surrounded by smoke and fire, like a demon's claw that wanted to tear the earth apart and slaughter all living things. In the distance, the Skylight City Lord stared expressionlessly. The giant claw slashed down, bringing with it a terrifying storm that was as sharp as a blade. It was enough to crush a true martial realm powerhouse. The Heaven Ascension Tower's shadow appeared, and the giant claw disappeared inch by inch. It's like this again. The Skylight City Lord's eyelids drooped. What's going on? The Yang family members were all confused. The Yang family old ancestor appeared. Dressed in a black robe, he frowned. His sharp gaze fell on Qinzong's face, as if he wanted to see through Qinzong. Junior, do you have some kind of artifact on you? Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. The Yang family old ancestor's tone was sharp. Qinzong's lips curled into a mocking smile. He then said unhurriedly, since your Yang family took the initiative to attack me and tried to kill me, I'll double the compensation. 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Although I don't know what happened, Amir Jr. actually dared to dream of getting 4,000 substandard spirit sources from my Yang family. Should I say that you're audacious or reckless? The Yang family old ancestor laughed darkly, his tone full of sarcasm. Between 4,000 substandard spirit sources and the annihilation of the Yang family, choose one. Qinzong sneered and said. Junior, you think you can speak arrogantly just because you have some kind of artifact? Today, I'll teach you how to behave. The Yang family old ancestor roared and attacked again. His finger was like an eagle's claw piercing through the air, fiercely stabbing towards Qinzong. But just as it came into contact with Qinzong, the Heaven Ascension Tower's shadow appeared again, nullifying the attack. The Yang family old ancestor's frown deepened. Even the sacred martial palace can't do anything to me, let alone you. Qinzong's lips curled into a smile. Choose one of the two, you have half an hour to consider. Junior. The Yang family old ancestor, who was about to explode in rage, suddenly caught a glimpse of the expressionless Skylight City Lord in the distance. Even the sacred martial palace's Xiahou Yuan couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he killed more than 20 pseudo-transcendents, including 2 masters. The Skylight City Lord replied expressionlessly, startling the Yang family old ancestor. Then, he thought of something and his face filled with shock. Xiahou Yuan, but, he... The Yang family old ancestor asked in disbelief. Yes. The Skylight City Lord replied with one word expressionlessly, instantly stunning the Yang family old ancestor. I can't do anything to him, you can't do anything to him either. You decide for yourself what to choose. The Skylight City Lord made it clear that he wouldn't interfere in this matter because he couldn't do anything to Qinzong. If he interfered, not only would he lose face, but he might also be hated by Qinzong. The Yang family old ancestor's eyes twitched. Xiahou Yuan was someone from the same generation as them. He made countless people pale in comparison and was the nightmare of countless people. Even such a person couldn't do anything to a pseudo-transcendental junior. Instead, more than 20 pseudo-transcendents were killed. It was a great loss. How could the Yang family be an enemy of this person? Little friend, let's talk nicely. The Yang family old ancestor's thoughts turned quickly. He squeezed out a smile on his old face and his tone became gentler. I've already given you the conditions. Choose one of the two. Qinzong was unmoved. Little friend, don't go too far. We'll meet again in the future. The Yang family old ancestor was about to fly into a rage, but he forcefully suppressed it and said again. There's not much time left. Qinzong was still unmoved. His gaze fell on the Yang family old ancestor's face. You're a transcendental. I can't do anything to you now, but you can't do anything to me. However, no one in your Yang family is my opponent. Arrogant. Arrogant. The Yang family old ancestor was furious. 4,000 substandard spirit sources is not a small matter. My Yang family can't take it out immediately. We need time to gather it. The Yang family old ancestor suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart and said in a deep voice, 1 month. 1 month later, my Yang family will offer 4,000 substandard spirit sources. 3 days. Qinzong said directly. 3 days is too short. The Yang family old ancestor hurriedly bargained. 2 days. Qinzong said again, shortening the time again. You. The Yang family old ancestor was enraged. 1 day. Qinzong said again, his cold voice like the extreme north wind blowing. Outside Skylight City, tornadoes that were hundreds of meters tall continued to blast out. Wherever they passed, the ground would be torn open, leaving long gullies. The whistling sound was endless, rumbling through the heavens and earth, as if the storm was about to destroy the world. Each storm was composed of countless terrifying sword chi, capable of easily shredding a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator to pieces, leaving not even their bones behind. However, no matter how the storm of sword chi attacked, Qianzong was surrounded by the shadow of the sky tower, negating all the terrifying attacks, leaving him unscathed. This scene not only shocked the swordsman, but also horrified the spectators, especially Nan Mingde and the Yang family patriarch from the 10,000 Sky sect. Nan Mingde was Nan Mingshan's adoptive father and master. He came to seek revenge for Nan Mingshan, but no matter what he did, he couldn't do anything to Qianzong. Before any of his attacks could hit Qianzong, they were all negated by the shadow of the sky tower. As for the Yang family elder, he knew that the Skylight City Lord would not joke about this, but after all, hearing was not as strong as seeing it with his own eyes. He was horrified. To be an enemy of such a person was simply, the Yang family elder didn't know what to say, but he hated the person in charge of the Yang family's cultivation room to death. Or rather, after he understood the cause of the matter, he executed that person. It was understandable that Qianzong was kicked out of the cultivation room because of the pressure from the sacred martial palace, but to provoke and threaten Qianzong with all kinds of arrogance was too reckless. Otherwise, the Yang family wouldn't have suffered such a loss. 4,000 substandard spirit sources, with the Yang family's financial resources, they could certainly afford it, but they would need time to gather all of it. After that, the Yang family's financial resources would be severely damaged, and they didn't know how long it would take for them to recover. He originally hoped that the 10,000 Heaven sect and the Xian family could get rid of Qianzong, so the Yang family wouldn't have to suffer such a heavy loss, but now it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. Xian Mingho kept striking with his sword, one strike after another. After dozens of strikes, the ground in front of him was destroyed beyond recognition, but Qianzong was safe and sound. Even the ground under his feet was intact. Sheathing his sword, Xian Mingho's eyes flashed a fierce light, but his expression was gloomy. Using a series of killer moves had consumed most of his strength, yet he was still unable to defeat a mere pseudo-transcendent. While Xian Mingho was angry, he was also very curious about the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower that had appeared around Qianzong's body. If he could take it for himself. Almost all of the transcendents who had failed to take action against Qianzong would pay attention to the phantom image of the Heaven Ascension Tower on Qianzong's body. There was no doubt that it was an artifact. Unfortunately, they did not know how to obtain the secret treasure. "I'll remember everything you've done today, and I'll pay you back soon," Qianzong said word by word. Nan Mingde and Xian Mingho almost vomited blood. Since when could a mere junior threaten them so confidently? However, they could not do anything to him. What could be more unbearable than this feeling? If they continued to stay, it would only add to their shame. The two of them made a prompt decision to leave, but they did not leave because they had given up, but because they wanted to better deal with Qianzong. Outside Skylight City, peace was restored, leaving only a huge ravine that had been created by the Sword Chi storm. It was a ghastly sight. Step by step, Qianzong walked towards Skylight City, towards the Yang family elder. The Yang family elder stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. He felt that he was not facing a pseudo-transcendent, but a master who was many times stronger than himself. Every step the other party took was like stepping on his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. When Qianzong walked past him, the Yang family elder felt his heart beating at an extreme speed, as if it was about to explode. "You still have 2 days," Qianzong's voice floated into the Yang family elder's ears, and his figure stepped into Skylight City. In these 3 days, Qianzong decided to stay in Skylight City, opposite the Yang family mansion, and wait for the 4,000 substandard spirit sources. During this time, Qianzong did not absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth, nor did he absorb the pure spirit chi from the substandard spirit sources to cultivate, for fear of being disturbed and injuring himself. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend sword techniques. After further improving his secret sword, Qianzong felt that there was a lot of potential in this sword technique that could be unearthed. Sacred Martial Palace. At the peak of Sacred Martial Mountain, there was a palace that seemed to stand alone from the rest of the world. Xiahou Yuan stood outside the palace with a respectful expression, as if he was waiting for something. After a long time, a voice sounded. Elder Xiahou Yuan, what business do you have with me? The voice sounded a little old, but had a lingering charm. Senior Elder Hong Wu, I have an extremely important matter to report. Xiahou Yuan's attitude was very humble. Even if he was a powerhouse on the Great Heavenly Ascension ranking, the leader of one of the three major factions of the Sacred Martial Palace, and a ninth-level mortal realm powerhouse, it didn't change the fact that he was nothing in front of an Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse. And Senior Elder Hong Wu was one of the three Earth Spirit Realm powerhouses of the Sacred Martial Palace. The three Earth Spirit Realm powerhouses took turns guarding the Sacred Martial Palace. They would not normally appear, nor would they care about the Sacred Martial Palace's affairs. No matter how much internal competition there was, as long as it did not affect the foundation of the Sacred Martial Palace, they would not care. Under normal circumstances, the three major factions would not disturb Senior Elder Hong Wu, because that would mean that they were incompetent. But this time, Xiahou Yuan had come looking for him with an important matter, so Senior Elder Hong Wu was naturally curious. The palace door opened automatically, allowing Xiahou Yuan to step in. A moment later, Senior Elder Hong Wu's eyes shone with a frightening light. The aura around him seemed to be able to suppress the earth, but it also seemed to be able to topple it. Xiahou Yuan was unable to move, and he could clearly feel the terror of an Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse. To think that there is such a secret treasure in this world that is worthy of me coming out personally. Senior Elder Hong Wu had just finished speaking when he disappeared from Xiahou Yuan's sight. This was the power of an Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse. As long as they stepped on the ground, they could shrink the ground into an inch, and appear dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of miles away with a single thought. Xiahou Yuan also walked out of the palace and looked into the distance. He knew that Senior Elder Hong Wu would soon arrive at Skylight City and find Shenzong. He only felt that it was a pity that he would not be able to obtain the secret treasure. However, if Senior Elder Hong Wu could obtain it, he would definitely want a share of it. When that time came, it would probably be easier for him to compete for the Palace Lord's position. Between gain and loss, it all depended on how the person involved saw it. Xiahou Yuan's visit to Senior Elder Hong Wu could not be hidden from the other two major factions, nor did he try to hide it. However, they could not find out what was going on. When an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator deployed the Earth Spirit Realm technique, their speed was frighteningly fast. Elder Hong Wu was at the second level of the Earth Spirit Realm, so every step he took covered 20 miles. He could cover at least one step in the blink of an eye, and at most 2 or 3 steps. There was quite a distance between Skylight City and St. Martial Mountain, but it could not stop Senior Elder Hong Wu's astonishing speed. Not long after, Skylight City was right in front of him. His tyrannical spiritual sense spread through his feet and covered the entire Skylight City in an instant. An extreme mortal realm powerhouse's spiritual sense was released directly and spread through the air. However, an Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse could use the earth as a medium to release their spiritual sense more fully and thoroughly. In an instant, Senior Elder Hong Wu found Shenzong. Shenzong, who was in the midst of enlightenment, also felt that he was being locked onto. It was a very subtle feeling, and before he could even think, a figure appeared in front of him. It was an old man in a dark red robe. The old man's figure was a little blurry in Shenzong's eyes. It was a distortion caused by a powerful force, and it was difficult to see clearly. An extremely terrifying pressure fell on Shenzong's body. It was as if the earth itself was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was as if his entire body was being suppressed and imprisoned, making it difficult for him to move. This kind of power gave Shenzong the feeling that it was beyond the extreme mortal realm. This was a powerhouse who had surpassed the extreme mortal realm. Although Blazing Heaven Emperor's incarnation had said that the Tower of Ascension could protect him in the Ascension region, and that even a profound Heaven's Realm powerhouse would not be able to hurt him, Shenzong could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he faced a powerhouse who had surpassed the extreme mortal realm. Without saying a word, a ray of light pierced through the air towards Shenzong. Shenzong did not even have time to react before he was hit. The Tower of Ascension flashed and the attack disappeared. It's true. Elder Hong Wu was secretly surprised. Although it was just a casual attack, the spiritual energy of the Earth Spirit Realm was fundamentally different from that of the extreme mortal realm. Therefore, that attack could also be counted as an attack of the Earth Spirit Realm. However, it was blocked by the Tower of Ascension and did not hurt Qinzong at all. Elder Hongwu was instantly overjoyed. This meant that this young man's secret treasure could not only defend against the attacks of the extreme mortal realm, but could also defend against the attacks of the earth spirit realm. He attacked again. This time, the attack was even more powerful. It was 30% of his strength, but he controlled it so that it would not spread to the surroundings. It was even more terrifying. Qinzong was hit again. However, he was still not hurt at all. He did not even move his clothes. The Tower of Ascension flashed and blocked the attack again. Elder Hongwu attacked for the third time with 70% of his strength. However, the result did not change at all. Good, good, good. Elder Hongwu could not help but laugh. He did not attack for the fourth time because he was sure that even if he used all of his strength, he would not be able to hurt Qinzong. This kind of secret treasure was truly heaven-defying. If he could obtain this kind of secret treasure, he would be able to become the strongest Earth Spirit Realm cultivator in the sacred martial palace. At that time, he would be able to travel to more places and fight stronger opponents. Thinking about it, Elder Hongwu could not help but feel excited. However, Elder Hongwu started to think again. Since he could not do anything to Qinzong and all of his attacks were blocked, he understood one thing after attacking 3 times in a row. That was, his spirit qi, true intent, and other transcendent realm powers were all ineffective. So, how could he take away this man's heaven-defying secret treasure? What's going on? What's that? The Skylight City Lord, the Yang family ancestor, and the other 2 ultimate mortal realm powerhouses in the other cities all sensed something and hurried over. Then, their faces were filled with shock. It didn't seem any different from before, but they were all transcendents and were very sensitive. Looking over, they saw that the area 10 meters in front of them had been sealed off by an extremely powerful force. That force had an extremely strong spirit energy fluctuation that they couldn't compare to. It also had the majesty of the earth, and vaguely, they could feel a trace of unique evil qi. Earth Demon Spirit Energy. An Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse has made his move. The ultimate mortal realm powerhouses were instantly shocked. Just like how true martial realm pseudo-transcendents looked up to ultimate mortal realm powerhouses, Earth Spirit Realm powerhouses were also powerhouses that they had to look up to. Any Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse could be called an ancestor, not like the Yang family ancestor, but a true ancestor-level powerhouse in the various major forces. They might have suppressed people of the same generation, or they might have dominated for a period of time. Every one of them had a legendary experience. Then, a touch of joy appeared on the faces of the 4. An Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse wouldn't have come here for no reason, and to use such a shocking method to seal off this piece of land, there must be a purpose. This place was Qinzong's temporary residence, which meant that the Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse had come for Qinzong. They guessed that it was for Qinzong's artifact that could withstand the attack of an ultimate mortal realm powerhouse. It should be an Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse from the sacred martial palace. Their guesses couldn't be more accurate. The Skylight City Lord and the Yang family ancestor were even happier. The Skylight City Lord was happy because he couldn't do anything to Qinzong and had lost face. Now, there was finally someone who could take care of Qinzong. As for the Yang family ancestor, other than his face, there was also the factor of the 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Junior, this old man will give you one last chance. Take the initiative to hand over the artifact. Grand Elder Hongwu said, his voice carrying a strange rhythm. This old man can guarantee that as long as you take the initiative to hand over the artifact, this old man will not attack you again. Moreover, this old man can also accept you as my last disciple. You should know, this old man here is one of the 3 grand elders of the sacred martial palace. The last time I accepted a disciple was 150 years ago. Whether it's status or cultivation resources as my last disciple, this old man on the other hand, you will be my last disciple on 150 years. One had to admit, Grand Elder Hongwu's words were full of temptation. On it disciple. If Qinzong wanted to be the disciple of an Earth Spirit Realm expert, he would have already agreed to forefather Tianhong of the Startling Sword sect. He was now the latter's personal disciple. Although the Startling Sword sect wasn't as strong as the Sacred Martial Palace, it was a sect of sword cultivators. Forefather Tianhong was also a powerful sword cultivator, so he was undoubtedly more suitable to be Qinzong's disciple. Seeing that Qinzong wasn't moved, Grand Elder Hongwu didn't have the patience to continue wasting time with Qinzong. He had already thought of a way. "Junior, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Elder Hongwu's voice suddenly became ethereal, as if it came from the distant horizon. Then, Grand Elder Hongwu's eyes suddenly widened. An invisible ripple spread out and hit Qinzong's eyes. Qinzong couldn't help but widen his eyes. His pupils were like mirrors, reflecting Grand Elder Hongwu's figure. Qinzong seemed to have been cast on him. His eyes were wide open and his body was motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. Soul absorption. Grand Elder Hongwu's voice changed completely. It was no longer as vigorous as before. Instead, it was dry and dark. As soon as the words left his mouth, a strong spiritual fluctuation spread out in all directions. In terms of spiritual energy, Transcendent Realm Masters were more powerful. Their pure spiritual energy had transformed into spiritual sense, and the spiritual sense of an Earth Spirit Realm Master was much stronger than that of a Paramount Human Realm Master. Soul absorption was a secret technique that could penetrate deep into one's soul. It had nothing to do with the sacred martial palace, but was obtained by Grand Elder Hongwu during a fortuitous encounter in his early years. He had cultivated it before, but he rarely had the chance to use it. However, every time he used it, he would gain a good harvest. After hundreds of years, Grand Elder Hongwu's spiritual sense had become even more powerful, so the power of this soul absorption secret technique had naturally increased. What's more, the target was only a pseudo-transcendent realm master. No matter how heaven-defying a pseudo-transcendent realm master was, they couldn't compare with a true transcendent realm master, let alone an earth spirit realm master. Therefore, the moment Grand Elder Hongwu performed the soul absorption secret technique, Qinzong couldn't resist and was restrained. His consciousness was awake, but it felt like it had deviated from his body, and he couldn't control it at all. Moreover, he could feel a vast and mysterious power seeping into his body, trying to take over his consciousness and control him completely. That's right, Grand Elder Hongwu's purpose was to control Qinzong's consciousness. The so-called soul absorption secret technique was similar to this. Using one's own consciousness to enter the other party's consciousness and control it. After that, one could make the other party do many things according to one's will. For example, one could make the other party hand over that heaven-defying artifact. This kind of control was only temporary. Once it ended, there were 3 consequences. First, the target couldn't bear it and their consciousness would collapse, their soul would shatter, and they would die completely. Second, the target couldn't bear it and their consciousness would collapse, turning them into a living dead. Third, the target couldn't bear it and their consciousness would scatter, turning them into a lunatic or an idiot. No matter which of these 3 situations it was, no one was willing to accept it. However, Qinzong didn't agree to take the initiative to hand over the artifact, so Grand Elder Hongwu didn't have any scruples. After all, Qinzong was just a pseudo-transcendent with a simple background. He might be very talented, but in this world, how many talented people died halfway, under the tyrannical invasion of his consciousness? Qinzong's consciousness seemed so weak. Like a candle in the wind, it was quickly pushed aside. There was nothing he could do. Just as Grand Elder Hongwu's powerful consciousness was about to invade Qinzong's consciousness and take over his whole body, a wave of fluctuation spread out from Qinzong's body. Then, the Phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower appeared. This time, the Phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower didn't simply appear, but expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of several dozen meters and eliminated the power of Grand Elder Hongwu. At the same time, a powerful force that belonged to the Heaven Ascension Tower blasted into Qinzong's consciousness, protecting Qinzong's consciousness and bombarding Grand Elder Hongwu's consciousness in a tyrannical manner. Compared to part of the Heaven Ascension Tower's power, Grand Elder Hongwu's tyrannical consciousness was relatively weak. Under the bombardment, he felt like his consciousness was being torn apart. The extreme pain caused Grand Elder Hongwu's expression to change drastically. He felt like his soul was being crushed. His face was pale and green, and his head felt like it was splitting open. He couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. The sound waves spread out and shattered everything around him. Grand Elder Hong Wu's body trembled violently. Without any hesitation, he immediately used ground shrink and disappeared in front of Chen Zong. He also left Skylight City. The moment Grand Elder Hong Wu disappeared, the phantom of the Heaven Ascension Tower quickly shrank back into his body. The power disappeared along with it, and Chen Zong regained control of his body. That was close. Chen Zong couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat. That feeling just now was really too dangerous. It felt like he was really being controlled by his opponent, and the consequences were very serious. Fortunately, departing Heaven Emperor's clone was right. With the protection of the Heaven Ascension Tower's power, he was indeed safe in the Ascension region. If he wasn't wrong, Grand Elder Hong Wu must have been severely injured as well. He just didn't know how serious the injury was, but it should be a mental injury. As Chen Zong expected, Grand Elder Hong Wu's mouth and nose were bleeding as soon as he left Skylight City. He didn't rush back to the sacred martial palace. Instead, he found a safer place to stay and immediately took out an elixir to consume. The attack from the spiritual consciousness had shaken his soul and injured it. This kind of injury wasn't obvious on the surface, but it was more than 10 times more serious than a physical injury. Even with the help of the elixir, it could only be temporarily alleviated. As the elixir's power spread, a cooling sensation spread throughout his entire head, alleviating the crushing pain. Grand Elder Hong Wu felt a little better and carefully examined his body. After a thorough examination, his face was gloomy and ashen. There were a few ghastly cracks in his sea of consciousness. Traces of almost undetectable clear energy flowed through them, attempting to repair the cracks. However, it seemed that there wasn't enough energy, and the results were very poor and slow. This time, it could be said that he went for wool and came home shorn. The consequences were very serious. Grand Elder Hong Wu didn't know how long it would take to completely repair the cracks in his sea of consciousness. He also didn't know if there would be any side effects after the repair. He never thought that he would end up in such a state just because he wanted to attack a junior. Grand Elder Hong Wu was sure that it was the power of a secret treasure, and not the junior's own strength. If he had that kind of strength, he wouldn't have been imprisoned by him. He exhaled deeply. The damage to his sea of consciousness had directly reduced the amount of energy he could use, which led to a decrease in his strength. His original second level of the Earth Spirit Realm could only display the strength of a first-level Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. Moreover, it was best not to make a move, otherwise it might worsen his injuries. Damn Junior! Grand Elder Hong Wu's hatred soared to the heavens. He wanted nothing more than to skin that junior Chen Zong alive, pull out his tendons, and file his bones. Unfortunately, he was just like the extreme mortal realm cultivators before him. There was nothing he could do. After taking a few more elixirs to alleviate his injuries, Grand Elder Hong Wu didn't dare to linger any longer and immediately set off for the Martial Saint Palace. There were some spirit medicines stored in the Martial Saint Palace that could be of great help in healing the injuries to his sea of consciousness. However, Grand Elder Hong Wu didn't dare to use the Earth Shrink technique. That would require the use of his consciousness, and it would affect his sea of consciousness. You must be very disappointed. Chen Zong's gaze swept across the 4 extreme mortal realm experts in front of him. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear, but instead asked with a hint of playfulness. The Skylight City Lord didn't respond to Chen Zong. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The other 2 extreme mortal realm experts who didn't know each other also turned and left without saying anything. The young family forefather's expression was the most complicated. He looked deeply at Chen Zong and wanted to turn and leave, but he couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart. Who was that Earth Spirit Realm expert just now? Martial Saint Palace's founding Elder Hong Wu attempted to use a secret technique to steal my protective heirloom. In the end, he was counterattacked by the heirloom, and his mental sea is now injured. Chen Zong answered neither quickly nor slowly. This wasn't a secret, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Saying it out loud could actually intimidate the other party. Hearing this, the young family forefather's face was filled with shock. Grand Elder Hong Wu of the Martial Saint Palace was a true Earth Spirit Realm cultivator, but even such a powerful cultivator couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. In the end, Chen Zong's consciousness had been damaged. The young family forefather felt disheartened for a moment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Zong once again stepped into the Yang family. The Yang family's main door had been replaced and it looked very new. This time, Zong didn't force his way in. 4,000 substandard spirit sources, are you ready? Zong looked at the Yang family forefather with a trace of a smile on his face. They're all here. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yang family forefather ordered people to bring in 4 large mahogany chests and place them side by side. The chests were opened one by one, revealing the contents inside. They were pieces of grayish-white material cut to the same size. It looked like jade, but it wasn't jade. These were the substandard spirit sources. When the lids of the 4 big wooden chests were opened, a trace of pure spiritual chi spread out from them, filling the surroundings. Immediately, it attracted the attention of the surrounding Yang family members. Each and every one of them revealed a dignified and shocked expression, but there was also a hint of greed hidden deep in their eyes. 4,000 substandard spirit sources, a shocking amount of wealth. Zong's mental power spread out and completely covered the 4 chests. After a thorough inspection, he found that they were all substandard spirit sources, and there were exactly 4,000 of them. The mental power's ability to see everything within a 10-meter radius was similar to his eyes, but it had an advantage that his eyes couldn't, and that was more comprehensive. For example, one's vision could be blocked by objects and could not be seen through, but one's mental power could avoid it. After inspecting an object, one could also accurately identify the number of the object. Of the Yang family forefather's face of size. Of the Yang family forefather's forefather. Of the Yang family forefather's what the. Of 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Not one more, not one less. From now on, I'm even with the Yang family. Zong spoke clearly. His tone was sharp, but if the Yang family doesn't let this go, then you'll have to bear the consequences. Needless to say, the consequences would be much more severe than what they were facing now. Please. The Yang family forefather opened his eyes and said coldly to Zong. Zong wasn't angry. He walked out of the Yang family house with a smile on his face. He was in a good mood. Then, he headed out of Skylight City. Marshal St. Palace, you've tried to deal with me time and time again. Now, it's time for me to pay you back. Zong said to himself as he looked into the distance. The Earth Marshal City was located between the Marshal St. Palace and the 10,000 Sky Sect. Of course, the distance between the city and the 2 upper-rank sects was quite far. Even if an extreme mortal realm cultivator traveled at full speed, it would still take half a day to get there. However, if it was an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator, it would only take a short time. Zong's destination was the Earth Marshal City. This was because there was an encampment of the Marshal St. Palace in the Earth Marshal City. It was much larger than the encampment in Ascending Sky City. It was just like a small branch of the Marshal St. Palace. Zong didn't dare to attack the Marshal St. Palace directly. Although even a profound Sky Realm cultivator couldn't injure or kill him when he had the protection of the Ascending Sky Tower, in such a large sect, there were bound to be more than one powerful cultivator guarding the place. There might be other means. Who knew if he could resist them? Zong was well aware of the protection of the Ascending Sky Tower's power. He would also borrow its power, but he wouldn't become blinded and arrogant because of it. He would choose between the two, and there was a limit. He could borrow the power of the Ascending Sky Tower for his own convenience, but he wouldn't lose his mind and become arrogant because of it. Even a clay figurine would be angry after being attacked by the Marshal St. Palace time and time again, let alone Zong. Revenge was a must. Even if he didn't attack the Marshal St. Palace, he could still attack their encampment. In Zong's mind, the Marshal St. Palace was his enemy. Since they were his enemy, he would kill them if he had to. Zong's whereabouts weren't hidden, and it was difficult for him to hide. This was because spies from the Marshal St. Palace and many other forces were watching his every move. Even his trip to the Earth Marshal City was under the surveillance of the Marshal St. Palace. However, the people of the Marshal St. Palace didn't know the purpose of Zong's trip to the Earth Marshal City. As he hurried to the Earth Marshal City, Zong would stop to cultivate. However, he mainly cultivated by absorbing the world energy from the substandard spirit sources. Absorbing world energy and substandard world energy might seem the same, but there were subtle differences. Comparatively speaking, world energy was much more violent, so absorbing it into one's body was a greater test for a cultivator, but the benefits were obvious. In the process of refining world energy, one's will and physique would be subtly tempered, and they would be able to obtain a slight increase in strength. On the other hand, the world energy from the substandard spirit sources was equivalent to the processed world energy. It was relatively milder, and the burden on the body and will was obviously smaller. However, many pseudo-transcendents often chose to absorb world energy when cultivating. This way, they could better temper themselves. Of course, there was another reason. The value of the substandard spirit sources wasn't low. In addition to cultivating, they could also be used to buy things that were useful to them. In short, both methods had their own benefits. However, Xianxia's choice at the beginning was to directly absorb world energy. Now that he was on the road, this method wasn't suitable, so he chose the latter and absorbed the substandard spirit sources. Fortunately, Xianxia had killed many pseudo-transcendents and obtained some substandard spirit sources from their mustard seed bags. Especially the 4,000 substandard spirit sources he obtained from the Yang family. They were a huge fortune, and Xianxia's consumption in Ascending Heaven City was directly made up for. He still had a lot of surplus. Every day, Xianxia would absorb the world energy from 2 substandard spirit sources to cultivate. This kind of world energy was milder, but at the same time, the cultivation efficiency wasn't as good as directly absorbing world energy. Therefore, Xianxia's cultivation speed was slow. After 5 or 6 days of continuous travel, Xianxia finally arrived at the gate of Earth Marshal City. After a glance, he paid the corresponding fee and stepped into Earth Marshal City. The fee for entering the city wasn't much, and Xianxia didn't want to cause any unnecessary conflicts that would affect his next move. As soon as he entered the city, Xianxia looked around casually. The prosperity of Earth Marshal City wasn't much inferior to Ascending Heaven City, but it was obviously better than 100 Battle City and Skylight City. Heading straight to Marshal St. Palace's station, Xianxia soon saw the Marshal St. Palace's flag fluttering in the wind. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and walked into Marshal St. Palace's station. There were many Sacred Marshal Palace disciples overseeing the Sacred Marshal Palace's encampment. They were in charge of managing the various businesses that belonged to the Sacred Marshal Palace in Earth Marshal City. As soon as Xianxia stepped through the gate, a Marshal St. Palace disciple immediately stood up and greeted him. "Who are you? What business do you have with my Marshal St. Palace's Earth Marshal Department?" 2 questions were asked in succession. "Murder." Xianxia's answer was very direct, causing the other party to stop in his tracks with a stunned expression. Then, he burst into laughter. "Murder? Who dared to speak so arrogantly about killing someone from the Marshal St. Palace?" Moreover, he had stepped into the Marshal St. Palace's Earth Marshal Department. What a laughingstock. "Break your own arms and get out of here, and I'll forgive your disrespect." The Marshal St. Palace disciple rebuked angrily after laughing loudly. Xianxia's answer was a sword light. The cold sword light was dazzling. The Marshal St. Palace disciple only felt that it was very bright, but before he could react, the sword light had already cut through his head. At this moment, Xianxia wasn't angry, nor was he disappointed. There was only a trace of killing intent. After being targeted and hunted by the Marshal St. Palace, he had long since been listed as an enemy. If he was an enemy, he would kill him. Naturally, the Marshal St. Palace disciple was also an enemy. Once a decision was made, no matter what, he would immediately carry it out. The sword was filled with killing intent, and the killing intent was also bloody. Very soon, the other Marshal St. Palace disciples in the Earth Marshal Department were alerted. "Who is it? What happened?" At the same time, a few Marshal St. Palace disciples appeared. However, they weren't in a hurry. They thought it was someone who dared to trespass into the Earth Marshal Department and was killed by their fellow disciples. Unexpectedly, when they saw the corpses of their fellow disciples lying on the ground, they were shocked and their eyes were about to crack. However, before they could make a move, a sword light flashed in front of their eyes. Then, their consciousness sank. These disciples were all in the late stage of the true martial realm. Perhaps they were much stronger than wandering cultivators of the same level, but compared to Chen Zong, they were no different from ants. Chen Zong didn't consume much energy after killing these martial Saint Palace disciples in the late stage of the true martial realm. People of the martial Saint Palace, listen up. I, Chen Zong, will tear down your Earth Martial Department today. Chen Zong's voice swept out like a storm, wreaking havoc in the Earth Martial Department like a thunderclap. Arrogant. You're courting death. In the Earth Martial Department, the martial Saint Palace disciples and deacons were all furious. They charged out directly, their gazes landing on Chen Zong. However, from the corner of their eyes, they also caught a glimpse of the blood-stained corpses on the ground. Their pupils contracted slightly, and a shocking killing intent erupted like a volcano. How dare you kill the disciples of the martial Saint Palace? You deserve to die. Capture him and skin him alive. Catching up on yesterday's update first, Martial Saint Palace's Earth Martial Department. The hall was very spacious and magnificently decorated, but at this moment, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Corpses were lying in pools of blood, and the splashing blood dyed the exquisite decorations in the hall red. It was a ghastly sight. A figure stood in the middle of the hall, holding a sword in one hand. A drop of blood slid down the blade and dripped from the tip of the sword. Drip, the drop of blood fell to the ground with a soft thud, shattering into countless smaller drops of blood that splashed in all directions like a blooming scarlet flower. It was especially jarring in this quiet hall. There were still 8 pseudo-transcendents surrounding Chen Zong. 4 of them were 7-star, 3 were 8-star, and 1 was an early 9-star. Breathing heavily, the 8 remaining pseudo-transcendents of Martial Saint Palace all had bloodshot eyes filled with grief, anger, and murderous intent. However, their trembling hands and bodies betrayed the fear in their hearts. Dead, all of them were dead. A group of Martial Saint Palace disciples attacked Chen Zong, but they were all killed. None of them could withstand a single sword strike. Whether it was the true martial realm or the pseudo-transcendence. As an important branch of the Martial Saint Palace in the Earth Martial City, there would usually be 1 extreme mortal realm cultivator, 20 pseudo-transcendents, and over 100 true martial realm cultivators guarding it. This level of strength was already comparable to some low-rank sects. This time, the ultimate mortal had been summoned back to Martial Saint Palace, leaving behind 20 pseudo-transcendents and over 100 late-stage true martial realm cultivators. 20 pseudo-transcendents, naturally, there were 7-star and 8-star cultivators. There was even an early 9-star grandmaster. Now, there were only 8 pseudo-transcendents left under Chen Zong's sword. Kill. Wheel. Fight to the death. At this point, there was no point in saying anything else. Only blood could wash away this blood feud. Even though they knew they were no match, the 8 pseudo-transcendents of Martial Saint Palace still used their most powerful attacks and charged towards Chen Zong without fear of death. Even if they had to die together with Chen Zong, it was better than nothing. A futile struggle. Chen Zong said softly as he slashed out with his sword. It seemed to be 1 sword, but it also seemed to be 8 swords. The speed of the swords was extremely fast. 7 of them froze as if they had been immobilized. The light on their bodies also dimmed. Only the early stage 9-star grandmaster pushed his combat strength to the mid-stage 9-star level. He was faster and stronger. He dodged Chen Zong's sword and approached Chen Zong. He opened his arms and hugged Chen Zong fiercely. This hug took all of his strength. If he hugged a mountain, then the mountain might be broken in half. A smile appeared on Chen Zong's face. Middle 9-star combat power, it was just a matter of struggling a little longer. Swish. Swish, the long sword pierced through the air and cut the space in front of it as if it was cutting a piece of paper. The 9-star mid-stage master couldn't dodge and could only let the sword light hit him. He had to resist it with his own strength and then use his arms to hug Chen Zong and die together with Chen Zong. However, he underestimated the sharpness of Chen Zong's long sword. The incomparably sharp sword light instantly broke through the defense on his body, then cut open his tough skin, cut into his muscles and bones, and severed them. A stream of blood splattered in the air. This pseudo-transcendent who had used a secret technique to raise his combat strength to the mid-stage 9-star level fell forward with his eyes wide open in disbelief. At this point, everyone in the Earth Marshal Department except for the extreme mortal who hadn't returned yet had been killed. Chen Zong moved quickly. He swept through the valuable items in the Earth Marshal Department, choosing the more useful items and putting them away. He then drew his sword, and with a flash of sword light, he began to draw on the walls of the Earth Marshal Department like a brush. Thank you for your many notes. I hereby return the favor. I hope you are satisfied. At the end of the letter, it was signed off by Chen Zong. With a hum, the sword light disappeared and the long sword returned to its scabbard. Chen Zong glanced at it and a smile appeared on his face. He then turned around and strode out of the Earth Marshal Department of the Sacred Marshal Palace. Not long after Chen Zong left, someone poked his head in and looked inside. Immediately, his face turned pale and he was terrified. The smell of blood was too strong here because hundreds of people had died inside. What's going on? What happened? More people rushed over and after wandering around for a while, they all rushed into the Earth Marshal Department. Then, their faces changed and they were all horrified. Dead. All of them were dead. The people of the Sacred Marshal Palace's Earth Marshal Department had all turned into corpses and were lying in pools of blood. The blood of the hundreds of people had completely soaked the floor of the Earth Marshal Department. It was scarlet and reflected rays of light. It was a ghastly sight. What's that? Someone saw the words engraved on the wall and was shocked. More people looked up and were shocked. Let's go. Let's get out of here. One by one, they reacted from the shock and hurriedly retreated from the Earth Marshal Department. Who could be so cruel as to massacre the entire Earth Warriors Department? But from the words left on the wall, they were sure that there was a great grudge between the culprit and the Sacred Marshal Palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't have killed their way to a branch of the Sacred Marshal Palace and slaughtered it. Such a cruel method made people's hearts palpitate. Whether it was the culprit or the Sacred Marshal Palace, they couldn't afford to offend them. As the saying goes, if it's none of your business, it's best to stay away so that you won't be implicated and die an unnatural death. In the Earth Marshal City, the 10,000 Sky sect also had a base. Its scale was similar to the Sacred Marshal Palace's Earth Marshal Department. Chen Zong originally wanted to kill his way to the 10,000 Sky sect's base and destroy it, but he gave up after thinking about it. Compared to the Sacred Marshal Palace, the grudge between him and the 10,000 Sky sect wasn't that great. Chen Zong didn't want to escalate the situation. Since he had already returned the favor to the Sacred Marshal Palace, Chen Zong didn't plan to stay in the Earth Marshal City any longer. He immediately left. After the incident with the Yang family in Skylight City, Chen Zong understood that the so-called cultivation rooms that weren't disturbed were only on the surface. Once something happened, what was supposed to happen would still happen. Since that was the case, there was no need to rent a cultivation room in the city. It was better for him to go out and find a safer and more remote place to cultivate. Although he now had the powerful battle strength to kill Midnight Star and even late-stage martial masters, it hadn't been long since he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. His potential was still active, and he could quickly improve himself. The moment Chen Zong left the Earth Marshal City, the people of the Sacred Marshal Palace had already received the news. Moreover, the Extreme Mortal Realm powerhouses quickly rushed over. When the Extreme Mortal Realm powerhouse was still 1,000 meters away from the Earth Marshal Department, he could already smell the thick stench of blood. The stench of blood was still as pungent as ever. In a flash, the Extreme Mortal Realm powerhouse stepped into the Earth Marshal Department. With a glance, he saw the scarlet blood that hadn't dried up yet. It was a ghastly sight, as if there was a trace of red light reflected on the Extreme Mortal Realm powerhouse's gloomy face. After a martial artist went through the cultivation of the blood chi realm, their physique would become stronger and their blood chi vigorous. When they reached the true martial realm, their blood chi wouldn't be visible, but it would be more vigorous and active than when they were in the blood chi realm. Therefore, even if they were killed and their blood flowed out of their bodies, it wouldn't dry up and turn black in a short period of time like an ordinary person. Instead, it would remain active for a certain period of time. How ruthless! The cold voice was like the cold wind from the underworld that blew through the gaps between his teeth. His gaze shifted away from the corpses and blood all over the ground, and landed on the words on the wall. Chen Zong. An even colder voice filled the air with murderous intent. The reason he was summoned back to the sacred martial palace this time was related to Qinzong. Because of the heaven-defying artifact, the extreme mortal realm powerhouse couldn't do anything to Qinzong. Even Grand Elder Hongwu couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, Grand Elder Hongwu's condition didn't seem too good, as he had suffered some injuries. This had completely attracted the attention of the sacred martial palace's higher-ups. Therefore, the sacred martial palace's purpose of summoning the extreme mortal realm powerhouses was to announce that before they found a suitable solution, all transcendents couldn't act against Qinzong. It would only make them a laughingstock. They even restricted the sacred martial palace's disciples from attacking Qinzong. After all, Qinzong was able to kill more than 20 pseudo-transcendents from Xia Ho's bloodline, including 2 grandmasters. This was enough to show Qinzong's astonishing strength and potential. Unexpectedly, just as they were discussing and hadn't come to a conclusion, Qinzong killed his way into the Sacred Martial Palace's Earth Martial Department and brutally slaughtered all the Sacred Martial Palace disciples in the Earth Martial Department in one fell swoop, not leaving a single one alive. He even left behind a message to return the courtesy. This was a merciless slap to the Sacred Martial Palace's face. Even though he was furious, this person was still able to maintain a clear head. He immediately left the Earth Martial Department and rushed back to the Sacred Martial Palace. He had to report everything that happened here in detail and let the Sacred Martial Palace's higher-ups come up with a solution. Qinzong rushed straight into the mountain. After searching around, he found a relatively remote place. He used his 2 swords to carve out a small cave, which was dozens of meters deep. After carving out a larger cave and sealing the entrance, he began to cultivate in seclusion. This time, Qinzong planned to cultivate for a longer time and improve his cultivation as much as possible. As for what was happening in the outside world, Qinzong didn't care about it for now. After adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak, Qinzong began to open his heaven's apex and Earth's abyss meridian, absorbing a trace of heaven and Earth's spiritual qi into his body. The feeling of absorbing heaven and Earth's spiritual qi was completely different from absorbing the spiritual qi of substandard spirit sources. Although absorbing heaven and Earth's spiritual qi was more taxing, it was more enjoyable. Not long after, Qinzong refined the trace of heaven and Earth's spiritual qi and felt the slight improvement in his cultivation. With a faint smile, Qinzong began to comprehend the sword art. How to create a pseudo-lingwu with the minor true meaning as the foundation could further increase his strength. First and foremost was the secret sword point. Qinzong would continue to improve it, increasing the speed and power of his attacks, and reducing the consumption as much as possible. Once it reached the peak, Qinzong planned to truly integrate the sword speed true meaning into it. At that time, if he could integrate 2 minor true meanings into it, the secret sword point would become even more powerful, and its grade would rise to the level of a pseudo-lingwu. On the Sky Curtain Mountain, a figure moved as fast as the wind and brought along a series of thunderous roars. He drew a white line across the sky and quickly climbed up the mountain until he reached the peak and looked down. The Martial Saint Sec's Martial Saint Hall was the main hall of the Martial Saint Palace. It was the symbol of the Martial Saint Palace. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the Martial Saint Palace's 3 major factions were gathered here. Each of them had a solemn look on their faces, causing the air in the Martial Saint Hall to freeze. "This kid deserves to die." An elder broke the silence with a cold voice. "He deserves to die, but how do we deal with him?" This was a rhetorical question. Yes, how do we deal with him? With such a heaven-defying artifact protecting him, even an Earth Spirit Realm Elder couldn't do anything to him. He even seemed to have been injured because of it, let alone them. Do we need a profound Sky Realm cultivator to take action? However, the Martial Saint Palace's old ancestor was still in seclusion. In order to break through to a higher realm, he hadn't come out yet. Firstly, he couldn't be disturbed rashly. Secondly, if the old ancestor were to take action because of this, it would only show their incompetence. The third point was something that no one was willing to think about. That was, even if the ancestor made a move, what if it failed? An extreme mortal realm cultivator couldn't do anything to Qinzong, and an earth spirit realm cultivator couldn't do anything to Qinzong. Then, would a profound sky realm cultivator be able to deal with Qinzong? Everyone frowned as they pondered over this. Although the competition between the 3 major factions was very serious, they would still unite in the face of a major event that concerned the reputation of the martial Saint Palace. No matter what, they had to think of a way to get rid of Chenzong. Only then could they restore the martial Saint Palace's lost reputation. A transcendent can't do anything to Chenzong. We have to use a pseudo-transcendent to deal with him. Based on Chenzong's battle prowess, only a powerful master stage expert can deal with him. Tianfeng is back. The martial Saint Palace master suddenly said. Mu Tianfeng is back. What's his strength now? Everyone was startled at first, then asked one after another. If it was any other time, they would be very happy and express their concern. However, at this moment, they were more concerned about Mu Tianfeng's strength. They were prepared to use a grandmaster to deal with Chenzong, and Mu Tianfeng happened to be a grandmaster. He's still on his way back. We'll know when he returns, said the sacred martial palace master. 3 years ago, when Mu Tianfeng left, he was already able to fight against an ordinary middle 9-star warrior with the battle strength of an early 9-star warrior. Now that he has returned after 3 years of training, his battle strength must have improved significantly. A palace master's extreme mortal stage elder said with a smile. Mu Tianfeng was the direct disciple of the sacred martial palace master. He was also ranked first on the Heaven Ascension ranking in the Ascending Heaven region. 3 years ago, Mu Tianfeng had the combat power of an early stage 9-star, but he could contend with other mid-stage 9-star with his own strength. Now that 3 years had passed, he had made some progress, but he didn't know how much he had improved. But with Mu Tianfeng's talent and potential, the improvement would be obvious. It was common knowledge that the later stages of cultivation would become more difficult. Therefore, there were still some Master Realm experts in the martial Saint Palace. However, most of them were at the early stage of the 9th-star realm, followed by the middle stage of the 9th-star realm, and then the late stage of the 9th-star realm. As for the peak 9th-star realm, there were only 2 of them in the entire martial Saint Palace. Currently, there were no 9th-star realm experts. The 9th-star realm was not necessarily related to breaking through to the transcendent realm. Simply put, to break through to the transcendent realm, one had to open one's aperture and comprehend a complete true meaning. The minor true meaning was only a component of a true meaning. In order to break through to the transcendent realm faster, some pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators would only focus on comprehending the minor true meaning of a single true meaning, striving to fully comprehend it and combine it into a true meaning in order to break through to the transcendent realm. There were also pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators who would choose to comprehend the minor true meaning as much as possible before comprehending the true meaning to break through to the transcendent realm. Doing so meant that it would take longer and more effort, but it also had a greater benefit, which was that after breaking through to the transcendent realm, one would become more outstanding. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of consolidation. The level of the master stage was a sign of stability. In the Grandmaster realm, the higher one's combat power was, the more astonishing their consolidation would be, and after breaking through to the transcendent realm, they would become even stronger. However, not all pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators had the potential to consolidate their strength, nor did all pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators have the desire to do so. The transformation of one's life essence and the leap in strength of a transcendent realm cultivator was extremely attractive to anyone. On top of that, sometimes a breakthrough required an opportunity, and if one didn't seize the opportunity, who knew when the next one would come? The scarcity of temptation and opportunity led many grandmasters to choose to break through. A few days later, Mu Tianfeng set foot on St. Martial Mountain. Ha 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 ha, I'm back, Mu Tianfeng's laughter rumbled like thunder, resounding throughout St. Martial Mountain. Tianfeng, Sulai Main Hall. A magnificent and overbearing voice rang out, causing the laughing Mu Tianfeng to be startled. Immediately rubbing his nose, Mu Tianfeng's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning towards St. Martial Mountain's main hall. As soon as he entered the main hall, Mu Tianfeng was surprised because there were many more people inside. Everyone's eyes fell on Mu Tianfeng, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Not everyone could withstand the stares of so many transcendent realm masters, especially the sharp gazes of so many transcendent realm masters, as if they wanted to see through him. Mu Tianfeng suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Tianfeng, how strong are you now? St. Martial Palace's palace master asked directly. I should be at the peak of 9-star, Mu Tianfeng said after thinking for a while. Palace Master, we can't be careless about this matter. This elder suggests that we let the peak 9-star Grandmaster fight Mu Tianfeng, an elder suggested. Good. The Palace Master agreed immediately. Tianfeng, bring out your full strength. This matter concerns the prestige of St. Martial Palace. There were 2 peak 9-star Grandmasters in St. Martial Palace. They were usually in secluded cultivation, trying to find an opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm. With their accumulation, once they broke through to the transcendent realm, their cultivation would increase rapidly for a period of time, far surpassing ordinary extreme mortal realm masters. This peak 9-star Grandmaster looked very old, but his old age was just his expression. Once he broke through to the transcendent realm, he would immediately transform and become younger. Without saying much, he attacked directly. Good, Mu Tianfeng said excitedly. With a shake of his arms, a gust of wind whistled and lightning burst out. A fierce battle unfolded. Facing a peak 9-star Grandmaster, Mu Tianfeng also used his full strength and attacked to his heart's content. After half a quarter of an hour, the two sides were evenly matched, but Mu Tianfeng seemed to be getting more and more excited and stronger as he fought, gradually suppressing his opponent. After a quarter of an hour, the old man was already at a disadvantage. That's enough, St. Martial Palace's Palace Master said. The outcome was clear. Mu Tianfeng was indeed stronger than his opponent. Tianfeng, this is the situation, St. Martial Palace's Palace Master explained what happened. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely make him kneel and repent. Mu Tianfeng's face was full of anger. His eyes were cold, as if there was a storm raging in them. A mere disciple who was expelled by a small sect from the outer realm dared to provoke St. Martial Palace. This was intolerable. Mu Tianfeng was a disciple of St. Martial Palace, a direct disciple of St. Martial Palace's Palace Master. He was vaguely called Young Palace Master and had long regarded St. Martial Palace as his home. He couldn't tolerate someone who dared to provoke St. Martial Palace and kill so many of their disciples. At a secluded hill, a figure was rapidly approaching. He then stopped and scanned the area with his sharp eyes, searching carefully. A moment later, he found a trace and directly attacked. Amidst the whistling sounds, a gale roared and bombarded the hidden cave entrance, directly breaking it. Then, a gale blew into the cave through the passage. Chenzong, who was cultivating in seclusion, sensed the gale the moment the cave entrance was destroyed. Fortunately, he wasn't absorbing heaven and earth spirit chi, but comprehending minor true intent and sword arts, so he didn't receive any obvious disturbance. The gale's power was astonishing. It was compressed into the cave's passage, causing a series of terrifying rumbles. It seemed as if the cave was going to collapse, and Chenzong was going to be torn to shreds. However, the moment the gale approached Chenzong, the sky tower's shadow appeared, and the gale disappeared without a trace. Without any hesitation, Chenzong immediately rushed out of the cave. Otherwise, he would be buried alive. Although nothing serious would happen to him, it would still be troublesome. As soon as he appeared outside the cave, Chenzong's gaze locked onto the figure. Extreme mortal realm, this person was an elder of St. Martial Palace. Although Chenzong's whereabouts were well hidden, the St. Martial Palace still managed to find him after a thorough investigation. Therefore, this extreme mortal realm elder had rushed over. St. Martial Palace, show me what you've got, Chenzong stared at the elder and said unhurriedly. Catch. The extreme mortal realm elder only said 2 words. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to control his anger, but he couldn't do anything to Chenzong. Therefore, he directly threw out a scarlet post that looked like it was dripping blood. The post flew towards Chenzong at extreme speed, but Chenzong flicked it with his finger. With a subtle control of his power, the post stopped in front of him and automatically flipped open. With a single glance, Chenzong finished reading the contents of the post. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The content of the post was a challenge. The St. Martial Palace would send out a Master Realm expert to have a life and death battle with him. This battle would be the end of the grudge between the two sides. The location of the battle was also very interesting. It was the life and death arena in Ascension City. A life and death battle in Ascension City's life and death arena would undoubtedly be fairer. At least, Chenzong wouldn't think that the St. Martial Palace had made all kinds of arrangements to kill him in one go. In fact, if the location of the life and death battle wasn't in Ascension City, Chenzong would hesitate. After all, the Saint Martial Palace might make all kinds of arrangements to deal with him in the name of a battle. However, if it was in Ascension City, it would undoubtedly be safer. A Master Realm life and death battle? Chenzong held the post and pondered. As for the Saint Martial Palace elder, he had already run away without a trace. If that's the case, then let's end this grudge. Chenzong muttered to himself. This was a stage where one could advance by leaps and bounds. Chenzong also wanted to cultivate properly and transform his active potential into strength. He would settle the grudge that needed to be settled first. The morning sun rose on the other side of the mountain, radiating light and heat as it illuminated the land. On the sun-covered land, many figures were running in the same direction. The life and death duel between Mu Tianfeng and Chenzong is not to be missed. I didn't expect that the first thing Mu Tianfeng did after returning would be a life and death duel. Mu Tianfeng was already a grandmaster a few years ago and ranked first on the Heaven Ascension list. I wonder how much his strength has improved in the past few years. A proud son of heaven like him is improving every day. After 3 years, his strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. He must have become even more powerful. These people rushed to Heaven Ascension City to watch the life and death duel between Mu Tianfeng and Chenzong. Who was Mu Tianfeng? He was the strongest disciple of Sacred Martial Palace, one of the 2 high-rank sects in Heaven Ascension region. He was the direct disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace Master and ranked first on the Heaven Ascension list. He could be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation in Heaven Ascension region. Who was Chenzong? He won 100 consecutive victories in 100 Battle Cities 100 Battles Arena, killed Xiahou Jin in Heaven Ascension City's Life and Death Arena, and reached the 10th level of Heaven Ascension Tower. There were even rumors that Chenzong entered the Chaos Heaven Cave Abode and obtained the inheritance. He then killed Xiahou Ba, Nan Mingshan, and Xian Wuxing. He even had a heaven-defying artifact to protect himself in front of the Chaos Heaven Cave Abode. Even a transcendent could not do anything to him. So, what would be the outcome of the life and death duel between the two? While everyone was guessing, they were also looking forward to it. This would probably be the peak duel of the younger generation. Heaven Ascension City was also bustling with noise and excitement. The bets are open. Bet on Mu Tianfeng to win 1-1. 2. Bet on Chenzong to win 1-1. 5. Shouts could be heard everywhere. Someone was betting on the outcome of the duel. Brother Lin, who are you going to bet on? I'm going to bet on Chenzong. I can get more if I win. I'll tell you secretly. Don't tell anyone. The person called Brother Lin first looked around vigilantly before transmitting his voice. I'm going to bet on Mu Tianfeng. Although the ratio is lower, it's still a profit. Why? According to the reliable information I received secretly, Mu Tianfeng's strength has already reached the peak of the 9-star level, or even a little stronger. This person transmitted his voice again and said methodically, Mu Tianfeng is the strongest disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace. They have high hopes for this battle, so the Sacred Martial Palace will definitely do everything they can to increase Mu Tianfeng's strength and means. But that Chenzong is also very powerful. I heard that even transcendents can't do anything to him. As far as I know, Chenzong's heaven-defying artifact came from the Heaven Ascension Tower and can resist the power of a transcendent, but it's useless against cultivators below the transcendent realm. This person wore a look of complete disdain, as if everything was under his control, a smug grin filling his face as he declared that Chenzong has an ordinary background, completely incomparable to Mu Tianfeng. Moreover, he has only broken through to the pseudo-transcendent realm not long ago, far less than Mu Tianfeng. After a round of analysis, it was reasonable and well-founded. Fortunately, I listened to Brother Lin's words, otherwise my spirit shells would have been wasted. I'll also bet on Mu Tianfeng. Unintentionally, all kinds of conclusive gossip surged like an undercurrent, and many people bet on Mu Tianfeng's victory. Although the ratio was low, it was a safe bet. Of course, there were also people who bet on Chenzong's victory, taking the risk and earning more. There were also people who bet on both Mu Tianfeng and Chenzong's victory, hoping that one side would gain something. In the enthusiastic atmosphere, Chenzong stepped into Heaven Ascension City. Along the way, Zong could hear a lot of discussions about his battle with Mu Tianfeng, as well as the bets on the outcome of the battle. 1 to 1.2, 1 to 1.5. Zong heard this and a playful smile appeared on his face. The time for the life or death duel had not yet arrived, so Zong walked in the direction of the banker's house. Several groups of people were lined up in front of the banker's table, all ready to place their bets. After a while, it was Zong's turn. The amount I want to bet is relatively large. If I win, you won't go back on your word, right? Zong asked. This banker is run by the Marshal Saint Palace, and the Ascension City Lord's mansion is impartial. You can bet as much as you want. Our Marshal Saint Palace will not ruin our reputation for your little money. The person in charge of registration frowned and said with a displeased expression. Little friend, you can rest assured. An old man from the City Lord's mansion sitting on the side said with a smile. He was present as an impartial person to ensure that there would be no fraud. So the banker is run by the Marshal Saint Palace, then I can rest assured. Zong smiled. I'll bet on Zong's victory. 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Zong made up his mind to make a fortune. In a 1:1:5 ratio, if he won, not only would he be able to take out 4,000 substandard spirit sources, he would also be able to get 2,000 substandard spirit sources. It was a considerable amount of wealth. Although there weren't many people who bet on Zong's victory, it wasn't a big deal. However, 4,000 substandard spirit sources was definitely the highest bet so far, and it was much more than the other bets. Not only were the bankers shocked, but the surrounding people were also shocked. 4,000 substandard spirit sources, what a shocking amount of wealth. Did you say something wrong? One of the bankers couldn't help but ask. That's right. I'll bet on Zong's victory. 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Zong smiled and took out a mustard seed bag. Inside it were 4,000 substandard spirit sources. Little friend, you can't be careless about this matter. The old man in charge of fairness from the City Lord's mansion advised after being shocked. 4,000 substandard spirit sources, it was too shocking. You're Zong. Suddenly, one of the banker's expressions changed as he recognized Zong's identity. It was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Zong. Where is Zong? Is Zong here? Many gazes fell on Zong's face. They were surprised and doubtful, as if they wanted to see through Zong. However, Zong didn't seem to notice anything. With a calm expression, he took out a mustard seed bag that he had prepared and placed it on the table. I'm Zong. I bet on myself to win. Do you dare to accept? His tone was calm, but there was a trace of indescribable dominance in his tone. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we accept a gift that's delivered to our doorstep? The people from the Marshal Saint Palace immediately reacted and laughed. Under such circumstances, of course they had to accept the bet. Otherwise, people would think that the Marshal Saint Palace was afraid of Zong. One of the reasons why the Marshal Saint Palace was the banker was to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. It was also to strengthen their own reputation and support Mu Tianfeng. If they didn't accept the bet, then all their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, they had full confidence in Mu Tianfeng. They believed that Mu Tianfeng would win, and Zong would lose for sure. A bet from a person who was bound to lose was no different from giving it away for free. Naturally, the more the better. Soon, the bankers from the Marshal Saint Palace accepted Zong's 4,000 substandard spirit sources and issued a certificate. It was a wooden tablet with the bets, ratio, amount, and so on engraved on it. It was also stamped with the seal of the Ascension City Lord's mansion. If you win, then take this wooden tablet and come back to take away your substandard spirit sources. But I don't think you'll have that chance. A person from the banker's side laughed. He seemed to be joking, but it was actually a form of mockery. Get ready. Don't embarrass yourself. When you have to raise the money, Zong said unhurriedly. He put away the wooden tablet and turned to leave. The life and death battle with Mu Tianfeng was set for tomorrow. There was still one day left. Zong naturally wouldn't waste time. He went to the restaurant and had a good meal. In the restaurant, Chenzong could feel many gazes sizing him up. Some were curious, some were probing, some were mocking, and so on. There were all kinds of discussions. Although the voices were very low, Chenzong could still hear them. Almost all of them were talking about him. It could be said that he was the center of attention during this period of time. Who knew how many times his name would be mentioned? This kind of phenomenon didn't cause the slightest disturbance to Chenzong. He ate delicious dishes and drank delicious wine. After eating to his heart's content, Chenzong got up and left for the safest inn. Chenzong sat down cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Then, he opened his heaven apex meridian and earth abyss meridian and absorbed a trace of spiritual energy into his body. He then closed the 2 aperture meridian and focused on refining that trace of spiritual energy. Seizing the time to cultivate was not because of Mu Tianfeng, but because of Chenzong's habit. As long as there was time, he would not forget to use it to improve himself as much as possible. Chenzong would pay attention to the battle with Mu Tianfeng, but not too much. However, perhaps Mu Tianfeng was his strongest opponent so far. As for the transcendent realm, the gap between them was too great. Facing a transcendent, Chenzong could only rely on the protection of the Heaven Ascension Tower, unable to launch an effective counterattack. Not long after, Chenzong refined and absorbed the trace of world energy and his cultivation improved a little. Next, he began to comprehend his sword art. Comprehending and mastering Little Lingwu was one thing, but unearthing the full potential of Little Lingwu was another. The way to unearth the potential of Little Lingwu was to cultivate fake Lingwu. The best method was to create fake Lingwu. The second method was to cultivate the fake Lingwu left behind by predecessors. To reach the transcendent realm, comprehending various little true meanings and combining them into a complete true meaning was necessary, but the process was difficult. Only by fully unearthing the potential of each little true meaning would it be easier to find opportunities. However, just like comprehending and mastering little true meanings, unearthing the potential of little true meanings required a lot of time and energy. Time flew by, and the night passed while Chenzong was cultivating. At dawn, many people in Heaven Ascension City rushed to the life or death arena in order to get a better view of the battle on the life or death arena. This kind of battle between powerful grandmasters was very rare to see. On one hand, it was lively and exciting, and on the other hand, it was also a kind of inspiration. Chenzong is here. Where? Where? As the voice sounded, many people looked over and saw Chenzong walking over from the distance. His steps were calm, his expression calm, and his eyes clear, as if he was not here for a life or death battle, but to watch the battle. This attitude surprised many people, and at the same time, made them admire him. This kind of state of mind was extraordinary. Of course, there were also some people who were unhappy. For no reason, they just didn't like him. He looks very confident. Even if he isn't, he still has to act like he is. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. On the life and death ring, the momentum was sharp and fierce. Love go little say W. Chu Chenzong displayed his crisscrossing sword technique. His 2 swords were sharp and continuous, as if 2 masters of swordsmanship were cooperating with each other tacitly, constantly attacking from the left and right. Occasionally, they would exchange a move, which was extremely mysterious. Mu Tianfeng's combat strength was amazing. Every move he made was accompanied by a strong roar of wind and lightning. Relatively speaking, Mu Tianfeng had stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm at least 4 years longer than Chenzong. For ordinary cultivators, 4 years might not be enough to make significant progress, but for real geniuses, even 1 year was enough to make significant progress. 4 years brought about a gap in means. Compared to Chenzong, Mu Tianfeng's fighting methods were more varied. His 2 fists punched out, and lightning flashed through the air, which then turned into a palm and slapped out fiercely, creating a whirlwind that swept out like a whirlpool. Then, his legs kicked out continuously, each kick carrying a terrifying power, mercilessly as if it wanted to shatter the void. Terrifying storms and lightning raged on the life and death ring, emitting an aura that made everyone feel horrified. Immediately, after Mu Tianfeng launched an offensive, he opened his mouth, and lightning arcs condensed in it. There was also the sound of wind whistling, as if it was not a mouth, but the eye of a storm. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the roar of thunder turned into a terrible shock wave, tearing the sky apart and smashing towards Qianzong with a force that could shatter mountains. Unable to dodge, Qianzong raised his sword to meet it. With a boom, an incomparably terrifying force slammed into the body of the sword, and then through the body of the sword, it ruthlessly slammed into Qianzong's arms and body. The astonishing force seemed to want to crush Qianzong's body, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Only after retreating to the edge of the life and death arena did Qianzong manage to disperse the force. He felt his arms go numb, and the two swords trembled incessantly, emitting a high-frequency buzzing sound that made one's teeth ache. Countless ripples spread out from the edges of the two swords, layer by layer. Mu Tianfeng was well versed in this art. With a flash of lightning, he appeared in front of Qianzong and attacked again. A light appeared under his feet, and the light was directly shattered by the terrible power, but Qianzong's body appeared in another place, and the sword light slashed through the air. Mu Tianfeng's body was shattered, and between the countless lightning bolts, each with an amazing force, rushed towards Qianzong from all directions. The lightning bolts were defeated by Qianzong's sword, but Mu Tianfeng's figure suddenly flashed behind Qianzong, his hands clenched like giant hammers, and smashed fiercely. Like a thunder hammer that could shatter the earth, it smashed towards Qianzong's head. If it hit, Qianzong's head might be smashed. However, Qianzong would not be hit. The terrible power bombarded the life and death ring, and the shocking thunder waves surged, covering the life and death ring and spreading outside. In the blink of an eye, the two had been fighting fiercely for a while, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. In terms of cultivation, Qianzong was obviously not as good as Mu Tianfeng, but Qianzong's martial arts realm was much higher than Mu Tianfeng's. Both sides had their advantages. Mu Tianfeng's body shook, and countless lightning bolts burst out, condensing into a huge thunderball, and fiercely smashed towards Qianzong. Soon after, the huge ball of lightning split apart midway, turning into numerous balls of lightning the size of a human head. There were over 100 of them, and they blasted towards Qianzong from all directions without any blind spots. However, this move was only a move that Mu Tianfeng used to fight for a sliver of opportunity. Wind. With me, wind and thunder together. The majestic sound was like the howling of the wind and the raging of thunder. To the left of Mu Tianfeng, the wind blew, while to the right, thunder roared. As Mu Tianfeng waved his arms, the wind and thunder poured into his body. It was as if Mu Tianfeng's body was the battlefield, constantly attacking. Mu Tianfeng's expression kept changing, as if he was enjoying it, and also as if he was enduring great pain. In the blink of an eye, the wind and thunder poured into Mu Tianfeng's body. The wind and thunder intertwined, emitting a dazzling light. Then, a sun of wind and thunder condensed behind Mu Tianfeng's back. I have to admit, Qianzong, you are indeed very strong. You are worthy of being my opponent, but everything ends here. As the sun of wind and thunder condensed behind him, Mu Tianfeng's aura became even more tyrannical and shocking. This wind and thunder glory was a secret technique, and it belonged to the upper-rank pseudo-Lingwu realm. It was not owned by the Martial Saint Palace, but Mu Tianfeng had obtained it when he went to the outer realm. It was very compatible with him, and once he used it, his battle strength would increase again, reaching the shocking peak of the 9-star realm. So strong. What secret technique is that? It's so strong. It's not weaker than the Martial Saint Palace's Thunder King transformation. Mu Tianfeng jumped up and opened his arms, and a terrifying aura covered the sky. The sun of wind and thunder behind him slowly rotated, as if it could crush everything, and rays of light mixed with wind and thunder shot through the air. The combination of the swiftness of the wind and the violence of the thunder was brought to the extreme. Qianzong's expression turned solemn. He swung his sword, but found that he could not keep up with the speed of his sword, so he immediately used the sword speed true meaning. Qianzong's mental strength was already very strong, and after cultivating the spirit refinement art, it had reached an astonishing level. Now that he had stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm and experienced another transformation, he had become even stronger. He now had the capital to use the minor true meaning over 100 times in a row. With the improvement of his cultivation, his mental strength had also increased. As long as he maintained a good rhythm, he could use the minor true meaning over 100 times in a row without exhausting too much mental strength. Under the sword speed true meaning, Chenzong's sword speed increased by 50%. The sword in Chenzong's arms could not be seen at all. Only 2 rays of light seemed to condense in the air, and did not dissipate for a long time. The rays of light condensed by the wind and thunder were shattered one after another. A strange light flashed in Mu Tianfeng's eyes, but his eyes were filled with wind and thunder, so it was difficult to notice. Glory of wind and thunder. 9 revolutions of wind and thunder. With a twist of his arms, the wind and thunder great sun behind him instantly sped up. Every time it spun, it would expand a little. After 9 spins, it had expanded to a size of 10 meters. It let out a roar that could crush everything. A dragon formed by wind and thunder suddenly rushed out from the expanding wind and thunder great Sunday. The glory of wind and thunder was actually better than the Thunder King transformation because it also contained a powerful offensive secret technique. After the 9 revolutions in the air, the wind and thunder dragon's power reached its peak. It descended from the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws with extreme murderous intent and destructive power, viciously attacking Chenzong. With a rumble, the sky seemed to collapse along with the wind and thunder dragon, falling down. The terrifying pressure made Chenzong's body feel heavy, as if he was about to be crushed. Heaven and earth, the cross-shaped sword light broke through the sky, as if it was cutting the sky open, and divided into 4 parts to attack the wind and thunder dragon. Then, under the activation of the sword speed true meaning, sword after sword broke through the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword lights pierced through the sky. Hundreds of sword lights pierced the wind and thunder dragon, shattering one sword after another, but breaking the wind and thunder dragon inch by inch. Heaven and earth, another cross-shaped sword light broke out, directly shattering the remaining wind and thunder dragon. With the wind and thunder seal broken, Chenzong's power instantly increased. His figure flashed, and an illusory light swept out, appearing in front of Mu Tianfeng. The heavenly sun sword pierced through the sky. The power penetrated the sword body and reached the tip of the sword. A speck of starlight condensed on the tip of the sword. Within that speck of starlight, there seemed to be countless broken cracks. The cracks were not static, but constantly moving, as if they were tearing everything apart. The sharpness of this sword seemed to pierce through Mu Tianfeng's eyes, destroying the wind and thunder in his eyes. Secret Sword Point Star. This secret sword had been improved by Chenzong time and time again, becoming more and more powerful. Now, he could use it with ease. Mu Tianfeng was unable to react in time. Just as the terrifying sword tip was about to pierce through Mu Tianfeng, a burst of light flickered, wrapping Mu Tianfeng up. The secret sword point star pierced through the protective layer around Mu Tianfeng's body. Inside that speck of starlight, the constantly splitting power acted on the protective layer, trying to tear it apart. The protective layer was a defensive artifact's power, so it constantly resisted. Mu Tianfeng reacted in time. His arms shook, and the wind and thunder roared, fiercely attacking Chenzong. Mu Tianfeng withdrew his sword and shattered the wind and thunder. His 10 fingers flicked, and the wind and thunder power condensed into a wind and thunder seal, smashing towards Chenzong. The air below collapsed, and the life and death stage collapsed into a violent wind. Slash, 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 Chenzong slashed out with both swords, and the void sword energy poured out. The terrifying power bombarded the wind and thunder seal, leaving sword marks. Each of Chenzong's sword strikes was extremely powerful. With hundreds of sword strikes in an instant, coupled with his high cultivation base, he could better capture the weak points of the wind and thunder seal. Slash, sword lights flew towards Mu Tianfeng in succession. Mu Tianfeng's body was protected by a defensive artifact, but it couldn't resist all of them. Chenzong performed the phantom light 9 steps while performing the crisscross sword art. With a cracking sound, the defensive artifact's defensive power was broken in an instant. Sword intent. This was a rare opportunity, Chenzong wouldn't let it go. A sword light flashed between his eyebrows, and an illusory sword shadow shot out. Unable to dodge, it went through the wind and thunder power and entered between Mu Tianfeng's eyebrows. Mu Tianfeng's expression suddenly changed. He felt as if his head was split open by a sharp sword, and the pain went deep into his soul. The soul was mysterious, unpredictable, and hard to reach. The spirit and the soul were closely related. Concentrating and mobilizing the body's power required the participation of the spirit. Even if it was an instinct that had been tempered thousands of times, without the spirit to rely on, it would be greatly reduced. Aurora sword style. Die. With a low shout, the sword speed true intent was activated, and the sword speed increased to the extreme. The fastest sword attack was launched, and it also carried the horror of the half-step sword aura, like an aurora that streaked across the sky. It suppressed Mu Tianfeng's whole body, and under the attack on his mind, Mu Tianfeng didn't have any ability to dodge or resist. A sword strike arrived. Outside the life and death stage, the sacred martial palace people's expressions changed. Two extreme mortal realm warriors were about to attack, but they were locked down by the ascending Sky City warriors, and didn't dare to move. This was a life and death battle, and no interference was allowed. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mu Tianfeng. Chenzong, you deserve to die. No, how could this be? The faces of the Martial Saint Palace's disciples changed drastically. They were shocked to the extreme, as if they had lost their parents. Those who bet on Mu Tianfeng were the same, their faces filled with grief. He actually won. Unbelievable. Those who bet on Chenzong were in a daze, mumbling to themselves. Soon after, smiles appeared on their faces, and they were extremely excited. In the air above the life and death ring, Chenzong's sword was pulled out from between Mu Tianfeng's eyebrows. This meant that Mu Tianfeng was killed by Chenzong. For the Martial Saint Palace, the loss was extremely heavy, because Mu Tianfeng was the #1 disciple of the Martial Saint Palace, and also the #1 of the younger generation in the Ascending Heaven region. Mu Tianfeng's body was in the air, but strangely, he didn't fall down. However, his vitality was quickly fading away as Chenzong pulled out his sword. A sudden change occurred. Mu Tianfeng's body trembled slightly, as if a strange force had emerged from the deepest part of his body. That force instantly engulfed Mu Tianfeng's body, turning into a scarlet light that swallowed him whole. With a sweep, he flew out of the life and death ring and landed in the Martial Saint Palace's camp. The scarlet light disappeared, and Mu Tianfeng reappeared. The wound between his eyebrows disappeared, and his vitality reappeared. He came back to life. Everyone was shocked. They clearly saw Chenzong's sword pierce through Mu Tianfeng's head, killing him. Mu Tianfeng was already dead, but now he came back to life and appeared in front of everyone. Unbelievable. Chenzong frowned slightly, his eyes filled with astonishment. The Martial Saint Palace's Mu Tianfeng and Chenzong had a life and death battle. Mu Tianfeng used a special secret treasure to escape from the life and death ring. Chenzong wins this battle. A majestic voice rang out, as if it came from all directions, drilling into everyone's ears. This was the voice of the Ascending Heaven City's expert, the final announcement. Love Go Little Say Network. The rules were also the same. Mu Tianfeng should have died, but he survived because he had a substitute artifact or something like that, but he had also left the life and death arena on his own, and no outsider had interfered. Below the life and death arena, in the Martial Saint Palace's camp, Mu Tianfeng's face was pale. His heart was palpitating with fear. The feeling of death was too horrible, too horrifying. The moment Chenzong's sword pierced through his glabella, his consciousness seemed to shatter and sink into a bottomless abyss. Only darkness and silence accompanied him as he sank into eternal oblivion. Fortunately, the sacred Martial Palace had given him the death substitution artifact that they had kept for a long time, just in case. He didn't expect it to come in handy. After experiencing death, Mu Tianfeng's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. It was Chenzong who made him experience that kind of terrifying feeling. Just a little bit more and he would have died. Chenzong's eyes moved away from Mu Tianfeng. He had killed his opponent once, but he hadn't really killed him. Regardless, he had won. Sacred Martial Palace, this battle was initiated by you in order to resolve the grievances between you and me. I accept. Now that this battle is over, our grievances will also end. Chenzong said loudly, of course, if you don't agree, feel free to use whatever means you have. I will fight back with all my strength. Although I can't kill your transcendence, I don't think anyone below the transcendent realm can block my sword. Hearing Qinzong's words, the sacred martial palace's side was naturally shocked and angry, but at the same time, they were also very wary. Just as Qinzong said, besides the transcendence, there was no one in the sacred martial palace who could resist Qinzong, because even Mu Tianfeng was not his opponent. Since the transcendence couldn't do anything to Qinzong, Qinzong could easily target those below the transcendence of the sacred martial palace and slowly kill them. This situation would undoubtedly cause the sacred martial palace to panic at the slightest sound and greatly damage their reputation. At that time, if the 10,000 Heaven sect added fuel to the fire, the sacred martial palace's situation would become even worse. After weighing the pros and cons, it was naturally better to end their grievances with Qinzong. As far as I know, Sacred Martial Palace's Grand Elder Hongwu's knowledge sea has been damaged, so he won't be able to exert much of his strength, Qinzong suddenly said. Love Go Xiaosei W. Chu. The faces of those from the Sacred Martial Palace changed again, while those from the other great forces, especially those from the 10,000 Heaven sect, were startled and immediately rejoiced. Since Grand Elder Hongwu was injured, the Sacred Martial Palace naturally had to block the news and prevent it from leaking out. The Yang family and the others in Skyvale City had already been warned and didn't dare to spread the news, but now that Qinzong had leaked it, it was enough to put the Sacred Martial Palace in a very bad situation. Next, the 10,000 Heaven sect would definitely take this opportunity to probe the Sacred Martial Palace. If they confirmed the truth, the Sacred Martial Palace would be in deep trouble. After Qinzong left the life and death arena, he went to the Sacred Martial Palace's residence and took the substandard spirit sources with his wooden token. The capital and the winning percentage came to a total of 6,000 substandard spirit sources. The Sacred Martial Palace didn't dare to refuse, as the Ascending Heaven City Lord's mansion acted as the judge. If they refused, it would be a slap to the City Lord's mansion's face, and the consequences would be very serious. Moreover, even if he didn't fear the City Lord's mansion, Qinzong could still attack those below the transcendence of the Sacred Martial Palace, and the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, the Sacred Martial Palace could only obediently hand over the 6,000 substandard spirit sources to Qinzong, feeling extremely sullen. Under the sullen gazes of the Sacred Martial Palace and the envious gazes of the others, Qinzong pocketed the 6,000 substandard spirit sources, and his accumulation of wealth had obviously increased by a lot. Congratulations, Brother Chen, for defeating another powerful enemy. The familiar and gentle voice rang out again and entered Qinzong's ears. Brother Qing Chen, you must be joking. Qinzong smiled and immediately bowed to the gray-robed old man who followed Qing Chen. Qinzong greets Senior. When we first met back then, you were just a little martial artist in the qi refining realm. Now, it has only been a few years, and Brother Chen has already reached this level. You can be considered the top among the grandmasters. Qing Chen smiled. Young master, with little friend Qinzong's talent, even in the Blue Waves continent, he is at the top level. Moreover, I feel that little friend Qinzong still has potential to be unearthed. Perhaps he has a chance to take that step. The gray-robed old man said with a smile. Blue Waves continent. Qinzong keenly caught a word in the gray-robed old man's words. It was a word he had never heard before. Yes, Blue Waves continent. Qing Chen said with a smile, Brother Chen, please come with me. Let me dispel your doubts. After speaking, the three of them quickly arrived at a quiet garden. There were already good wine and delicious food on the table. The three of them sat around the table. Brother Chen, the world we are in is called Blue Waves World. Qing Chen slowly said. Qinzong felt that perhaps a new world would appear in front of him with Qing Chen's words. According to the statistics of senior experts, 70% of Blue Waves World is sea and 30% is land. Blue Waves continent is the central continent of Blue Waves World. Its territory is vast, no less than 20% of the entire Blue Waves World. In addition to Blue Waves continent, there are many islands scattered on 70% of the sea. They are as numerous as the stars in the sky. These islands are big and small. The land we are standing on now is one of the many islands. It is a relatively large island. After speaking, Qing Chen paused to give Qinzong time to digest. Qinzong was also extremely shocked. According to Qing Chen, this Longtu region, Dang Tian region, and another region, such a vast territory, was actually just an island. All of a sudden, Chenzong's worldview seemed to have been turned upside down. Even if it was relatively large, it was still one of the many islands. Brother Qingchen, may I ask how large is Blue Wave's continent? Chenzong thought for a moment and asked. I also don't know. Qingchen smiled and replied, I only know that it is very large. It is more than 100 times larger than the island we are standing on. Moreover, the world energy on Blue Wave's continent is richer and the resources are more abundant. Therefore, the difficulty of cultivation is much easier than here. Intuitively speaking, the difficulty of breaking through to the transcendent realm on Blue Wave's continent is even lower, almost 1/10. Qingchen's words once again shocked Chenzong. This meant that it was easier for cultivators on Blue Wave's continent to break through bottlenecks and reach the transcendent realm. The probability was at least 10 times higher than here. At the same time, it also meant many other things. To put it simply, Blue Wave's continent was like heaven for cultivators. For cultivators, Blue Wave's continent is undoubtedly the best place to go, but at the same time, it is also not the best place to go. Qingchen smiled and said, because Blue Wave's continent is vast, the cultivation environment is better, and the resources are abundant. However, because there are many cultivators and the forces are intricate, the competition is fierce, and even the slightest carelessness can lead to death. Chenzong nodded. Everything had advantages and disadvantages, and between the advantages and disadvantages depended on how people chose. Rich resources and many cultivators meant fierce competition. For cultivators with ordinary talent and potential and without much ambition, this was no different from hell. Because they couldn't compete, they were always in a state of suppression. In the end, if they didn't die, they would disappear into the crowd. Rather than this, it was better to stay on the island and cultivate peacefully. Perhaps one day, they could become a master on the island and command a region. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. However, for cultivators with extraordinary talent and potential and great ambition, Blue Wave's continent was the best place to go. However, cultivators on the island often waited until they broke through to the transcendent realm and gained more strength before leaving for Blue Wave's continent to gain life experience. During life experience, some people died, some left to return to the island, and a few chose to stay. They might become stronger or they might disappear into the crowd. Brother Chen, with your talent, potential, and ambition, you should go to Blue Wave's continent. Qingchen smiled and said, in a few days, I will set off to return to my family. I wonder if Brother Chen would like to accompany me to Blue Wave's continent? If I didn't know, I wouldn't be tempted, but now that I know there is such a place, if I don't go, wouldn't it be a waste? Chenzong smiled and said. Well said, Qingchen smiled. Since Chenzong had made the decision to go to Blue Wave's continent with Qingchen, the next step was to learn more about the so-called Blue Wave's continent from Qingchen. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. In an unfamiliar place, it was always necessary to learn more about it first, then plan better. Qingchen was also happy to make friends with Chenzong, so except for some secrets that he couldn't say, he explained everything in detail, as if he was presenting Blue Wave's continent one by one to Chenzong. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Unknowingly, 2 million words have passed. Unknowingly, a new volume, a new journey, let's go, billowing sea area, the most peripheral area. Love go little say W, Chu behind them was the land of billowing sea area, and in front of them was the endless blue sea. 3 figures stood on the abandoned pier, staring ahead. These 3 people were Qingchen, the gray-robed old man, and Chenzong. Billowing sea area was adjacent to Dingtian region, separated by Tianmu Mountain. On the other side, it was close to Blue Wave Sea. Blue Wave Sea was the largest sea area in Blue Wave's world, occupying 60% of the entire sea area. To go to Blue Wave's continent, one must cross Blue Wave Sea. Blue Wave's continent was undoubtedly a paradise for true martial artists. It was the holy land of martial arts that Chenzong yearned for. If there was anything on this island that he was worried about, it would be his father, his relatives, and the elder of Unhindered Sword Sect, Yuan Lingzi. Looking at the situation when he left at that time, his father and the others should be worry-free. At least, they could live for a few more decades. The most important thing was the elder, Yuan Lingzi, who was suffering from the erosion of Balefulline power. Although he could survive for 10 years with the help of the ninth prince, Chenzong was also anxious to find a solution. However, in Dangtian region, he didn't find a suitable solution, nor did he hear the name of Dan King. Presumably, Dan King wasn't here. Combined with what Xianxia said, perhaps Dan King had already gone to Blue Wave's continent. The plan now was to go to Blue Wave's continent. It was a wider world with richer resources. He believed that he could find a solution there. At that time, he could return to Longtu region. Elder Song, let's go. Xianxia said. Okay. Elder Song replied with a smile. With a flip of his hand, an incomparably exquisite model of a small boat appeared in his palm. Chenzong's pupils contracted. He could see that the small boat model was not taken out from a mustard seed bag. There was no mustard seed bag on Elder Song's waist, so it must be a void ring. This is the Black Shark spirit ship. Xianxia explained to Chenzong with a smile. He let go of his hand and raised it. The model of the small boat in his hand flew into the air and fell into the sea, growing larger with the wind. The black light expanded and then retracted. The small boat model had turned into a 10-meter-long ship. It looked like a black shark that had hollowed out its back. Brother Chen, please. Xianxia said with a smile. Then, he leaped up and landed lightly on the black shark. Elder Song didn't make any movements. His figure flashed and appeared on the black shark as well. Then, Chenzong lightly touched the broken planks of the abandoned dock and landed on the ship as if he was riding the wind. When the three of them landed, the black shark was still stable and did not sink at all. Under Elder Song's control, the black shark started up and slowly accelerated. After traveling over 1,000 meters, it was as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. Its speed was still increasing. From here, with the speed of Black Shark's ship, if there is no accident, it will take roughly 5 months to reach Blue Wave's continent. Xianxia said with a smile, but if we encounter some special circumstances, the time might not necessarily be the same. Chenzong nodded. The so-called special circumstances, such as a storm on the sea. If they encountered a storm on the sea, it would either take longer or shorter time, or they would encounter danger. However, a few months of time would give Chenzong an excellent opportunity to cultivate. The Black Shark ship was 10 meters long and had a small 2-story building for resting. However, for Chenzong and the other two, they didn't need to enter the small building under normal circumstances. They could just stay on the deck. Elder Song sat at the tail of the Black Shark ship and controlled it to travel at its fastest speed. This Black Shark ship was a low-grade spirit artifact, but its speed was several times faster than most 9th-layer Mortal Realm martial artists. Even with this speed, it would still take about 5 months to reach Blue Wave's continent. This was enough to show how far the distance from Billowing Sea region to Blue Wave's continent was. If they were traveling at the speed of a pseudo-transcendent, it would take at least 10 years to reach Blue Wave's continent. Without saying anything, Chenzong and Xianxia sat cross-legged on the deck and prepared to cultivate. As he absorbed the surrounding world energy, the flame-like blue lines on Xianxia's forehead seemed to glow, just like Chenzong's. Xianxia was now also a pseudo-transcendent, and the two had already sparred several times. Xianxia's combat strength was not inferior to Mu Tianfeng's in the slightest. Chenzong even felt that Xianxia was stronger than Mu Tianfeng. He didn't have much confidence in defeating Xianxia. Love Go Xiao Say W Chu. The Blue Wave Sea was incomparably vast. At first glance, one simply couldn't see the end of it. One could only see a boundless deep blue sea. At this moment, the Blue Wave Sea was calm and tranquil. The Black Shark was unimpeded as it streaked across the sea, leaving behind a faint white trail that extended for several hundred meters. The Black Shark ship's speed was unparalleled, and the scenery on its left and right flashed by rapidly. Even with Chenzong's amazing eyesight, he could only see 2 colorful streaks of light passing by. After looking at them for a long time, he even felt dizzy. Closing his eyes, everything in front of him disappeared, and the world seemed to fall silent. Breathing in and out became slow and long, and the beating of his heart also slowed. All distracting thoughts were eliminated, and his mind was clear. Then, Chenzong woke up. It was a very strange feeling, as if he was in control of everything around him. Opening his heaven peak and earth abyss acupoints, he drew a trace of world energy into his body, then sealed the two acupoints to prevent too much world energy from entering his body and damaging it. After that trace of violent world energy entered his body, it went on a rampage, but Chen Zong had long since become accustomed to it. He quickly subdued it, refined it, and absorbed it to strengthen his pseudo-spirit qi and improve his cultivation. Chen Zong's cultivation was different from ordinary pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators, because most pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators broke through to the peak of the 9th true martial realm, and their pseudo-spirit qi naturally followed the 9 true veins. However, Chen Zong had reached the 10th true martial realm, and his true veins were his own. The great perfection stage of the foundation of the martial way allowed Chen Zong's strength to be even more perfect. His true power was more than 10 times more vigorous than others. After breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, true qi transformed into pseudo-spirit qi, and its quality was improved. Its quantity was no longer limited, and could finally fill the whole body, which was 10 times more than other pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. The more vigorous the power, the more shocking the combat ability. Of course, it also meant that one had to accumulate true qi to the limit, which would take more time and energy. Not long after, Chen Zong familiarly refined the trace of world energy he had absorbed and then rested. With the improvement of his cultivation, his body was also constantly nourished by the pseudo-spirit qi. Although his strength did not increase, he was more adapted to the world energy. Therefore, every day, Chen Zong could now absorb the world energy into his body 4 times, twice as much as before. After a short rest, Chen Zong stood up on the deck, pulled out the Heavenly Sun sword, and faced the blue wave sea. Sword out, under Chen Zong's repeated comprehensions and improvements, Point Star Secret Sword had reached its peak. The next step was to integrate other minor true meanings into it. Chen Zong's idea was to integrate the true meaning of sword speed into it, increasing the speed of Point Star Secret Sword. As its speed soared, its power would also become more tyrannical. In addition to improving Point Star Secret Sword, Chen Zong also used the true meaning of sword speed as the foundation to create a low-grade pseudo-Lingwu move, which could better display the power of the true meaning of sword speed. Chen Zong named that move Aurora Sword Style. Aurora Sword Style meant that the sword was as swift as the aurora. However, the current Aurora Sword Style was still in its infancy and was not perfect. It could only increase the speed of the sword by 70%. According to Chen Zong's idea, the complete Aurora Sword Style should increase the speed of the sword by 2-fold. Chen Zong's original sword speed was already extremely fast. If it was doubled, it would undoubtedly be very astonishing. With a move of his arm, the Heavenly Sun sword pierced through the air. The incomparably sharp sword tip pierced through the air, and the sword body turned into a dazzling stream of light. Elder Song casually watched while steering the black shark. With his realm and eyesight, he could easily see the profoundness of Chen Zong's swordsmanship. It was precisely because of this that he was surprised. Chen Zong's talent, even if placed in the Blue Waves continent where geniuses came forth in large numbers, was at the top level. He really didn't know what kind of storm Chen Zong would bring after he stepped into the Blue Waves continent. Shortly after, Elder Song shook his head. Perhaps Chen Zong's talent was indeed very good, comparable to the current young master, and could also be ranked at the top level in the Blue Waves continent. However, there were even more astonishing monstrous geniuses above him. They were the protagonists of this side of the world, the existences that stirred up the winds and clouds. As for the young master, with the awakening of his bloodline, his talent would also continuously increase. In the future, his achievements would far surpass Chen Zong's, unless Chen Zong could obtain some heaven-defying opportunity. But in any case, Chen Zong's talent was very good. If he entered the Blue Waves continent, his achievements in the future would definitely be even higher. It could not be said that his name would shake the world, but it could also shake a region. Chen Zong didn't know the inner thoughts of Elder Song. He was concentrating on practicing his swordsmanship. Every time he made a move, he would use the sword speed true intent. After he made a move, he would withdraw his sword and think about how to make a better move to maximize the power of the sword speed true intent. No matter what kind of martial arts it was the application of one's own strength. The more advanced the martial arts, the more thorough the application of one's own strength. The true intent was a kind of strength that belonged to one's own body, but it was more elusive, invisible, and even more difficult to use. Without enough talent, it was difficult to comprehend the minor true intent. Even if one was lucky enough to comprehend it, it would be difficult to use it to the fullest. Xianxia also finished his practice. Seeing Qianzong practicing his swordsmanship, he didn't disturb him and continued to practice. Xianxia's practice was to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his pseudo-spiritual power and increase his cultivation. The most important thing was to cultivate the power of his bloodline. It could be said that the power of his bloodline was Xianxia's biggest reliance. With the awakening of his bloodline, his talent would also increase, and his cultivation would also break through. As long as my bloodline awakens for the fourth time, I will be able to become an extraordinary. Xianxia secretly said. The mystery of his bloodline was that if he could awaken it 9 times, he would be able to become an emperor. The so-called emperor was not the emperor of a dynasty, but the martial emperor. It was the peerless super-expert of the profound sky realm. However, in the current Qing family, there was no one who had awakened their bloodline 9 times. They were no longer as famous as they were in the past. Even so, I will do my best to awaken my bloodline 9 times and become an emperor. I will stand at the top of the continent. Xianxia secretly said. His eyes emitted an incomparably shocking light. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The blue wave sea was calm and tranquil. The blazing sun shone on the surface of the sea, covering it with a layer of radiance. The black shark temporarily stopped to rest for a moment. The sound of water splashing could be heard clearly. Along with the splashing of water, a figure rushed out of the sea and leaped several meters into the air. Its glossy scales flickered with multicolored radiance under the sunlight. At the same time, a beam of sword light pierced through the air. Then, a sharp sound resounded. After piercing through the fish that leaped out of the sea fell on the deck of the black shark. In order to preserve the taste of the meat, this sword only pierced through the fish's body. The sword chi contained in the sword was restrained, so it didn't cause a second damage to the fish's body. Therefore, that fish relied on its tenacious vitality to jump and struggle on the deck. Brother Chen's sword is even faster. Xianxia looked at that fish that was still jumping and said with a smile. Qianzong faintly smiled and attacked again. The sword light flashed and instantly split into countless sword lights. Because that fish was struggling and jumping, it was drawn into the sword light. Its scales were instantly scraped clean. Even the fish's stomach was cut open. The intestines and other things inside were also cleaned out. Then, the sword light rolled and sent it into the sea. This fish was more than 1 meter long and very plump. Qianzong's sword had scraped off the fish's scales and cut open its stomach, but he didn't damage the other parts of the fish's meat. He displayed astonishing control. After sprinkling special seasonings on the grilled fish, the fragrance of the meat overflowed, making people salivate. Soon, a fish weighing several dozen jin entered the stomach of the 3 people. After eating their fill, they took a short rest and discussed their cultivation experience. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the black shark had already been sailing on the blue wave sea for a month. During this month, Qianzong obtained excellent cultivation time. Because of this, his cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds. Every time Qianzong absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he discovered that compared to the spiritual energy of ascending heaven region, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be a bit purer. This was more helpful to the advancement of his cultivation. As his cultivation base increased, his body was nourished by more and more pure pseudo-spiritual energy, allowing him to adapt better. From absorbing spiritual energy 4 times a day, he could now absorb spiritual energy 6 times a day. Now, Qianzong had also passed the stage of rapid progress and entered the stage of steady and slow improvement. In terms of the cultivation of pseudo-spiritual power, he was at the early stage of the 9-star level. In terms of strength, if he only used pseudo-spiritual power to fight, he would be able to reach the mid-9-star level. He might even be able to fight against some late 9-star level cultivators. If he used the Sword of Nothingness, he would be able to defeat and kill opponents like Mu Tianfeng with a single strike. Unfortunately, Qianzong was unable to properly test the extent of his battle prowess in the Blue Wave Sea and in the midst of his journey. In the distance, the huge sound of water whistling could be heard. White waves rolled up to a height of tens of meters and rushed towards the black shark as if they were going to smash it. However, these waves that could kill real martial realm cultivators had no effect on the black shark and were directly pierced through. When the black shark passed through the huge waves, Qianzong's face was filled with shock. On the other hand, Qianxia and Old Song's expressions did not change much. It was likely that this was not the first time they had seen such a scene. A few thousand meters ahead, a huge figure slowly emerged from the bottom of the sea. The figure was pitch black, like a mountain. Countless waves were repelled by the appearance of the huge figure, surging in all directions. A whale, this was a huge whale. Judging from the outline of the whale that emerged from the sea, this whale was at least hundreds of meters long. "This is the cub of a king whale," Qianxia said. "A cub?" Qianzong was even more surprised. A cub was hundreds of meters long. What if it was an adult king whale? Once an adult king whale reaches adulthood, its body will be thousands of meters long and its battle prowess is amazing. It is not inferior to the ninth tier of the extreme human realm. However, a king whale is gentle. Generally, as long as you don't take the initiative to attack it, it will not casually attack others. Qianxia explained, but if you see a king whale eating, you should stay away from it. Otherwise, you will be sucked into its stomach and become its food. After saying that, the king whale cub suddenly opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force directly covered a radius of several thousand meters in front of it. A large amount of seawater flowed backwards, and the open mouth was like a black hole, swallowing everything. Countless fish and shrimps in the tens of thousands of tons of seawater all flowed in and became the king whale cub's food. A large amount of seawater gushed out from the hole in its head, rushing hundreds of meters high and then sprinkling down. It was like a huge water umbrella, very spectacular. The black shark was also in the range of the king whale cub's suction, but it was not affected at all. It braved the wind and waves and sailed away. Soon, the king whale cub was left behind. The king ambergris in the king whale's body is also a very valuable spice. It is made into a unique incense by mixing it with various other strange things. When you burn it during cultivation, it can have the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit. It can also imperceptibly strengthen the spiritual power. Qianxia smiled and said, "Therefore, there are always people who enter the blue wave sea to hunt king whales. But generally, they only hunt the adult king whales. Only the adult king whales have enough ambergris in their body." Qianzong heard this and nodded. Everything in the world had its own uniqueness. Humans had always claimed to be the leader of all creatures. They killed and robbed other creatures in the world in order to survive and to cultivate. Thinking of this, Qianzong could not help but sigh. It was not that he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Because warriors robbed the creatures in the world, but in fact, they were robbed as well. Everything was in a cycle after all. However, Qianzong's understanding of everything in the world was still at a superficial level. He did not think deeply about it. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. There was seawater all around. Qianzong's cultivation was still at the early 9-star level. After all, after passing the period of rapid progress, it was not so easy to increase one's cultivation. It required time and effort. However, Qianzong felt that perhaps in another month, his cultivation would be able to increase to the intermediate 9-star level. Mu Tianfeng's talent was also quite amazing, but in 3 years, his cultivation had only increased from the early 9-star level to the peak of the 9-star level. If it was someone with less talent, it would probably take twice, or even 3 times the time. However, in this 1 month, Qianzong did not waste his time. Not only did he see a few kinds of giant beasts in the sea, but he also comprehended a new minor true meaning. The true meaning of sword force, the true meaning of sword was a complete true meaning. It was divided into 5 minor true meanings. The true meaning of sword force, true meaning of sword speed, true meaning of sword edge, true meaning of sword sharpness, and true meaning of sword momentum. Now, Qianzong had already grasped all 4 minor true intents of the true intent of sword. After comprehending the final sword force, Qianzong would be able to combine the 5 minor true meanings into the true meaning of sword force and step into the transcendent realm. From then on, he would be able to stand above the vast majority of cultivators. Chen Zong being able to comprehend the minor true meaning of sword force so quickly was also thanks to what he had obtained from the fleeting sword wall, which had left a deep impression on him. As for the true meaning of water, he had only comprehended the true meaning of water. As for the other three, he had no clue, let alone the other minor true meanings. On the deck of the Black Shark, Chen Zong wielded the Heavenly Sun sword as he slashed out again and again. Every slash contained the true meaning of sword force. Although it looked like an ordinary slash, it contained extremely astonishing power. It was as if it could split apart everything in front of it, and nothing could stop it. So far, Chen Zong had improved his Point Star secret sword art to the extreme and perfected his Aurora sword style. He had also mastered 2 genuine low-rank pseudo-lingwu sword arts. Now, he needed to familiarize himself with the true meaning of sword force. After all, he had only just comprehended the true meaning of sword force and had not yet fully mastered it. The power of the sword is good at stabbing, so its sharpness can be displayed to the fullest. A stabbing sword's speed is unparalleled, so a stabbing sword's sharpness and speed must be combined. A sword's sharpness must be peerless, and when combined with strength, it can cut through all things in the world. Sword force, sword slash, slash after slash, Chen Zong continuously slashed out, each slash leaving a sword mark in the air that only dissipated after a few breaths. The whistling sound of the wind rang out as the power of each slash seemed to increase. Slash, slash, slash. Suddenly, Chen Zong paused for a moment, and after a pause of 10 breaths, he slashed out again. This slash was not fast because Chen Zong did not use much of his physical strength, nor did he activate his pseudo-spiritual power. As for the void sword force, he did not use it at all. He only used a little of his physical strength to wield the sword, and integrated all the true meaning of sword force. Relying on the true meaning of sword force, the slash split the air under the sword, leaving a deep sword mark. The terrifying sword pressure was like an invisible crescent moon that broke through the air, reaching more than 10 meters away. Has Chen Zong completely mastered the true meaning of sword force? Xianxia had just finished his cultivation. When he opened his eyes and saw this scene, he asked with a smile. Chen Zong nodded his head. The Black Shark ship was not big, so the two basically stayed in the front half of the ship to cultivate. Therefore, both of them knew a little about the progress of their cultivation. Of course, they did not know the true extent of their strength unless they fought with all their strength. I really don't know how strong Brother Chen will be when we step into the Blue Waves continent. Xianxia smiled again and said with a somewhat emotional tone, perhaps soon, Brother Chen will be able to obtain the title of Invincible Grandmaster. Invincible Grandmaster was a title for Grandmaster-level masters on the Blue Waves continent. The so-called Invincible Grandmaster referred to a powerful master who had surpassed the limit of 9 stars and was invincible under the Transcendent Realm. Only by defeating all other Grandmasters could one bear the title of Invincible Grandmaster. It was a supreme honor. If one was crowned with the title of Invincible Grandmaster, one's reputation would be even greater than that of a Transcendent Realm Master. Of course, if one was defeated, he would not be called invincible. Invincible Grandmaster? Chen Zong smiled slightly. Naturally, he wanted to challenge it. It was not only a kind of prestige, but also a kind of challenge in tempering oneself. However, it was not so easy to become an Invincible Grandmaster. But if it was easy, the title of Invincible would be too cheap, and there would be no challenge at all. In fact, in Xianxia's heart, it was not that he did not want to challenge the path of Invincible Grandmaster. In the Blue Waves continent, any outstanding genius master-level expert, which one of them didn't want to achieve the title of Unrivaled Master, merely among the same generation, often only one person could achieve this, stepping on countless genius masters to reach the position. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Top up, top up, top up. The blue waves were vast and boundless, unable to cover up their elegance. It was unknown how many years had passed. The Black Shark stopped once again. On the deck, in a small space, 2 figures crossed each other and exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant, vividly displaying the subtleties of their martial arts. That was fun. Xianxia stopped and smiled. Brother Chen's bloodline power is not far from the 4th awakening. Chen Zong sheathed his sword and smiled. After a few months together, the two of them had a deeper understanding of each other. Chenzong also had a better understanding of the so-called bloodline power. The bloodline power was divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Above them were king, emperor, and emperor. The difference between each grade was obvious. Qing Chen's bloodline was emperor bloodline. The difference between the upper, middle, and lower levels of bloodline did exist. It was very obvious, but it wasn't that big. Only at the king level would the difference become very obvious. At the emperor level, it was even more obvious. At the emperor level, it was even more shocking. Chenzong also asked Qing Chen what the bloodline grades were. This was not a secret, so Qing Chen explained to Chenzong. When a warrior cultivated to a certain level and understood some principles of the world, and obtained some special treasures by chance, he would be able to imprint some of his own knowledge into his bloodline, so that he could pass it down. However, with each passing generation, the bloodline power would become thinner and thinner. Occasionally, there would be one or two people with a high concentration of bloodline power, such as Qing Chen and his family. The days on the Black Shark were undoubtedly monotonous. They were just cultivating and comprehending. Occasionally, they would exchange blows in a small area on the deck. They did not use their full strength. It could be said that they were just fighting with moves and techniques. Since Elder Song jumped on the Black Shark, he had been controlling the ship. Except for a short rest, he did not move at all. It was as if he and the Black Shark had become one. Every time Chenzong and Qing Chen sparred, Elder Song always watched with a smile on his face and didn't say anything. "Brother Chen, watch this move of mine," Qing Chen suddenly said. His hand formed a claw and reached out, but it was not toward Chenzong. Instead, it was toward the outside of the Black Shark. There was an invisible barrier around the Black Shark that could block the power of a transcendent, but it had no effect on those below the transcendent realm. A claw that was shining with green light silently broke into the water, and in the blink of an eye, it grabbed a black eel that was 3 meters long. This was today's delicacy. It didn't take long for the eel to become food for the three of them. Elder Song once again piloted the Black Shark to continue sailing. "Brother Chen, we'll arrive at Blue Waves continent in about a month," Qing Chen said to Chenzong with a smile. "I wonder what arrangements you'll make at that time." Chenzong had some understanding of Blue Waves continent from Qing Chen, so along the way, in addition to cultivating and comprehending, he had also been thinking about where he should go after stepping into Blue Waves continent. Although there were many ideas, Chenzong knew that without truly entering Blue Waves continent, all his plans would seem unrealistic, because many times, plans could not keep up with changes. Of course, that didn't mean that plans were useless, but they had to be based on the actual situation. "If Brother Chen doesn't know what to do for the time being, it would be better to come with me to the Qing family first," Qing Chen said with a smile. This could be considered as soliciting Chenzong. There was no doubt about Chenzong's talent. Compared to the current Qing Chen, he was not the slightest bit inferior, and even slightly superior. Of course, if Qing Chen's bloodline awakened for the 4th time, he should be able to surpass Chenzong. But one had to know that Qing Chen's bloodline was a high-rank bloodline. Currently, in the entire Qing family, only Qing Chen's bloodline had reached high rank. According to Qing Chen's judgment, Chenzong's talent was at least not inferior to those who had awakened middle-rank bloodline in the Qing family, and might even be a little bit superior. With such talent, if Qing Chen was recruited and groomed, he would certainly become Qing Chen's left and right arms. But there was another point. Qing Chen had always regarded Chenzong as a friend, so even if he wanted to recruit him, he wouldn't force him. Rather, he would let Chenzong make his own choice. Chenzong was a smart person, and he would definitely understand the meaning of Qing Chen's words. Chenzong naturally understood, and when he was about to reply, suddenly, the complexion of Elder Song greatly changed. His eyes emitted a terrifying light, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. "Little friend young master, quickly enter the building," Elder Song said in a hurried tone, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Chenzong and Qing Chen were startled, but shortly after, they quickly entered the 2-story building of the Black Shark. There was a layer of protection around the Black Shark, and another layer of protection around the building, so it would be safer to enter. Just as Chenzong and Qing Chen entered the building of the Black Shark, an extremely sharp roar seemed to come from the distant horizon, piercing through the clouds and approaching as if it was tearing the 9 heavens apart. The sound was terrifying, and it shook the heavens and the earth. The sound came in waves, and it was as if it was pouring into one's brain through one's ears, or drilling into one's body through one's pores, and then directly into one's brain. Qianzong and Qingchen felt their scalps go numb for no reason, and they felt dizzy. They felt as if the terrifying roar reverberated in their minds, and they almost fainted from the shock. It was a feeling they had never felt before. Qianzong and Qingchen gathered their spirit and tried their best to resist this terrifying aura. Through the windows of the black shark's floor, Qianzong and Qingchen looked outside and saw a scene that made them extremely shocked. Huge waves rose to a height of 100 meters, and they emitted a layer of hazy silver halo. It was vast and mighty, and it carried an unstoppable terrifying force as it smashed towards the black shark. It was as if a mountain had crashed into the black shark. The invisible protective force around the black shark was fiercely attacked, and it issued a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. The protective force of the black shark was strong enough to withstand the attack of a 9th extreme mortal realm expert, but at this moment, it issued such a creaking sound. It was enough to show how terrifying the power of the huge waves was, and that it had reached the 9th extreme mortal realm. Most importantly, there wasn't only one huge wave. Instead, it came in waves, one after another, bombarding them in an endless stream. The terrifying momentum and the bombardment of the huge waves made Qianzong and Qingchen petrified. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It had already been 4 months since they set out to sea, and the journey had been calm, without encountering any natural disasters. Qianzong didn't care at all, and he thought that after another month, he would be able to safely arrive at the Blue Waves continent, and step onto a new path of cultivation. Who would have thought that the heavens wouldn't grant their wishes, and they actually encountered such a disaster? It was completely certain that if it wasn't for the protective force of the black shark, Qianzong and Qingchen would have been smashed into pieces by that terrifying huge wave in an instant. Vaguely, Qianzong's hearing, which was better than Qingchen's, seemed to have heard a rumbling sound. That wasn't the sound of huge waves crashing into the sky, but rather the sound of some kind of powerful collision. Under Elder Song's full control, the black shark withstood the bombardment of the huge waves, but they didn't dare to directly charge forward. The consequence of doing so was very likely that the protective force would be shattered, and the people on the black shark would be affected. With Elder Song's cultivation, he naturally could survive, but it was hard to say for Qianzong and Qingchen. The black shark rushed in from the side, trying to get rid of the bombardment of the huge waves. Qianzong and Qingchen were indescribably nervous. Their hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and sweat seeped out from their foreheads. At the same time, they felt powerless in their hearts. It was really too terrifying. Even if the two of them were top geniuses, even if the two of them had amazing strength among the grandmasters, they seemed so insignificant in the face of such a natural disaster, like ants. A sense of powerlessness spread throughout their bodies, but there was nothing they could do. This feeling was simply maddening. But now, they could only hope that Elder Song could drive the black shark out of the range of the huge waves. Otherwise, no one knew how many times the protective force of the black shark could withstand the impact of the huge waves. The cracking sound was very faint, but Qianzong and Qingchen heard it. They heard it under the interference of the huge waves. Immediately, their faces changed greatly, and their hearts beat wildly. The protective force of the black shark couldn't withstand it all the time. It was shattered by the terrifying waves, wave after wave. The astonishing waves rushed directly to the floor, and a part of them rushed toward Elder Song. Elder Song's body exuded a burst of light. It was his protective spirit Qi, which firmly protected him, not being affected by the huge waves. Elder Song wasn't a simple transcendent. He was an Earth Spirit Realm master. This kind of huge wave, which was enough to threaten an extreme human realm master, couldn't hurt Elder Song. Even so, the power of the huge waves was tyrannical, and wave after wave came endlessly. Elder Song had to take it seriously. However, the protective force outside the black shark wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They had to escape as soon as possible. Elder Song's face was solemn. He never imagined that they would encounter such a disaster when approaching the Blue Waves continent. Rumbling sounds kept coming, and a terrifying aura surged, creating huge waves of 100 meters high. Immediately, the surroundings suddenly became dim, as if night had fallen. A bright sword light streaked across the sky, splitting the huge waves and splitting the darkness. It was incomparably dazzling. The sword light was invincible, as if it could split the blue wave sea in half. It's not a natural disaster, it's a battle between masters. Elder Song roared in his heart. He was horrified. He never imagined that it would be such a man-made disaster. If it was a natural disaster, it wouldn't be too strong in the sea near the blue waves continent. This level of disaster was already rare. With his own ability, he could bring the black shark out of the range of the huge waves, but if it was a man-made disaster, then it might not be so. For example, Elder Song knew that he couldn't resist the sword light in front of him at all. He used all his strength to steer the black shark, dodging as much as possible, but the bright sword light was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night. The black shark only managed to avoid it slightly, but it brushed past it. The protective force of the floor directly collapsed, and the astonishing shock wave directly tore the floor to pieces. It also cracked half of the black shark and split the sea, leaving behind a sword mark that was tens of thousands of meters long. Fortunately, Elder Song acted in time and shattered the rest of the shock wave. Otherwise, it was unknown whether Qianzong and Xianxia could survive. Wrapping Qianzong and Xianxia, Elder Song plunged into the sea. Tyrannical spirit qi gushed out, bringing the two of them out at an extremely fast speed. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The saber light was shocking, a halberd shadow swept across the sky, an astonishing momentum surged through the 9 heavens. The terrifying aftermath of the collision set off gales and huge waves in the blue wave sea below. The impact spread in all directions, covering a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. It was vast and mighty as if the end of the world had arrived, destroying everything. The massive wave contained the residual power of the saber light and halberd shadow, and it became even more terrifying. It was enough to severely injure or even kill an extreme mortal. All of the fish and shrimp within 100,000 square meters were wiped out, turning into countless corpses that were then torn apart by the terrifying power. In the distance, some people raised their heads and stared at the two figures in the sky. Because it was too far away, it was difficult to see clearly. They could only vaguely see two blurry rays of light constantly colliding. Every time they collided, a terrifying tsunami would be set off. Soon after, a beam of light lit up. It was overbearing and cold, and the sky darkened as if night had fallen. Then, the extremely powerful blade light slashed out, as if it was splitting the darkness and tearing the sky apart. It slashed towards another figure with unparalleled terror. The saber light shattered, turning into countless smaller saber lights that slashed toward the surface of the sea. They pushed forward in all directions, extending for tens of thousands of meters. The other figure also seemed to have been heavily injured. He fell into the sea like a meteor and disappeared. After everything calmed down, the figure in the sky also disappeared. Rolling, 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 rolling continuously. Endless power squeezed in from all directions, as if it wanted to crush his body. Every collision would break his bones. Indescribable pain and all kinds of strange feelings spread throughout his body. In the endless tumbling, Qianzong's consciousness gradually fell into darkness, and he eventually fell into oblivion. On the surface of the sea that had returned to its calm state, the deep blue water sparkled under the sunlight. It looked refreshing and beautiful. It was hard to imagine that not too long ago, a man-made tsunami had wreaked havoc. With the power to destroy everything, it had annihilated most of the creatures within 100,000 meters. On a broken wooden board that was nearly 2 meters long, there were 2 people standing, one in front and one behind. Elder Song, Brother Chen should still be alive. Love Go Little Say could the person standing in front of the broken plank was Qing Chen. Other than his face being a little pale, there was nothing strange about him. However, when he spoke, there was unwillingness and worry in his voice. Heaven helps the worthy. Elder Song seemed to be in a better state. After all, he was an Earth Spirit Realm practitioner and could still withstand the natural and man-made calamities that could destroy the extreme mortal realm. At that time, the black shark was damaged by the saber light. Elder Song grabbed Qing Chen and Qianzong and brought them to the bottom of the sea, intending to escape the range of the tsunami. However, God's plan was not as good as man's plan. Huge waves were surging on the surface of the sea, and terrifying saber light was raging. Elder Song could still protect Chenzong and Xianxia from the huge waves with all his strength. However, he was not confident that he could withstand the saber light. The undercurrent at the bottom of the sea was also very shocking. In short, Elder Song's priority was to protect Xianxia in such a dangerous situation. Even if he died, Xianxia could not die. Elder Song's protection of Chenzong was a little weaker. A blade light broke through the water and came to kill. Elder Song had no choice but to give up on Chenzong and protect Xianxia with all his strength. Naturally, Chenzong was swept away by the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. With the terrifying undercurrent, Chenzong's body would most likely be torn to shreds. There was only a small possibility that he would survive. Moreover, he might encounter the saber light that broke through the water and so on. He might also encounter sea beasts and so on. Therefore, the possibility of Chenzong surviving was very, very, very low. Xianxia understood, and so did Elder Song. Xianxia felt somewhat guilty because he was the one who invited Chenzong to Blue Wave's continent. If he did not come, Chenzong would be safe and sound now. Although the cultivation environment of Blue Wave's continent was better and one could become stronger, if one died, there would be nothing left. It did not matter where one was. Young master, Chenzong is not an ordinary person. He has great ambitions and pursuits. Otherwise, he would not have crossed the sea to Blue Wave's continent together. Elder Song sighed softly and said, "Moreover, I see that Chenzong is quite lucky. He is not someone who will die young. We will definitely meet again in the future." Although Elder Song said so, in fact, he was not sure whether Chenzong could survive or not. The possibility was too low. However, he could only say so to comfort Xianxia. "Love go little say W," Xianxia nodded and did not answer. He stared ahead and was somewhat at a loss. He opened his eyelids with difficulty. It felt as if they weighed 10,000 pounds and were glued together by a strong glue. It took a Herculean effort to open his eyelids. The strong light illuminated his eyes, making him unable to see anything. Moreover, there was a kind of sour and tingling feeling, as if an invisible needle had pierced his eyeballs. He had no choice but to close them again. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes again. He accepted the outside light little by little and slowly adapted to it. Chenzong finally woke up. His whole body was weak, and his mind was a little confused. Before he lost consciousness, he saw an extremely terrifying saber light slashing at him in the water. Although he avoided it, he was swept away by an undercurrent and away from Xianxia and Elder Song. Then, his consciousness fell into darkness. "Fortunately, I'm still alive." Chenzong couldn't help but speak out, and then he was shocked by his own voice. It was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't drunk water for a long time and had been exposed to the sun for a long time. With just a slight movement, waves of tearing pain came from his entire body, causing Chenzong's brows to unconsciously knit together tightly as he gasped. His injuries were very serious. Even the 1,000-year tree heart and his extraordinary self-healing ability could not heal him while he was unconscious. But how long had he been unconscious? Lying quietly and motionlessly, he felt the power of the Millennium Tree heart turn into a clear stream, slowly nourishing his whole body, alleviating his pain and healing his injuries. In the past, when he was injured, Chenzong could often recover in a short time with his self-healing ability and the vigorous vitality of the Millennium Tree heart. But this time, the injury was really serious. It could be said that all his bones and tendons were broken, and even his internal organs were broken. His whole body seemed to have turned into a pile of rotten meat. If it were not for Chenzong's strong spiritual will, strong vitality, and the Millennium Tree heart in his body, he would have died long ago. It was this kind of terrible injury that Chenzong could not recover in a short time. When he opened his eyes, he could see the blue sky. It was so pure and flawless, like a huge flawless sapphire. It was so deep and lofty that Chenzong felt relaxed and happy. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, shining light and heat on the earth and on Chenzong's body. The sun set and the moon rose. When the moon set, Chenzong's body finally recovered a lot under the combination of the Millennium Tree heart and his strong self-healing ability. He was no longer a pile of rotten meat, but a human again. Another day passed, and Chenzong's injuries healed a lot. He finally regained the ability to move. The vitality of the Millennium Tree heart has weakened. Chenzong could not help but frown. This feeling was very obvious. On second thought, Chenzong felt relieved. The 1,000-year tree core was something he had obtained through a fortuitous encounter. It did indeed contain an astonishing amount of vitality, but the problem was that the vitality within the 1,000-year tree core was not endless. Every time he healed Chenzong's injuries, it would constantly deplete his vitality. Without any replenishment, it would naturally run out over time. The injury this time was too serious. Chenzong had to rely on the majestic vitality of the Millennium Tree heart to save his life. He also relied on the vitality of the Millennium Tree heart to recover from his near-death injuries. Now that he was only slightly injured, it could be said that he had done a great service to Chenzong. Chenzong estimated that at this rate, when his injuries were healed, the vitality of the Millennium Tree heart would be exhausted and completely disappear. He could not help but sigh. With the help of the Millennium Tree heart, he had survived many crises. Thinking about it, after leaving the ascending heaven domain, the sky-reaching tower's power could not protect him. Now, the Millennium Tree heart would exhaust its power and leave him. In the future, I can only rely on my own strength, Chenzong said to himself. He quickly glanced around and was surprised to find that he was on a small island. It was really a small island because he could see the sea at a glance. Chenzong started to walk around the island. It didn't take long for him to walk around the island. The island was irregular in shape, with a diameter of about 3,000 meters. There were dozens of green trees in the center of the island, and there were many rocks scattered around. The biggest ones were 7 or 8 meters tall. Other than the trees and Chenzong, there were no other living things on this island. But this was also normal. After all, the island was too small, and the trees had already grown here. Chenzong was an outsider. He was swept up by the undercurrent and finally washed up on this island along with the waves. Standing on the highest tree on the island, Chenzong looked into the distance. Relying on his extraordinary eyesight, he could only see the endless deep blue sea. No matter which direction he looked in, it was the same. I don't know where I am, Chenzong said to himself. Soon after, he looked at the sun in the sky and its trajectory. From this, he judged the east-west direction and then the north-south direction. When he set out from the billowing sea area, he went directly to the west. That was the direction of the sunset, which was also the direction of the Blue Waves continent. In other words, if Chenzong wanted to continue to the Blue Waves continent, he only needed to go directly in the direction of the sunset. Now, the problem was, how far was the island from the Blue Waves continent? If it was not very far, then he could cut down trees and make a raft. If it was too far, then he might be able to break through. But if it was too far, and he did not have a suitable ship, then relying on the raft alone would be very dangerous. In case he encountered another natural disaster like before, he would most likely die. I should heal my injuries first, then wait for a period of time to see whether other ships pass by nearby. After talking to himself, Chenzong took out healing pills from the void ring and took them to speed up the healing of his injuries. As for the mustard seed bag on his waist, it had already been swept away by the undercurrent. Fortunately, the Sky Sun sword and Earthing sword were still there. With the help of the pills, Chenzong's injuries healed faster. Subsequently, his strength also recovered. His stomach issued a rumbling sound. He was hungry. Inside the void ring, Chenzong did not prepare any food. It was all in the mustard seed bag, but the mustard seed bag was gone. Chenzong could only appear at the seaside and prepare to catch a fat fish for himself as a delicious meal. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. It's the end of the month, I guarantee you to vote quickly. You can't stop subscribing. The sun was shining brightly and the sky was high. The azure blue ocean was deep and boundless as far as the eye could see. When the wind was calm and the waves were calm, it possessed an indescribable tranquility and magnificence. Even though it possessed a peculiar charm that shook one's soul when a violent storm arrived, Chenzong didn't want to experience it a second time. On a wooden raft about 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, Chenzong stood quietly, using his own strength to push the raft forward. This feeling was quite wonderful. Controlling his own strength and extending it to a foreign object like the raft was different from extending it to the two swords. It required more vigorous strength and more precise control. Chen Zong found that this exercise had a good effect on his control of his own strength, but it also accelerated the consumption of his strength. Fortunately, Chen Zong's pseudo-spirit qi was extremely vigorous, and the nihility sword force he condensed was several times more vigorous, far surpassing that of a grandmaster in the same realm. Although he was able to support such a consumption, he still couldn't maintain it for as long as a transcendent realm master. The front end of the raft was thin and sharp, and in order to better cut through the water, it reduced the resistance and thus increased its speed. As the raft sailed at high speed, the blue water was split open, and it braved the wind and waves as it moved forward, causing countless waves to roll back. Chen Zong rested and reorganized on that small island for 7 or 8 days. He also waited for 7 or 8 days, but unfortunately, he didn't see any ship within his line of sight. He basically didn't have much time to wait, so Chen Zong chose to cut down the big trees on the island and made them into a raft to sail towards Blue Wave's continent. Now, he had been sailing for several days, but he still hadn't seen the outline of the Blue Wave's continent. Chen Zong also didn't know how far he was from the Blue Wave's continent, so he could only continue sailing. Fortunately, his cultivation was still decent. Even if he didn't eat or drink for a period of time, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if he wanted to eat, he could directly catch fish from the sea. There was no need to worry about food at all. Now that my cultivation has reached the mid-9 star, I'm afraid I still need a few more months of cultivation to reach the late 9 star, Chen Zong said to himself as he drove the raft forward at high speed. Now that he was driving the wooden raft, he was unable to divert his attention to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate. He had no choice but to rush to Blue Wave's continent first and then make arrangements. A loud whistling sound came from afar. Chen Zong turned around and saw a figure rushing towards him. It was a large ship, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Its sailing speed was much faster than the wooden raft he was riding. Chen Zong hurriedly steered the wooden raft to dodge to avoid being hit directly. Then, he tried to find a way to board the ship. Young Mr. Su, there's someone ahead. On the deck of the big ship, a big man with a red headscarf trotted to the back of a young man and woman who were talking cheerfully and wittily. He bowed and reported. Someone? Mingxi, let's go and see who is the unlucky guy. The young man who was called Young Master immediately said to the beautiful woman beside him. Su Mingxi nodded her head and with a hint of interest, she walked to the front of the deck and saw Chen Zong on the wooden raft several kilometers away. It seems he should be a person from a backward small island. He can only use this kind of rotten method to cross the sea. Su Mingxi opened her mouth and said with a smile. She seemed to be teasing him, but there was dense ridicule in her voice. Truly pitiful. The young master seemed to have a trace of pity on his face. Soon after, he revealed a pondering smile and said, Mingxi, what do you think we should do? It would be better to directly crash into it. Su Mingxi's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness and she said in a mischievous tone. Good idea. The young master made a prompt decision and ordered, crash into it at full speed. Yes. The crew carried out the order pointlessly. The big ship was like a roaring giant beast. With astonishing power, it fiercely charged forward. The wind and waves swept over. Chen Zong wholeheartedly steered the wooden raft and tried to dodge as much as possible. It was very dangerous. The terrible waves kept crashing into the wooden raft. Even if Chen Zong tried his best, he could not completely avoid them. Rumble, 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 an astonishing momentum roared over and over again. Although it was not directly hit, the waves brought about by the high-speed passage of the large ship were astonishing. Under the continuous impact, the wooden raft, which was simply made of very ordinary wood, directly broke apart and scattered. Chen Zong could only step on one of the broken pieces of wood and float up and down in the surging turbid waves. The ship roared like a giant beast as it charged past him. Layers upon layers of waves threatened to smash Chen Zong to pieces, but they were completely blocked by the protective power surrounding him. Compared to the previous waves, which seemed capable of destroying the world and even shattering the protective power of the black shark, this one was countless times weaker. It could not affect Chen Zong in the slightest. Chen Zong looked up and saw the figures of a man and a woman. They were looking down at him. "You're lucky that you didn't die from the crash." The young master seemed to be a little regretful. Soon after, he smiled ferociously and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He raised one hand and a trace of fiery red light appeared in the palm of his hand. It spread out like a raging fire and slammed down fiercely. With a boom, like a volcanic eruption, a huge red flame spurted out and fiercely blasted toward Chen Zong with terrifying power. This kind of power had reached the level of an early 9-star warrior. The speed of the ship was extremely fast. The moment the fiery light shot out, it had already brought the young man and woman far away. Chen Zong waved his sword finger and destroyed the fiery light. He saw that the young man and woman were slightly surprised. "You're lucky. The next time we meet, it will be the time of your death." From afar, a voice seemed to come along with the wind and reached Chen Zong's ears. Chen Zong stepped on the broken log and rose and fell along with the violent waves. His expression was as cold as the cold iron of the deep sea and his eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. Did he know the young man and woman? Obviously not. But the other party did not hesitate to use the big ship to crash into him and then attack him. It was not because of grudges or benefits, it was purely disregard for human life. No matter what, the grudge was settled. The big ship was extremely fast and had already gone far away. Chen Zong also felt the aura of an ultimate mortal stage fighter on the big ship. "The next time we meet, it will be the time for you to pay back," Chen Zong said inwardly and turned his attention to the current situation. The wooden raft was already broken and only the one under his feet was relatively long, nearly 1 meter. Unable to fly, Chen Zong had no other choice but to use this broken log as a raft and continue forward. He only hoped that he was not too far away and that he would not encounter any other situation. Otherwise, even if Chen Zong could use his movement skill, he would not be able to move far on this sea. Since leaving the billowing sea area, Chen Zong had a kind of feeling. As he continued to move towards the Blue Waves continent, the heaven and earth spiritual chi seemed to become more and more pure and rich. Moreover, a kind of invisible binding force also became more and more obvious. The consequence of the increasing binding force was that the distance he could use his movement skill was shorter and his energy consumption was higher. From this, he could determine that he was constantly approaching the Blue Waves continent, but he was unable to determine the distance. On the deck of the big ship. "Brother Xiaoqi, just now that person seemed to be not weak," Su Mingxi said with a little worry. "Don't worry, Mingxi, just now I did not use my full strength. Moreover, even if his strength is not weak, it is useless. How can that kind of aboriginal from an unknown barren island be compared with us who have a bright future?" Young Master Zhou Shaoqi smiled and said, "You should know that we are about to become a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect." "Disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect?" Su Mingxi exclaimed and her beautiful eyes revealed a strong yearning. Taiyuan Heaven sect, that was one of the 8 heaven sects of the Blue Waves continent. It was one of the most powerful forces of the Blue Waves continent. It meant that there were countless experts with a deep foundation and rich inheritance. Becoming a disciple also meant that the future was bright and promising. Yes, at that time, not only can we become a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, but also have the hope to surpass ordinary disciples and directly become an elite disciple. Even becoming a core disciple is not impossible. Zhou Shaoqi said with a smile and was in high spirits. Core disciple. Su Mingxi's eyes widened and almost glistened. She stared at Zhou Shaoqi with a worshipful expression and half of her body leaned towards him. "Brother Shaoqi, you are really good." Zhou Shaoqi's heart was burning. He reached out and hugged Su Mingxi's soft waist and slightly used his strength to make her come closer to him. "Of course, after arriving at the Taiyuan Heaven sect, I will directly contact a friend of my father. In the past, my father had saved him once." Zhou Shaoqi seemed to be somewhat proud of himself and said, "He owes my father a life-saving grace. I will also send some gifts prepared by my father. At that time, we will have a great chance to directly become a core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. My father's friend is a secret disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect's Mingguang Mountain." Zhou Shaoqi couldn't help but proudly say with a beauty in his arms. The blue wave sea under the night was somewhat terrifying. It gave people the feeling that a terrifying sea beast would jump out from the bottom of the sea at any time and kill them. Chenzong didn't rest. He still drove that piece of broken wood forward at an extremely fast speed. During this period, Chenzong naturally encountered some disasters. Fortunately, they were not strong. Relying on his own strength, although he was somewhat embarrassed, he still passed through them. At every moment, Chenzong raised his vigilance and didn't dare to relax in the slightest. This kind of drifting sea lacked enough protection from external forces. There were too many variables. If he was careless, he might be killed. Now, the power of the Millennium Tree heart in his body was also exhausted. If he was injured, he could only rely on his extraordinary self-healing ability and the effect of medicinal pills to recover. Compared with before, it was obviously much slower. Therefore, it was best to not be injured. After the sun rose, Chenzong rested and continued to move forward. Gradually, Chenzong saw a trace of an outline in front of him. He slightly narrowed his eyes and carefully identified it. A trace of a smile hung on the corner of Chenzong's mouth. That was undoubtedly the outline of a continent. Combined with various other factors, Chenzong was already 70% sure that it was the outline of the Blue Waves continent. Finally, we're about to arrive. Chenzong couldn't help but sigh. After sailing continuously on the sea for a long time and enduring the danger of being destroyed at any time, they finally arrived. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Blue Waves continent was divided into 24 continents. According to Qing Chen, the size of the 24 continents varied, but even the smallest continent was twice as vast as Chaotian Island. Love go little say W, Chuchaotian Island was the place where Chenzong had left. It was an island formed by Longtu region, Dangtian region, and Biloxi region. Such an island was very vast, but it couldn't be compared with the smallest continent of Blue Waves continent. Chenzong was naturally very shocked after hearing this. A vast territory meant that there would be more resources and more living creatures, unless it was a barren land. The Blue Waves continent was the center of the world, not a barren land. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was several times richer and purer than that of Chaotian Island. This meant that the cultivation environment on the Blue Waves continent was several times better, and the resources for cultivation were many times richer. At the same time, it also meant that the number of warriors on the Blue Waves continent was much higher, and the number of talented warriors on the Blue Waves continent was much higher. There were advantages and disadvantages. For Chenzong, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages because he was pursuing the peak of martial arts and sword arts. Only in a place with more resources and more fierce competition could he better stimulate his potential and make himself more powerful. Chenzong didn't go ashore from the dock. Instead, he went ashore in a dense forest by the sea. After a little tidying up, Chenzong passed through the forest and arrived on a wide road. Then he chose a direction and used his body movement to move forward. The spiritual energy here was at least 3 times richer than that of Chaotian Island, and the invisible binding force was at least twice as strong as that of Chaotian Island. In other words, if he used his body movement to move 1 kilometer on Chaotian Island, he could move at most 500 meters here. Moreover, the consumption of energy would also be a little higher. According to Brother Qing Chen, the continent I'm on now should be Linhai continent. Chenzong thought while hurrying on. Among the 24 continents of the Blue Waves continent, Linhai continent wasn't the smallest. However, it was the second smallest. Unlike before, when he entered Dangtian domain in a hurry and knew nothing about it, he could only slowly learn about it. On the Black Shark ship, Chenzong learned more about Blue Waves continent through Qing Chen. For example, Blue Waves continent had 24 continents, 2 holy lands, 8 great heavenly sects, and 5 emperor clans. These 15 forces were the peak forces of Blue Waves continent. According to their rank, they were the peak forces of high-grade sect. Below these 15 forces, there were naturally many high-grade sects and forces that existed. After all, as long as there was a Sky Profound Realm expert in a force, it could be regarded as a high-grade force. In a place like Chaotian Island, the number of Sky Profound Realm experts was very limited. In a region, there were at most 2 or 3 Sky Profound Realm experts, but in the Blue Waves continent, the number of Sky Profound Realm experts was 100-fold. The 15 top powers each occupied a continent, and the continents were named according to their respective top powers. Among the 15 top powers, there was no one named Linhai. In other words, Linhai continent wasn't directly controlled by the 15 top powers. There are 2 continents adjacent to Linhai continent. One of them also doesn't have a top power, and the other one is Taiyuan continent. It is a continent governed by Taiyuan heavenly sect. Brother Xianxia came from Qin clan, one of the 5 emperor clans. He should have planned to recruit me and let me become a member of Qin clan. With regards to joining Qin clan, Qianzong didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Becoming a member of a big force meant that he could obtain more cultivation resources, better inheritances, and so on. This was undoubtedly better than being a loose cultivator. However, clan and sect were different in the end. Relatively speaking, Qianzong was more inclined to the latter. Joining a big force meant that he would obtain all kinds of benefits, but it also meant that he would have to bear the honor of that big force and so on. In the final analysis, it was harvest and investment. But then again, even if he became a loose cultivator, he wouldn't be bound by the rules of the sect and didn't need to consider the honor and prestige of the sect. However, there were also drawbacks. That was, he had to put in more effort to find suitable cultivation resources, inheritances, and so on. The choice between the pros and cons was entirely up to the individual. But for the vast majority of people, being able to become a member of a big force was the best choice. No one would refuse. Becoming a loose cultivator was completely out of necessity. In this world, the truly powerful people were those big forces and the experts of those big forces. This was good, for example, making money. It was often easier for rich people to make money because they had the capital to invest in various kinds of investments and then obtain profits. People without money had to carefully plan their living expenses. They basically didn't have the qualifications to make money with money. If one could become rich, who would be willing to be poor? Becoming rich overnight and reaching the sky in a single bound, from ancient times until now, there were only very few examples. In the ascending heaven region, Qianzong had caused all kinds of trouble at the beginning, so it was naturally impossible for him to join a big force. But it was different when he came to the Blue Waves continent. Everything here was like a new beginning. No matter how he considered it, it was necessary to become a member of a top force. The closest one was the Taiyuan continent, which was also one of the 8 heavenly sects, the Taiyuan heavenly sect, Qianzong's first choice. 1.5 days later, Qianzong saw a huge city. Its scale was not inferior to that of Ascending Heaven City. It also had a sense of vicissitudes that Ascending Heaven City didn't have. Obviously, it was older than Ascending Heaven City. Stepping into the city, it was bustling with people coming and going. Qianzong also found that there were a lot of martial artists, and compared to Chaotian Island, they were generally younger and more advanced. There were many true martial realm martial artists, and quite a lot of pseudo-transcendent realm martial artists. As for Qi and Blood realm martial artists, they were almost nowhere to be seen, and training realm martial artists were only a small part of them. They were all engaged in relatively low-paying jobs. For example, waiters in restaurants or waiters in blacksmiths and so on. This surprised Qianzong. In the Eastern continent, Qi and training realm martial artists could be regarded as masters, enough to travel the world. In the Cloud Dragon dynasty, Qi and training realm martial artists were also considered good. In the Lone territory and other places, Qi and training realm martial artists were not considered as mainstays, but they were still considered good in some small sects and forces. Here, however, there were only waiters, and many of them were peddlers. This showed that the level of martial arts on the Blue Waves continent was higher, and there were more martial artists, and the difficulty of cultivation was lower. Qianzong even saw true martial realm martial artists under the age of 20. Not only one, but many. It seemed that these martial artists, who could be called top geniuses on Chaotian Island, were just ordinary here. Qianzong first found a restaurant and ordered a table of delicious food and wine. While eating, he paid attention to the topics of conversation around him, choosing what was useful to him. The Taiyuan Heavenly Sect's disciple recruitment period has passed. This news made Qianzong frown. Obviously, it wasn't good news. The most direct way to enter a big sect was naturally to become a disciple of the Taiyuan heavenly sect by relying on one's talent and ability during the mountain gate opening ceremony. It wasn't difficult. However, after the mountain gate opening ceremony, it meant that the number of disciples recruited was enough. If one wanted to enter a sect, they could only wait for the next mountain gate opening ceremony. However, it was said that the mountain gate opening ceremony would have a gap of 3 years. 3 years was too long, and Chenzong couldn't wait. Perhaps he could only go to other continents and other top forces, but he might not be able to join them. What a pity, if only it hadn't ended. Someone sighed. Even if it hadn't ended, you still wouldn't have a chance. Someone else joked. The Taiyuan heavenly sect was one of the top forces, so it was naturally very strict when it came to recruiting disciples. Not just anyone could join, otherwise, it would become a mess and seriously reduce the level of the entire sect. The reason why big forces could stay strong for a long time was that they had enough resources and experts to keep watch. They were extremely attractive and would attract geniuses to join them. With more geniuses joining, their resources would naturally become more stable, and the number of experts would slowly increase. Only then would they be able to stay strong for a long time. To put it bluntly, big forces were extremely attractive to geniuses, and geniuses were also attractive to big forces. The two complemented each other. As far as I know, there are actually other ways to enter the Taiyuan heavenly sect. Someone suddenly said mysteriously. His voice was very low, but Chenzong's 5 senses were extremely sharp, so he still heard it. What ways? Tell me quickly. Vientiane Tower. As long as you can afford it, you can even enter the 2 holy lands. Really? Of course it's true. The person who spoke snorted twice. You know me. I've never lied. Then, he paused and spoke again. Don't tell me you're planning to take this path. Let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible. If you want to take the path of Vientiane Tower, it's impossible without paying a huge price. Maybe those with noble backgrounds can do it, but at our level, we can only dream about it. That's true. Forget it. If I can't enter a big force, then I won't. I'm pretty good now. Only he himself knew whether he was good or not. If he could enter a big force, who wouldn't want to? Vientiane Tower. Chenzong's eyes flashed. He thought that one path was cut off, but he didn't expect another one to appear. After quickly finishing his meal and paying the bill, Chenzong left the restaurant. After asking around, he found out where Vientiane Tower was located. Vientiane Tower was very famous because it was an organization that specialized in selling all kinds of information. As for Vientiane Tower's method of letting people enter a big force and become a member, it was a secret that not many people knew about. Of course, Chenzong didn't know whether it was true or not. It could be a rumor, but he still had to try. What if it was true? As soon as he stepped into Vientiane Tower, a beautiful maid came over and bowed slightly. I heard that Vientiane Tower has a way to let people become a disciple of one of the 8 heavenly sects. Chenzong didn't beat around the bush. There was no need for that, and it didn't suit his personality. The beautiful maid was shocked when she heard this. This was beyond her ability to handle. She quickly bowed to Chenzong and left to invite the manager. Please follow me. The manager was a middle-aged beautiful woman with sharp eyes. It was as if she could see through Chenzong. Then, she spoke to Chenzong indifferently. It's the last day of October, 6 Paths is looking for more subscriptions, the blue sky and white clouds seemed to be within reach. It was a very big ship. It looked like it was made of wood, but it wasn't. It was a low-grade spiritual artifact ship. It was brown in color, and other than its size, it didn't have any obvious features. It looked very ordinary. But in fact, it wasn't an ordinary ship, but an intercontinental flying ship. It was a carrier ship used to travel between Linhai continent and Taiyuan continent. It had a fixed route and specialized in transporting valuable goods and people. The air was like water. The Gale intercontinental airship sped past at an extremely fast speed, splitting the air in front of it and creating countless air waves that crashed into the left and right side of it like waves, producing loud whistling noises that rang out endlessly. Behind the flying ship, there was a white trail that stretched for tens of thousands of meters, slowly dissipating. On the deck of the Gale intercontinental flying ship, Xianxia leaned against the side of the ship and looked into the distance. His left hand was unconsciously playing with a dark green jade plate. The jade plate was oval in shape, warm and cool to the touch. It was very comfortable to the touch. It was carved out of top-grade jade. This jade plate was obtained from the Vientiane Tower. He had paid a considerable price to get it. Xianxia's purpose in coming to the Blue Waves continent was naturally to improve the martial arts atmosphere here. It was necessary for him to join a big force. However, he had already missed the apprenticeship ceremony of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Because of the disaster at sea, it was delayed for a period of time. Fortunately, he still had the Vientiane Tower. But the Vientiane Tower wasn't that simple. He had to pay a high price. 3,000 substandard spiritual sources, that's right. Xianxia paid 3,000 substandard spiritual sources. In theory, it was equivalent to 300 low-grade spiritual sources. In the end, he got a place to be a preparatory disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect's Mingguang Mountain. Preparatory disciples were the lowest among all the disciples. They could only be regarded as half a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. They were usually those with mediocre talent or other reasons. They were close to the recruitment standards of the Taiyuan Heaven sect but didn't really meet the standards. The Taiyuan Heaven sect would give them a chance, just like casting a net everywhere. After all, among the many preparatory disciples, there might be a small number of outstanding ones who would later become official disciples. In this world, not all warriors would show their talent at once. Some people were late bloomers. Although they were few, they still existed. If there were a few of them, the Taiyuan Heaven sect would benefit from it. After all, preparatory disciples would not enjoy any preferential treatment from the Taiyuan Heaven sect. At most, they would stay within the boundaries of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. 3,000 substandard spiritual sources in exchange for a spot as a preparatory disciple was undoubtedly a huge price to pay. However, as long as he could enter the Taiyuan Heavenly sect, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become an official disciple with his own ability and hard work. To put it bluntly, the 3,000 substandard spiritual sources were just a stepping stone. With the speed of this intercontinental airship, it would take about a month to cross the Linhai continent and enter the Taiyuan continent. The cost was 100 substandard soul sources, which was quite high. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to afford it. If Xianxia hadn't killed a lot of enemies and obtained a lot of spoils, as well as 4,000 substandard soul sources from the Yang family and 2,000 substandard soul sources from the Martial Saint Palace, he wouldn't have dared to spend so much. After playing with it for a while, Xianxia put away the jade token. This was very important. If he lost it, it would be difficult for him to become a preparatory disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect's Mt. Mingguang. In the distance, a huge black eagle flew by. It was a monster beast. While flying at high altitudes, it was possible to encounter all kinds of flying monster beasts, but this intercontinental flying ship was a low-rank spirit artifact, so when its protective shield was normally activated, it had the defensive power of a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, capable of withstanding strong winds. If it encountered a 9th-grade flying monster beast, it could fully activate its protective shield, raising its defensive power to the level of an extreme mortal. In addition, there were also extreme mortal realm masters and a team of pseudo-transcendents on the intercontinental airship to provide security. In addition to this fixed voyage, there would be masters cleaning up after a period of time to ensure that no powerful or large numbers of flying monster beasts would interfere. However, there were no absolutes. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the Gale airship arrived at the edge of the Linhai continent. There was a mountain between the Linhai continent and the Taiyuan continent called the Little Yuan Mountain. There was the word small, but this mountain was not small at all. It was more than 1,000 meters tall and stretched for more than 1,000 miles. Countless demonic beasts lived here. For nearly a month, they did not encounter any great danger. Of course, some flying demonic beasts recklessly rushed over, intending to catch a few humans on the deck to have a taste, but they were directly beheaded. Their bones were boiled into soup, and their flesh was also stewed, becoming the food of the passengers on the intercontinental flying ship. Other than enjoying the scenery on the deck, Xianxia spent most of his time cultivating. His cultivation was slowly improving, gradually approaching the late 9-star level. His application of minor true meanings had become more precise, and his low-rank pseudo-lingu had also been further perfected. However, he still couldn't break through the half-step sword force. Roar, a terrifying roar like thunder suddenly exploded and turned into invisible sound waves that rolled out from the mountain, as if shattering the clouds. A violent gust of wind blew and bombarded the Gale airship, causing it to sway slightly. The extreme mortal realm master on the Gale airship turned pale. The roar was too frightening and made him feel a strong sense of threat. This was definitely not a 9th-level monster beast, but a 10th-level monster beast. A 10th-level monster beast wasn't something he could handle. No one on the intercontinental airship could handle it. It would be a disaster. Once it appeared, the intercontinental airship would be finished and no one would be able to survive. Immediately, the extreme mortal realm master let out a sigh of relief because the monster beast that roared couldn't fly. Thousands of meters up in the air, an earth spirit realm monster beast that couldn't fly wasn't much of a threat. Not to mention, this kind of monster beast usually wouldn't fly high up in the air as it wasn't their domain. Soon after, the extreme human stage expert's heart was raised again, and sweat appeared on his forehead again. This was because he saw a blood-red figure through the window, as if a wave of red clouds was rushing up from the ground into the sky. With his amazing eyesight at the transcendent realm, Yang Kai could clearly see that this red cloud was actually composed of blood-red goshawks. A flock of blood eagles. The pseudo-transcendent realm guards on the Gale airship also noticed and quickly took action. Blood eagles weren't powerful monster beasts. After reaching adulthood, they were generally 8th level, equivalent to the late stage of the true martial realm. Some of the more powerful blood eagles could reach the pseudo-transcendent realm, while the kings of the flock could break through to the 9th level, equivalent to the extreme mortal realm. The flock of blood eagles rushing out from the mountain was like a large red cloud. According to their speed and route, as well as the Gale airship's speed and route, they would definitely collide. 1 or 2 or even a few dozen wouldn't be a problem, but the problem was that there were at least 1,000 blood eagles in this flock. A flock of over 1,000 blood eagles was an astonishing scale, and there might even be a blood eagle king among them. No one had expected such a change to occur when they were just about to cross the Minor Yuan Mountain and reach the Taiyuan continent. All passengers, please enter the cabin. All passengers, please enter the cabin. All passengers, please enter the cabin. The voice was repeated 3 times in a row, reaching everyone's ears. Immediately, most of the passengers hurriedly turned around and rushed into the cabin in a single file, returning to their respective cabins. Then, they looked through the windows of the cabin to see what was happening outside. It's just an attack of this level, what's there to be afraid of? Some people smiled indifferently. It wasn't clear if they had full confidence in the Gale airship, or if they had a screw loose, or if they had full confidence in their own strength. In short, they were unwilling to enter the cabin and instead stood on the deck, admiring the beautiful scenery. The only thing missing was a paper fan and a glass of wine. Xianxia didn't stand out and entered the cabin. The cabin was in a good position, allowing him to see the situation outside. The flock of blood eagles seemed to be frightened. Like headless flies, they slammed into the Gale airship, making a series of pft-pft sounds. The Gale airship's protective shield was fully activated. When the high-speed blood eagles hit the shield, their bones were broken, their bodies were smashed, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. With such strength, they naturally couldn't break the Gale airship's protective shield. Xianxia noticed that in addition to the Gale airship's guards, there was a young man standing on the deck. He looked indifferent, but there was a glint in his eyes, as if he wanted to fight. Xianxia had noticed this young man many times. His cultivation was very strong, and he guessed that he should be a grandmaster, but he didn't know what level he was at. Most importantly, Xianxia had heard others talk about the symbol on his robe. It was the symbol of a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, and a core disciple at that. As a core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, he had a very high status. Many people wanted to establish a relationship with him, but he usually ignored them. Perhaps it was his character, or perhaps it was because of his superior status that he didn't want to bother with them. This was the human world. Some people were dedicated to establishing relationships, while others only believed in strength and their own strength. Of course, in this world, it was always possible to be at a disadvantage if you fought alone. It was good to make friends with more people, but not everyone. People were divided into different levels. Depending on their status, they would often make friends with people of the same level or even higher. Chen Zong had never been one to form cliques, and he rarely took the initiative to make friends with others to expand his network. That was not in line with his character. If he had lived in a place where he had to form cliques to survive, Chen Zong would have had a hard time. Fortunately, in this world, in addition to forming cliques, one could also rely on one's own strength. As long as you were strong enough, people would take the initiative to expand their network. To put it bluntly, they were trying to curry favor with you. Therefore, strength was the key. The weak were nothing, like a piece of rotten wood thrown in a corner. No one would pay attention to them, not even a glance. The flock of blood hawks swooped down from the sky. The largest one among them had a wingspan of more than 10 meters and sharp claws. It clawed viciously at the great gale's protective shield as if it was tearing a piece of paper. Blood Eagle King. The guards' faces changed. What they feared would happen. Once the protective shield was torn apart, the other blood eagles would rush into the gale. At that time, it would be hard to guarantee that there would be other losses. Whether the gale was damaged or the passengers were injured or killed, it would be a great loss. How dare you, beast! A furious roar sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. Immediately, a black figure shot out from the cabin, penetrating the protective barrier and violently charging towards the enormous blood eagle. It was the extreme mortal realm warrior guarding the gale. The protective shield of the gale only protected the outside but not the inside. This was the characteristic of many protective shields. Therefore, the sharp black blade light broke through the protective shield and attacked the Blood Eagle King. The Blood Eagle King let out a long cry. Its voice was extremely sharp, but its body was more agile. It avoided the black blade light and made a turn in the air. After dodging the black blade light, it clawed at the protective shield of the gale. Although a Class 9 demon beast could not speak, its intelligence was not low. The black blade light missed, but it still killed dozens of blood eagles. Blood, flesh, and feathers flew out and fell to the ground. Then, the extreme mortal realm warrior also rushed out. Holding a long black blade, he attacked the Blood Eagle King. The core disciple of the Taiyuan sky sect's eyes lit up. He stared at the extreme mortal realm warrior with the blade because he also used a blade. The extreme mortal warrior's blade was extremely fast, but the level 9 demon beast's attack was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the extreme mortal warrior had already exchanged hundreds of blows with the Blood Hawk King. The black long blade and the sharp claws clashed again and again, creating extremely sharp noises. Chen Zong could tell that the extreme mortal warrior was in a passive position. Because the extreme mortal realm warrior had to take care of the gale, he could not stay in the air for long, so he was at a disadvantage. Everyone's attention was on the battle between the extreme mortal realm warrior and the Blood Eagle King. This was a crucial battle. However, the Blood Hawk King's strength seemed to be very powerful. Furthermore, he was in the air and had the advantage. After a series of attacks, a terrifying chi force surged in all directions. The ultimate mortal warrior had to ensure that the gale's protective shield would not be affected, so as to prevent the shield from being destroyed. Defending for a long time was bound to fail. The extreme mortal realm cultivator was hit once and was immediately injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. All the passengers on the deck are to enter the cabins. Guards, get ready to attack. Remove the protective shield. The extreme mortal stage fighter said decisively. He knew that the Blood Hawk King's strength was unexpectedly strong, and under the situation where he was restrained, not only would he be injured, he might even be killed. Hearing this, the other passengers on the deck immediately rushed into the cabin. Only the core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect did not move. He only said, "I'll help you defend." Needless to say, the core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect were truly powerful. "Thank you," said the captain of the guards. He didn't say anything else. At this time, it was important to prepare for battle. The protective shield was removed. Immediately, a large flock of blood hawks swooped down. There were hundreds of them, and they came from all directions. The guards were already prepared. They were distributed in various positions on the gale to ensure that they could withstand all the blood hawks' attacks and avoid causing harm to the gale and its passengers. Once they attacked, the blood hawks were immediately killed, and blood rained down. Most of these blood hawks were at the late stage of the true martial realm. Naturally, they were no match for pseudo-transcendents, but there were many of them and they were not afraid of death. There were even pseudo-transcendents among them. Inside the cabin, Qianzong could see everything clearly. These monster beasts were very strong, but that was only when compared to the monster beasts on Chaotian Island. Among the same level, the monster beasts here were more outstanding in all aspects. Moreover, there were many pseudo-transcendents. If they were on Chaotian Island, they would be considered as the overlords of grade 8 monster beasts. One by one, the blood hawks were killed. Their corpses piled up on the deck. Their blood dyed the deck red, and the stench was terrifying. In the end, there were too many blood hawks. It was as if there was no end to them. They madly swooped down, and a few managed to break through the defensive perimeter and enter the cabin. One of the blood hawks recklessly swooped down on Qianzong. Its sharp claws pierced through the window and viciously clawed at Qianzong's face. If he was caught, his face would be disfigured. But how could Qianzong allow himself to be caught? With a slash of his sword finger, a terrifying sword chi directly killed the blood hawk. The sword chi also carried a powerful force that sent the blood hawk's corpse flying. Since he had already made his move, Qianzong did not continue to stay in the cabin. He walked out with his sword and beheaded a few blood hawks that were raging in the corridor. Walking to the deck, a blood hawk swooped down on him. With a flash of his sword, the blood hawk was cut in half. The splashing blood did not affect Qianzong in the slightest. Walking to the deck was different from staying in the cabin. The smell of blood was more likely to make one's blood boil. Qianzong's sharp eyes swept across the area. He locked onto a place with a weaker defense and charged forward. The Tianyang sword slashed out as if it was slicing through water, creating layers of ripples. As the sword waves wreaked havoc, the air became like water, affecting a few blood hawks and greatly reducing their speed. With a flash of his sword, a few blood hawks were directly killed. With Qianzong filling in the gap, the pressure on the guards was greatly reduced. "Be careful," a guard beside Qianzong said to him. Qianzong nodded and casually swung his sword. None of his attacks missed, and they didn't use up too much energy. Each of his attacks had a unique charm, like a calligraphy master's wondrous brushwork. Every time he swung his sword, a blood hawk would be killed. On the other side, the core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect held a saber in his hand. His saber was extremely sharp, and every strike seemed to split the sky, leaving countless saber scars in front of him like an open fan. Not a single blood hawk could break through his defense. Under the long saber, he was invincible. Suddenly, the countless saber scars turned into light smoke and spread out. However, they did not disappear. Instead, they changed as the Taiyuan Heaven sect disciple waved his saber, as if they were about to condense into something. Songhe. A low voice sounded, but it was as mighty as the sound of heaven. The saber scars that spread out like light smoke suddenly surged, followed by a sharp cry that tore through the sky. A gray-white crane rushed out of the light smoke, spreading its wings and bringing endless light smoke with it, as if it was born from the smoke of a battlefield. This gray-white crane had a ferocious appearance. Its wings were 10 meters wide. As the core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect waved his saber, it broke through the air and rushed out. Wherever it passed, the light smoke was as sharp as saber chi, cutting and strangling the blood hawks. Wherever the Songhe passed, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. A bloody mist filled the air, dyeing the Songhe blood red. With just one strike, more than 100 blood hawks had been killed. Qianzong naturally noticed this scene. He was not surprised by the killing of more than 100 blood hawks with one strike, but by the exquisiteness of the move. Condensing something from nothing was a very clever martial art. The Taiyuan Heaven sect disciples' mastery of martial arts and strength was also very shocking. This strike also let Qianzong know that this person's strength was probably stronger than Mu Tianfeng of the Sacred Martial Palace. It was still unknown whether Mu Tianfeng could withstand this strike. Chen Zong was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. With enough external pressure, one could better force out one's potential. While the core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect killed the blood hawks with his saber, he also paid attention to the movements around him. Especially after Chen Zong appeared. His sword art seemed simple and ordinary in the eyes of ordinary warriors, but in the eyes of the core disciple, it was back to basics. His swordsmanship was so profound that it was probably not inferior to his saber skills. The strength that the other party displayed was undoubtedly at the Grandmaster level. He didn't look very old either, perhaps about the same age as himself. A person of similar age, powerful strength, and excellent sword art undoubtedly interested him. After a bloody battle, all the Blood Eagles were finally killed. After the ultimate mortal stage powerhouse let loose, he gradually gained the upper hand and heavily injured the Blood Eagle King with a single strike. The Blood Hawk King was intelligent. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to this group of people and was even injured, he knew that if this continued, he would very likely be killed and become food. With a sorrowful cry full of resentment, the Blood Hawk King spread his wings, stirring up a gust of wind, and rushed away. The extreme mortal expert could only watch the Blood Hawk King leave. He was not in the profound heaven realm, so he couldn't fly. Although he could use his body movement to glide in the air, he couldn't fly, which was very disadvantageous for him. Next, it was naturally to clean the deck. Fortunately, Chen Zong and the core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect helped. The gale didn't suffer any damage, and the passengers were unharmed. It was a daunting experience. The core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect and Chen Zong were naturally thanked. As for the corpses and blood on the deck, there were naturally people to clean them up. The gale's way of thanking them was very interesting. They didn't say that they would refund the fees, but they each received 500 substandard spiritual sources as a thank you fee. In addition, they promised that if they continued to ride the gale in the future, all fees would be waived. The core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect and Chen Zong accepted it calmly. My name is Xianxia. Suddenly, the core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect spoke. Chen Zong. Chen Zong understood what the core disciple meant, and said his name as well. Your sword art is very good. If there's a chance, let's exchange pointers. Xianxia smiled slightly, and his eyes flashed. Okay. Chen Zong was slightly startled when he heard this, and then nodded with a smile. The two didn't know each other. Even if they knew each other now, they weren't familiar enough to talk casually, let alone the two of them were the kind of people who didn't talk much. On the first day of the new month, 6 paths blindly begged for monthly votes. The Taiyuan continent was known as one mountain every 10 miles. Although it was not as exaggerated as having a mountain every 10 miles, it was enough to show that there were many mountains everywhere in the Taiyuan continent. According to statistics, the ratio of mountains to other terrains in the Taiyuan continent was an astonishing 5-to-5. After getting off the Gale intercontinental flying ship, Chen Zong did not stop and immediately looked for a way to go to the Taiyuan Heaven sect. All trades and professions on the Kanglan continent were very developed. Not only were there intercontinental flying ships that specialized in intercontinental travel, but there were also service industries that traveled between different continents. Of course, all of these services were paid. After paying 20 substandard spiritual sources, Chen Zong spent half a month to cross Taiyuan City and finally arrived at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. Taiyuan Mountain was the first mountain in the Taiyuan continent. Not only did it have the highest number of peaks, but its topography also stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Standing at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain, Chen Zong could feel that the spiritual qi here was a little richer and purer than in other places. Looking up, there were 2 mountain peaks that were more than 200 meters tall but only a few hundred meters in size. They were like a door standing at the very front of the Super Yuan Mountain, and this was indeed the door of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Chen Zong had seen the mountain gates of some sects that were mostly carved out of various precious materials, but this was the first time he had seen a mountain gate like the Taiyuan Heavenly sect. Using 2 mountains side by side as the gate of the sect was indeed unique, and it also reflected a kind of imposing aura. If the 2 peaks were naturally like this, it could only be said that they were lucky. However, if it was man-made, it showed that the experts of the Taiyuan Heaven sect had extraordinary means. Between the two portal-like peaks, there was a road that was 10 meters wide. It went all the way up and there was no end in sight. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong felt a cool and refreshing aura enter his body, making his mind clearer. Taking firm steps, Chenzong walked along the winding road step by step. His speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, he was like a gust of wind. The deeper he walked along the path, the more Chenzong felt the changes in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was a kind of nourishing feeling that made him feel refreshed, as if he would never feel tired. This was the Super Yuan Mountain, which was completely within the boundaries of the Taiyuan heavenly sect. Chenzong did not dare to use his full speed, and with some reservations, he spent 2 hours to arrive at a huge heptagonal platform. This heptagonal platform had a radius of tens of thousands of meters. On each side, there was a mountain peak that was about 100 meters tall. The mountain peaks were like the fangs of a dog. They were sunken inwards as if they wanted to cover the entire platform. Looking into the distance, there were countless overlapping shadows of mountain peaks. There were also thousands of clouds lingering around, making it seem like an immortal paradise. Retracting his gaze, Chenzong glanced at the 7 fang-like peaks. There were ancient words on every mountain peak. They looked like carvings, but they also looked like they were formed by the trees on the mountain peak. They looked very natural and harmonious. Starting from the left, there were Rainbow Mountain, Yaoying Mountain, Green Feather Mountain, Jinyuan Mountain, Extreme Sun Mountain, Mingguang Mountain, and Inui Mountain. The Taiyuan heavenly sect was divided into 7 mountains. Jinyuan Mountain was the sect master's mountain, and the other 6 mountains were controlled by 6 elders with real power in the Taiyuan heavenly sect. In a big force like the Taiyuan heavenly sect, there were quite a few powerhouses with the title of elder. However, there were only 6 people who could control a mountain and become a mountain master. Each of them was a super powerhouse, not inferior to the sect master. Chenzong wanted to enter Mingguang Mountain through the Vientiane Tower's door. Perhaps it was because the Vientiane Tower was easier to get to Mingguang Mountain, but no matter which mountain it was fine as long as he could enter it. He set off again and headed in the direction of Mingguang Mountain. Mingguang Mountain was a mountain. It was more than 8,000 meters tall and covered an area of hundreds of miles. However, preparatory disciples could only stay at the foot of Mingguang Mountain and maintain a certain distance. Only after becoming an official disciple could they truly step into Mingguang Mountain and live there. The higher one went, the higher the status symbol. When one reached the top, it was the cave residence of the Mingguang Mountain Master, who controlled Mingguang Mountain. About an hour later, Chenzong saw a gathering place in the distance. It was like a market, and there were many people walking around. There were also people who set up stalls. I want to find the steward of the preparatory disciples. How do I get there? Chenzong stopped a person and asked. Over there. The person hurriedly pointed in a direction and ignored Chenzong. As Chenzong walked, he saw rows upon rows of wooden houses arranged in picturesque disorder. When he reached the end, he saw a large wooden house. It was several times larger than the other wooden houses. It also seemed to be sturdier and more exquisite. The door of the big wooden house was open, and there was a symbolic plaque hanging outside the door, Preparatory Department. What are you doing here? A middle-aged man was sitting inside. When he heard Chenzong's footsteps, he opened his sleepy eyes and glanced at him casually, then asked lazily. Chenzong took out the jade tablet that Wanxiang Tower gave him and handed it to the man. After the man took it and looked at it, he seemed to be a little more serious. He sat up straight, opened the register, and picked up a pen. However, his tone was still lazy. Name? Age? Cultivation? Chenzong, 26 years old, mid-9 star level, Chenzong answered truthfully. Then, he realized that he was already 26 years old. Probably, he didn't pay much attention to the issue of age. He also didn't care much about the passage of time. He should be around 26 years old, not 27 years old. Chenzong said again in his heart. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably find it funny. He wasn't even sure about his age. This kind of situation often happened to those experts who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. After all, for those experts, sometimes they would go into seclusion for a few years or even longer. No one would be so bored as to calculate their own age. The lazy middle-aged man was the deacon of the preparatory department, and he was in charge of the registration and arrangement of the preparatory disciples. When he heard Xianxia's age and cultivation, he was shocked, and his sleepiness disappeared without a trace, and his expression became serious. It was as if he went from being sleepy to being full of energy. At 26 years old, he had a midnight-star level cultivation. This was not an ordinary warrior. He was already a genius, enough to be compared with the core disciples in the mountain. This person entered Mingguang Mountain through other means to become a preparatory disciple because he missed the mountain gate's general election. Otherwise, there was a problem with his identity. In any case, this was not something he should care about. If it was the former, it was naturally a good thing for Mingguang Mountain. However, if it was the latter, there would naturally be someone to deal with it. The registration was completed quickly. After all, preparatory disciples were treated very poorly in the various mountains of the Taiyuan Sky sect. It was fine as long as they didn't cause any trouble. Therefore, even if a spy sneaked in, no one would care. What benefit could a spy get from mingling among the preparatory disciples? He would get nothing and would just be wasting his time. After all, non-official disciples were not allowed to step into the mountain. Otherwise, they would be killed. This is your preparatory disciple token. The middle-aged deacon took out a token. After carving it, he handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at it. His name was on it. How can I become an official disciple? Xianxia put away the token and asked at the same time. Every 3 months, the preparatory disciples will undergo an assessment. After passing the assessment, you can become an official disciple. The middle-aged deacon answered quickly. It seemed that he intended to leave a good impression on Xianxia. After all, with Xianxia's talent, if there was no problem with his identity, he would definitely become an official disciple. He could even become a core disciple. Every core disciple was the mainstay of the younger generation in each mountain. Their status was not comparable to that of a deacon who could only manage the preparatory disciples. There are still 2 months before the next preparatory disciple assessment. At that time, an announcement will be made 3 days in advance. If you are interested, you can sign up for the assessment. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely become an official disciple. The middle-aged deacon smiled and said, "Let's go. I will take you to the place where you live." "Thank you." After saying that, Xianxia turned and left. The middle-aged deacon was too lazy to pay attention to ordinary preparatory disciples. He would usually give them the key and let them find their own house. However, Xianxia's type naturally had to be treated differently. It was nothing more than showing him the way and saying a few words. Maybe he could make some connections. Along the way, the middle-aged deacon used the simplest words to introduce Xianxia to the preparatory disciples. Xianxia also asked about other things, such as official disciples and so on. There was nothing special about a wooden house. The layout was simple, that was all. The conditions for a preparatory disciple are relatively ordinary. However, if you become an official disciple, it will be different. The middle-aged deacon opened the door and said to Xianxia with a smile, "You have to bear with it for a while." "It's okay." Xianxia responded calmly. It would be good to have better conditions. However, if he did not have better conditions, Xianxia would not complain. After all, it was just a temporary place to stay. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. My surname is Wang. I am responsible for all kinds of matters regarding the preparatory disciples. The middle-aged deacon smiled and said. "Thank you, Deacon Wang." Xianxia responded with a smile. Of course, Xianxia knew that the other party was trying to befriend him. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't reject him outright. Everything was up to his heart. If he had the energy to spare, it wasn't impossible for him to help him in the future. Deacon Wang was very sensible and did not continue to stay. That would only cause resentment. According to Deacon Wang, the number of preparatory disciples was as many as 10,000. This was undoubtedly a very shocking number because this was only Mingguang Mountain. If all the 7 mountains of the Taiyuan Heaven sect were counted, then the number of preparatory disciples might reach as many as 100,000. However, this was also very normal. After all, this was the Blue Waves continent. Whether it was the population, the cultivation environment, the cultivation resources, the inheritance, and so on, it was many times better than Chaotian Island. It was like the contrast between a firefly and the bright moon. End of chapter 613. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.